Chapter 1. The Unexpected Shipwreck. A disheveled yet strikingly handsome man slowly opened his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Yi-chun was jolted awake by the briny taste of seawater. The moment the salt water surged into his nostrils, he instinctively curled into a defensive posture, his shoulder colliding with a warped piece of metal. Memories exploded into his mind like fireworks. Just hours earlier, the cruise ship had been alive with laughter and revelry. Now it lay in ruins, scattered with debris. A few hours prior, his team leader had been tapping her slender nails against a champagne glass, loudly proclaiming to the entire group, "Yi-chun, you'd better pray and make offerings, hoping that your merger proposal succeeds. Otherwise, you might as well join the cleaning crew to scrub toilets." Yi-chun had always been the scapegoat at the company, enduring the disdain of others. Now, shards of the broken glass had transformed the once vibrant manager's eye into a bloodied mess. Ah, ah, ah. A scream pierced the air as the mingling seawater swept across the surface of the ocean, sending Yi-chun reeling in shock at the sight. Who would have thought that I would survive this? It feels like sheer luck. Yi-chun gazed around, pondering the irony of his existence. I truly wonder if being alive is a blessing or a curse. How unfortunate that a company team-building event would end in a shipwreck. He brushed away strands of seaweed from his face, feeling a sharp sting on his cheekbone. Well, it seems my handsome visage is quite fitting for this calamity. He kicked aside the twisted metal, only to have seawater surge over his head, nearly drowning him in the process. As Yi-chun stood upright, he suddenly froze there. Not far away lay a familiar figure, motionless. It was none other than his goddess of fortune, Li Qinghan. Li Qinghan was the president of the company and the embodiment of every man's dream, including Yi-chun, who often found himself lost in daydreams about her. My goodness, could it be? President Li? Yi-chun rushed over. Li Qinghan lay submerged in the surf, dressed in a black Chanel gown, her lower half enveloped by the water, her fair thighs glowing with a delicate pink hue under the sunlight. The seawater had turned her meticulously styled waves into a tangle of seaweed. As Yi-chun crouched down, he realized that she was unconscious yet tightly gripping her fists, her exquisite pearl manicure marred by two broken nails. He chuckled as he pried her fingers apart, his fingertips grazing the ring on her fourth finger. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through his fingertips. Goodness, this ring is razor sharp. Designer, you truly are a piece of work. Yi-chun disregarded the minor injury and hoisted Li Qinghan's hand, dragging her toward the shore. Hey, wake up. Are you still alive? Gu-su tugged at her gown, unbuttoning the front to begin resuscitation efforts, feeling the chill of the platinum necklace glide against his palm. Just last year, the company's team-building gala, its owner had leaned close to whisper in his ear, "Yi-chun, if Manager Wang Hai reports anything about you to me again, teasing a female colleague, you might as well pack your things and leave." The heated breath of red wine she exhaled then was as nauseating as the salty seawater now splashed upon his wrist. I must admit, even in such a disheveled state, she still looks remarkably beautiful. It's a pity that such a stunning individual has no connection to me whatsoever. Indeed, Li Qinghan was not only a prominent CEO featured on the wealth list, but also a renowned beauty, rivaling even the most popular actresses. Li Qinghan's alabaster skin shimmered with a pearlescent glow, her swan-like neck accentuating the delicate curve of her butterfly shoulder blades. The damp hem of her dress clung to her peach-shaped posterior, highlighting her perfect figure, while her exquisite features resembled those of a porcelain doll. Even women were enamored, let alone men. All right then, who am I? Yi-chun, if not a quintessential philanthropist. I cannot simply watch you perish without attempting to save you. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives, you must understand me. Yet this sensation, truly delightful. Blood trickled from Yi-chun's nose, which he casually wiped away. I must have bumped it. Subsequently, Yi-chun exerted tremendous effort in performing a series of rescue measures on Li Qinghan. Just as Gu-su was about to commence the third round of artificial respiration, Li Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes wide and coughed up seawater tinged with blood. Gu-su instinctively turned her over and patted her back, the sharpness of her butterfly bones painfully pressed against his palm. This woman was far too slender, her bones felt as if they could pierce through flesh. A little more meat would do her good. Yi-chun, what is this? Her mascara smeared into dark spider legs, adding a comical touch to her pale visage. Your hand. Only then did Yi Chun realize his palm was resting on her chest. Unintentionally, he traced the curve hidden beneath her clothing with a seawater-dampened finger. Presently, it's not what you think, I was just saving you. The rapid heartbeat transmitted through his palm was unnaturally fast, whether due to the aftereffects of choking on water or the curve he had inadvertently touched. Get away. Li Qinghan raised her hand, the motion straining her ribcage, and what was meant to be a slap to Gu Su's face softly landed on his shoulder. Ah, that hurts. As Wang Hai said, you truly are a lecherous pervert who takes advantage of women in the company. Li Qinghan gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain in her wrist as she cursed vehemently. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Wang Hai, the sales manager, harbored a grudge against Yi Chun regardless of his performance, covertly undermining him and spreading disparaging rumors throughout the company, which led to Yi Chun being bullied even by the dogs. Save your strength, you're still so fiery, Gu Su remarked, tearing down a dry curtain that had remained untouched by seawater to wrap around her shivering form. All right, President Li, you should sit here and recuperate. They'll search for some dry wood to build a fire for warmth, or else the island's night breeze will turn you into an ice sculpture. With that, Yi Chen stood up and ventured into the woods. Alas, am I to be left here all alone? I am frightened. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger within him and pretended not to hear, walking deeper into the wilderness. Here I am, extending my goodwill towards you, yet you fail to appreciate it and even accuse me of taking advantage of you, dragging Wang Hai into this to disgust me. Soon, Yi Chen returned, clutching a substantial amount of branches. At least on this deserted island, while everything else is scarce, wood is plentiful. How are you faring, Mr. Li? The next task is to find a way to ignite these twigs. Fortunately, they are relatively dry. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Li Qinghan picked up a stone. Yi Chen watched as she tore off the curtain wrapped around her body. He chuckled, his ribs aching with laughter. Huh, why not, Mr. Li? Tear your Hermes silk scarf to use as kindling? Li Qinghan's face flushed crimson as she retorted, be quiet. The stone she hurled grazed his ear, nearly resulting in a disastrous outcome. Yi Chen was taken aback. What a fierce woman. Had Wu Song encountered such a woman at Jingyang Port back in the day, there might not have been a wandering hero like him. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have laughed at you, Yi Chen said, but then he chuckled again. You, still laughing. Stop laughing and think of a solution. Chapter 2. Heaven does not abandon Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained nonchalant, exuding an air of confidence. Standing up, he proclaimed with a smug expression, Mr. Li, do you know who stand before you? Yes, I know a lecherous, despicable loser who enjoys harassing female colleagues in his own company. Am I correct? Li Qinghan seized the opportunity to berate Yi Chen further. No, I saved your life, Mississippi. You may not feel grateful, but must you always resort to insults? I could sue you for defamation. Have some decency in your speech. All right. First wipe the blood from your nose before speaking, shall we? Li Qinghan retorted, exasperated, as she covered her chest with her hand. My apologies, that was an unintended mishap, Gu Su said, wiping the blood from his nose before continuing. I grew up with my grandfather in a rural mountain setting, so I possess some survival skills in the wild. You understand? Li Qinghan looked at him with skepticism, clearly doubting Yi Chen's claims. Yet within 10 minutes, Yi Chen proved her wrong. Utilizing the bow drill method, he successfully coaxed white smoke from the wood, signaling that a fire was about to ignite. Mr. Li, come over and help blow on it, or it might not catch. Li Qinghan was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Yi Chen would actually succeed. Oh, all right. She brushed her hair back, bent down, and began to blow on the smoldering pile. Whoosh, whoosh. The thick smoke quickly caused her to cough loudly. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh, but in the next moment, his mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, for he had just witnessed something remarkable. He never expected Li Qinghan to be so exceptional. Ah, Yi Chen, look, it's really on fire. How wonderful, Li Qinghan exclaimed, noticing Yi Chen's indifference and following his gaze towards Yi Chen. Ah, you bastard. How could you be so cruel? In a fit of rage, Li Qinghan raised her hand and struck Yi Chen across the face. It was only when the sharp sting registered on his cheek that Yi Chen came to his senses and remarked, ouch, that hurt. Could you be any gentler? I didn't do it on purpose, and you should have been more careful. Internally, Yi Chan felt a sense of satisfaction the slap had been worth it. Do you have no shame? You're arguing over this? Just look at your filthy face. Li Qinghan, with her hand raised again, seemed poised to deliver another blow. Yi Chen quickly turned his head to evade her. No, Miss Li, if you strike me again, I might genuinely lose my temper. Let's focus on getting the fire going, otherwise we'll have to start from scratch. Yi Chen gathered branches to form a bonfire and sought out some dry leaves, which he placed atop the pile to encourage the flames. Perhaps due to the cruise ship's collision with the ocean surface, a number of fish had perished and now floated nearby, a stroke of fortune for the two of them. Yi Chen waded into the sea and caught several fish, which he skewered on a clean branch and roasted over the flames. Before long, the fish sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the air. Gurgle! Gurgle! Li Qinghan's stomach emitted a loud protest. Crouched on the opposite side of the fire, she hugged her knees, her shadow flickering in the light. Yi Chen, can we eat this? Isn't it too dirty? And without seasoning, sea fish can be too fishy. I really can't eat it, you go ahead. Yi Chen, observing Li Qinghan's disdain, replied somewhat exasperatedly, well, suit yourself. If you don't want to eat, that's entirely your choice. Do you think we're on a five-star resort beach? He bit into the fish's belly, deliberately slurping the juices. Accustomed to rich dishes, this roasted fish brings back childhood memories. Ha! Hey, Miss Li, just think, if you were to starve to death in a few days, your body might just wash back to the boardroom table, don't you think? Ha ha, of course. That's if a shark doesn't eat you first. Yi Chen, you jerk. When we get back, you better pack your things and leave. I'm definitely going to fire you, you've gone too far. Well, let's focus on surviving before worrying about firing me. Are you going to eat or not? I want to ask a third time. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qinghan finally accepted the roasted fish. Yi Chen planted the remaining half of the fish in the sand and turned to search the debris floating on the surface for anything useful. Yi Chen, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to see if I can salvage anything useful. After all, we don't know when help will arrive. What puzzled Yi Chen was that in the wake of such a significant disaster, the scene should have been devastating, yet he saw no corpses, and the shipwreck debris was remarkably sparse. Fortunately, he managed to find a considerable amount of useful items, including crucial medical supplies, which he attributed to his extraordinary luck. Haha, fate has not forsaken me. Yi Chen, here, take this and this. What remained were various jars and bottles. When Yi Chen returned with the supplies he had scavenged, he found Li Qinghan crouched behind a rock, retching. The remnants of tasteless grilled fish, mingled with bile, smeared across her slightly alluring lips. Hey, President Li, what's the matter? I'm fine. It's just that the fish is so bland it made me a bit nauseous, Li Qinghan replied, covering her mouth with a pallid expression. Yi Chen shrugged, feeling helpless in this desolate island. Having anything to eat was a stroke of fortune. After all, it was likely that Li Qinghan had never tasted anything so unpalatable in her life. Indeed, Li Qinghan had been born into a wealthy family, a true heiress, accustomed to gourmet French cuisine, Italian dishes, and Japanese delicacies. In stark contrast, Yi Chen had grown up catching and grilling fish with his childhood friends, accustomed to the meager provisions of life in the mountains. It was only when he moved to the county during high school that he first experienced Western fast food, a McDonald's meal. Life certainly seemed unfair. Some individuals were born into privilege, their parents gifting them homes and cars, never having to worry. Meanwhile, he had never even met his parents, living with his grandfather in a remote mountain village, where even the most basic necessities were scarce. Just by virtue of their starting points, he was already several streets behind. It seemed he would have to exert every ounce of effort throughout his life merely to reach the starting line of others. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I suppose the only fair thing is that everyone must eventually face death. President Li, just try to acclimate for now. I can use the sundering method to make some edible salt as a seasoning, which might improve things a bit. Ah, I truly did not expect your skills to be so extensive. I'll be sure to thank you properly when we return. Yi Chen, Li Qinghan said, her tone unusually warm. Haha, but weren't you just about to fire me and send me packing? And now you wish to thank me? If you truly want to express your gratitude, then... Yi Chen wore a mischievous grin that sent a shiver down Li Qinghan's spine. Get lost. You really take a little kindness and run with it. Li Qinghan scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it at Yi Chen. He was soon covered in sand, his mouth agape, and filled with grains. Ugh, what are you doing? Did you misunderstand? I meant to suggest you give me a large sum of money. Seeing Yi Chen's comically disheveled state, Li Qinghan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and soon Yi Chen joined in. Their laughter echoed across the shore, fading away until it was swallowed by the sound of the waves. Chapter 3. The blessings bestowed by heaven. One might mistake the two for vacationers, unaware of their dire circumstances. Yi Chen rose to brush away the grains of sand clinging to him, wearing a triumphant expression as he declared, all right, President Li, behold what I have retrieved. These are truly life-saving treasures. He then produced a box from what appeared to be a heap of refuse, prominently marked with a large red cross. Indeed, a first aid kit. What do you think, President Li? Quite a find, isn't it? Although neither bore any severe injuries, their bodies were dotted with numerous small cuts and scrapes. Without proper disinfection, the threat of infection loomed large, and on this desolate island, even the most skilled healer would be rendered helpless. As Yi Chen busied himself with the medical kit, he remarked, "Goodness, this thing is rather difficult to open. I suspect it has been jammed from the impact." With a loud thud, the box finally yielded to the force of the rocks, startling Li Qinghan, who snapped, "Yi Chen, what are you doing? You could have warned me first. You nearly struck me." Her voice was laced with indignation. "If you had hit me, I would not let this go. Were you even listening? A little respect would be appreciated." Chuckling, Yi Chen mused, the wisdom of our ancestors still holds true. Let us see what useful items remain inside. Fortunately, it seemed the box had been treated with waterproofing, as most contents were merely damp but likely salvageable. Completely disregarding Li Qinghan's outburst, he immersed himself in the contents. "Goodness, are you deaf?" Li Qinghan's patience waned, and in a fit of irritation, she seized Yi Chen's ear, shouting, "Is your hearing impaired by seawater? I am truly exasperated with you." With a playful retort, Yi Chen replied, "Lady Li, even I am not deaf, yet your antics may very well render me so. I am merely focused on opening this box." He then motioned for her to sit down. "Come, let me tend to your wounds first. Just bear with it. It will sting a bit. Are you ready?" Yi Chen asked, preparing to disinfect her injuries. Li Qinghan bit her lip and nodded, "Yes, but be gentle." As the alcohol swab brushed against her wounds, tears welled in her eyes from the sting. Observing her pained expression, Yi Chen softened his touch. Soon, he had disinfected her wounds and applied a simple bandage, declaring, "All done. Now you need not fear infection. It's time to attend to my own injuries." Just as Yi Chen prepared to tend to himself, Li Qinghan delicately tugged at his hand. He turned to her, noting the flush on her cheeks and her averted gaze. "What is it?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "Is your injury troubling you? Pain is normal and will subside in time. Please, sit by the fire while I see to my own wounds." Li Qinghan turned away, her thoughts a tumult of emotions. After what felt like an endless internal struggle, she hesitantly uttered, "Yi Chen, I have another wound on my back that I can't reach, so?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was a stroke of fortune from the heavens. "Well, since you, Mr. Li, have requested it, as an exemplary employee, I shall assist you. Where is it? Let me take a look," he said with a foolish grin, eager to explore the contours of Li Qinghan's back. "Oh, what are you doing?" No. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Yi Chen's face, the force so intense that he nearly spun 360 degrees before collapsing onto the sand. For a moment, the boy was bewildered, staring at the blushing and bashful woman, and after gingerly touching his stinging face, he asked in astonishment, "Why did you hit me? Didn't you ask me to tend to your back wound?" "But I didn't ask you to grope around. Your hands are all over the place. It's as if you're painting on my back. So you better behave, or I'll have you pickled." All right. You really resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Is your upbringing that lacking? Hold still. This zipper is rather stubborn." With a forceful tug, Yi Chen accidentally ripped the zipper of Li Qinghan's long dress apart. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide in shock at the impending eruption of Li Qinghan's fury. As the black dress tore apart, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like skin, Yi Chen was momentarily spellbound. He had not anticipated that her skin would be as fair as her face, truly exquisite. "Yi Chen, if you can't open it, can't you try gently? You scoundrel, was that intentional?" Li Qinghan turned her head, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Goodness, I had no idea your dress would tear so easily, like it was made of paper. You are utterly shameless. Just wait until I smash that dog face of yours. Hurry up and disinfect it. What are you dawdling for? After this minor altercation, Yi-chan began to examine the location of her wound. Huh, where's the wound? Are you sure you fell it correctly, Mr. Lee? Ah, in that spot. Stop groping down there. It's not on my backside. I found it. It was partially obscured by your bra. No wonder I couldn't see it. It's a bruise. Perhaps you hit something hard during the shipwreck. Is that sufficient? I asked you to treat the wound, not to play doctor. Can you hurry up? Your gaze is becoming quite heated. Is it? Better wipe away that nosebleed. My apologies. The weather is so dry. It's quite irritating. After tending to Li Qinghan's back, Yi-chan treated himself to a substantial bandage as well. Finally, he completed his tasks and sighed in relief. Huh, where did Mr. Li go? She was just here, and now she's vanished. Yi-chan searched around, unable to find Li Qinghan's figure, feeling a twinge of anxiety. How would he manage alone if she were missing? Like Robinson Crusoe with his companion Friday, Yi-chan found himself calling out as he walked, Mr. Li, where are you? As she listened to Yi-chan's calls, Li Qinghan could not help but mutter to herself from behind the nearby rocks. Is he a fool? Perhaps it is better to acknowledge him, lest he unexpectedly approaches and creates a hassle. Yi-chen, I am here, do not come over, I am. Before Li Qinghan could finish her sentence, Yi-chen suddenly appeared from his side. Why did you run so far? It's quite dangerous. Chapter 4, this is not the company. Scoundrel, pervert, leave at once. Do not be agitated, do not be agitated. I have seen nothing. I have seen nothing. I shall leave immediately. Yi-chen covered his eyes and turned away, occasionally stealing glances through the gaps between his fingers. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Qinghan, despite her slender appearance, possessed a figure that was remarkably voluptuous. Yi-chen's heart surged with delight. You still looking? Hurry up and get lost, you perverted fool. Earlier, while Yi-chan was tending to his wounds, Li Qinghan felt her undergarments had become completely soaked and clung uncomfortably to her skin. She intended to remove them and dry them by the fire before putting them back on. However, without her undergarments, she felt quite exposed. After some hesitation, she resolved to undress, hoping that Yi-chan would not take notice of her chest. Li Qinghan had initially considered changing in the woods, yet the ominous shadows of the trees deterred her, as she feared encountering wildlife. Instead, she sought refuge behind a nearby rock. Little did she anticipate that as soon as she lifted her skirt and slipped her undergarments down her knees, Yi-chan would come rushing over. Caught in the act, Li Qinghan's face flushed crimson, akin to a kettle boiling over. No, really, Ms. Li, I had no idea you were changing behind that rock. Had I known, I would have certainly refrained from approaching. I was merely concerned for your safety. Li Qinghan, overwhelmed by both embarrassment and fury, stormed towards Yi-chan, her anger palpable. Hey, wait, you aren't going to hit me, are you? Just so, you know, even a cornered rabbit will bite. As she stood before him, arm raised to deliver a slap, she halted mid-motion. With an exasperated sigh, Li Qinghan remarked, Fine, forget it. Hitting you would serve no purpose. I cannot very well gouge out your eyes, can I? Let's go. Yi-chan had braced himself for a tempest, yet found only thunder without rain. This unexpected turn of events rekindled his mischievous spirit, and he jested, Ms. Li, would you like me to hold onto your clothing? It must be quite exhausting. Get lost. Hey, I was just joking. In truth, I find you quite endearing when you are not so fierce. Whether I am fierce or not is none of your concern. Upon returning to the campfire, Yi-chen fashioned a makeshift clothesline for Li Qinghan and gathered a considerable amount of firewood from the forest. After several trips, despite the evening chill setting in, Yi-chen was drenched in sweat. Phew, this should suffice for the night. Ms. Li, is that curtain around you dry yet? We could use it as a bedspread or to wrap ourselves for warmth. It should be nearly dry, I suppose. However, there is only one. Are we to share a bed? Yi-chen, that is out of the question. You must find another solution. But, dear miss, do you think this is a vacation? Where am I to find another? This is the only one I found on the beach. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity and would never take advantage of you. Stop with the excuses. No means no. Upon hearing these words, Yi-chan found them utterly absurd. Such futile ideologies? Was this the demeanor of a CEO from a lavishly indulgent public company? Yet, observing Li Qinghan's unwavering expression, which seemed genuine rather than feigned, Yi Chen reluctantly acquiesced. After all, the beach was not entirely unsuitable for rest. He then began to inventory the supplies he had scavenged: a suitcase, various bottles and jars, and, crucially, some medical supplies, including a few unfamiliar syringes and partially used bandages. As dusk descended, a refreshing breeze wafted from the depths of the ocean, casting elongated shadows of a man and a woman on the sand, illuminated by the flickering firelight. "Mr. Li, what do you think we should do if we cannot return?" "Enough of that talk. You're just a harbinger of misfortune. Keep your distance. You smell dreadful." Li Qinghan pushed Yi Chen away. Just then, the typically nonchalant Yi Chen wore a look of apprehension as he gazed into the thicket behind them. "Shoo, do you hear that? It doesn't sound like wind. Could there be other survivors? Or something else? Yi Chen, I warn you, do not frighten me, or I shall." Suddenly, Yi Chen pulled Li Qinghan into his embrace and pressed her down to the ground, grasping a stone from behind him. He noticed that the woman in his arms was gripping his shirt tightly. "Let go. What are you doing? Yi Chen, let go." Li Qinghan's frantic tugging caused a button to pop off, disappearing into the darkness. "Stop screaming. Do you wish to die? I swear if you continue, I'll leave you here tomorrow without a second thought." Li Qinghan's nails left 5 distinct scratches on his forearm, yet Yi Chen appeared notably tense, too preoccupied to argue with her. Gulping nervously, he thought, "What a predicament. Surely, the flames haven't attracted some wild animal." In that moment of tension, a figure emerged from the underbrush. "Yi Chen, you rascal, what are you doing with Mr. Li? Release her at once." Li Qinghan exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing the newcomer. "Manager Wang, you are alive?" As Yi Chen discerned the identity of the intruder, the oft-difficult Wang Hai, he furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, how is this scoundrel still alive? The heavens are blind." "Indeed, Mr. Li, seeing you unharmed brings me relief. You cannot fathom how worried I was. Fortunately, the firelight led me to you. Yi Chen hasn't laid a finger on you, has he? Yi Chen, you little rascal, release Mr. Li immediately, or I shall flay your skin off. You've miraculously survived. Consider yourself lucky. Come here and help me. Have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Are you deaf?" Yi Chen stood up, helping Li Qinghan to her feet. "Wang Hai, do not act so high and mighty. Do you think this is still the office?" Yi Chen brushed off the sand from his clothes, entirely dismissive of Wang Hai. In the past, he had endured humiliation from Wang Hai to safeguard his position, and his reputation had suffered. Did he now have to cower and submit on this deserted island as well? The answer was a resounding no. Yi Chen's politeness towards Li Qinghan stemmed from the solace of having a beautiful companion on the deserted island, a small reprieve from the monotony. What did you say about Yi Chen's password? Do you dare to repeat that? Do you believe that I could have you dismissed upon my return? Acting tough in front of me, are you? What if I say it again? Whether once, 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, I shall say it without hesitation. Dismiss me? I have long desired to part ways from serving under your command. I would rather have a pig as my superior. With a manager like you, this company is destined for ruin. Wang Hai typically rules this company with an iron fist, and few dare to oppose him unless they wish to resign. Now, being berated by a mere subordinate, he felt his dignity tarnished in front of the big boss, causing his face to contort in rage, his sparse hair standing on end. Consumed by fury, he raised his fist and charged toward Yi Chen, driven solely by the need to reclaim his lost honor. Chapter 5. In the lair, Yi Chen smirked, sidestepping the oncoming charge of Wang Hai with remarkable agility. "What a nimble lad you are. But if you consider yourself a man, do not shy away. Face me head on." Wang Hai, propelled by inertia, tumbled face first into the sand, his visage thoroughly sullied. In matters of workplace etiquette and flattery, it might take 10 Yi Chens to match the prowess of a single Wang Hai. Yet, in terms of skill, Yi Chen had the potential to best Wang Hai without difficulty. Having trained in martial arts under his grandfather since childhood, coupled with the physical labor of gathering firewood in the mountains, Yi Chen's physique and abilities were nothing to scoff at. Even if he felt somewhat out of practice, he was far from being an easy target for someone as clumsy as Wang Hai. Observing Wang Hai's impotent fury, Yi Chen chuckled. placing his hands on his hips with an air of nonchalance. Is this all you have, Manager Wong? You, a mere glutton, have overestimated your worth in my eyes. You are less than a man. Spare me the indignity of your presence. Enough with the idle chatter. Are you brave enough to face me? I shall teach you a lesson today and make you aware of your limitations. Wang Hai retorted, rising to his feet and removing his shirt, striking a combative pose. Huh, Manager Wong, I never anticipated your belly to be even larger than I imagined. I presume it is filled with nothing but grease? I fear a single blow might cause you to burst forth in a shower of oil. After jesting, Chen assumed a fighting stance of his own. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan, observing the escalating confrontation, interjected, "What are you two doing? On this deserted island, we ought to unite and work together, not engage in petty squabbles." Miss, I too desire unity, but with this insufferable buffoon around, collaboration is impossible. This glutton truly deserves a thrashing, Chen replied. Rest assured, I once claimed the championship in wilderness survival. My skills far surpass this fool's by at least 100-fold. Once I subdue him, he will be at our beck and call. Wang Hai, undeterred by Li Qinghan's plea, raised his fists and charged at Chen, who effortlessly caught his punch with one hand. Despite the stark contrast in their physiques, Wang Hai towering like a character from a survival horror game, he had long been depleted by years of indulgence and excess. Is this all you have? Spare me, Chen scoffed, yanking Wang Hai forward before delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing onto the beach with a resounding thud. So, Manager Wong, do you wish to continue? I advise you to temper your attitude here, lest you provoke me further. Who knows what I might do? Chen's grin sent shivers down the spine. Wang Hai groaned on the sand, clutching his belly in agony. He had never anticipated that the seemingly frail Chen, whom he had often bullied, possessed such formidable skills. With his stomach growling and his pride wounded, he realized he was no match for Chen. Patience was a virtue. He would bide his time for revenge, for the mountains would always yield firewood. Are you all right, Manager Wong? Li Qinghan inquired anxiously, watching Wang Hai writhe on the ground. Disregarding the worthless individual, Chen naturally took Li Qinghan's hand and strolled towards the seaside. Li, are you hungry? I noticed the dead fish cannot be consumed. They have been sunbaked all day and have turned foul. Shall I catch a few crabs for you to savor? To claim she was not hungry would be a mere deceit. Li Qinghan's hunger was palpable, her stomach pressed against her back. For she had been unable to consume the fish that Chen had grilled earlier, which was far too fishy for her taste, leaving her to expel it entirely, resulting in even greater hunger. Rest assured, he won't perish from this. At most, there will be a shoe print on his stomach for a few days. Gurgle, gurgle, just as my stomach growls too. Let us proceed. I shall catch some crabs to roast. Chen, stop pulling me. What are you doing? It makes me feel like your girlfriend. I am your boss. Can't we maintain a semblance of hierarchy? Suddenly, Chen halted, causing Li Qinghan to bump directly into his back. Covering her nose, she exclaimed, "Why did you stop abruptly? You nearly knocked me over. Li Qinghan, have I been overly courteous to you? This is a deserted island, not the office. You ought to abandon that lofty demeanor, or else I might." Hey, Chen, what are you attempting to do? Don't come so close. Li Qinghan was evidently startled by Chen's demeanor, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ha ha, I was merely teasing you. I am a man of integrity, unlike Manager Wong, whose reputation you may not fully grasp. Did you know that among the female employees in the HR department, at least 5 or 6 have been subjected to his unscrupulous advances? Most of the women have faced his harassment, and those who do not comply with him are subtly suppressed within the company. Li Qinghan found it hard to believe Chen's words. Surely this cannot be true. Manager Wong is known for his strong work ethic and his consideration for subordinates. Many within the company speak highly of him. I cannot accept this. He, who dares to speak ill of him? Anyone bold enough to do so would soon find their name on a layoff list submitted to you. Do you not understand this, young lady? But then again, you've lived a life devoid of worry since birth. How could you possibly comprehend? Time passed slowly, and soon it was around 7 or 8 in the evening. Chen and Li Qinghan sat by the bonfire, feasting on the crabs Chen had caught. Compared to the fish, the crabs, even without seasoning, were far more delectable. Li Qinghan appeared thoroughly satisfied, while Wang Hai sat several meters away from the bonfire, watching them eat with envy, his mouth watering. As Yi Chun and Li Qinghan worked together to catch crabs, this so-called wilderness survival champion, Wang Hai, attempted to showcase his skills by wading into the sea. However, even from a distance of several dozen meters, Yi Chun could hear Wang Hai mumbling to himself, seeking excuses. Ultimately, when Yi Chun and Li Qinghan returned triumphantly, Wang Hai had caught not a single thing. Yi Chun was not surprised. After all, this fellow could only be trusted 1 out of 10 times, with the remaining 9 sentences being mere boastful fabrications. The title of Wilderness Survival Champion was likely inflated as well. If Wang Hai had not relied on familial connections to ascend to his managerial position, would he have succeeded? As Yi Chun and his companion indulged in their meal with evident delight, he could only observe from the sidelines. Whenever he contemplated approaching Yi Chun, a fierce glare would be directed at him, serving as a stern warning. What could he do? Unable to retaliate, he was left to endure the situation, merely gazing longingly in vain. His stomach growled incessantly. Wang Hai clasped his belly, which had gone over a day without sustenance. Since awakening, he had wandered aimlessly in the forest for an entire day, not even managing to sip a drop of water. Chapter 6. A crab leg worth 40,000. Wang Hai could no longer endure the biting cold and gnawing hunger. He shakily rose to his feet on the beach and ambled over to Yi Chun. Casting a glance at Wang Hai, Yi Chun retorted, "What brings you here? You are unwelcome. Begone. Your presence is causing my crab to spoil." "Hey, Yi Chun, my dear brother, why such ire? In the past, I may have erred, but upon our return, I shall sincerely apologize and make proper amends. You're of noble stature. Could you perhaps spare me a couple of crabs? My hunger is truly unbearable," Wang Hai implored, his face contorted into a most obsequious expression. Initially, Li Qinghan harbored doubts regarding Yi Chun's words, suspecting that their discord was merely a ruse. However, witnessing Wang Hai's demeanor only deepened her disdain for him. Noticing that Yi Chun was indifferent while relishing his crab, Wang Hai pressed on. "How about this, dear brother Yi Chun? I understand you've just begun your career and may not have much money. You're nearing the age for marriage, aren't you? It's a time when finances are crucial. How can I stand idly by while you fret over money? If you grant me 1 crab, I shall return the favor with 20,000. When Yi Chun remained unresponsive, a flicker of anger crossed Wang Hai's eyes, though it quickly vanished. "If you find my offer unjust, how does 50,000 sound? 40,000 for a single crab leg." Yi Chun discarded the empty crab shell and dusted off his hands. Wang Hai, perceiving Yi Chun's gesture as a sign of capitulation to his monetary prowess, could not suppress a wicked grin. "Ah, this lad has quite the appetite. How greedy of him to demand 40,000 for a mere crab leg. Oomph. Let him tend to my needs, and upon our return, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Perhaps I shall have him beaten and cast into the streets as a beggar." Lost in his thoughts, Wang Hai began to chuckle lewdly. "Wang Hai, what are you laughing at? Who is your brother, and who are you to claim kinship? You can only buy a crab leg for 40,000. Do you want it or not? If not, then so be it." Wang Hai's face flushed with fury, struggling to articulate a response. "You, all right. You were once colleagues, and now we are all stranded on this deserted island. We must find a way to return together. Here, take this, Manager Wang," Li Qinghan interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer, as she handed a freshly roasted crab to Wang Hai. "Thank you, General Manager Li." Wang Hai began to reach for it, but Yi Chun snatched it away. "You, what do you mean, you?" "Li Qinghan, let me make this clear. If you insist on giving him that crab, then you too shall go hungry and suffer alongside him." "Yi Chun, how can you be so heartless? Any misunderstandings can be resolved. Why hold on to grievances in such dire times?" "Hey, General Manager Li, don't be agitated. I merely wish to negotiate with Yi Chun. Did you not just mention that a crab leg is worth 40,000? Very well, then I shall require 500,000. Wang Hai, in any case, was not lacking in funds. 500,000 was merely a trifling amount, a mere feather plucked from his plumage, and he had no intention of truly giving it to Yi Chun. It was better to agree, for now, than to starve to death. Too late. The price has now risen to 100,000 each, Yi Chun remarked nonchalantly. "You, regardless of the cost, I must have it. Very well, since you are so straightforward. Pay me now, or I shan't sell. Ah, where am I to procure the money at this moment? I swear upon my character that I will bring it upon my return. Wang Hai's emotions surged, his gaze resolute. Had Yi Chen not known his true nature, he might have been convinced. I care not. It is cash for crabs, otherwise we shall speak no further. Begone. Have you paid your heating bill? Or are you merely here to bask in the fire? How dare you? Are you toying with me? Wang Hai roared, lunging at Yi Chen. Leveraging his weight, he pinned Yi Chen beneath him. I shall strangle you, you seven-leafed fool. Wang Hai exerted all his strength, clutching Yi Chen's neck fiercely. Wang Hai, stop. What are you doing? Cease this at once. Li Qinghan interjected, attempting to mediate. Unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Yi Chen withdrew his hands from beneath him, gripping Wang Hai's wrist and forcefully twisting it, bending his fingers at a sharp angle. Wang Hai screamed in agony, and Yi Chen seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful knee strike to Wang Hai's back, causing him to falter. Wang Hai, enduring the pain, threw a punch, but Yi Chen effortlessly dodged, countering by grasping Wang Hai's sparse hair with one hand while the other rained down blows upon his face. Wang Hai attempted to shield himself, but it was futile. He cried out for mercy. Yi Chen yanked Wang Hai's hair to the side, wrenching him from his position. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his red-tinged neck and delivered two vicious kicks to Wang Hai until Li Qinghan intervened to stop him. Yi Chen poussait past Li Qinghan, disregarding Wang Hai's anguished cries and pleas for mercy, dragging him several meters away from the bonfire. Rest here for now. I shall spare your life this time. But next will not be so simple. Yi Chen understood that strength lies in numbers. Unity could bolster their chances of returning. Thus, he realized he must subdue this useless Wang Hai, compelling him to comply. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Subsequently, Yi Chen tossed half of a leftover crab to Wang Hai, who devoured it ravenously, shell and all. Remember to repay me the 500,000. Yi Chen stated before returning to the bonfire, where Li Qinghan awaited with a critical expression. Yi Chen, your actions were excessively brutal. You nearly killed Manager Wang. You could face imprisonment for this. Yi Chen pointed toward the distant Wang Hai and replied, Li, it was he who lunged at me with intent to strangle. He did not hold back, as you could see the marks on my neck. You unreasonable person. Clearly, you provoked him first, and he retaliated in anger. How could he not strike you? By your reasoning, one may strike another out of anger? That would lead to chaos. Besides, I merely jested with him. Who could foresee that he would be so easily provoked? And now I am to be blamed? Upon hearing this, Li Qinghan felt a twinge of displeasure and ceased her debate with Yi Chen. She hugged her knees, simmering in silence, realizing that Yi Chen's words did possess a semblance of truth that she could not easily counter. However, she understood that she could not afford to provoke him, as she still relied on his support. The thought of Yi Chen treating her as he did Wang Hai was truly disheartening. Yi Chen, with a playful expression, turned his gaze towards the sulking Li Qinghan and teased, General Manager Li, do try not to be upset. You wouldn't consider dismissing me upon your return, would you? Humph. Do you really think I would dare to say such a thing? She retorted, enough of your pretense. And while you're on this island, refrain from addressing me as General Manager in such an insincere tone. It sounds rather mocking. Is that so? I must admit, I hadn't sensed any mockery, Yi Chen replied, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Since you are the esteemed General Manager, I shall ponder what title would suit you best. Chapter 7. I can help you take off. It feels rather strange to call you by your real name. By the way, how about I call you Henin? It seems quite endearing. It almost sounds like an elder calling a child by their nickname. Never mind, just call me whatever you wish. As long as you refrain from addressing me as Mr. Li, which I find quite distasteful. Li Qinghan responded without lifting her head, seemingly lost in thought. Very well, I shall call you Henin. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Speaking of which, why have you suddenly become so indulgent towards me? Yi Chen, could you grant me a small request? Yi Chen, as if already aware of her intent, replied, Go on, what is it? I might consider it. We don't bear any grudges against each other, do we? Moreover, the benefits and treatment you receive from the company are quite satisfactory, correct? Li Qinghan, the lofty president, and Yi Chen, merely an employee at the bottom rung of the corporate ladder, had hardly crossed paths. Any prior grievances were trivial, stemming from when Wang Hai had falsely accused him at the annual meeting, leading to a few harsh words. Yi Chen, not one to harbor grudges, had long since moved past it. True, we have no enmity, but you did strike and scold me quite a bit today, which left me rather displeased. You dare to bring up today's events? Li Qinghan retorted, her expression darkening, causing Yi Chen to tense up. So what do you intend to do? Yi Chen, stop looking at me with that expression. I suspect you wish for me to ensure your provisions and accommodations during your stay on the island, with the promise of rewarding me handsomely upon your return. Am I correct? Li Qinghan, taken aback, had not anticipated Yi Chen would so easily deduce her thoughts. Yes, since you figured it out, name your price. I will pay whatever it takes, and I will even appoint you as the general manager of the sales department. What do you think, Li Qinghan? Do you truly believe you can return so swiftly? If you could indeed return, would you honor the agreement as stated? Yi Chen, what do you take me for? I, Li Qinghan, am a woman of my word, she exclaimed, her emotions flaring. Yi Chen pointed at Wang Hai and chuckled. Don't get agitated. I don't trust Wang Hai to keep his promises, but yours is something I can contemplate. Yi Chen sighed, furrowing his brow. Fine, I agree. As long as I have food, you shall not starve. However, I cannot predict what lies ahead. I will not support a burden. You must prove your worth. Otherwise, you might as well accompany Wang Hai. Yi Chen then shifted the tone of the conversation, his expression growing serious. I have one more request. After all, your words are mere verbal assurances. In this desolate island, where nothing is tangible, I desire some immediate recompense. Yi Chen, speak freely. I shall agree to whatever is within my capacity. Upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, a chill ran through Li Qinghan, sensing trouble. Frowning, she exclaimed, Yi Chen, you wouldn't be considering anything inappropriate, would you? Let me make this clear. While I can assure you of money and a position, the other things you might be imagining are utterly impossible. Cut out. Just now you said you would agree to anything within your capacity, but I suppose it's better to let it go, considering the immense risks I must undertake. What use do I have for your verbal promises? If I end up stranded on this deserted island for a lifetime, what good would money or position serve me? Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, a derisive smile on his lips. Li Qinghan sighed deeply and replied, Well, go ahead and tell me, then I will consider whether to agree or not. Yi Chen grinned with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. It's all about knowing what truly matters. In truth, it's not much. Catching fish and shrimp is physically demanding. My legs ache, my hands tire, and I might even get injured. So, how about you give me a foot massage every day to alleviate my fatigue? Just this small request. It's up to you to decide. I, Yi Chen, have never been one to coerce others. Yi Chen, I'm well-versed in the ancestral massage techniques passed down through generations. I can give you oil massages, back rubs, and foot reflexology to help you soar. Just as Li Qinghan was about to explode in anger, Wang Hai's voice interrupted. Yi Chen, I've called you father now. Can you please let me come over to warm myself by the fire? I'm freezing here, I beg you. The temperature difference on this island was extreme. It might reach 30 degrees during the day, but by 9 in the evening, it could drop to just a few degrees. Wang Hai's short-sleeved shirt had ripped as he took it off, leaving him in a state not much different from being unclothed in winter. Ha ha ha, Li Qinghan, look at Manager Wang's self-awareness. Yi Chen remarked as he walked towards Wang Hai. You're truly disgusting. Get lost. With a swift kick, Yi Chen sent Wang Hai sprawling to the ground. After being knocked down, Wang Hai struggled to crawl back, clutching Yi Chen's leg and weeping. I beg you, Yi Chen, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I don't want to die here. I have an elderly mother who just learned to walk and an 80-year-old wife to take care of. Please have some compassion. Yi Chen shook off Wang Hai's grasp and returned to the bonfire, speaking aloud. Who made me? Yi Chen, such a benevolent person. Come, son, let us warm up together. Okay, Daddy, I'm coming, Wang Hai exclaimed, sitting by the fire, his face finally reflecting a sense of life returning to him. Here, son, have a leftover half of a crab from your father. Eat up. Without hesitation, Wang Hai snatched it and began to devour it eagerly. Li Qinghan watched the scene in shock, her worldview being shattered repeatedly. Initially, she found Wang Hai distasteful, perceiving him as lacking in fortitude, but now she felt nauseated, almost revolted. She silently resolved that if she managed to return, she would ensure Wang Hai packed up and left. Yi. Yi Chun, I've thought it over, and I agree, but you mustn't lay a hand on me. All right, I, Yi Chun, am indeed an upright person. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Yi Chen's mind was racing with calculations as he gazed at the beautiful Li Qinghan, unable to suppress the urge to conquer and win over this once mighty CEO step by step. However, this is merely Yi Chen's current fantasy. What if a rescue team arrives? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Chun harbors a profound sense of foreboding, convinced that no one will come to their aid. Thus, I genuinely resonate with Yi Chen's sentiments. To truly reside on this island for a lifetime, accompanied by a beautiful, esteemed wife and a devoted servant catering to one's every need, would surely prove to be more delightful than toiling endlessly in the confines of civilized society. Chapter 8 stirred a sense of restlessness within Yi Chun. The mere thought of it ignited an inexplicable excitement within him. After all, Yi Chun had lived without attachments. Since his earliest memories, he had no parents, and his grandmother had passed away long ago. The only family he had in this world was his grandfather, who had also departed from life the very year Yi Chun emerged from the mountains, succumbing to illness. In stark contrast, Li Qinghan and Wang Hai were both surrounded by family and legacies, their desire to return home far surpassing Yi Chun's. All right, my dear son, have you had enough to eat? No, father, I feel rather famished. The amount of crab meat here is hardly sufficient, Yi Chun replied with a look of disdain. How shameless, disgusting. I'm still hungry. Did you not just say I could command you to do anything? I now order you to gather more firewood from the forest behind us. We are nearly out. Wang Hai, though feigning compliance with a flattering demeanor, hesitated, but there are all sorts of things lurking in the forest at night. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow. We can manage with what we have tonight. I will count to 3. You decide whether to go or not. Yi Chun extended 3 fingers, commencing the countdown. 1, 2. Just as Yi Chun was about to utter 3, Wang Hai, in a flurry, sprang to his feet and dashed towards the woods. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he swallowed hard, steeling himself to venture inside. He thought it better to proactively appease Yi Chun, the living embodiment of wrath, rather than risk a beating. It was a matter of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Though Li Qinghan possessed a benevolent heart, her strength was limited, and she too relied on Yi Chun. Thus she allowed him to take the lead. Ha ha, Henin, look at his expression. It's utterly hilarious. Li Qinghan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Chun, causing him to feel a bit sheepish. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Have you perhaps noticed my striking good looks? He chuckled, underestimating his own charm. Yi Chun, could you think of a way to get some water? I'm feeling quite parched, Yi Chun mused internally. So it's not my looks after all. But then again, having been sun-baked all afternoon and now roasting by the fire, it's no wonder my body is losing moisture rapidly. Now that you mention it, I too feel quite thirsty. Let me ponder a solution. Yi Chun, what are you contemplating? Are you foolish? What do you mean by that? Do you know a quick way to procure water? Li Qinghan pointed towards the coconut tree behind them, and Yi Chun followed her gesture, suddenly enlightened. By heavens, I completely forgot about the coconut tree. It's as if a meal was offered just as hunger strikes. He approached the tree, gazing upwards, and couldn't help but curse. Goodness, that tree is so tall. It must be 5 meters high. I can't climb trees. Henin, can you climb? Do I look like someone who can climb trees? Dear brother? Indeed, it would be more prudent to consult Wang Hai, that ineffectual fellow. He might just manage to ascend the tree and break it with his own weight. Yi Chun, your actions are rather excessive. Although you claim to have grown up in the mountains and have had your share of encounters with trees, it is rather unfortunate that you lack the ability to climb them, just as not every coastal dweller possesses the skill of swimming. Han, please fetch a longer branch from the firewood pile. However, even with the added length, it may still be insufficient to reach the coconuts. Oh dear, why must you be so pedantic? Just do as I say and retrieve it. Li Qinghan casually handed a relatively long branch to Yi Chun. I am curious to see how you intend to procure the coconuts. Oh, Han, why you speak so much? Are you not thirsty? If you would say less, perhaps your thirst would diminish. Clearly, you're not parched enough. How tiresome. Come here, I require your assistance. Our heights combined are nearly 4 meters, and with this branch, it should suffice to reach the coconuts below. I initially intended to stand on your shoulders to knock down a few. Chen spread his hands, stating, of course, I suspect your physique may not withstand my weight. I might dislocate your shoulder before I even ascend. Perhaps it would be better for you to stand upon me. Li Qinghan, upon hearing this, retorted with a hint of irritation, at least you possess some semblance of conscience. That's more like it. Subsequently, Chen leaned against the coconut tree and crouched down. Be gentle when you step, do not crush my shoulder. Once you are stable, inform me, and I shall rise. What are you dawdling for? Come over. Yet, Li Qinghan remained rooted in place, hesitating. She had not washed her undergarments, leaving her feeling entirely exposed. If she were to step onto Chen's shoulders, and he looked up, it would be quite compromising. Hurry up. I'm losing strength holding this pose. If I cannot sustain you, do not blame me for your fall. Chen's tone became increasingly impatient. Then, Chen, do not look up for I am not wearing that. Oh, so that's your concern. Fear not. I, Chen, am a man of integrity and would never take advantage of such a situation. Very well. Ensure you stand firmly. Do not topple me. Understood, understood. Why are you so slow? Under Chen's urging, Li Qinghan reluctantly complied, lifting her skirt slightly and removing her shoes, revealing her delicate, pale feet. Chen thought to himself, the dainty feet of the affluent appear so soft and charming. Li Qinghan placed one foot on Chen's hands, and with his support, she climbed onto his shoulders. Are you stable? And Chen exerted his legs with great force, rising suddenly, nearly causing Li Qinghan to lose her balance. He had not anticipated her lightness, having overestimated her weight and underestimated his own strength. Han, do you seldom eat? Why so light? It seems you have put in considerable effort to maintain such a slender figure. However, I believe a touch of softness enhances a girl's beauty. Li Qinghan spoke up. Chen, spare me the idle chatter. I'm just a tad short of reaching it. All right, then steady yourself. Let's both rise on our toes and see if we can reach it. Below, Chen inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Li Qinghan, and his thoughts began to wander. The scent surrounding her, even amidst the salty tang of the sea, remained unmistakably hers. Moreover, Li Qinghan had previously remarked about her attire being entirely vacuum-sealed, cautioning him not to look up. Had she not mentioned it, Chen might not have given it a second thought. However, now he felt a surge of restlessness. He found it increasingly difficult to control his thoughts, his gaze gradually drifting upwards. Chapter 9, perhaps lost suddenly, an infinite vista unfolded before her eyes, so enchanting that she felt as if her eyes might pop out in astonishment. It was a delightful shade of pink, truly beautiful. Li Qinghan's voice was tinged with surprise. I can reach it, Chen, but I can only manage to scrape down one or two at best. Fortunately, the coconut was nearly ripe and ready to fall. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to dislodge it with merely a stick. Once matured, the coconut shell naturally detaches due to the forces of gravity or wind, allowing it to drop with just a gentle nudge, especially common among the coconut trees near the seaside. Chen, be careful not to get hit. Li Qinghan called out joyfully. She began to poke vigorously at the reachable coconuts with her stick. Even the leaves that were close to falling required considerable effort to bring down. Thud, thud. 2 coconuts fell to the ground, one nearly landing on Chen's foot. However, engrossed in his admiration, Chen was oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. My arms are a bit sore now. All right, Chen, you can let me down. Chen? Noticing his prolonged silence, Li Qinghan glanced down, only to see Chen gazing upward, his neck angled at a 90-degree angle, his face flushed with rapture. Chen, quickly close your eyes. What are you doing? Li Qinghan's shrill exclamation startled Chen, causing Li Qinghan to tumble from his shoulders. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, rubbing her backside, tears welling in her eyes. Qinghan, are you all right? Leave me alone, Chen. I don't need your help. Li Qinghan, flustered and annoyed, pushed away the hand he extended to assist her. Qinghan, I truly didn't mean for this to happen. I merely wished to see how beautiful the stars would be tonight. Li Qinghan shot him a glare and retorted, before you speak such nonsense, could you not expose yourself? Finally realizing his posture, Yi Chun bent over awkwardly, blushing as he murmured, "My apologies. I wasn't paying attention. Let us focus on opening the coconuts." "Get away, you pervert." After hurling a curse, Li Qinghan ignored him, her face darkening as she picked up the larger of the two coconuts. She approached a jagged rock and struck the coconut forcefully. After several attempts, she finally cracked it open, and the milky coconut juice flowed forth, which she eagerly drank. As the juice trickled down from the corner of her mouth, glistening against her fair skin, satisfaction illuminated her features. Yi Chun, with a smile playing on his lips, picked up the fallen coconut. But he chose not to employ Li Qinghan's method. That approach was laborious and wasted too much coconut water. Yi Chun picked up a branch and positioned the flatter side of the leaves facing upwards. He gently prodded the 3 indentations at the top of the coconut with the stick. Among these 3 depressions, only one was the softest, the so-called soft eye, which served as the most vulnerable and effortless entry point into the coconut without compromising its structure. He then inserted the branch at a 45-degree angle into this soft eye, beginning to rotate it to enlarge the opening. Next, Yi Chun withdrew the branch and picked up the coconut to enjoy its refreshing contents. "Wow, this is truly thirst-quenching," he exclaimed, laughing heartily, grateful for having seen a tutorial on opening coconuts online and relieved it wasn't from a marketing account. Li Qinghan, witnessing Yi Chun's effortless success in opening the coconut without any damage, felt clumsy in comparison, like a monkey resorting to brute force to smash it open. Instantly, embarrassment and anger surged within her. She approached Yi Chun, glaring fiercely, and said, "Yi Chun, are you deliberately watching me make a fool of myself? Do you think I'm foolish?" Yi Chun was taken aback by her sudden outburst and replied, "What on earth are you talking about? Who's laughing at you? If you had such an easy method to open a coconut, why didn't you share it with me instead of just watching me look foolish? Come on, you were the one who pushed me aside to smash the coconut yourself. How was I supposed to tell you?" Yi Chun retorted, feeling exasperated. "Weren't you just peeking at me?" The more Li Qinghan spoke, the more agitated she became, raising her hand as if to slap Yi Chun across the face. However, he quickly reacted, easily catching her hand. Li Qinghan hastily pulled back to protect her chest, stepping back a few paces, tears streaming down her cheeks. She then sat on the beach, bursting into tears, leaving Yi Chun feeling overwhelmed. Yet he knew he had been in the wrong. Having only been in one relationship his entire life, he was at a loss for how to comfort a girl. Yi Chun crouched before Li Qinghan, repeatedly apologizing. But his words only made her cry louder. Gradually losing his patience, he shouted uncontrollably, "Stop crying. If you don't, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Instantly, her sobs subsided, leaving only the crackling of the fire on the beach and her quiet sniffles. Clearly startled by Yi Chun's fierce demeanor, just as he reached out to gently reassure her, Li Qinghan suddenly lunged at him, embracing him tightly and continuing to weep. Yi Chun's face flushed red in an instant, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Han Han, if you hug me that tightly, I can hardly breathe. It's quite embarrassing," he stammered. "Yi Chun, I'm so scared. What if I can never go back? What should I do?" She sobbed. Unexpectedly, the usually composed female executive revealed a softer side, reminiscent of a girl in her early teens. All right, but you really shouldn't hold me so tightly. If you squeeze the life out of me, not only will you not get to go back, but you might also starve on this island. We shall surely return. With the advancements of modern technology, it won't be long before rescue teams arrive." Yi Chun spent considerable time soothing Li Qinghan's emotions, for feelings must find their outlet. "Yi Chun, you're not to utter a single word about today's events, nor divulge anything to others. Otherwise, I shall pickle you. Do you hear me?" All right. Yi Chun, am the most discreet of all. However, I truly did not anticipate that it would turn out to be pink. You still dare speak?" Li Qinghan delivered a light punch to Yi Chun's shoulder. "Ouch, that hurts. Must we continue this?" "Really? Yi Chun, Wang Hai has been gone for quite some time. Why hasn't he returned? Surely he hasn't encountered any danger?" Li Qinghan said, rubbing her eyes. It was then that Yi Chun recalled the matter concerning that incompetent fool. Who knows, perhaps he has lost his way in the dark of the forest. Chapter 10. Unable to sleep, how can I possibly sleep? You cannot be suggesting that I venture into the woods to find that worthless Wang Hai. Can you? Li Qinghan nodded slightly, leaving Yi Chun at a loss for words. How could she be so naive? If you wish to go, then go ahead. Aren't you afraid that I might encounter some misfortune in the woods as well? I estimate he will return shortly. If he does not come back by morning, I shall search the woods then, but my eyesight is poor, and it is too dark for me to see the path. However, it seems you can still see clearly. And get lost. How utterly despicable. Although you have not harassed female colleagues at work, I believe Wang Hai's accusations hold some truth. You truly are a lecherous man. Regardless, I certainly will not venture in search of that worthless person. Observing Yi Chen's resolute tone, she had no choice but to relent. All right then, it is getting late. Let's hurry to sleep. There is no harm in conserving some energy. After placing the remaining firewood into the bonfire, Yi Chen leaned against the suitcase he had salvaged earlier, placing his hands on his abdomen, ready to drift into slumber. Seeing this, Li Qinghan wrapped herself in the curtain and lay beside the bonfire. Before long, Yi Chen fell into a deep sleep, even snoring softly. Li Qinghan, however, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Despite the warmth of the bonfire, she felt unbearably cold, curling up and hugging her knees. In contrast, Yi Chen, without even a curtain, slept soundly. The flames in the bonfire dwindled, the temperature dropping further, and time seemed to drag on. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qinghan could no longer endure the chill. She needed to devise a way to warm herself. With no other option, she stood up, glanced at the sleeping Yi Chen, and quietly lay beside him, wrapping both of them in the curtain. The warmth gradually enveloped her, and she soon fell asleep. In the early hours of the morning, as Yi Chen lay in a half-awake state, he suddenly felt two spherical objects pressing against his back. Blinking his eyes open, he saw that he was covered with the curtain meant for Li Qinghan, and upon noticing her absence, he turned to find her. Her tousled hair obscured her face, revealing her delicate features and fair skin, her eyes tightly shut in a deep slumber. Didn't she say it was impossible for us to share a bed? How quickly she changes her mind. Perhaps she was simply too cold alone. Regardless, an opportunity presented itself, and I shall not let it go to waste. After getting up to relieve himself, Yi Chen returned and pulled Li Qinghan into his embrace, drifting back to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Qinghan slowly opened her eyes. Unaccustomed to sleeping in, her busy schedule typically allowed her only 5 to 6 hours of sleep, and her biological clock naturally awoke her at the appointed time. The next moment, her piercing scream echoed across the beach. The shriek startled Yi Chen awake, and he yawned, asking, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? It's still early. Let us go back to sleep." Li Chen held Li Qinghan with one arm while his other hand mischievously wandered, resting on her thigh. Suddenly, a slap landed squarely on his face. "Ouch, that hurts. I told you not to touch me." The sting of the slap jolted Li Chen awake, dispelling his drowsiness. He hastily drew back the curtains and sat up. "What are you doing? Can't we communicate properly? When I fall asleep, how can I control my movements?" he exclaimed in frustration. Then, with a swift change of subject, he countered, "But how did you end up here sleeping beside me? I certainly didn't agree to share my bed with you. I'm still a bachelor, you know. Imagine the scandal it would cause if word got out." Li Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted loudly, "Hey, get lost. How can you be so shameless? You take advantage of me, and I'm not allowed to hit you back? You're getting off easy, you know." Li Chen chuckled, reminiscing. "Who would have thought that just the other day I was an unreachable CEO, and today you willingly crawled in a bed with me?" "Shut up," Li Qinghan shot back, her voice laced with annoyance. "Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to sleep with you here?" In a flurry, Li Chen raised his hand to block another slap from Li Qinghan, inhaling her scent. It smells delightful. Just a whiff of this revitalizes me," he remarked. "Enough. Let's get to the point. By the way, Wang Hai didn't return last night. You should go look for him," she instructed. Li Chen, still nursing his reddened cheek, replied begrudgingly, "All right, but let me eat first. I need my strength to handle unexpected situations. I'm starving." To their surprise, it was Li Qinghan's stomach that growled first, prompting Li Chen to glance at her midsection. "Ah, yours is the first to call out. Let's get you fed," he teased. "We have a lot to tackle today." Our immediate priority is to secure fresh water. Relying solely on coconuts won't suffice. That's wonderful. If you manage to find fresh water, I can finally wash my underwear, Li Qinghan exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Though her outer garments were still wearable, her undergarments were a different story. They posed a risk of infection if left unwashed. The thought of going without them felt odd, not to mention the potential for Leaf Chun to take advantage of the situation. With a sigh, Leaf Chun remarked, "Miss, do you realize what you're suggesting? Right now, my main concern is securing drinking water. And you want to wash your clothes? Should I fashion you a hand-cranked washing machine?" Li Qinghan was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his logic. Indeed, Leaf Chun had a point, as she found herself without a rebuttal. Rising to his feet, he approached the collection of bottles and jars they had salvaged the day before, an idea forming in his mind. Distilled water, in essence. The process involved heating seawater until it boiled, producing steam that could be captured and cooled to condense into liquid fresh water. This method would separate the salt and impurities, as their boiling points were higher than that of water, thereby achieving the distillation of fresh water. Furthermore, this technique would also yield edible salt. Just as Yi-chan was reveling in excitement, Li Qinghan suddenly doused him with a bucket of cold water. "Yi-chan, I never anticipated your mind could be so agile," she remarked. "However, putting it into practice is not overly complicated. There is no shortage of containers. The primary challenge lies in connecting the two vessels, as materials like plastic tubes or hoses are conspicuously absent here." This revelation left Yi-chun feeling somewhat at a loss, compelling him to place his hopes on the unexamined suitcase from yesterday. With eyes tightly shut and hands clasped in earnest prayer, he beseeched, "My Lord, my God, I am your devoted follower. Bless me. Supreme Old Lord, I implore you, may your will align with my desires and manifest swiftly." Chapter 11. The startling scratch marks. After finishing his prayer, Yi-chun picked up a stone and struck the lock of the suitcase with great force. With a single blow, the suitcase sprang open. However, fortune did not smile upon Yi-chun once more. Upon inspection, the suitcase contained little more than a few pairs of short-sleeved shirts, and a pile of books, nothing truly useful. Goodness, is this person insane with their password? Why would anyone bring so many books on a trip? Yi-chun exclaimed in frustration, hastily tossing the contents of the suitcase onto the ground. He then stood up and fiercely stomped on the suitcase 49 times before he ceased, completely oblivious to the necessity of conserving his energy for unforeseen circumstances. After venting his frustration, Yi-chun lay on the beach, sprawled in a star shape. And with a face full of despair, he lamented, "It's over, it's all over. Now we're going to die of thirst." Li Qinghan approached and gently offered comfort. "It's all right, Yi-chun. Look at all the coconut trees around us. They should be enough to sustain us until rescue arrives." Yi-chun shook his head vigorously, rejecting her optimism. "Rescue won't come so quickly. Not to mention, we can't even reach the coconuts. Even if we could, the sugar content in coconut water is too high to truly quench our thirst." At that moment, Li Qinghan's gaze fell upon the damaged suitcase, and suddenly a spark of intelligence illuminated her expression. "Yi-chun, I just thought of a way to solve our lack of tubing. Indeed, I have an idea as well. We only need a tubular object to connect two containers. We could use some hollow plants as a substitute, couldn't we? Many plants that thrive in tropical rainforests are hollow to facilitate the rapid transport of nutrients and water, enabling them to flourish in the heat of the tropics." Yi-chan smacked his forehead, realizing, "How did I not think of that earlier? This place is teeming with various kinds of plants." Li Qinghan interrupted his excitement. "But it's a matter of probability. We already have the materials at hand." "What do you mean?" Yi-chen inwarded, puzzled. Li Qinghan pointed to the suitcase's handle, and in an instant, Yi-chan felt as though a fog had lifted, revealing clarity. "Ah yes, there's a steel tube on the suitcase. We can just attach it." Overjoyed, Yi-chen sat up and embraced Li Qinghan. "You're brilliant. How'd I not think of this?" "Huh, let go. You smell awful," she retorted. With this newfound solution, the most pressing crisis was resolved significantly, and Yi-chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief respite, Yi-chan placed the medical kit next to the rekindled fire, connected the iron pipe to seawater, coated the outside of the pipe with damp sand, and finally positioned various containers at the other end to collect the water. Thus, a simplified distillation apparatus was born. This method resembled the earth-burning technique of the Song dynasty. With ample sunlight, it could produce up to 0.8 liters of fresh water daily, sufficient for their drinking needs. Once the distillation apparatus was completed, it was around 8 or 9 o'clock, and warm sunlight bathed the entire beach. Li Qinghan leaned against a coconut tree, watching as Yi Chen, with a stone in hand, intently focused on the fish before him, lifted the stone overhead and hurled it down. Bang! With a splash that sent droplets flying. Fish began to float to the surface. With this singular act, Yi Chen effortlessly secured the day's meal for both himself and his companion. Striding back with the fish in hand, as if he had emerged victorious from battle, Yi Chen instilled in Li Qinghan a newfound sense of security, leading her to realize that apart from his slight lechery, he was indeed quite dependable. After satisfying their hunger, Yi Chen rose to venture into the forest, seeking any other survivors. After all, the ill-fated vessel could not have housed merely 1,000 souls, but likely several thousand. Yet, he had not encountered even a single corpse, suggesting that there might still be many survivors on the island. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Li Qinghan felt an inexplicable surge of concern for him. Perhaps because she still relied on him. Yi Chen, be cautious. If there is any danger, return at once. Do you hear me? Yi Chen turned back, casting a deep gaze upon Li Qinghan as he reassured her, Han, worry not. Until I obtain what you promised me, I shall remain unharmed. Remember to keep the fire alive. With that, he plunged into the forest without a backward glance. Yi Chen refrained from calling out for Wang Hai loudly, opting instead for a hushed tone. A loud shout could attract the attention of wild animals, leading to unnecessary troubles. He crouched down, meticulously scanning the ground for any footprints left by Wang Hai. In a tropical rainforest's soft soil, it was normal for a person of Wang Hai's weight to leave some trace. After a while, Yi Chen indeed discovered some clues. He followed the footprints and the surrounding broken branches, navigating deeper into the woods. After about an hour of winding paths, Yi Chen's attention was suddenly captured by a massive tree. 3 startlingly deep claw marks were etched into its trunk. Approaching to compare with his own palm, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. These marks were likely beyond the capability of even a bear. What was I thinking? Did I really need to venture this deep for firewood? He pondered. Could it be that Wang Hai has met a grim fate? With that thought, Yi Chen quickly crouched down again, resuming his search for footprints. However, he had not advanced far when the tracks vanished. All that remained were numerous claw marks on the tree trunks and broken branches nearby, further convincing Yi Chen that Wang Hai was probably in dire straits. Nevertheless, he persisted, calling out as he walked, Wang Hai, are you still alive? Wang Hai. At that moment, not far away, Wang Hai, covered in numerous scratches, slowly opened his eyes and weakly murmured, Am I nearing death? Why am I hearing that rascal Yi Chen's voice? Can't I find peace even in death? The voice seemed to grow ever closer. No way, he thought, and seizing on a glimmer of hope, he shouted, Yi Chen, my brother, I'm here, come save me. Yi Chen quickly followed the sound to the edge of a large pit, where he found Wang Hai, tears streaming down his face, weeping inconsolably. Yi Chen, reveling in the moment, teased, Wang Hai, did you dig this pit yourself? Yi Chen, please save me. I don't want to die yet. I'm not here to rescue you. Besides, what reason do I have to save you? Father, you are my biological father. Please do not jest. If you were not here to save me, why would you come looking for me? Please help me. I, Wang Hai, will toil like an ox in gratitude. I shall give you all my money. Yi Chen, with a knowing smile, was taken aback by Wang Hai's desperate willingness to say anything to survive. Very well. Does a tiger not eat its own cub? Just wait. I shall seek some vines to see if I can pull you up. With that, he turned away to search, realizing that hoisting Wang Hai's robust frame would not be an easy task. I thank you, dear Father Yi. I owe my gratitude to your ancestors for 8 generations. Chapter 12. Wang Hai's endurance. This sounds like an insult directed at me. Keep your voice down. Yi Chen spent half an hour gathering vines and binding them together. After assessing the length to be sufficient, he fashioned a cowboy knot and tossed it into the pit. Wang Hai, Wrap the vines around your waist and hold on tight. I will attempt to pull you up. All right, Yi Dad, pull me up quickly. Yi Chun unwound the bandages from his body, wrapping them around his hands to prevent abrasions and slipping. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, leaned back, and exerted all his strength to pull the vines upwards. To his dismay, he had underestimated this fool's weight. It felt incredibly heavy. If he loosened his grip, even slightly, the vines would plummet downwards, forcing Yi Chun to summon every ounce of strength to keep pulling. Wang Hai clung to the grass on the edge of the pit to assist in his ascent. Yi Chun's expression was contorted, his teeth clenched, every muscle in his body straining and trembling with effort. Just as Wang Hai's head emerged from the pit, Yi Chun suddenly heard something approaching from behind, and it sounded like more than one entity. However, in that moment, he had no time to consider the source of the noise, hoping it was merely the wind or a figment of his imagination. After all, even if he released his grip to defend against whatever lurked behind, his strength was nearly depleted. Even a large dog would pose a deadly threat. As if the heavens conspired against him, the bandages on Yi Chun's hands had worn thin from the friction of the vines. With each exertion, his hands were scraped, blood oozing forth, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Damn it! As Yi Chun's pain caused him to falter, Wang Hai's bald head vanished from sight once more, threatening to undo all their efforts. Yi Chun had no choice but to summon his final reserves of strength. His eyes, bloodshot from exertion, were of little help as he was nearly out of energy. It was merely a desperate struggle at this point. Just as Yi Chun was on the brink of total exhaustion, he suddenly felt a surge of lightness, and the previously vanished bald head reappeared. Just as he was filled with confusion, Wang Hai spoke first. Zhao Shuer, Chun Lily, you two are still alive. Yi Chun turned back in disbelief, and indeed, it was them. Zhao Shuer and Chun Lily were colleagues of Yi Chun, both strikingly beautiful, particularly Zhao Shuer, whose sweet and charming appearance belied her introverted nature, often avoiding conversations. Chun Lily, on the other hand, was more flamboyant and popular within the company, garnering the favor of many male colleagues, especially due to her impressive figure, which caught every man's attention. However, Yi Chun had not been spared from Chun Lily's teasing, often becoming the target of her playful antics alongside Wang Hai. Yi Chun, stop dawdling. We can barely hold on here. My hands are killing me. They managed to pull Wang Hai up, and the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. However, before they could catch up, a new dilemma arose. Wang Hai's foot was injured, rendering him unable to walk. He regretted ever coming to find this useless fool. Traversing the rainforest was already a strenuous endeavor, and with a leg injury, it seemed unlikely they would make it back before nightfall. As Yi Chun was troubled by the situation, Wang Hai activated his monetary prowess and spoke. Wang Shuer, Chun Lily, I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you two, I fear I would not have made it today. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely. Oh, Mr. Wang, you flatter us. We merely happened to pass by and saw Yi Chun seemingly rescuing you, prompting us to rush in. Chun Lily replied with a sultry tone. Alas, my leg is fractured, rendering me unable to walk. You two will have to support me. Upon our return, I shall grant each of you 300,000, along with an additional 5,000 to your monthly salary. What do you say? Upon hearing the promise of 300,000, Chun Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement, believing that helping out had indeed been a fortuitous decision, for who would turn down such monetary gain? Zhao Shuer, however, displayed a hint of reluctance on her face, as she was of a more fragile build, standing at around 160 centimeters, while Chun Lily towered at 175. Yet, Zhao Shuer was evidently overthinking. The burden would be shared, and the shorter individual would bear minimal weight. Hey, are you two willing or not? If not, I shall let Yi Chun reap the rewards. Wang Hai declared, his expression revealing impatience. Yi Chun shot Wang Hai a glare, but remained silent, clearly aware that this fellow was provoking the two women. They exchanged glances and ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. Very well, Mr. Wang, just look at how exhausted Yi Chun appears. Let us, the sisters, take on this task, they decided. But Mr. Wang, you must keep your word, or I might just cause a ruckus, Chun Lily teased, swaying her hips playfully. Huh? When have I ever deceived you, Lily? Just help me out of this thicket, and I will fulfill my promise upon our return. Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed that Chen Lili and Wang Hai shared an unsettling connection. Truly, excessive allure can be quite off-putting. He preferred something more demure. Mr. Wang, do you know the way? Zhao Shui'er suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The two women had awakened in the woods, having ventured deeper in search of wild fruits, only to become lost. They had been nearly devoured by mosquitoes due to their scant attire. Ha, of course I do. Follow me. You cannot go wrong. Wang Hai laughed heartily. His earlier sorrow now vanished, embodying the role of a leader. Enough of this charade, Yi Chen muttered under his breath, casting a sharp glance at Wang Hai, who flinched slightly from the intensity of his stare. The earlier beating had indeed hurt. Yi Chen, what are you mumbling about? Hurry and help Mr. Wang up. Chen Lili shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Why should I? It's you who wish to earn that money, not me. Yi Chen retorted, grumpily picking up a stick and retracing his steps, leaving the other three momentarily speechless. Chen Lili, infuriated by Yi Chen's lack of respect, stomped her foot in frustration. This is maddening. When did Yi Chen develop such a temper? He used to smile when asked to bring food or a package. All right, she conceded. Do not just stand there, you two. Quickly help me out. If we lose him, we shall never escape. Wang Hai urged anxiously as he observed Yi Chen's figure gradually obscured by the trees. The two women, bent over like shrimp, made their way step by step to pursue Yi Chen. Yet, each time they nearly caught up, he would hasten his pace, compelling them to move even faster. Despite their pleas for a moment's respite, Yi Chen remained indifferent, showing no signs of slowing down. He intended to assert his authority, otherwise, uniting them and ensuring their compliance would prove exceedingly difficult. The reason he could remember the path was that he had marked the trees with stones. Yi Chen, why not lend a hand to Mr. Wang for a while? I'll give you 300,000. You can keep 100,000. Chen Lili exclaimed, her face contorted with fatigue, her voice barely audible. No, unless you offer me the full 300,000, I might consider it, he replied. Am I to toil for nothing? Yi Chen, you're being unreasonable. Chapter 13, Methods for Treating Fractures in the Wilderness. If you are unwilling, then just carry him. Chen Lili retorted, left speechless. Shui'er, please say something. Isn't Yi Chen being unreasonable? We are all girls, and he, a man, refuses to lend us a hand. She turned to Zhao Shui'er, attempting to invoke a sense of moral obligation. Perhaps, under different circumstances, her tactic would have worked, but times had changed. Could morality truly satiate hunger? Zhao Shui'er quietly nodded and spoke. Yi Chen, may we take a moment to rest? I am utterly exhausted. Zhao Shui'er, it is not that I deny you rest. It is that we cannot afford to linger. Have you not seen the claw marks on those trees? The sooner we leave, the better, Yi Chen replied. Come on, you two. I will offer you each an additional 100,000. Hurry up, don't rest any longer. Yi Chen is right, Wang Hai exclaimed, his face betraying a hint of fear. Oh, Mr. Wang, they are tired. What harm is there in a brief respite? We spent all day in the woods yesterday without encountering anything, Chen Lili countered. Spare me your chatter. Do you still desire your compensation? Yi Chen observed Wang Hai's demeanor, further convinced that he had indeed encountered something troubling the previous night. By the time they exited the woods, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's position clearly indicating the time. Upon spotting the light, Wang Hai and the others collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Qinghan, seeing Yi Chen, rushed towards him with delight. Yi Chen closed his eyes momentarily, his body slackening as he fell against her soft embrace. Yi Chen, wake up. Why did you suddenly faint? I am fine. I merely wish to savor the fragrance of your presence. A sharp slap landed on his head. Get up. You are insufferable. What happened to your hand? Why is there so much blood? And why haven't you found Wang Hai? It's nothing but a few scratches. That useless fellow is behind us. Perhaps you should express some concern for Manager Wang. He has broken a leg, and if not treated properly, he may become a cripple. Just as Li Qinghan was about to inquire further, the two men supporting Wang Hai emerged. Li, you're here. How wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Lily, Zhao Shui'er, you're unharmed. That is truly wonderful. Are you both injured? I can assist with your wounds. Li, we are mostly unscathed, but Mr. Wang's leg injury is quite serious. He cannot walk. Yi Chen refuses to help us sisters. You must advocate for us. As she spoke, Chen Lili feigned tears, managing to squeeze out a couple of drops. Instantly, Li Qinghan's empathetic heart surged, casting a reproachful glance at Yi Chun. What are you looking at me for? They chose this path willingly. I did not coerce them. Spare me that expression, Yi Chun replied, sidestepping Li Qinghan as he made his way to the beach, eager to check on the collection of distilled water. Not too shabby. The flames are quite vigorous, distilling a considerable amount of water. Yi Chun, possessing a compassionate heart, took a moment to rest before expressing concern for Wang Hai's injuries. The situation appeared grave, with the possibility of amputation looming. Otherwise, necrosis and infection might lead to organ failure before help arrived. What? No, don't scare me like that. Please, I cannot lose my leg. Think of something, father. You are my biological father. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Hai's face turned pale as he implored Yi Chun for a solution. Chen Lili and her companion were equally bewildered. Was this truly the same Wang, who commanded authority in the company, beneath whom countless others trembled? Previously, he had dared not utter a word of dissent when Yi Chun had struck him. And now, he was calling Yi Chun father? Li Qinghan, witnessing this, took it upon herself to elucidate the day's events to the two, akin to a schoolteacher addressing her pupils. After all, women are often drawn to gossip. So Yi Chun possesses such prowess. He appears so delicate, yet he is remarkably formidable. What a contrast! Hey, Lily, what are you saying? My apologies, Director Li. I lost my composure. Should we not align ourselves with Yi Chun, considering that Wang is now incapacitated and cannot assist? Zhao Shuier suggested. Li Qinghan nodded in agreement. Indeed. At the very least, Yi Chun's survival skills are exceptional, granting us confidence while we await rescue. Such a significant matter will surely prompt swift action from the authorities. Wang Hai's lamentations interrupted their conversation. Director Li, please, implore Yi Chun to save me. I cannot afford to lose my leg. How will I live? Yi Chun raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Yet Li Qinghan persisted. Yi Chun, I know you must have a solution. Could you please help him? Qinghan, what sort of person do you take me for? I'm not a heartless creature, but I truly have no means. The best we can do is prepare a grave in advance. When he passes, we can bury him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai, already weakened, fainted from the shock. This fellow is so fragile. He faints at the slightest scare. I can tell from your sarcastic tone that you possess a plan. Why frighten him further? This only complicates matters. Fear not. He is not that delicate, Yi Chun reassured. Chen Lili, Zhao Shuier, you two go into the woods to find some straight branches. Ideally longer ones. All right. Zhao Shuier began to turn, but Chen Lili grasped her wrist, exclaiming with irritation, Hey, why should it be us? Are you not a man? Yi Chun, indifferent to her complaints, simply replied, Fine, you can tend to his wounds while I search. Very well, we shall go. After assigning the two, Yi Chun tore open Wang Hai's trousers to examine the injury for signs of bleeding or fractures. Many are unaware that if a wound is bleeding, one must refrain from washing or attempting to reset the fractured area. Instead, it is crucial to first staunch the bleeding and cover it with clean cloth. Maintain the injured area in a natural position, avoiding any forced straightening that could lead to further injury. Although Yi Chun was reluctant to use the remaining bandages, it was a necessary course of action, for he could find no clean fabric aside from these bandages. The clothing and curtains were all tainted with seawater and had not been washed. After properly covering the wound, it wasn't long before the two individuals returned. Yi Chun selected the smoothest branches from what they brought and distributed a few to either side of the lower leg. He then used wind to secure the upper and lower ends of the fracture as well as the ankle joint, ensuring that the foot maintained a vertical position. After completing all these tasks, the sky had darkened, yet Wang Hai still had not awakened. Chapter 14. Becoming the isolated one. Yi Chun, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your insistence on having President Wang fetch firewood in the dead of night, would he have broken his leg? President Wang has yet to regain consciousness. And I must tell you, if anything happens to him, you will be liable for that 400,000. Chen Lili exclaimed, jabbing her finger at Yi Chun. Are you out of your mind? Who promised you anything? Go find them. I owe you nothing. Yi Chun retorted angrily, truly at a loss for words against this fiery woman. who was behaving like a shrew. Chen, do not think that just because we are stranded on this desolate island, I am afraid of you. Their confrontation seemed poised to escalate into violence. Yet Chen held firm to his principle of never striking a woman. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan, sensing the tension, hurriedly stepped in to pull Chen Lili away, urging Zhao Shuer to restrain Chen as well. Though they were separated, neither party spared the other in their verbal exchanges. I never claimed you should fear me. Stop overthinking other sentiments. President Li has informed me that you are leveraging your ability to catch some rotten fish to intimidate President Wang and his team. I did not threaten anyone. It was Wang Hai who sought out trouble. If you doubt me, ask him if I ever demanded anything from him. Spare me your act. Everyone knows what despicable thoughts linger in your mind. Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he appeared on the verge of exploding. Enough, Lily. Li Qingshan interjecta. Do not fear. Catching fish is not solely his domain. I, Chen Lili, can do it too. Having been raised by her grandparents while her parents worked in distant places, Lily had only moved to the city for middle school, spending her childhood in her hometown where most of her peers were boys. Hence, she had ample experience fishing in rivers and climbing trees, which bolstered her confidence. After all, she wasn't foolish. If it were only Yi Chen who could ensure survival on the island, she would willingly offer her heart to him. Upon hearing Lily's declaration, a glimmer of joy flickered across Li Qinghan's face, though she quickly masked it. The last individual who claimed to be a champion of survival in the wilderness had ended up with a broken leg. Thus, it remained to be seen whether Chen Lili was truly reliable. With a scowl, Yi Chen took a seat beneath a coconut tree, while Li Qinghan and the others found shade under another tree. In an effort to curry favor with Wang Hai, Lily called Zhao Shuer to help pull him into the cool shade. Lily, can you truly catch fish? Rest assured, President Li, not only can I catch fish, but I can also climb trees. Though it has been nearly a decade since I last did so, it is a skill deeply ingrained in me. This way, we need not concern ourselves with Yi Chen. What a disgraceful fellow. He treated President Li so poorly. Once we return, I shall have him dismissed and settle the score. Yet, Lily, Yi Chen did save my life. Isn't it his duty to do so? Anyone would act similarly. I believe even President Wang would have saved you without resorting to threats. Isn't that right, Zhao Shuer? You would have saved President Li too, correct? Zhao Shuer nodded slightly. Li Qinghan did not disclose to Chen Lili the matter of Yi Chen taking advantage of her. She merely mentioned that Yi Chen had treated her poorly and subtly threatened her. Well, let us not provoke him any further. We shall discuss these matters upon our return. Li Qinghan remarked, casting a glance in Yi Chen's direction. Outwardly, Yi Chen lay beneath the coconut tree, appearing to be asleep. However, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury, regretting his decision to bring this woman along. He had intended to assume the role of a leader commanding the group, yet he found himself isolated instead. With the situation as it was, what could he possibly do? As he pondered, a sudden pang of hunger struck him, leading him to contemplate what to eat that day. There were indeed benefits to being isolated. At least he was spared the burden of managing the meals for a large group, which would have been overwhelming. Yet, it was a pity not to have Han Nin beside him to share his slumber. Yi Chen ventured towards the shallow waters, preparing to catch fish, and noticed that Chen Lili was also fishing. Despite her vexing demeanor, her skill was quite impressive, and he found himself nearly satiated merely by watching her. Just as he became engrossed in the sight, Chen Lili's gaze suddenly turned toward him. Yi Chen, what are you staring at, you pathetic loser? Who's even looking at you? You're so full of yourself. Yi Chen, feeling a twinge of guilt, muttered defensively. Claiming he and been watching was a lie he couldn't even convince himself of. Yet he could not admit it either. Perhaps due to the midday sun, the shallow waters yielded little but small fish after a long while. He had managed to catch only 3. Upon returning to the campfire, he observed Chen Lili snatching away a piece of firewood that had embers glowing. This provided Yi Chen with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Chen Lili, put that down. That is my firewood. Did I permit you to take it? Yi Chen, look at your petty behavior. What harm could it do for me to use it? Absolutely not. I want to let you have it. Aren't you capable of everything? Yi Chen stepped forward and snatched the firewood from her grasp. You, what of it? I warn you, don't provoke me. Do you think this is like the times at the office when you treated me as your errand boy? Yi Chen's tone grew increasingly frigid. Realizing the situation, Chen Lili had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan and Zhao Shui'er had gathered quite a bit of firewood at the edge of the forest and awaited Chen Lili to bring back the fire. So Lili, were you able to borrow any? Li Qinghan inquired eagerly. Ms. Li, Yi Chen is utterly devoid of camaraderie. He flatly refused to lend me any and even snatched it back. Why don't we try to make a fire ourselves? The group took turns attempting to ignite one through friction, but after much effort, they failed to produce even a spark, leaving Chen Lili and her companions with blistered hands. Damn it! How can we not even get a spark? Though they listened to Li Qinghan's complaints, they remained oblivious to the fact that both the wood and the drill require careful selection of materials for success. In contrast, Yi Chen had already grilled his fish to perfection, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air. His distillation apparatus had also produced a fair amount of sea salt and water, and with the addition of seasonings, the grilled fish proved to be quite delectable. Yi Chen found himself enjoying a near-vacation experience, replete with food and drink. As he savored his meal while observing them busily at work, a sense of joy blossomed within him, for he was certain that within 10 minutes, someone would be dispatched to negotiate with him. At that moment, he felt an undeniable urge to vent his frustrations. After experiencing several setbacks, Li Qinghan resolved to have a conversation with Yi Chen. Well, what brings you here, Mr. Li? Have you come to mock me for being alone? Yi Chen teased, reclining with his legs crossed, feigning nonchalance as he picked up a book. Not all. Yi Chen, after all, you are a male and we are females. It is perhaps best for us to maintain some distance, don't you think? I have come to seek a spark of warmth. The darkness will soon envelop us, and the temperature is dropping rapidly. You know how cold the nights can be. Yi Chen, the three of us girls cannot endure the chill without some means of warmth. Chapter 15. Yi Chen turns the tables very well. I'm not one to hold grudges. So, Yi Chen, do you agree to lend us fire? Li Qinghan exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, but I require an apology from Chen Lili. Furthermore, let's maintain our distance. I shall not assist you again. Just remember your promise when you return. Yi Chen replied coldly. This caused Li Qinghan's expression to waver, for the uncertainty of their perilous situation left her contemplating whether Yi Chen was their most reliable ally, which was quite troubling for her. What? Is it too much to ask for an apology? I refrained from retaliating when she attempted to steal from me. Yi Chen countered. Yi Chen, can we not unite? Why must you persist in this manner? We are all in the same boat. Yet you remain so selfish, Li Qinghan implored. Li Qingshan, I am well aware you have never regarded me highly. When Chen Lili treated me like a mere servant at the company, why did you not intervene? When Wang Hai spread rumors and they targeted me, were you then? Oh, I recall you still believed her when she publicly rebuked me at the annual meeting. Yi Chen retorted, now that you find yourself in need of my assistance, you suddenly wish for unity? How amusing. I am indifferent to whether you will terminate my employment upon your return, for I have long wished to resign. You may dismiss me. I shall not take my leave with any regrets, Yi Chen expressed, unleashing his grievances. At that moment, Li Qinghan's expression became exceedingly complex. She had indeed neglected her oversight of the employees, unaware of the suffocating atmosphere within her company. In truth, Li Qinghan's company was an investment from her father, and she lacked sufficient management experience. Yi Chen, I apologize for my inadequate management. I am grateful to you for revealing the many deficiencies within the company. I assure you, I will not terminate your employment, and I shall uphold my promises to you, she said, her demeanor softening. Yi Chen's expression shifted from one of anger to one of gentleness. Han, I recognize your intelligence. You have aligned yourself with Chen Lili because you perceive her as a source of advantage. Yet you must realize that a single spark cannot resolve our predicament. How will she address the water supply? With merely these coconut trees, how long can the four of you sustain yourselves? His words sparked contemplation in Li Qinghan. Observing her response, Yi Chen continued, I harbor no animosity towards you, nor do I wish to target you. You have the option to side with me, or at least you will have food and drink. Reflect on this. You may join Zhao Shui'er. Otherwise, leaving her alone will only subject her to Chen Lili and Wang Hai's whims. Yi Chen's words proved to be remarkably persuasive. By sundown, The only remnant of Chen Lily's faction was a slumbering Wang Hai. Initially, they presumed he was in a state of unconsciousness until they were awakened by the thunderous sound of his snoring. Chen Lily glanced towards Yi Chun's direction, observing that they were enjoying fish and water, which was quite disheartening for her. What could she do? Li Qinghan was the president. She could dictate the situation as she pleased. Chen Lily, what troubles you? You appear rather displeased. Would you like to come over and warm yourself by the fire? Yi Chen remarked, noticing Chen Lily's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Is that permissible, Yi Chen? You jest. Do you not have a survival champion beside you? Call him to teach you how to ignite a fire. Just as Chen Lily was about to erupt, she deflated like a punctured balloon. Pondering the cyclical nature of fate, had she known this day would come, would she have acted differently? Zhao Xuer, observing Chen Lily, felt a twinge of compassion but refrained from pleading for her. After all, one's survival must take precedence, and for Yi Chen, that was the only glimmer of hope amidst the dire circumstances. Shua, do you wish to dissuade me from treating Chen Lily this way? Yi Chen inquired, having discerned Zhao Xuer's thoughts. You saw through me. I merely feel that Sister Lily is too pitiable, Zhao Xuer replied. Naturally introverted, Zhao Xuer seldom conversed with others at the company, yet her work was impeccable, rarely marred by mistakes. In reality, Yi Chen intended to instill a lesson in Chen Lily, not to abandon her to starvation or thirst. You share my sentiments, do you not, generally? Why do you suddenly address me as generally again? Oh, merely inquiring if you think my actions are excessive. Not at all. Very well, I am not devoid of compassion. Chen Lily, if you catch me a few fish, I shall lend you the means to start a fire. While this might be a challenge for others, for Chen Lily, catching fish would be effortless. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, she successfully caught 3 fish in exchange for the fire starter. A brief tranquility settled upon the beach. As Chen Lily ignited the fire and prepared the fish, the aroma wafted through the air, awakening Wang Hai from his slumber. His nose stirred before his body, and in an instant his eyes popped open, glimmering with hunger as he beheld the fish. Ah, General Wang, you are awake. Thank heavens, otherwise. Your leg might have been irretrievable, Chen Lily exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Give it to me, quickly. Wan Hai Zeepli, weekly. Oh dear, where are we? You are incorrigible, Chen Lily chuckled, lightly tapping Wang Hai's shoulder. In a flash, he snatched the roasted fish from her hands and began devouring it voraciously. He relished it so thoroughly that he crushed the bones and spines with ease, finishing 1 fish in mere moments. General Wang, is it delicious? I caught this fish myself. Wang Hai, his eyes glistening, responded, quite good. Wait, you caught this fish? Then you kindled the fire too? Chen Lily embellished the tale, claiming all the credit for herself. Do remember my kindness, General Wang, she said, clinging to his arm, warmth radiating between them. Hee, Lily, you remain as endearing as ever. Rest assured, when we return, I shall reward you with a multitude of bags to cherish. It seems she would no longer bear the brunt of Yi Chen's ire. Had it not been for that beast, how could he have suffered the loss of a leg? Displeased, what should we do if they overhear us, Wang? It's not Wang. It's brother. Why are you so afraid? If they hear us, they hear us. It's no big deal. You can always resign. I have already decided that when we return, I will quit my job and take you on a carefree adventure. After all, our elder has ample wealth. As Wang Hai spoke, he placed his hand on Chen Lily's thigh, tracing a map. I have come to a realization. Who knows what tomorrow holds or when misfortune may strike? In the brief span of a few decades, our lives are divided into day and night, not to mention the myriad of trivialities. How many days of bliss can one truly expect in sickness and old age? The only reason I have endured this long is because of you, my little vixen. Displeased. Will you marry me, Wang? Chen Lily seized the opportunity to express her intentions. That might be unlikely. However, rest assured, I will always treat you well. After all, I have long grown weary of the drudgery of a mundane life. Wang Hai was not foolish enough to consider marrying this little employee. Were it not for her modest charms, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. His wife, after all, hailed from a prominent family, and his father-in-law had exerted considerable influence behind the scenes to secure this position of general manager. Chapter 16. Truly sorry for you. Wang Hai's father seldom concerned himself with him, as all attention is directed towards his elder brother, Wang Yi. And the family business is not entrusted to Wang Hai. He simply lacks the aptitude for it. He is adept at flattering and flirting with women, and his respectful demeanor towards Li Qinghan hints at his underlying intentions. "Lily, I'm rather thirsty. Could you fetch me some water?" Wang Hai remarked, clearing his throat. "Just a moment, Brother Wang. I'll climb a tree to get you a coconut to drink," Lily replied, rolling up her sleeves and removing her shoes in preparation to ascend. After some effort, she managed to elevate herself by a meter, but soon after, her descent was far more rapid than her ascent. Yi Chun, observing the scene, called for Li Qinghan to join him in watching the tree-climbing spectacle. "Head in. I'll wager with you. If she makes it to the top, I won't require a massage from you. Instead, I'll give you one. And if you win? If I win, you'll call me baby just once. How about that?" "Ugh, I knew you wouldn't produce anything virtuous." "Very well, I shall take your bet." Yi Chun continued, "Xiao Xue, why are you so quiet? Care to place a bet as well?" No, you two carry on without me." Zhao Shuer quickly waved her hands, indicating her disinterest. Noticing her reaction, Yi Chun refrained from further comment, perhaps understanding her introverted nature. "Lily, hurry up. You're taking forever. I'm going to die of thirst." "Wan hai et gim, vcv im patin." "Wang Hai, how can you treat someone willing to climb a tree for you with such disdain? I truly feel sorry for you." "Chen Lily," Yi Chun shouted towards Wang Hai, using his hands as a trumpet. "Yi Chun, if you're not going to help, spare us your sarcastic remarks. I haven't settled the score with you regarding my leg yet. Just wait," Wang Hai retorted. "Feeling feisty, aren't we? You think you can act tough now that you don't need me for cooking or firewood? Don't forget how you begged me to treat your injured leg." Yi Chun replied with a cold smile. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, realizing he dared not provoke further. Without the ability to walk properly, he wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Chun. "Consider yourself lucky, otherwise I might just turn your good leg into a bad one," Wang Hai muttered. After a while, a cry of "ouch" echoed, followed by Wang Hai's frustrated complaints directed at Chen Lily. Yi Chun chuckled, turning to Li Qinghan. "You owe me. You lost." In the distance, Chen Lily had fallen to the ground, clutching her sore posterior, tears glimmering in her eyes. Yi Chun had anticipated that climbing would prove difficult for her. Although she had some childhood experience, 2 decades without practice had rendered her joints stiff. Climbing trees requires agility, and, scientifically, coconut trees are significantly more challenging to scale than ordinary trees. The smooth, cylindrical surface of a coconut tree provides minimal grip, with leaf scars less than a centimeter deep offering no support whatsoever. There are even competitions abroad specifically for climbing coconut trees, which can tower over 10 to 20 meters high, equivalent to 5 stories. For an untrained individual, ascending such a tree is nearly impossible. Attempting it often results in failure. "Wang Hai, do you possess no sense of conscience?" Chen Lily, in her earnest attempt to climb the tree and procure a coconut for you, nearly fell apart. Yet here you are, casting blame upon her. It is truly disheartening to witness such a side of you, one that had previously gone unnoticed. Just then, before Yi Chun could utter a word, Li Qinghan directed a loud reprimand at Wang Hai. Wang Hai, intending to retort, found himself silenced by the piercing gaze of Yi Chun, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Brother Wang, this tree is indeed exceedingly difficult to climb. I nearly met my demise, and you feel no pity for me." Chen Lily lamented, collapsing into Wang Hai's arms, tears streaming down her face, seemingly oblivious to the audience of Yi Chun and others in the distance. Could it be true that the two share a deeper connection? Yi Chun mused quietly, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan and the others felt an unsettling tension. Did this truly resemble a mere professional relationship? Wan Hai, nearly suffocated by Chen Lily's emotional outburst, forcefully pushed her away, realizing the drawbacks of her considerable stature. Observing Yi Chun's smug expression filled him with a profound discomfort, akin to consuming something repugnant. Had he the ability to confront Yi Chun physically, he would have sought vengeance for this humiliation. However, in reality, he speculated that Yi Chun, even with a leg injury, would likely best him in combat. As the situation settled, Yi Chun lost interest in further observation, pulling Li Qinghan to sit down, insisting that she honor their previous wager. A crimson hue blossomed on her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. Yet, the more she seemed reluctant, the more Yi Chen yearned to hear her voice, to see if he could completely conquer the former president. What is this? You, the esteemed president, cannot retract your words so easily, he teased. Ah, very well. I have never sought to trouble others. If you are unwilling, so be it. Who would have thought you would fail to uphold your promise? Yi Chen's tone dripped with mockery. Though a rather crude tactic, Li Qinghan fell for it. Yi Chen, what did I ever say my words were of no consequence? She retorted. Oh, then let me hear you call me darling baby, she managed to utter, her face aflame. Ah, darling is it? Yi Chen chuckled maliciously. Henin, that sounded delightful. Could you perhaps repeat it for me? Go away, Yi Chen. Can't you be serious? She protested. Though he persisted, just one time, the sound of the waves drowned out your voice earlier. Baby, will that suffice? She finally relented. Ah, yes. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Suddenly, he turned his back to her, gesturing for her assistance. Henin, would you mind giving my back a rub? My muscles are quite sore from rescuing that foolish individual today. As Yi Chen leaned down, Li Qinghan began to massage his back, showcasing her sincerity. He motioned for her to lean closer. Henin, are you indeed still sealed in your packaging? Her cheeks flushed anew as she playfully slapped the back of his head, though the impact was softer, akin to the playful banter of a couple. Stop it. I haven't tea washed yet. Of course I can't wear that. We've drunk all the distilled water today. She chided. Yet you cannot persist in this manner, Henin. It is rather uncivilized, he replied. Alas, what can I do? If you could provide more water, I would not be in this predicament. You cannot afford to make any sarcastic remarks. Yi Chen, quickly lie down. I shall give you a gentle massage, and soon we shall drift into slumber. Yi Chen subsequently indulged in a luxurious 10 minutes of a presidential massage. How shall we sleep tonight? Li Qingshan inquired. Han, what are you suggesting? You wouldn't want to share a bed with me, would you? That is out of the question. There are 3 of us in total. You and Xiaoxiu are both ladies, naturally you should share. I shall fetch more firewood to ensure we have warmth through the night. I have nothing to cover myself with. It is far too cold. Chapter 17. A heart full of malice. After finishing his words, Yi Chen went to gather more firewood, turning towards the depths of the forest. Li Qinghan remained in place, troubled by his earlier mention of vacuum packaging. As she watched his silhouette vanish into the dimly lit woods, a warm flush crept across her cheeks, and she muttered softly, how infuriating. Not far away, the atmosphere between Wang Hai and Chen Lili remained tense. Chen Lili was still quietly weeping. Wang Hai, Azitatet, felt uncomfortable with Yi Chen's provocative gaze and Li Qinghan's criticism. So annoying. He hissed, impatiently pushing away Chen Lili's outstretched hand. Crying in front of that bastard? Are you trying to embarrass me? Chen Lili's sobbing momentarily ceased, only to escalate into a more fervent wail. Brother Wang, how can you say that? I fell while trying to fetch water for you. My backside hurts. Ooh, and you're scolding me. Enough. I will make it up to you later. Wang Hai snapped, suddenly standing up. He limped a few steps, his fierce gaze fixed on the direction Yi Chen had disappeared. You just wait, Yi. As his harsh words hung in the air, he glanced at his injured leg, feeling deflated. He knew he couldn't team match Yi Chen's strength. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. If only his elder brother were here, he would have dealt with that beast, Yi Chen, though his father did not favor him. His brother had always been exceptionally indulgent. Most of the time, when Wang Hai needed money, he would directly ask his brother, who had never hesitated to provide, often offering sums exceeding 100,000. Suddenly, 2 coconuts fell onto the beach with a loud thud. They were the result of Chen Lili's recent attempt to climb a tree for coconuts, which had ended in her falling. Hey! Wang Hai kicked one of the coconuts, yelling at Chen Lili, stop crying. Weren't you going to get me something to drink? The coconuts fell. Open one. Hurry. Chen Lili was startled by Wang Hai's demeanor. Sniffling, she slowly approached. The coconut shell was exceedingly hard. After several attempts, she failed to open it, nearly damaging her nails in the process. Useless thing. Wang Hai cursed in anger. He squatted down and attempted to smash the coconut with his hands, but it remained intact, leaving his hands sore and his frustration mounting. Damn it, even you are against me. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan had pulled Zhao Shuer, who had been silent, to sit together. The firelight illuminated Li Qinghan's face as she struggled to maintain her composure. Her feelings towards Yi Chen were perplexing. She detested his rudeness, yet found him reliable and reassuring. Zhao Shui'er gazed down, hugging her knees. Occasionally, her eyes would dart towards Li Qinghan before quickly averting. She was so quiet that she seemed almost non-existent. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Xue." Li Qinghan noticed her and gently reassured her. "Yi Chen, though he can be quite annoying at times, having him around is better than being with Lily." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously twisted the edge of her skirt. The wind brushed against her, making the chill within her clothing uncomfortable. Li, I understand," Zhao Shui'er replied in a faint voice, nodding as she curled up tighter. In the forest, Yi Chen swiftly gateret firewood. The darkness had fully enveloped the island. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a hazy glow on the ground, barely illuminating the path ahead. The forest shielded against the sea breeze, rendering the air stifling and warm, while the incessant chirping of insects filled the silence. Yi Chen quickly gathered a bundle of suitably sized dry twigs. As he turned to head back, a peculiar sound caught his ear. Something was cautiously moving behind the bushes, not far away. Yi Chen cast aside the twigs in his grasp and swiftly darted to the side. Whoosh! A broken branch, propelled by the wind, grazed his clothing and struck the ground where he had just stood. Had it connected, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Where could this branch have come from? Yi Chen, puzzled, glanced back. However, there was no one or no creature emerging from the thicket. After scrutinizing his surroundings and finding no one else, he assumed he had misheard and hastily returned to the campsite with the firewood. Days turned to weeks, and Wang Hai endured the pain of his injury without causing any trouble. Chen Lily threw vigorous kicks against a coconut tree, secured coconuts to ensure their hydration. Yet, it was likely that even with recovery, he would end up limping, as Yi Chen had only managed to implement emergency measures in their limited environment. Ideally, he should have sought medical attention. Otherwise, a full recovery would be elusive, leaving lingering repercussions. During these days, Yi Chen endeavored to keep himself and the two girls alive. Utilizing salvaged metal lids and remaining materials, he fashioned a rudimentary distillation apparatus from hollow plants found in the forest. Although the water yield was minimal, it provided them with a modicum of fresh water for washing. Most of the time, Wang Hai could only sit aside and watch, his frustration mounting. He observed Yi Chen's smug demeanor as he basked in Li Qinghan's complex yet seemingly dependent gaze, feeling more miserable than if he had consumed excrement. Why was it that Yi Chen, of all people, could win the affections of a beauty like Li Qinghan, while his own efforts at flattery in the company went unnoticed by her? Though Chen Lily tended to him, her clumsiness only aggravated his irritation. To him, being less capable than Yi Chen was a profound insult. As time passed, a sense of impatience and dread began to fester within everyone, yet they were left with no choice but to wait. Yi Chen, however, did not remain idle. Whenever he had the opportunity, he scoured the beach for traces of other survivors, but found nothing, not even a single hair. After 2 weeks, Wang Hai's leg had healed to a considerable extent, though he still walked with a slight limp. On the surface, he appeared subdued, but in the stillness of the night, as he lay on the ground, his resentment grew like a poisonous weed. Yi Chen's occasional glances, filled with warning and disdain, pierced his heart like needles. He swore to reclaim his dignity. In the following days, Yi Chen frequently ventured into the depths of the forest, claiming to search for water sources or an escape route. Wang Hai discreetly monitored Yi Chen's movements. However, whenever his anger became overwhelming, he would enlist Chen Lily to accompany him into the woods to vent his frustration. Yet, each time, it felt as though he was stirring a pot of rice with a mouse's tail, utterly ineffective. One early morning, before dawn had broken, Yi Chen awoke to prepare breakfast for Li Qinghan and Zhao Shui'er. He informed them of his intention to explore deeper into the forest. Grasping a sturdy wooden stick, he gradually made his way into the distance. Yet, no one noticed that Wang Hai, from a distance, was secretly observing the scene. Once he confirmed that Yi Chen had walked away, only 2 girls remained in the camp, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of Chen Lily's steady breathing. He cautiously rose to his feet, his hand brushing against a heavy, angular stone. The cold sensation ignited a fierce resolve within him. Silently, he slipped onto the path that Yi Chen had taken, limping forward in pursuit. His heart raced, a tumultuous blend of anxiety and an uncontrollable surge of madness. He had succumbed to the urge to kill. Chapter 18. The exiled Wang Hai. Yi Chen walked through the depths of the forest, observing various plants and the terrain. His primary objective during this excursion was to locate a water source, as water was his most pressing need. Despite possessing 2 distillation devices, the limited supply could only sustain him for several days, and washing clothes was a rare luxury, leaving him with only the ability to wash essentials. His garments had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Finding wild fruits would be a welcome relief, as they could provide essential vitamins. The absence of rescue for the past 2 weeks had only solidified Yi Chen's conviction. No one was coming for him. As he wandered, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as though unseen eyes were watching his every move. Upon reaching the edge of a clearing, where the light was obscured by tree branches, shadows enveloped him. He thought he heard the faintest sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves behind him. Suddenly, he spun around. In that instant, Wang Hai lunged out from behind a large tree, clutching a rock tightly in his hand. Fueled by momentum and desperation, he swung the stone with all his might toward Yi Chen's head. His face, twisted with rage and malice, reflected a man consumed by vengeance, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The rock hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Yi Chen's face. However, Yi Chen's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. The overwhelming sense of urgency propelled him backward as he swung his wooden stick horizontally in defense. With a resounding thud, the stone crashed against the stick, sending a jolt through Yi Chen's arms and nearly causing him to lose his grip. The rock ricocheted, grazing Yi Chen's ear and smashing into a nearby tree trunk, leaving a deep dent and echoing with a dull thud. Wang Hai. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock and fury as he recognized his assailant. You're courting death, aren't you? Have you forgotten the pain of your past? He gripped the stick tightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Wang Hai's ambush had been sudden and vicious, an attack aimed at his very life. Wang Hai, enraged by his failed strike, bellowed, I'll make you pay. Today I will end you. Like a frenzied bull, he charged at Yi Chen with bare hands, hurling a barrage of curses, intent on tearing him apart. Yi Chen, fueled by anger, sidestepped Wang Hai's assault and delivered a fierce blow to his back with a stick. Wang Hai let out a pained cry, stumbling forward and falling face-first into the dirt. Yet, despite the pain, he quickly rolled over, determination burning in his bloodshot eyes as he attempted to rise again. Yi Chen showed no mercy. He stepped forward, pressing his knee against Wang Hai's back, pinning him firmly to the ground. The wooden stick pressed against Wang Hai's throat. Are you tired of living? Perhaps I should have let you starve in that pit. Yi Chen's voice was chilling. The pressure from the stick rendered Wang Hai breathless. Is one beating not enough? Do you wish to test the limits of your neck? The weight of Yi Chen's words, coupled with the force on his throat, snapped Wang Hai back to reality, flooding him with fear. Please, no. Don't, Yi Chen. I was wrong. Yi Chen looked down at him with contempt, recognizing the cowardice that had emerged. It seems I was too lenient before. And with that, he delivered a powerful punch. He struck his injured leg, causing Wang Hai to weep uncontrollably. Gripping Wang Hai by the collar, he dragged him from the woods and forcefully threw him onto the sandy ground of the camp, not far from the fire pit. With a thud, Wang Hai landed heavily on the sand, utterly disheveled. The loud noise roused the slumbering Li Qinghan, Zhao Shui'er, and Chen Lili. Yi Chen, what is happening? Brother Wang, what have you done to him? Chen Lili shrieked as she rushed forward, but Yi Chen blocked her path with a stick, his expression colder than the sea mist. Li Qinghan and the others were bewildered by the situation, prompting Yi Chen to explain. Chen Lili could not sit idly by and exclaimed loudly, Yi Chen, do not slander Brother Wang. It must be you, bullying him just because you think you are capable. Lili, Yi Chen is not that kind of person. It must have been Wang Hai who instigated this. Do not be deceived by him, Li Qinghan interjected. Zhao Shui'er chimed in, yes, Sister Lili. Yi Chen is quite decent. Yi Chen sidestepped, allowing Chen Lili to stumble into Wang Hai's side. Trembling, she pressed her hands against the purplish marks around Wang Hai's neck. her tears falling onto his soiled collar. "Brother Wang, let us leave. We will not stay with them. Leave?" Yi Chen scoffed, kicking aside some gravel at his feet. "Where shall we go?" His gaze swept over Chen Lili before fixing on Wang Hai's face. This time, Yi Chen was genuinely enraged. Enough was enough. Wang Hai curled up like a shrimp, his throat moving but silent. "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want? Does he wish for my death to bring him joy?" Yi Chen's anger flared at this remark, and he roughly pushed Chen Lili aside, then stomped his foot onto Wang Hai's abdomen. The force was so great that blood trickled from the corner of Wang Hai's mouth. "Ah, ah, ah!" Zhao Shui'er and Chen Lili screamed in shock at the scene. "Yi Chen, calm down." Li Qinghan rushed forward to grasp Yi Chen's hand, softly advising him. She still endeavored to uphold the moral compass of civilized society, fearful that Yi Chen might impulsively act. Yet, Yi Chen had fully succumbed to the law of the jungle on this desolate island. "Please, Wang Hai, you cannot respond to violence with violence. Do not do anything foolish." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi Chen's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure, lifting his foot from Wang Hai's belly and coldly addressing him. "You can forget about staying comfortably on this beach. Since you have harbored murderous intent, who is to say that one day, while I am asleep, you won't sneakily toss me into the sea and kill me without my knowing? This time, I will grant you a choice. Leave the beach and disappear into the woods to fend for yourself." All right, Lily, let us go," Wang Hai managed to say, without a hint of hesitation. If Yi Chen were to change his mind now, Wang Hai's life would likely be forfeit. Chen Lili stood frozen, her eyes reflecting a struggle, but she ultimately approached to assist the limping Wang Hai as they made their way toward the woods. "Yi Chen, why did you not keep Lily here? Wang Hai brought this upon himself, but Lily is innocent. Can you not bring her back?" Li Qinghan asked anxiously. "Indeed, Yi Chen, I believe Mr. Li is correct. Sister Lily, in truth, possesses a kind heart. It was she who tended to me during that fateful day and night when we awakened." Observing this, Zhao Shui'er anxiously interjected, "Xiao Xue, please do not plead any further. Even if I were to speak, I could not dissuade Lily. She is resolute in her decision to follow Wang Hai. Let them be. At present, we must focus on our own well-being and prepare ourselves mentally, for it seems we may be destined to survive in this wilderness for the rest of our lives." Chapter 19. How can tigers exist in the tropical rainforest? Chen Lili almost dragged Wang Hai as they slowly ventured deeper into the woods. Behind them, the silhouettes of Li Qinghan and Zhao Shui'er on the beach gradually faded, muffled by layers of foliage until they were no longer audible. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped them like frigid seawater. With each step, Wang Hai's labored breaths punctuated the silence. "Brother Wang, what shall we do next? Surely there are no tigers lurking in this forest?" Chen Lili's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Her own steps faltered, fear and fatigue causing her legs to quiver. The support she offered Wang Hai had become a burden, heavy and foul. The forceful kick from Yi Chen had nearly incapacitated him, leaving only a desperate will to survive and a deep-seated resentment in his heart. Where would tigers even come from in a tropical rainforest? "Have you lost your wits? I have no idea what to do next. Perhaps we should wait until nightfall to stealthily return and deal with that bastard Yi Chen." Wan Hai Vito Faisali. They dare not pause, their bodies instinctively propelling them away from the beach. They stumbled on for what felt like an eternity. The last remnants of light in the forest faded, and an oppressive darkness enveloped everything. Only a few faint beams of light pierced through the gaps in the canopy, casting peculiar patches of illumination on the ground. The chorus of insects had ceased, and an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the rustling of leaves overhead, reminiscent of hushed conversations among unseen entities. Suddenly, Chen Lili perceived myriad green lights flickering in the darkness. A long, wild wolf howl shattered the night's stillness, followed by a cacophony of similar cries emerging from all directions, converging into a spine-chilling chorus. The sounds were alarmingly close, as if lurking just beyond the dark thicket. "Wolves! Ah!" Chen Lili screamed, paralyzed by sheer terror, her heart racing as if about to leap from her chest. Wang Hai, too, was gripped by a primal fear, eclipsing all pain and resentment. "Run! Quick, run!" He unleashed a strength he never knew he possessed, violently shaking off Chen Lily and, with his injured leg, stumbled forward like a terrified, limping dog, barreling ahead. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. The beach. Yichun. A crowded place. Survival. In a state of utter madness, Wang Hai no longer considered direction. He instinctively relied on his animal instincts, careening back along the path they had come. "Brother Wang, wait for me." Chen Lily was thrown to the ground by Wang Hai's forceful departure, sharp branches tearing at her arm. At that moment, pain was a distant concern. She was horrified as she glimpsed pairs of gleaming green eyes in the moonlight, closing in from the shadows, and in a panic, she scrambled to her feet. Recklessly chasing after Wang Hai's retreating figure, they fled through the dark woods, disoriented and desperate, pursued by at least 4 or 5 wild wolves. Thorny vines lacerated their skin, and tree roots threatened to trip them, with each fall potentially fatal. Wang Hai had entirely forgotten the excruciating pain in his injured leg, consumed by the desperate urge to flee. Chen Lily cried out, her lungs aflame with fear, yet the instinct to survive propelled her onward without pause. They were oblivious to the duration of their flight until the density of trees ahead thinned, revealing a glimpse of the path they had taken upon departing the beach. The beach. A flicker of feeble light danced not far ahead. "Yichen, help us! There are wolves!" Wang Hai shouted with all his might, his voice cracking under the weight of terror. "Save us! Yichen, please help us!" Chen Lily's cries pierced the night sky, imbued with a desperate plea for salvation. On the beach, the bonfire continued to blaze, valiantly resisting the encroaching dampness of the night and the profound darkness. Yichen leaned against a rock, his eyes closed in rest, yet his ears attuned to every rustle within the woods. Li Qinghan and Zhao Shuer huddled together, their emotions still tempestuous, rendering sleep impossible. Yi Chen's words, foreboding that they might remain stranded on this desolate island for eternity, weighed heavily upon their hearts. Suddenly, the panicked cries of Wang Hai and Chen Lily sliced through the tranquility like a cold blade. "Wolves!" Zhao Shuer shrieked in terror. Li Qinghan's complexion turned ashen, and she sprang to her feet. "Yi Chen, wake up! It's Wang Hai and the others. There are wolves." Yi Chen had already opened his eyes, his movements swift as a predatory leopard, rising instantly. His gaze sharpened, directed towards the source of the cries, without a moment's hesitation. "Quickly, grab a torch," he commanded in a low, firm voice, seizing a pine torch prepared during the day, igniting it in a bonfire. The vibrant orange flames surged skyward, dispersing the surrounding darkness. "Damn it, what kind of wolves emerge in this tropical rainforest? This is absurd." Almost simultaneously, 2 disheveled figures tumbled forth from the edge of the woods, Wang Hai and Chen Lily. Hot on their heels were several stout, agile shadows, their cold green eyes glinting with a predatory hunger in the firelight. They were wolves. Clearly, they had been lured by the scent of intruders and the blood of their prey. "Get behind the fire, quickly." Yi Chen's voice was steady and resolute, allowing no room for negotiation. He brandished the flaming torch, stepping in front of Li Qinghan and Zhao Shuer, forming a blazing barrier. The 2 girls, frightened, hurriedly obeyed, retreating behind the flickering flames. Wang Hai and Chen Lily collapsed by the bonfire, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, their bodies trembling like leaves in a storm. The leading wolf seemed momentarily deterred by the leaping flames, halting a few meters away from the bonfire and Yi Chen's torch, crouching low, emitting a low growl of menace from its throat. The other wolves dispersed, encircling them in a semicircle, their eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness, patiently watching. Time appeared to stand still. The only sounds that filled the air were the crackling of the fire, the weighty breaths of the group, and the low growls emanating from the wolves. Yi Chen's gaze was icy, fixated intently on the largest and most formidable of the pack. He raised the torch high, not retreating, but instead stepping forward with remarkable composure. The flickering flame illuminated his resolute and cold visage, as well as the glistening, drooling fangs of the lead wolf. "Get lost." Yi Chen's voice resonated low, yet was imbued with undeniable strength. He abruptly hurled the torch forward, the flaming wood hurtling towards the pack of wolves. The menacing fire instinctively instilled fear within the wolves. The lead wolf nimbly evaded the incoming torch and emitted a low growl, as if contemplating its next move. Faced with the blazing bonfire and the imposing figure of this human, coupled with the potential for injury, the advantages of pursuing prey seemed diminished. Ultimately, after a few restless steps, the lead wolf let out a series of sharp howls before turning to vanish into the darkness. The remaining wolves retreated in tandem, their eerie green eyes gradually fading into the depths of the forest. Only the heavy breaths and the whisper of the waves remained on the beach. The danger had momentarily passed. Thank you, Chen. Chen Lily's voice trembled with the remnants of tears. The immense relief of escaping the brink of death threatening to overwhelm her. Wang Hai huddled on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his gaze towards Chen a complex mix of fear, resentment, and a hint of the awkwardness that comes from surviving a near-death experience. Get up. Chen's voice was devoid of warmth, as if dismissing the wolf pack was merely a trivial matter. He approached the crumpled Wang Hai, towering over him. I have told you, the beach is not your place. The wolves have only been temporarily driven away. They may return. Now, either retreat into the woods or let the wolves have you. The choice is yours. His gaze then shifted to Chen Lily. You too. Li Qinghan observed Yi Chen's shadowy profile illuminated by the firelight, summoning her courage, her voice laced with pleading. Yi Chen, the wolves have just been here. The forest is too perilous. Tonight, let them stay for just one night. Zhao Shui quickly chimed in. Yes, Yi Chen, I implore you. There are indeed wolves out tonight. It's terrifying. Lily was also harmed by Wang Hai. Chen Lily looked helplessly at Yi Chen, her face streaked with tears. Yi Chen. Yi Chen fell silent. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the night woods. Although the wolf pack had retreated, wild boars, venomous snakes, or other threats could also be lethal. His icy gaze flitted between the pleading faces of the others and Wang Hai's fearful, evasive eyes. Ultimately, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he coldly huffed in reluctant acquiescence. Before dawn, be gone from my sight. With that, he disregarded the people on the ground and returned to his place, closing his eyes to rest. He was exhausted, yet needed to remain vigilant. The latter half of the night passed in an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Wang Hai curled up in the farthest corner next to the fire, like a startled bird. Chen Lily leaned against a small tree, her body still trembling intermittently, her gaze occasionally darting towards Yi Chen, who was not far away. As the night wore on, Li Qinghan and Zhao Shui succumbed to fatigue, drifting into uneasy slumber. The bonfire emitted only a faint, dim red glow. Just as dawn began to break, a figure quietly rose and made its way towards the woods. It was Chen Lily. She took a few steps, paused, and softly called out, Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Chen Lily bit her lower lip, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly, yet imbued with a sense of resolve. May we speak privately for just a moment? Just a few words. Chapter 20. The Unknown Peril. Yi Chen gazed at her in silence, his eyes deep with contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and followed Chen Lily's figure into the denser shadows of the forest. The moonlight was obscured by the leaves, rendering the illumination indistinct. Chen Lily turned to face Yi Chen, her face still marked by tears and the pallor of fear, yet in the dim light. She exuded a poignant fragility that tugged at the heart. Summoning considerable courage, she took a step forward, drawing close enough to nearly feel the warmth radiating from Yi Chen's body. A mingling of perspiration, the scent of blood, and the earthy aroma of the woods enveloped them. Chen Lily, if you have something to say, it would be better than standing so close to me, Yi Chen remarked. Are you shy, perhaps? Chen Lily teased, inching closer. Oh, what are you doing? Don't dirty your hands, Yi Chen retorted coldly, though his body betrayed a restless stir. His heart harbored a lingering dissatisfaction, yearning to reclaim the grievances of the past. She remained silent, merely lifting her gaze, her tear-brimmed eyes locked onto Yi Chen's. Within them resided fear, pleading, humiliation, and a flicker of resolute determination. The moonlight cast a delicate outline of her alluring profile, her disheveled hair glistening with dew against her cheek. She raised her hand, as if to touch Yi Chen, her movements hesitant yet imbued with a certain implication. Yi Chen, I was wrong before. I was misled by Wang Hai. Please forgive me. Her voice softened, carrying a deliberate hoarseness that whispered through the tranquil woods. I can't go on with him. I can't survive away from this shore. I implore you, allow me to stay by your side. She gently rose onto her toes, leaning toward Yi Chen, the distance between them dwindling. She felt the forceful rhythm of his breath brush against her forehead. Closing her eyes, her long lashes fluttered as if awaiting something, or preparing to offer something profound. Her frail yet sacrificial demeanor, illuminated by the dawn light on this desolate isle, conjured an allure that was raw and indistinct. It seemed that Chen Lili was genuinely terrified by the wolves that lurked around her. Following Wang Hai, despite his promises of money and support, would lead to a life where one could earn but not live. This was her only currency now. Yi Chen remained rooted like a stone, neither retreating nor offering any reaction, though the flush on his face betrayed him. His expression appeared impassive, save for the fathomless depths of his eyes, quietly scrutinizing the woman before him who sought to barter her body for safety, as if attempting to pierce through her intentions. The frigid air felt as if it had solidified. Yi Chen's breathing grew slightly heavier, the mingled sense of sweat and fear from Chen Lili invading his nostrils. Her hand, restless, found its way to his chest, her fingertips gliding over his taut muscles. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You are Wang Hai's woman, and should he discover this, given his petty nature, you will gain nothing of worth. Yi Chen's voice was deep and husky, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. He grasped Chen Lili's restless wrist with a force neither too harsh nor too gentle. Chen Lili tilted her face upward, the moonlight casting delicate shadows upon her lashes. I just want to survive. Yi Chen, I know you can protect me. A sigh escaped Wang Hai, his eyes brimming with disappointment. In the next moment, her voice trembled deliberately, while her other hand boldly ventured downward. Yi Chen's instincts warned him of a trap, yet his body responded with undeniable honesty. After a fortnight of life on the deserted island, suppressed desires ignited in an instant. Hadn't he awaited the moment to reign supreme on this island, longing for their embrace? He suddenly thrust Chen Lili against a sturdy tree trunk, the rough bark grazing her back. No regrets. Yi Chen y spirit. Betink het ear lobe. Chen Lili emitted a soft gasp, a blend of pain and pleasure, as her hands eagerly tore at Yi Chen's shirt. Two pounding hearts collided in the humid, stifling air, primal human desires shattering all reason and restraint. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the canopy, Yi Chen fastened his belt, gazing at Chen Lili, who lay languidly by the roots of the tree. Her dress hung wrinkled on her frame, a lingering blush adorning her cheeks. After dawn, you may stay. Yi Chen's voice regained its composure. But remember, this is our final transaction. Chen Lili nodded weakly, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in her eyes. She adjusted her clothing and followed Yi Chen back to the beach. By the campfire, Wang Hai curled into a ball, upon seeing the two emerge from the woods together. A knowing spark ignited in his gaze. To his surprise, Yi Chen, though appearing slender, possessed remarkable strength, yet he had evidently endured considerable strain. Li Qinghan and Zhao Xuerer were already awake. Upon spotting Yi Chen and Chen Lili, Li Qinghan's expression momentarily stiffened, quickly masking his reaction. The intuition of a woman signaled to him that the pair had undoubtedly engaged in some mischief. Today we must reinforce the camp, or we should relocate to higher ground, Yi Chen declared, kicking the feigning Wang Hai awake, his tone brooking no dissent. The wolves are vengeful. Now that we have been discovered, they will not relent easily, and there may be other dangers lurking on the island. Wang Hai, clutching his stomach, rose with a sinister glare. You decide, Yi Dad. The last two words were laced with heavy sarcasm. Yi Chen dismissed him with indifference, turning to the others, Li Qinghan and Zhao Xuerer. You're in charge of gathering supplies. Wang Hai, wait here. I will treat you to breakfast, but you shall not follow us into the woods. Please, let me stay. I beg you, it was my fault, Wang Hai implored, suddenly flipping over and kneeling, banging his head against the ground in desperation. A thought flickered through Yi Chen's mind. Very well, but I must bind you. When you prove useful, I shall release you. Wang Hai had no alternative but to nod in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chun secured him with a vine to a coconut tree. With roles clearly defined, the team commenced their tasks. Yi Chun led Chen Lily into the woods in search of water sources and suitable shelter, and along the way, the two remained enveloped in silence. Last night's intimacy felt like an invisible veil, both drawing them closer and amplifying the awkwardness. Yi Chun. Chen Lily could no longer contain herself last night. What? Are you still addicted? Yi Chun, without turning around, replied, On this island, survival is the only thing that truly matters. From a nearby thicket came the faint sound of struggle. A gray rabbit, ensnared by vines around its hind leg, writhed in terror. With practiced ease, Yi Chun snapped its neck and handed it to Chen Lily, instructing her to clean it up for an additional meal that evening. On their return journey, they traversed a clearing. Suddenly, Yi Chun crouched down, scrutinizing the ground. Clear paw prints were imprinted in the damp earth, larger and deeper than those of a wolf. These are not wolf tracks, Yi Chun muttered, his brow furrowed. It could be a leopard or something even worse. He recalled the enormous claw marks discovered when rescuing Wang Hai, the origin of which remained a mystery. When he had inquired with Wang Hai, he too had expressed ignorance. Chen Lily's complexion turned pale. What should we do? When will help arrive? Yi Chun replied, Even if assistance is on the way, it certainly won't be here anytime soon. We must rely on ourselves. Let us find some long sticks to fashion primitive weapons for self-defense. Standing tall, Yi Chun surveyed the surroundings. This island was far more perilous than they had anticipated. Chapter 21. Constructing the shelter, the sun thoroughly dispelled the mist lingering in the woods, ushering in a gentle warmth. When Yi Chun returned to the beach with Chen Lily, the atmosphere had become subtly tense. The campfire had dwindled to mere embers, and Wang Hai was firmly bound to a sturdy coconut tree, the vines digging into his wrists as he muttered obscenities. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Chen Lily approach, he spat vehemently, his gaze ablaze with fury, skimming disdainfully over the disheveled Chen Lily and finally fixing on Yi Chun. Laced with bitterness and mockery. Is it over so soon, Yi Chun? It seems you aren't as capable as you thought. Don't think I was oblivious to what you did last night. Chen Lily's face instantly drained of the color it had regained in the forest, turning a ghastly shade of pale as she instinctively shrank behind Yi Chun. Yi Chun disregarded Wang Hai entirely, as if he were no more significant than the weeds surrounding them. His gaze swept across the campsite. Li Qinghan was crouched by the fire, cautiously prodding the ashes with a stick, attempting to preserve the embers. Her actions appeared focused, yet Yi Chun sensed her icy glare darting rapidly between him and Chen Lily, particularly when it fell upon the purplish marks on the back of Chen Lily's neck, causing Li Qinghan's knuckles to whiten around the stick. Sao Sue said nearby, timidly hugging her knees, her wide eyes brimming with fear and confusion, evidently shaken by last night's wolf pack and the eerie atmosphere of the morning. Yi Chun then recounted the discovery of footprints in the woods. Did you all hear that? His voice, raspy from the night, regained its usual cold hardness, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone is aware of the footprints. This place is unsafe. We must immediately find a location to settle down and construct defensive measures. Defensive measures? Wang Hai writhed against the tree, chuckling derisively. You think what will fend off leopards and tigers? Yi Chun, you must be dreaming. Release me, and I might still be able to assist you. He began his attempts at persuasion again. Silence. Yi Chun shot back with a frigid glare. Utter another word, and I'll seal your mouth with rotten leaves. Wang Hai swallowed hard, ultimately clenching his teeth in resentment. Convincing himself of Wang Hai's pretentious survival expertise was akin to believing that cattle could fly. He was likely to have procured that certificate from some dubious website for a mere $19 with free shipping. Hanhui, Xuea. I leave the matter of freshwater in your capable hands. Ensure the distillation remains uninterrupted. When you venture into the woods for firewood, do so together and prioritize your safety. If there is any sign of trouble, find shelter first. Yi Chun commenced assigning tasks, deliberately shifting his gaze towards Li Qinghan. Li Qinghan lifted her head, her expression neutral, yet her eyes bore a thin veneer of frost as she replied in a subdued tone, understood. She did not linger on Yi Chun any longer. pulling the still dazed Zhao Shuer along as they silently headed towards the woods, a chill breeze swirling in their wake. Yichen observed Li Qinghan's straightened figure, his brow barely furrowing with concern. He then turned to Chen Lili, instructing, "You, take care of this rabbit. Stoke the fire and find a way to remove its fur." He approached Wang Hai, inspecting the bindings of the vines to ensure they were tightly secured. Chen Lili obediently tended to the lifeless rabbit, her movements somewhat clumsy, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Stealing a glance at Yi Chen and then at the direction where Li Qinghan had disappeared. Her expression was a complex tapestry of guilt and a barely perceptible sense of triumph. As a woman herself, she understood the nuances of another woman's heart and could discern the unique feelings Li Qinghan harbored for Yi Chen. She had noticed Li Qinghan's stiffness earlier, which stirred within her a strange sense of satisfaction. At least now, she was a valuable companion to Yi Chen. Deliberately softening her tone, she sought to please. "Yi Chen, I have completed this task. What else would you have me do?" "Go find some stones," Yi Chen replied, already surveying the robust hardwood branches around them, seeking thinner ones with sharp edges, as many as possible. Chen Lili nodded and set down the half-skinned rabbit, rising to search. Yi Chen was preparing to craft weapons. He did not immediately begin chopping down trees, recognizing that without tools, such as a stone axe, it would be quite challenging to fell sturdy timber. Instead, he meticulously scouted the area where the beach met the inner forest in search of a suitable location for shelter. An elevated platform was his preferred choice, providing protection from moisture and a vantage point to observe potential threats. He quickly identified a sloped rock behind a massive reef, its back supported by the boulder, offering an unobstructed view in front, flanked by tall trees for concealment and support. He directed Chen Lili, who was dragging back several sharp-edged stones, "Clear this area, remove the larger gravel, and try to uproot the low shrubs as much as possible." He then approached a few straight, thick hardwood trees, recognizing that without metal tools, he had to resort to the most primitive method, fire. Gathering a pile of dried grass and twigs, he stacked them at the base of the trunk and ignited them. The flames licked at the bark and wood as Yi Chen continually added dry fuel, meticulously controlling the fire to scorch the same spot. This was a slow and laborious process. The thick smoke caused both Yi Chen and Chen Lili to cough, beads of sweat soaking through Yi Chen's shirt, revealing his taut muscles. As Chen Lili cleared the debris, she couldn't help but steal glances at his focused, industrious demeanor, her heart fluttering like a small rabbit. After burning for the better part of the day, a deep pit finally formed in the charred trunk, the texture becoming brittle. Yi Chen seized a heavy round stone and, with all his might, struck the carbonized area. The trunk emitted a dull, cracking sound, splinters flying. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His palms buzzed from the impact. At last, with a crisp crack, the trunk snapped at the scorched section, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Success! Yi Chen gasped for breath, a hint of fatigue mingling with exhilaration on his face. This first main beam had consumed nearly the entire morning. He dared not rest, repeating the process to fell another tree of comparable length. When Li Qinghan and Zhao Shuer returned with firewood, they were greeted by the sight of Yi Chen, a veritable primitive man, waging war against the great tree at the edge of the sandy clearing. Thick smoke billowed and sparks flew. Scattered across the beach lay several sturdy logs of varying lengths and some fragments of stone. Chen Lili clutched a flat stone, laboriously attempting to pry away the resilient roots of a small shrub. Zhao Shuer gaped in astonishment. A flicker of emotion passed through Li Qinghan's eyes. Yi Chen's raw and arduous efforts seemed to fracture the frost that had formed in her heart due to his ambiguous relationship with Chen Lili, creating a minute crack. Yet, she soon observed Chen Lili abandon her task, approaching Yi Chen with a tone laced with a mix of pride and intimacy, exclaiming, "Yi Chen, they have returned." The fragile fisher swiftly froze once more. "Leave it there," Yi Chen instructed without lifting his gaze, sweat trickling down his taut jawline and sizzling upon the searing ground. His entire focus remained on the precarious tree trunk. Li Qinghan silently set her water bottle aside, picking up a stone to commence the clearing of the shrubbery that Chen Lily had partially excavated. Her movements were deft, yet she maintained a distance from Yi Chun and Chen Lily. Finally, Yi Chun succeeded in bringing down the second main beam, dragging the heavy trunk back, utterly exhausted. Observing the three silent, industrious women, Li Qinghan's aloofness, Chen Lily's deliberate attempts to please, and Zhao Shui's timidity, an intangible pressure stirred within him, heightening his agitation. As noon approached, he declared, "Let us prepare something to eat," and discarded the log onto the ground. On the makeshift grill, rabbit meat sizzled and oozed fat. The famished group bent over their meal, yet the atmosphere remained stifling. Chen Lily gingerly blew on a piece of meat she had cooked and offered it to Yi Chun. He glanced at her, said nothing, and accepted it. This small gesture caused Zhao Shui, who was gnawing on her meat, to furtively glance up, while Li Qinghan's hand momentarily paused before she resumed, tearing in her own portion of slightly charred rabbit meat. Chapter 22. The subtle strife among women after finishing their meal. Yi Chun, without pausing for rest, began to experiment with weapon fabrication. The available timber in the shelter was barely sufficient. However, the pressing need was for weapons that could instill fear or inflict harm. Without any means of defense, he felt utterly unprepared, realizing that he was no heroic figure capable of defeating a tiger barehanded. He arranged the sharp stones he had collected in a line upon the beach. "What about the rope?" he inquired, glancing at Chen Lily. She promptly dashed over, carrying a bundle of vines torn into strips and resilient tree bark fibers. "Is this enough?" she asked eagerly. "Let us give it a try," Yi Chun replied. He selected a slightly longer piece of dark stone, its edges naturally curved, resembling a small axe blade. He then cut a sturdy hardwood stick, carefully fitting the base of the stone into a natural groove at the top of the stick. Subsequently, he began to wrap the prepared tree bark fibers around it in tight coils, striving to secure the stone firmly. This was a meticulous task. Given that stone and wood were inherently hard, the binding had to be both taut and even. Yi Chun was wholly focused, his arm muscles tensing with effort. Li Qinghan knelt beside him, holding her breath in admiration, her eyes reflecting awe. The first stone axe was barely taking shape. Yi Chun grasped the wooden handle and swung it experimentally. It felt satisfactory. He approached a prominent rock formation and struck down forcefully. Clang! The sharp sound echoed. The wrapped stone blade dislodged with a crash, tumbling away to the side. Yi Chun gazed at the remaining wooden handle in his hand, his expression darkening. It was a failure. The binding had not been tight enough, and the impact had shattered the fiber bundle. He returned, retrieved the stone, and silently began the process anew. This time, he employed thicker fibers, binding them more securely, investing more time in the task. He even enlisted Chen Lily's help to pull the fibers taut. Their four hands worked in concert, the vine fibers digging deeply into their skin. At last, it was firmly secured once again. Yi Chun swung the axe at the rock once more. Thud! The sound was muted this time. The stone did not shatter immediately, but the junction between the wooden handle and the stone blade showed noticeable looseness. With just one strike, the second stone blade also skewed. Frustrated, Yi Chun shook his numb hand. Without resilient materials, such as animal tendons, to serve as an adhesive or stabilizer, the mere binding of fibers could not withstand such forceful impacts. After two successive failures, his spirits plummeted. As he frowned at the pile of useless stones, a figure approached gently. It was Li Qinghan. In her hands, she held a freshly woven pair of vine sandals, evidently crafted from the vine she had foraged. Though coarse, the soles were robust. She stepped a few paces closer to Yi Chun, avoiding Chen Lily's gaze, her attention fixed on the broken stone axes beside Yi Chun. Her voice was calm and steady, yet it resonated clearly in Yi Chun's ears. If striking directly is ineffective, perhaps we could try hardening a branch over the fire, or sharpen the branch into a spear. She paused for a moment before adding, "I have seen before that a sharpened hardwood can be more effective and sturdy." This was the first time since last night that Li Qinghan had actively engaged with Yi Chun, and it was in the capacity of offering advice. Yi Chun abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting the calm depths of Li Qinghan's eyes. In those eyes, the previous sharpness and chill seemed to have dissipated, revealing instead a seriousness and a hint of repressed concern. Yi Chen had never anticipated that Li Qinghan possessed such knowledge. Chen Lili immediately became alert. Casting a wary glance at Li Qinghan, Yi Chen held Li Qinghan's gaze for a few seconds. He remained silent, yet a flicker of surprise and complexity danced within his eyes. This woman, even in such dire circumstances, despite harboring her own reservations, instinctively sought to survive and contribute her efforts. He refrained from niceties and promptly adopted her suggestion. All right, I will gather some firewood. He swiftly altered his strategy, selecting several straight, thick hardwood sticks. He repeatedly charred the tips with fire, transforming the wood into a blackened, dehydrated, and hardened state. While still warm, he carefully scraped away the burnt and charred portions with a sharp stone, revealing the denser, more resilient core beneath, which had been hardened by the intense heat. One after another, he processed the sticks, the heat and scraping, although it could not compare to a finely crafted spearhead. The tips of the burned and hardened wood were undeniably sharp and robust, gleaming with a rich brown luster, significantly enhancing their lethality compared to the original round sticks. Moreover, as they were fashioned from a single piece of wood, they presented no issues of stability, rendering them more reliable. When the first spear, over a meter in length, was firmly grasped in Yi Chen's hand, he thrust it into the air with force, producing a sharp whoosh as it cut through the atmosphere. It was a success. Remarkably good. Even the usually sullen Zhao Shui'er couldn't help but let out a quiet exclamation of surprise. Yi Chen gauged the weight and balance of the spear, finally revealing a genuine smile of satisfaction. He glanced at Li Qinghan, his gaze deepening. This method is indeed feasible, he stated simply, yet the words carried a clear affirmation and a hint of gratitude. Li Qinghan slightly pursed her lips and lowered her head to continue weaving her grass sandals. But with careful observation, one could discern a subtle loosening at the corners of her mouth. Chen Lili watched this scene unfold, feeling as though a myriad of emotions swirled within her. Li Qinghan, so effortlessly, had usurped the little credit she had painstakingly built in front of Yi Chen. A wave of bitterness and reluctance surged within her. Previously, Li Qinghan was merely an employee under Mr. Li, but times had changed. Now, those who could curry favor with Yi Chen would wield far greater influence. Yet, she was unaware that Yi Chen felt little attachment. It was merely the lingering sensation from that night that had momentarily captivated him, akin to a maiden in a bridal sedan chair for the first time. She promptly stood, approaching Yi Chen closely, deliberately brushing her sweaty body against his arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Yi Chen, you are truly remarkable. That spear looks terrifying. May I assist you in crafting another? She reached out, attempting to take the stone tool from Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen discreetly sidestepped the matter, instructing, "Go assist Henin in gathering vines. We need a substantial amount to reinforce the camp's fence." His tone remained unremarkable, and no emotion betrayed his countenance. Chen Lili's hand froze mid-air, her smile nearly faltering. She cast a glance at Li Qinghan, who was intently weaving shoes not far away, biting her lip in frustration. Reluctantly, she acknowledged with a subdued "oh" and departed. Chapter 23. Exhausted, yet joyful, the entire afternoon unfolded in an atmosphere that felt somewhat peculiar, accompanied by arduous labor. Yi Chen fashioned 4 wooden spears and 2 shorter, equally sharp handheld daggers, sufficiently arming each individual present. In the face of potential danger, they could at least ensure their own safety. Yi Chen found himself uncertain whether succor would arrive or if their plight would persist. In a civilized society, he doubted he could ever ascend to such heights. Gazing at a few figures in the distance, a faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he mused. This feeling is rather pleasant, though I may be somewhat selfish in their eyes. But can I really be blamed? I have always been their protector. Without rescue, what options do I have? Should I emulate Wang Baobao and attempt to cross the Yellow River alone? That would be absurd. I might as well remain here, living as a savage, feasting on roasted fish. Not far away, Li Qinghan and Zhao Shui'er were weaving a rudimentary fence from vines and branches, encircling the camp. This meager structure offered little more than psychological comfort. Chen Lili, usually so composed, was diligently chopping and gathering vines, though she often sought opportunities to approach Yi Chen, only to be thwarted by his various excuses, leaving her feeling disappointed and irritable. Were it not for their circumstances on this deserted island, she would have scarcely given Yi Chen a second glance, never anticipating that she would struggle to even claim the attention of this fledgling hero. Meanwhile, Yi Chen utilized the newly crafted wooden spears and previously collected resilient branches to begin constructing the framework of a shelter on a chosen slope platform. He dug shallow pits in the ground, embedding 2 sturdy main beams deeply to ensure stability. He then laid crossbeams between them, securing everything with an abundance of vines. Though primitive and rudimentary, the framework began to take shape, and with a few more days of effort, the shelter would be successfully completed. The day's intense physical labor nearly exhausted him, with sweat soaking his garments repeatedly, only to be dried by the sea breeze. He paid little mind to anything beyond survival, as instinct took precedence. Even resting felt like a luxury. Who could predict when misfortune might strike? As the sun began its descent, the horizon was painted in molten gold, and the weary group gathered around a rekindled bonfire. Their meal consisted of a portion rabbit meat and a few wild fruits. Li Qinghan had crafted 2 pairs of grass sandals and handed 1 pair to Zhao Shuer, whose bare feet had turned red from the abrasive sand and stones. Zhao Shuer whispered her gratitude. After feasting on fish for so many days, she was nearly at her limit. It was a relief to finally enjoy something different. If they were to survive on the island, it seemed imperative to learn the art of hunting. Wang Hai, long tied to a tree, had fallen silent, resembling a dog. His eyes were half closed, and in the flickering firelight, his gaze appeared hollow, yet it prowled the camp like a specter. His malevolent stare lingered on the spears that Yi Chen had leaned against the newly constructed shelter framework. Yi Chen, my lord. Wang Hai suddenly rasped, his voice hoarse and low, imbued with an unfamiliar frailty. Could I trouble you for a drop of water? I am on the verge of dehydration. My throat feels as if it's ablaze. His lips are severely cracked, and his complexion is ashen, appearing genuinely tormented. Zhao Shuer, who is tasked with guarding him, recalls how he previously endangered her life, nearly feeding her to wolves. Initially, she intended to ignore him, but upon witnessing his pitiful state, her resolve softened. She glanced at Yi Chen, who was gnawing on a fruit, his brow furrowed in contemplation, while Li Qinghan kept a vigilant eye on Wang Hai. Her impression of Wang Hai had soured completely, leaving only disgust. Brother Yi, how about giving him a little? Zhao Shuer inquired softly. Yi Chen remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. Shuer, take the bottle over and let him have a few sips, but don't get too close. Who knows what this useless wretch might do? All right, Brother Yi. Zhao Shuer acquiesced, picking up a plastic bottle with half a bottle of water left, cautiously making her way toward Wang Hai, bound beneath the tree. She was over a meter away, extending her arm to pass the bottle. In that fleeting moment, catastrophe struck. Wang Hai's seemingly weak and vacant eyes suddenly ignited with an astonishing ferocity. His muscles tensed to their utmost limit, and with an uncanny angle. He violently strained against the ropes binding his hands, astonishingly loosening the vines that appeared sturdy. He sprang up with such swiftness that he seemed to leave only an afterimage. Ah! Zhao Shuer shrieked in terror as the water bottle slipped from her grasp. Yet, Wang Hai's target was not her at all. In a miraculous twist midair, he evaded Zhao Shuer, landing with explosive force, lunging straight for the wooden spears leaning against the shelter's framework. Damn it! Yi Chen greeted swiftly, discarding the fruit in his hand, instinctively reaching for the nearest spear. However, he was a step too far from the weapons. Wang Hai was quicker. His hands, which had been restrained behind him, were now completely free. He seized the longest and thickest spear, its tip sharpened by fire. Yi Chen, do you even think you're worthy of commanding respect? Wang Hai roared, gripping the wooden spear with a maniacal grin. His eyes ablaze with suppressed madness and murderous intent. The spear tip aimed directly at Yi Chen. I will slay you. All women belong to me. This island is mine. You shall feed the fish. He knew that even if he killed Yi Chen, provisions would not be a concern. With a distiller for water and Chun Lily to catch fish, as for Li Qinghan and Zhao Shuer, he had long desired to sample the flavor of the president. Li Qinghan, without hesitation, He exerted all his strength, thrusting the wooden spear, now tainted with Yi Chen's blood and sweat, yet transformed into a lethal threat, towards Yi Chen, who stood just a few meters away. This thrust was fierce, swift, and sudden, imbued with all Wang Hai's accumulated hatred and reckless insanity. The beach, under the newly fallen night, erupted with a palpable aura of murder. Li Qinghan and Chen Lili gasped in unison. Zhao Shui'er collapsed in fright. "Be careful, Yi Chen, brother Yi." Yi Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart raced with fervor. He had never anticipated that Wang Hai could free himself from the vines. Nor could he have imagined that despite his limp, his speed in seizing the spear would be so astonishingly swift. The spearhead was mere inches from his chest, teetering on the precipice of life and death. In Wang Hai's hand, the sturdy wooden spear, forged from Yi Chen's utmost dedication, sliced through the night with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Yi Chen's heart. The dying embers of the campfire cast flickering shadows on Wang Hai's grotesquely contorted face. His eyes ablaze with a long-simmering resentment and a reckless madness. Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. In this critical moment between life and death. Chapter 24. The touch of death the moment the spearhead grazed his garment. Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply. His body instinctively reacted faster than his thoughts. He abruptly sidestepped, the wooden spear grazing his ribs, slicing through his thin shirt, and leaving a long gash that ignited a searing pain on his skin. The chilling touch of death caused his blood to surge to his head in an instant. "Damn it! I should never have saved you." A suppressed roar, filled with unbridled fury, erupted from Yi Chen's throat. No longer was it the cold indifference or warnings of before. It was pure, ignited rage. With a grip like iron pincers, his left hand shot forth, seizing the spear shaft with precision. Wang Hai felt an overwhelming force that was impossible to resist. The spear he had thrust was rendered motionless in midair by Yi Chen's single hand. The madness on Wang Hai's face froze, swiftly transforming into horror, as he realized the extent of Yi Chen's strength. He attempted to retract the spear, but it remained immovable in Yi Chen's grasp, as if it had been welded to steel. Instinctively, he wanted to loosen his grip and retreat, but it was too late. Yi Chen's right fist, accompanied by a heavy whoosh through the air, struck Wang Hai's jaw without any embellishment. Crack! The audible sound of bones fracturing was painfully clear. Wang Hai could not even utter a scream. The force of that furious blow lifted him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward to crash onto the sandy beach several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Stars danced before his eyes. His mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, and his jaw throbbed as if it had been smashed by a battering ram. Yi Chen did not cast a glance at the crumpled Wang Hai. Instead, he looked down at the spear firmly gripped in his left hand. The spearhead bore a trace of his blood, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. This was a weapon he had painstakingly crafted, hardening it with fire and meticulously scraping it with stones intended for the unknown beasts. Yet now it was turned against him. How tragically ironic. A wave of icy anger engulfed him completely. He advanced step by step towards the incapacitated Wang Hai, each footfall causing the sand to slightly sink beneath him, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Hai struggled to rise, trembling with pain and fear. He beheld the unfathomable chill in Yi Chen's eyes, a gaze that spoke of genuine intent to kill. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. He suddenly rolled over and scrambled desperately towards the dense woods, akin to a frightened beast in utter disarray. "Run?" Yi Chen's voice was as frigid as the winds of the polar regions. He halted in his tracks, choosing not to pursue further, but instead slowly raised the spear that belonged to Wang Hai, now reclaimed by him. His gaze locked onto the figure, stumbling and fleeing through the shadows of the trees. With his arms' muscles taut like a bowstring, Yi Chen leaned slightly back, gathering all his strength. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful thrust from his waist and abdomen, his arm swinging forth like a catapult. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, transforming into a lethal bolt of black lightning that crossed a distance of several meters in an instant. Thud! The dull sound of the weapon embedding itself in flesh was particularly jarring against the stillness of the forest's edge. Ugh, Wingai emitted a wretched howl, one that seemed to transcend the realm of humanity. The hardwood spear, imbued with the essence of his betrayal and Yi Chen's toil, plunged mercilessly beneath his right scapula, penetrating flesh and sinew, and emerging from below his clavicle with a sanguine arrow of blood. The force of the impact sent him sprawling forward, crashing heavily onto the damp forest floor. Excruciating pain engulfed all of Wang Hai's consciousness, casting a veil of darkness over his vision. He felt the warmth of blood gushing from both wounds, saturating his tattered garments and adhering stickily to his skin. He yearned to struggle, yet each breath tugged at the spear embedded in his body, eliciting a heart-wrenching agony that rendered him nearly breathless. It was over. I am to perish here. Wang Hai despaired, his awareness beginning to fade. Time passed, perhaps mere minutes or an eternal torment. A tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, mingled with the smoky essence of burning wood, wafted into Wang Hai's nostrils. Was it an illusion, or a fleeting glimpse of light before death? With great difficulty and excruciating slowness, he lifted his head, enduring the tearing pain of his wounds, striving to widen his eyes, blurred by sweat and blood, and followed the scent and flicker of light. Less than 20 meters ahead, in a small clearing amidst the trees, a crackling bonfire blazed. 3 indistinct figures were seated around the fire. The dancing flames outlined their robust silhouettes. One person, with his back to him, was tending to an unknown game, roasting over the fire, the source of the enticing aroma. The other 2 faced him, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Hope, an overwhelming desire to survive surged, eclipsing the agony and despair. With the last remnants of his strength, Wang Hai emitted a raspy, broken cry. Help. Save me. Please. His voice was faint, akin to a whispering mosquito, yet it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. The 3 figures by the fire halted abruptly, turning in unison towards the source of the sound. Illuminated by the firelight, Wang Hai caught a glimpse of the 2 faces directed at him. 2 burly men, their features stern and their gazes sharp as the talons of a hawk. Unmistakably not of gentle disposition. Clad in durable canvas clothing, their waists bulged, evidently concealing weapons. What sound was that? The man roasting meat, now alerted, turned to face Wang Hai. The instant the firelight illuminated his face, Wang Hai's nearly vacant pupils constricted sharply, bursting forth with disbelief and elation. That visage, with its rugged lines, thick brows, and straight nose, though weathered by the elements, was unmistakable. It was his elder brother, Wang, whom he had revered and depended upon since childhood. Brother? Wang Hai's voice trembled with a mixture of tears and profound weakness, yet the euphoria was undeniably genuine. It's me. Xiao Hai. Wang Yi, initially concerned for his brother's fate, was overwhelmed with joy at the realization that he had not perished. Xiao Hai? The surprise on Wang Yi's face swiftly morphed into shock and horror. He sprang to his feet, darting several steps to Wang Hai's side before crouching down. Upon seeing the grotesque spear jutting from his brother's chest and back, along with the blood that soaked him, even Wang Yi, seasoned by life's tribulations, gasped in disbelief, his complexion turning ashen. Damn it! Who did this? What happened? Wang Yi's voice trembled with a mixture of shock and fury, laced with a barely perceptible quaver. He cautiously supported Wang Hai, wary of the lethal spear. Yi Chen. Each syllable that escaped Wang Hai's lips was accompanied by a jolt of pain that seized his entire body, yet the venomous resentment in his gaze was unyielding. That scoundrel, on the island, he bound me, intends to kill me. Yi Chen. Wang Yi's brow knitted into a tight frown, the name evidently striking a nerve, his expression darkening with a ferocity that was palpable. Is it that Yi Chen, the one who has always been at odds with you at the company? How could he have inflicted such harm upon you? Chapter 25. Death is a luxury the ship has sunk. Wang Hai recounted in fragmented phrases the tempestuous storm they had encountered, how they were cast away on a desolate island, and how Yi Chen had tormented and humiliated him, ultimately seeking to extinguish his life without cause. Embellishing the tale with fervor, twisting the truth as he spoke. It was rather peculiar that he did not embellish further. In his narrative, Chen emerged as the tyrannical despot of the island, while he portrayed himself as the victim, ruthlessly oppressed yet daring to resist, only to be met with brutal retribution. Damn it! Wang Yi, upon hearing this, slammed his fist against a nearby damp tree trunk, shaking loose a few leaves. Rage burned fiercely in his eyes. A mere brat, emboldened by a modicum of strength, dared to act with impunity on this forsaken island, to lay his hands on my brother, Wang Yi. Leveraging the influence of his family patriarch, Wang Yi wielded considerable power locally, and he had always shown particular care for his younger brother, Wang Hai. Brother, save me. Wang Hai's voice grew increasingly faint, his pallor resembling that of parchment, his body beginning to chill from excessive blood loss. Hurry! Lao Dao! A bow! Wang Yi suddenly turned, shouting at the two stoic bodyguards by the fire. Fetch the first aid kit. And alcohol. Quickly! The bodyguards, known as Lao Dao and a bow, sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. Lao Dao rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a camouflage first aid kit, while a bow unfastened a silver metal flask from his waist. Wang Yi seized the flask from a bow, twisting open the lid, releasing a potent aroma of liquor that filled the air. His gaze sharpened as he bellowed at Wang Hai, "Hold on," before his words could fully dissipate. The fiery liquor was poured mercilessly over the wounds on Wang Hai's chest and back. Wang Hai's anguished scream pierced the air, his body convulsing violently, yet he was firmly restrained by Wang Yi. The excruciating pain was akin to countless fiery needles piercing his nerves, plunging him into darkness, nearly rendering him unconscious. However, Wang Yi did not falter. His movements were ruthless and precise. After swiftly cleansing the wound with the liquor, he extracted several rolls of potent bandages from the open first aid kit. He refrained from attempting to withdraw the spear. Doing so would surely spell instant death for Wang Hai, but instead, he tightly wrapped the thick bandages around the entry and exit points of the spear, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding as much as possible. Each compression sent Wang Hai into fits of agony, his cries echoing incessantly. Once the bandaging was completed, Wang Hai appeared as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in a mixture of cold sweat and blood, barely clinging to life in Wang Yi's embrace, gasping for breath. If further treatment was not administered promptly, Wang Hai would surely perish. Wang Yi gazed down at his brother's ashen face and tightly shut eyes, the muscles in his face twitching with a mix of fury and anguish. Gently, "Head up, pet Wang Hai et check, Xiao Hai. Wake up, don't sleep, Dam Ye Chen." With great effort, Wang Hai lifted his heavy eyelids, his gaze unfocused. "Tell brother." Wang Yi's voice was low and terrifying, imbued with an impending sense of dread. He leaned closer to Wang Hai's ear and asked, enunciating each word, "Where is Yi Chen now? What is the situation at their camp? How many people are there?" Wang Hai's dilated pupils strained to focus, recalling the beach camp that instilled both fear and loathing within him. He stammered fragments of information. "To the east, beach, there is a bonfire, 3 women. 3 women? A flicker of intrigue passed through Wang Yi's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a deeper rage. With a cold, sardonic laugh, he patted Wang Hai's uninjured shoulder, his tone as chilling as ice. "All right, brother, I understand. Hang in there, Xiao Hai. I'm coming, and this matter will not end here. I will avenge you." With that, Wang Hai succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Yi lifted his gaze towards the darkened coastline to the east, as if he could penetrate the layers of shadowed trees and behold the young man named Yi Chen. The flickering glow of the bonfire danced across his face, illuminating the ferocity of his wolf-like gaze. "Yi Chen." Wang Yi spat the name through clenched teeth, venom saturating his voice. "You caused my brother to lose a leg and nearly took his life. In this forsaken place, just perfect." He abruptly rose, his towering figure casting a long, distorted shadow in the firelight. Addressing the steadfast Lao Dao and a bow beside him, he spoke with unwavering authority, imbued with undeniable command. "Lao Dao, a bow. Check your gear. Once Xiao Hai awakens, we shall pay a visit to this Yidagu. I want him to understand that harming the wrong people on this desolate island makes death a luxury. Lao Dao, his expression inscrutable, nodded, his hand resting upon the bulge of a weapon at his waist. Bao grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes shimmering with bloodthirsty anticipation as he silently licked his lips. For them, as mercenaries, killing was akin to indulgence. The bonfire crackled, sparks ascending into the night. The clearing was suffused with the stench of blood, the scent of liquor, and an overwhelming intent to kill. Wang Hai, engulfed in agony and cold, slipped into unconsciousness, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a twisted, hate-filled grimace. Wang Yi stood by the bonfire, bringing not hope, but heralding a more brutal and bloody storm of vengeance destined to strike this desolate beach. The wooden spear lodged in Wang Hai's chest was a ticking time bomb, threatening to extinguish his life at any moment. Each faint breath drew forth searing pain. His body grew increasingly cold, consciousness wavering amidst the dense darkness and excruciating agony. Wang Yi, witnessing the life ebb from his brother, felt his muscles tense with fury and desperation. Lao Zhao. Wang Yi's voice was low and urgent. He could not allow him to lie there helplessly. There must be useful herbs on this island. Go find them. Something to stop the bleeding, reduce inflammation, and alleviate pain. Lao Dao, the bodyguard with a gaze as sharp as a blade, promptly accepted the command. Accustomed to traversing gray areas, he was no stranger to survival in the wild and the methods of the wilderness. He lit a small torch, the flames illuminating his hardened features. He did not recklessly venture into the dark unknown, but swiftly scoured the nearby low bushes and the edges of the forest. His movements were efficient and precise as his eyes swept over clusters of plants. Time slipped away, and Wang Hai's breaths grew increasingly faint. Chapter 26. Desperation, Big Brother. It's cold. Wang Hai's lips quivered, his breath faint. Hold on. Xiao Hai. Wang Yi grasped Wang Hai's icy hand with fervor, shouting at a bough beside him to stoke the fire higher. He nearly snatched the jacket from a bough, soaked with sweat from himself and the bodyguards, wrapping it tightly around Wang Hai. At that moment, Lao Dao's figure darted back from the darkness, clutching several freshly picked leaves, still damp with earth. One was a dark green serrated leaf with tiny thorns, known for its hemostatic properties, while the other consisted of several root-lifted herbaceous plants, their thick, verdant leaves reminiscent of gentian's anti-inflammatory traits. Hurry! Wang Yi instantly recognized the efficacy of one of the leaves in staunching bleeding. Unconcerned with the dirt, he crushed the serrated leaves vigorously against a rough stone, extracting a dark green juice mixed with leaf residue. Skillfully avoiding the spear, he thickly smeared the fragrant paste onto the edges of Wang Hai's exposed wounds. Even in his stupor, the icy plant juice contacting the searing wounds caused Wang Hai to convulse involuntarily. Subsequently, Wang Yi squeezed the juice from the other leaves into Wang Hai's mouth, which was difficult to open due to the excruciating pain. The bitter liquid made Wang Hai cough instinctively, but he managed to swallow some. This was a desperate remedy, a last resort, yet it was the best they could do on the island. Perhaps it was Wang Hai's indomitable will to survive, or perhaps the indigenous plants indeed held some modest efficacy. More likely, it was the crude yet effective pressure bandage that made a difference. After a while, the speed at which blood seeped from Wang Hai's wounds visibly slowed. His breath, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, strangely stabilized, still faint, yet no longer rapidly dissipating. Wang Yi exhaled deeply, the metallic tang of blood lingering in the air as cold sweat mingled with ash dripped from his brow. He dare not relax, remaining vigilant by his brother's side, while signaling Lao Dao and a Bao to take turns resting and watch. The only sounds in the forest clearing were the crackling of burning firewood and Wang Hai's occasional groans of pain. On the other side, at Yi Chen's camp, he stood by the spot where the thrown spear had pinned Wang Hai. The blood on the sandy ground, saturated with moisture, had darkened to a deep crimson. The embers of the bonfire had long since cooled. Li Qinghan, Chen Lili, and Zhao Shui'er stood at a distance, none daring to approach the brooding Yichun. The ferocity of that spear had ignited his fury, but it also doused him with a chilling realization of a latent brutality. He gazed at his hands, feeling the lingering tremors of smashing Wang Hai's jaw and the force of the spear tearing through the air upon release. This is not my fault. He brought this upon himself. Silently, he returned to the heart of the camp. The darkness before dawn was thick as ink. He said nothing, merely picked up the coarse branches and vines left over from the day, methodically beginning to cover the previously constructed main beam framework with slanted secondary branches, layering them densely. This is the embryonic form of the roof being constructed. His movements are swift and powerful, each binding of the vines infused with a taut intensity, pouring all his irritation and lingering anger into this monotonous task. Beside him, Li Qinghan silently observes his busy silhouette, her gaze a mixture of complexity and unutterable emotions. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen appeared both unfamiliar and fierce, instilling a sense of alarm within her. Yet, it is undeniable that his decisiveness and efficiency in action are indispensable at this moment. Had Yi Chen not confronted Wang Hai, he might very well have become a lifeless corpse by now. She pursed her lips, ultimately picking up another pile of branches and moving to the other side of Yi Chen, silently assisting him in laying the groundwork, her movements equally brisk. A distance of nearly 1 meter separated them, devoid of any verbal communication, save for the subtle sounds of rustling leaves and the tension of taut vines. Chen Lili watched this scene, biting her lip. She had been thoroughly startled by the bloody spectacle earlier, yet now, Yi Chen's focused silence radiated a formidable allure. She wished to draw closer, but was deterred by the oppressive aura surrounding him. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped the trembling Zhao Shui'er and proceeded to tidy up the remnants of the camp, which had been scattered in disarray the previous night. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, painting the horizon a pale white, the basic framework of the shelter was nearly complete. Although the slanted roof was rudimentary, composed of branches and vines, it offered some protection from dew and potential light rain. However, the four sides still lay bare, far from secure. It looks rather impressive, indeed. I am a natural-born architect. Yi Chen paused, wiping the grime of sawdust and sweat from his face. The prolonged focus and physical exertion brought waves of fatigue and a profound hunger that enveloped him. It was then that he caught sight of several wild fruits rolling beneath a nearby thicket, their appearance peculiar, vibrant crimson skin, smooth and plump, glistening in the morning light as if coated in wax, each the size of a child's fist. He had not encountered such fruits during yesterday's foraging. He approached and bent down to pick one up. It appeared to have a thick flesh, exuding an unusual aroma reminiscent of floral notes intertwined with a hint of intoxication. Enticing yet laced with an air of the unknown. The hunger within him urged him onward. In this place, finding anything edible was a rarity. "Wait, Yi Chen," Li Qinghan noticed and immediately cautioned him, her eyes brimming with wariness. "You've never seen this fruit before. Its vibrant color may indicate toxicity. Not that I intend to share with you, CEO Li." Chen Lili retorted sharply, striding over to seize another red fruit, vigorously rubbing it against her skirt, feigning indifference while casting furtive glances at Yi Chen. "With so many fruits on this island, someone has to take the initiative." "I'll try," she said, about to take a bite. "Put that down. How dare you speak to the CEO like that?" Yi Chen's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority, his cold gaze sweeping over Chen Lili. Her hand froze, reluctantly relinquishing the fruit. Yi Chen turned his attention back to the red fruit in his hand. Hunger, coupled with an inexplicable allure emanating from the fruit itself, captivated him. He was no fool, yet this fruit seemed to possess an enchanting quality, compelling one to take a bite. He walked to the edge of the camp, distancing himself from the women and the water source. Taking a deep breath, he used a small stone shard to carefully make a tiny incision in the fruit's skin, cautiously squeezing out a few drops of clear, faintly red juice. He applied this drop onto a small patch of skin on the inner side of his wrist. There was no immediate rash or tingling sensation. After waiting a moment longer, he remained unscathed. "Ha! No poison means I shall indulge," he declared. "Yi Chen." Li Qinghan observed his actions from afar, her brow furrowed in concern. Yet, Yi Chen dismissed their apprehensions, resolute in his decision. He picked up the red fruit and, with meticulous care, peeled away a small portion of its skin, revealing the glistening, ruby-like flesh within. Tentatively, he took a small bite. The flesh melted in his mouth. Its texture was remarkably sweet and smooth, surpassing any fruit he had ever tasted. A rich aroma mingled with an indescribable, mint-like coolness instantaneously filled his mouth, cascading down his throat. "Hey, Henin, would you like to try? The flavor is exquisite." Just as the sweet aftertaste lingered, a sudden surge of warmth erupted violently from his stomach. Chapter 27. Drowsiness, a silent bomb detonated within him. It was not the usual warmth of satiety after a meal, but an overwhelming torrent of ferocious energy surging through his limbs and bones. "Ugh, my stomach!" Yi Chen groaned, his body convulsing violently. He felt as though all the blood in his body was boiling. His muscles trembled uncontrollably beneath his skin, swelling, while his bones seemed to creak under an invisible pressure, emitting sounds that only he could perceive. An indescribable vitality filled him, as if boundless strength was poised to burst forth from his very pores. Yet at the same time, an intense dizziness crashed over his consciousness like a tsunami. He struggled to steady himself, but the fierce surge of energy clashed violently with the overwhelming mental disorientation. The world before Yi Chen spun wildly, blurring, as the campfire morphed into flickering spots of light, and the trees twisted into grotesque shapes. In the final moments of his awareness, he heard Chun Lily's terrified scream, and saw Li Qinghan rushing towards him in a panic. "Ah, my stomach feels like it's going to explode." Then, darkness descended like a curtain falling suddenly. Yi Chen's towering form swayed, resembling a felled tree, and he collapsed face first into the damp earth, utterly unconscious. The half-eaten red fruit tumbled from his hand, glimmering with an eerie red light in the morning sun. "Yi Chen!" Li Qinghan rushed to his side, squatting anxiously to check his pulse and breathing. Thankfully, though rapid and heated, his vital signs remained. She attempted to turn him, but Yi Chen's heavy body lay immobile. What has happened to him? That fruit was indeed poisonous. Chen Lili joined them, both alarmed and terrified. Li Qinghan's voice trembled. "I told you that fruit should not be eaten. What do we do now?" Zhao Shui'er was nearly in tears from fear. Li Qinghan forced herself to remain calm. She lifted Yi Chen's eyelids to examine his pupils and carefully sniffed for any unusual odors on him. Aside from the strong scent of sweat, there lingered a faint, peculiar aroma of the fruit. There were no signs of poisoning, such as cyanosis, vomiting, or convulsions, yet he had indeed lost consciousness. She looked up, her gaze sharp and alert, scanning the surrounding thickets. With Yi Chen unconscious, their shelter was but a fragile shell, and danger lurked all around. Although Wang Hai had escaped heavily injured, his fate was uncertain. The wolf pack from the previous night and the ominous claw marks still haunted them. And now Yi Chen had inexplicably succumbed to poisoning. A heavy, suffocating pressure enveloped the entire camp in an instant. The sole pillar had fallen. The three women and the unconscious man found themselves on this island, which had just begun to reveal its fangs, with perilous threats creeping in like the cold tide from all directions. The sky brightened gradually, then dimmed again. Li Qinghan's heart sank with the shifting light. Yi Chen lay there like a severed log, unresponsive to any calls. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest confirmed he was still alive. His complexion fluctuated between fiery red and pallid white, a sight that was heart-wrenching. She dare not leave him for too long. "Guardink, Yi Chen." She directed Chen Lili and Zhao Shui'er to the forest edge to gather slender branches to reinforce their makeshift fence. Chen Lili was filled with reluctance, but upon gazing at the unconscious Yi Chen and then at the distant, ominous woods, she could only muster the courage to proceed. Zhao Shui'er trembled incessantly. Li Qinghan found some water, carefully dampening a cloth to wipe Yi Chen's face and neck, attempting to bring down his fever. The heat radiating from his forehead was scorching. She fetched more water from the stream, occasionally moistening his cracked lips. As the evening sea breeze turned chilly, she covered him with every piece of ragged clothing she could find. The camp was steeped in a heavy gloom throughout the day. Chen Lili attempted to forage for familiar fruits, but their taste was exceedingly astringent, leaving no one with an appetite. The makeshift fence barely provided any security against wild beasts or intruders. The bonfire blazed brightly, its flickering light casting anxious shadows upon the three women's faces. Li Qinghan sat beside Yi Chun, her ears keenly attuned to the sounds of the wind rustling through the grass. Every rustle of leaves heightened her anxiety. At last, they endured another dark night. The following morning, sunlight filtered gently through the sparse foliage, bringing warmth. Ye Chen fuluttered. As Li Qinghan wiped the sweat from his brow, she immediately sensed his movement. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on his face. Yi Chen struggled to open his eyes, initially confronted by a blur of golden stars. After a moment of adjustment, he finally recognized Li Qinghan's enlarged face. She appeared weary, dark circles under her eyes. Yet her gaze sparkled with brightness. "You're awake." Li Qinghan's voice was slightly hoarse, infused with palpable relief and joy. Yi Chen attempted to sit up, but his body felt utterly limp, as if it had disassembled, his head heavy and clouded. "Don't move," Li Qinghan urged, pressing down on his shoulder. "You've been asleep for a day and a night." "Water," Yi Chun croaked, his throat feeling as though it had been scraped with sandpaper. Li Qinghan hastily brought a half-filled plastic bottle to his lips, carefully feeding him a few sips. The cool water revived his hazy mind slightly, fragments of memories flooding back, the peculiar red fruit, its sweetness upon entry, followed by the violent power that had nearly torn him apart, and then an endless darkness. That fruit, Yi Chen struggled to articulate, his voice rasping. "We all lost it." Li Qinghan immediately grasped his meaning, her eyes reflecting fear and inquiry. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" I'm eidelicht. I suppose I want to die," he replied. At that moment, Chun Lily and Zhao Shuer, having heard the commotion, gathered around. Chun Lily forced a smile. "Yi Chun, you're finally awake. You scared us to death." Zhao Shuer timidly nodded in agreement. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. He lacked the strength to engage with Chun Lily at that moment. Just a bit weak and hungry, he assessed his internal state. The life-threatening ferocity had vanished. Yet deep within, there lingered an odd emptiness, as though he had been thoroughly hollowed out and then refilled. I'll go get you something to eat." Chun Lily immediately volunteered and dashed off to rummage among the wild fruits. "Wait," Yi Chun inhaled deeply, gathering his strength. He felt weak, but this weakness seemed more like a transitional state, a brief void following the depletion of power. He exerted himself to prop up his body and leaned against the wooden pillar of the shelter. "What is the current situation?" Li Qinghan briefly recounted the fortification of the camp after his unconsciousness, offering only limited details. There had been no news from Wang Hai and Lin Zi's side. She lowered her voice to add further. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Wang Hai had dashed into the forest, gravely injured. Logically, he should not survive for long. However, the absence of a corpse remained a troubling matter. If they were to launch a surprise attack while he slept at night, it could prove disastrous. At present, he lacked both the strength and the mental capacity to ponder deeply on these matters. Chapter 28. Endless strength. The camp resumed its operations. Yi Chen consumed a few tart wild fruits that Chun Lily had foraged, along with a small portion of previously dried rabbit meat. With sustenance in his stomach, the debilitating weakness that had plagued him dissipated swiftly. By midday, he surprisingly felt vigor returning to his limbs. The pace of his recovery was unnaturally rapid, and he sensed a peculiar change within his body. In the afternoon, the pangs of hunger became unbearable. He grasped a sharpened wooden spear he had crafted earlier. "I shall venture to the water's edge and see if I can catch a fish." "Are you sure? You've just awakened." Li Qinghan expressed her concern. "Fear not. I feel revitalized," Yi Chun reassured her with a wave of his hand. He too found it curious, despite his stomach growling with hunger. An inexplicable strength was surging within him. He needed to validate this vague sensation. Approaching the small pool they had previously discovered, a shallow spot where small fish and shrimp would linger during high tide, Yi Chen stood barefoot upon the rocky surface, his gaze fixed upon the crystalline water below. A few small fish languidly swam about. He lifted his spear, as he had done before, focusing intently on one of the fish, preparing to strike. Wait, something felt amiss. The fish appeared. Extraordinarily clear? Had time slowed? It wasn't the fish that had slowed. Rather, his eyes were now capable of perceiving finer details. He could discern the subtle angles of the fish's fin movements, the almost imperceptible ripples created by the water as it flowed past the fish's tail, and even predict the slight shift in direction it would take next. This sensation was bizarre. He inhaled deeply, holding his breath in concentration. It was as if his body had acted of its own accord, his arms' muscles making minute adjustments to the spear's angle. Whoosh! The wooden spear sliced through the water with remarkable swiftness and grace. A slight splash erupted as the spearhead precisely pierced the side of the fish, the force perfectly calibrated to avoid startling the others. Chen raised the spear, observing the struggling fish at its tip, his eyes momentarily glazed over. In that fleeting instant, the clarity of detail his eyes had captured, and the instantaneously precise control of his arms' muscles. This was beyond anything he had previously accomplished. He clenched his fist tightly, the joints emitting a faint crack. Testing himself, he leapt forcefully from spot. His body felt weightless, landing almost silently. Once capable of leaping over knee-high rocks, he now sensed he could effortlessly clear even greater heights. It was that fruit. Chen's heart raced. The surging power, the bizarrely swift recovery after a day and night of unconsciousness, along with his heightened speed and perception. The side effects were immense, yet the results were equally formidable. He did not remove the fish from the spear. Instead, he tightened his fist, gazing intently at a nearby rugged rock. He did not unleash his full strength, merely testing with a punch that exerted about 50% of his capacity against the side of the stone. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The rock remained unmoved, yet Chen distinctly felt a minute fracture appear on the hard surface where his knuckles had struck. Simultaneously, only a mild pain registered, far less than anticipated. He could even perceive the dust within the fissure of the stone. Withdrawing his fist, his knuckles were unscathed, slightly reddened, and tingling. If one were to strike like this against a stone in the past, it would be astonishing if one's skin remained unbroken or unblemished. The truth settled within his heart. Chen calmly removed the fish from the line, devoid of exuberance. Instead, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The power bestowed by this fruit was exceedingly peculiar. Was it benevolent or malevolent, and could it be harnessed? Moreover, this matter must remain concealed from others. What he was certain of was the necessity to secure this fruit for himself first. If Wang Hai were alive and obtained such a fruit, it was evidently not a fortuitous circumstance. Even if Chen Lily and others were to acquire it, it would likely pose a significant threat to him. He proceeded to catch several more fish, each time with remarkable speed and precision, resulting in a bountiful yield. As he returned with the fish, his countenance revealed no hint of anomaly. When he handed the fish over to Zhao Shui'er for processing, he casually remarked, "Today has been fortunate." As an explanation for his unusually high success rate, Li Qinghan observed him from the side, her gaze contemplative. The manner in which Chen had caught the fish, his ease and accuracy, seemed unnaturally swift. His recovery appeared astonishingly rapid as well. Her eyes swept over Chen's fists, noting they bore no signs of injury. The seed of doubt in her heart burrowed deeper. Chen concealed this newfound power within himself, refraining from divulging it to anyone. For the human heart is not easily tested. He inquired casually about the location of the fruit, intending to secretly retrieve and hide it later, as it was a precious treasure. Subsequently, he focused intently on fortifying the camp. With his increased strength, he moved more swiftly and with greater vigor. He was even capable of transporting stones to reinforce the foundation and hoisting heavy branches to construct walls, working with far greater efficiency than before. Li Qinghan attempted to assist by moving a larger stone, exerting considerable effort, yet the stone remained immovable. Chen approached and effortlessly lifted it with one hand. This action deepened Li Qinghan's suspicion. It seemed as if Chen's strength had significantly increased. She remained silent, merely attending to other tasks. Chen Lily, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware, merely noting that Chen had become increasingly capable, resembling a true man. She often found herself wanting to draw closer to him, determined to win over this man before her, but Chen was either too engrossed in his work to acknowledge her or would frighten her away with a mere glance. She felt a swell of frustration within her. Meanwhile, through Wang Yi's crude yet effective first aid and the rudimentary herbal remedies old Dao had procured to stanch bleeding and inflammation. Wang Hai's life was forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. He no longer lay in a perpetual stupor. His periods of consciousness increased. The wound penetrating his scapula still throbbed agonizingly, each slight movement reminiscent of a knife carving flesh. His jaw, only marginally improved, could barely open enough to consume liquid sustenance. Leaning against a makeshift straw nest, his complexion was sallow, resembling a crumpled piece of tattered cloth. "Brother," he gazed at Wang, who was examining his wound, his voice hoarse, each word emerging with a gravelly texture born of weakness and pain. "When shall we seek that scoundrel?" Wang scrutinized the color seeping through his brother's bandages, noting the blood had lightened and there were no signs of new pus, which prompted a sigh of relief. He gently patted Wang Hai's uninjured shoulder, his gaze as cold as ice. "Rest assured, it will be over soon. Focus on your recovery. The matter of vengeance will be handled by me and Lao Dao." Lao Dao sat silently on a stone nearby, methodically sharpening his keen hunting knife with a small whetstone, producing a monotonous and piercing sound of scratch, scratch. The blade glinted with a chilling white light under the dim morning rays. A fellow bodyguard, a Bao, was several meters away, tending to a small campfire where half a wild rabbit was roasting. Occasionally, he glanced over at Wang Hai, his eyes devoid of warmth. His curiosity was piqued by something concealed at his waist, a shape carefully wrapped in oilcloth. He retrieved it from his coat and unwrapped the cloth. To his astonishment, it revealed a dark, standard-issue service pistol. Although it was only about 70% new, in the primal wilderness of the island, it was undoubtedly a weapon of lethal potential. A Bao expertly removed the magazine, inspecting the bright orange bullets within, 9 in total. He then reinserted the magazine into the firearm, racking the slide with a soft click. A faint, humorless smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he weighed the heavy gun in his hand, as if assessing its efficiency in claiming lives. Chapter 29. The approaching danger upon sighting the weapon. Wang Hai's gaze ignited with intense resentment and a hint of morbid pleasure, momentarily alleviating his pain. He had, the woman. Wang Yi did not respond to his brother's fierce yet weakened words. Rising to his feet, he stepped aside. Lao Dao also ceased sharpening his knife, lifting his gaze. "Lao Dao, keep your eyes on that direction," Wang Yi instructed, pointing towards the clearing in the eastern forest. "Is there any movement?" He referred to the direction of Yi Chen and their camp. Their current location was quite far from the beach, separated by dense woods. Lao Dao squinted, scanning the distance with keen precision reminiscent of a hawk. "I haven't seen any smoke rising," he paused, "but just before dawn, I thought I heard faint knocking sounds like chopping branches." Still fussing over his little nest, Wang Yi scoffed. "He probably thinks that piercing Xiao Hai with a spear would suffice. Dream on." He glanced back at Wang Hai, who lay motionless in the nest. Xiao Hai mentioned they only had a few makeshift wooden spears for women and a mere young lad. His gaze drifted between the gun in a Bao's hands and the hunting knife in Lao Dao's grip, a more pronounced grimace forming on his lips. "Let us hold off on action for another couple of days. Allow him to reinforce his position." Wang Yi suddenly lowered his voice, his tone taking on a sinister edge. "Once he feels secure and has put considerable effort into fortifying his nest, we will strike, taking both him and his abode in one fell swoop." His eyes glimmered with calculating intent. "That would be truly satisfying. Let him waste his efforts. Besides, we won't have to live like savages in these woods anymore. We can simply move into the ready-made shelter." "What about Xiao Hai's injury? Can he endure a few more days?" Lao Dao inquired, ever the pragmatist, concerned that prolonged delays might lead to Wang Hai's demise on the journey. Wang Yi shot a fierce glance at his brother. "He won't die. He is remarkably resilient. He has weathered this blow. A few more days won't make a difference. Furthermore, the longer we wait, the more they will lower their guard, which is precisely what we want." "A Bao, how many bullets did you bring?" A Bao patted a bulging pouch at his waist. "Full magazine plus 1, totaling 13 rounds. On this island, ammunition was precious and irreplaceable. They understood the significance of each bullet, grateful that their firearms had not been compromised during the shipwreck. Wang Yi declared resolutely, "Against someone wielding a wooden stick, we won't even need a couple of shots." Lao Dao, you lead the charge, while Ah Bao, you provide support. If anyone dares to act out of line, show no mercy. After all, these two bodyguards were well-trained marksmen. Understood. Ah Bao gently caressed the cold trigger guard. His mind focused. That Li Qinghan. Wang Hai suddenly struggled to speak, his eyes bloodshot with resentment. Don't let her escape. She can be swayed. It would be advantageous for our family. Wang He cast a glance at his brother, emitting a non-committal chuckle. He certainly remembered the name that stirred both hatred and longing within his brother. Rest assured, I know how to maximize our interests. You need not worry about it, brother. The campfire crackled, sending up a slightly larger flame. Yi Chun toiled vigorously within the confines of the camp, reinforcing his shelter while feeling the invigorating surge of newfound strength coursing through his veins. His eyes shimmered with a blend of vigilance and a resolute determination to seize control. Meanwhile, deep within the woods a few kilometers away, the fangs of vengeance had been honed, poised to strike with ferocity when the opportune moment arrived. The shadow of death did not dissipate with the temporary tranquility. Rather, it festered silently in the stillness, growing ever more palpable. Wang gnawed on a dry, roasted rabbit leg, his cold gaze fixed upon the faint outline of the coastline visible through the sparse tree shadows to the east. A cunning smile curled at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Soon he mowed silently. The night deepened, and the sea breeze, laden with a briny tang, swept across the rudimentary camp. The reinforced fence cast distorted shadows under the moonlight as Yi Chun leaned against the wooden post of his newly constructed shelter, closing his eyes to embrace the relentless power within him. The transformation brought forth by the fruit was tangible, akin to a dormant volcano yearning for an eruption to validate its might. Though he could not fully comprehend the nature of these changes, it was evident that they had transcended the bounds of his scientific understanding. He estimated that his current strength might be 2 to 3 times that of his former self. Suddenly, a piercing, distorted howl shattered the serene night, erupting from the depths of the forest beyond the camp. Following closely was the chaotic sound of heavy footsteps and the heart-stopping roars of beasts, drawing nearer with alarming speed. The wolves are back for revenge. Chun Lily screamed in terror, clutching tightly to the equally pale Zhao Shuer. Li Qinghan swiftly seized a sharpened wooden spear, his sharp gaze scanning the origin of the sound. It's not wolves. Yi Chen's eyes flew open, a flicker of imperceptible intensity glinting in the darkness. The growl was deep and resonant, imbued with an overwhelming sense of power, utterly unlike the shrill howls of wolves. Boom! Crack! The sparse fence at the camp's edge was shattered by an immense force. A disheveled figure tumbled through the breach. A middle-aged man, clad in tattered clothing, his face smeared with blood and marked by sheer terror. Behind him loomed a massive shadow, akin to a moving hill, growling as it barreled into the camp. The moonlight illuminated its form. It was a fully grown brown bear, standing nearly 2 meters tall on its hind legs. Its fangs glinted ominously in the darkness, and its powerful paws struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The bear was utterly enraged, its blood-red eyes fixated on the intruder who had trespassed into its territory and had been relentlessly pursued to this very spot. The unfamiliar man. Help! Help me! The stranger collapsed to the ground, despair etched upon his face as he gazed at the advancing giant with no strength left to rise. A bear! It's a bear! Run! Zhao Shuer cried, her voice thick with tears. Li Qinghan's grip on the spear was slick with sweat, his heart racing. Yet Yi Chun stood remarkably composed, arms crossed, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the rampaging beast. The new power within him roared, yearning for release. Fear? No, at that moment, he felt an almost chilling exhilaration. For reasons unknown, he sensed that he was not inferior to this bear. Get back! Yi Chun commanded quietly, his voice remarkably calm. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the 3 women and the unfamiliar man and the colossal bear. He bore no weapon, standing unarmed and resolute. The massive creature seemed incensed by the audacity of this diminutive human, unleashing a thunderous roar as its immense form surged towards Yi Chun like a runaway truck. The stench of blood assaulting the senses. Li Qinghan's heart raced to her throat, while Chen Lily shielded her eyes. They feared that in the next heartbeat, Yi Chen would be torn to shreds, and they would meet the same grim fate. They believed that although Yi Chen possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to that of the bear. At that moment, it was not that they lacked the desire to flee. Their legs had turned to jelly, rendering them immobile. Just as the bear's paw descended with earth-shattering force, Yi Chen sprang into action. Swiftly, he became a mere blur. Rather than retreating, he sidestepped, closing the distance. His body glided with astonishing agility along the inner curve of the bear's paw, while his right fist, like a cannonball, struck with precision against the bear's vulnerable armpit. A howl of pain erupted from the bear as it stumbled, caught off guard by the impact of that singular blow. Yi Chen pressed on relentlessly. Strength, speed, and reflexes reached a level of inhuman coordination under the metamorphosis bestowed by the fruit. He resembled a superhero from a comic book, darting around the enraged, yet somewhat clumsy bear with the finesse of an agile sprite. Each evasion was executed with exquisite precision, and every strike bore an overwhelming weight. Chapter 30. A remarkable hero fist rained down like a torrential downpour upon the thick hide and layers of fat, producing dull thuds that echoed through the air. In this moment, Yi Chen appeared impervious to fatigue, untouched by the pain of his strikes. Elbow strikes and knee thrusts. Each blow elicited a pained roar from the massive bear. It flailed wildly, swiping and biting, yet failed to graze even the hem of Yi Chen's garment. Within Yi Chen's gaze lay an unyielding calm and an exquisite control over his power. At last, a confident smile graced his lips as he seized upon a significant opening created by the bear's agony, which lunged at him in a desperate attempt. He bent low, channeling the full force of his body into his right fist, which descended upon the bear's jaw like a battering ram. Crack! The audibly painful sound of bones fracturing pierced the air. The colossal form of the bear stiffened momentarily, the ferocity in its eyes dissipating in an instant. It swayed slightly, resembling a mountain of flesh deprived of its foundation, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. Its heavy head struck the earth. Silence forever. The camp fell into an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. Yi Chen gradually straightened, shaking off the bear hair and blood from his fist, his expression as tranquil as one who had merely completed an inconsequential task. Moonlight bathed him, cloaking him in a shimmering silver aura. The onlookers cast incredulous gazes toward Yi Chen. Was this truly a human? He was nothing short of Superman. The bear was dead. Chen Lily released her grip, staring in disbelief at the enormous carcass on the ground. The man, who had narrowly escaped death, lay limp, regarding Yi Chen with the eyes of one who had witnessed a monster. "My name is Lu Han. I'm a builder," he gasped, his voice trembling as he recounted how he, along with a few others, had lost their way in the woods and inadvertently stumbled into the creature's den. Yi Chen remained silent, approaching the bear's corpse and deftly drawing a shard of stone from his waist, beginning to skillfully process the animal. His strength had increased, yet the pangs of hunger remained palpable. Tonight, there would be bear meat to feast upon. Moments earlier, deep within the dense forest at Wang Yi's makeshift camp, Wang Hai lay moaning in agony. The wound that pierced him was barely stymied by the herbal poultice and bandages, but each breath tugged at him with excruciating pain. "Brother, have you found the way? I want Yi Chen to die," he rasped, the bitterness fueling his feeble body. Wang Yi, Angitatit, kicked at the debris at his feet. Lao Dao returned from the forest's edge with a grim expression, shaking his head. "The woods are too dense, and the darkness makes it difficult to ascertain direction. Our camp is likely to the northeast, but the specific path is convoluted." A Bao, growing impatient, wiped his darkened gun. "Why not fire a shot to draw them here? Or perhaps set a fire?" "Fool!" Wang Yi growled in response. "The sound of gunfire would be a waste, not to mention it could startle them away. What if they flee or hide even deeper? And setting a fire? In this dreadful weather, what if the wind turns and it ignites our own camp?" He sought a strategy that would ensnare them with minimal cost, a means to plunge Yi Chen into despair while he believed he held the upper hand. At that moment, a muffled, resonant roar echoed through the air. accompanied by the sensation of a heavy object crashing to the ground, emanating from the direction they had predicted as northeast. The sound was not too distant, yet it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night. The three men instantly became alert. Was it a bear? Or perhaps a tiger? Old Dao's gaze sharpened. He was familiar with that sound. The commotion was considerable, yet such creatures should not inhabit this rainforest. Bao tightened his grip on the gun, his face betraying a hint of tension. Wang Yi listened intently for a moment, but the direction fell silent, as if the previous roar and tremor were mere figments of imagination. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a deeper ferocity. Regardless of what transpired over there, it was now certain that Yi Chen's camp lay in that direction. At dawn, Wang Yi gritted his teeth, gesturing towards the source of the sound, and stealthily advanced that way. Old Dao, you lead the way and watch for any traces. Bao, keep your weapon ready. Do not use it lightly, but do not hesitate when the time comes. The two nodded in response, though stranded on a deserted island. Their loyalty to Wang Yi was unmistakable. The crackling of the campfire illuminated the flames of vengeance in Wang Yi's eyes. Yi Chen and those women. It won't be long now. At Yi Chen's camp, the bonfire blazed vigorously, bear meat sizzling and oozing oil over the flames, emanating a rich aroma that dispelled the previous bloodshed and fear. The atmosphere was peculiar, a blend of relief for having survived the ordeal and reverence for Yi Chen's otherworldly power. Lu Han devoured his share of bear meat, mumbling an introduction. I'm in engineering design. I was part of a team surveying an island reef project, but then the boat capsized, and I ended up in this godforsaken place. He cast furtive glances at the silent Yi Chen, who was methodically cutting the bear meat, a lingering dread in his heart. Unfortunately, all the others with me were taken by the bear. Li Qinghan quietly added more wood to the fire, its glow dancing across her face. Yi Chen's absolute strength and cold precision were indelibly etched in her mind. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The others regarded Yi Chen with a mixture of trust and trepidation. Yi Chen tore off a piece of perfectly roasted bear meat and chewed slowly, feeling a surge of power within him, a sensation of unprecedented satisfaction accompanying his full belly. He raised his gaze towards the inky depths of the forest. Wang Hai was not entirely dead. A premonition stirred within him. Greater troubles may well be brewing in that darkness. He needed such strength and also more methods to harness this power. The bonfire cast a glow on his tranquil eyes, as profound as ancient tales. The fat from the bear meat crackled over the flames, its aroma wafting through the air. The fullness brought a fleeting peace, yet the tension in the camp remained palpable. Yi Chen silently wiped the blood from the stone shard, the sensation of power at his fingertips clear yet unfamiliar. Li Qinghan's gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting to the disheveled, yet composed Lu Han across the fire. Mr. Lu, Li Qinghan's voice broke the silence. Imbued with a barely perceptible hope, you are in construction and understand engineering. Although the resources on this island are primitive, there is no shortage of trees, vines, and stones. Is it possible for us to build a boat? Even a rudimentary one, just enough to escape this place? All eyes instantly turned to Lu Han. Zhao Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Lily paused in her gnawing on the bare bones, and even Yi Chen halted his cleaning of the stone shard. A fleeting expression of complexity flickered across her face, only to vanish almost instantly. Chapter 31. The choice Lu Hanzheng meticulously scraped the fat and scraps of meat from the bear skin with a stone, lifting his head at the sound. The firelight illuminated his weary yet astute face. He fell silent for a few moments, as if conducting a rapid assessment. Shipbuilding? He echoed, casting a glance over the gathered individuals before finally resting his gaze on Li Qinghan. Returning to civilization? The notion was indeed appealing. He paused, his tone shifting to a pragmatic one. Difficult, exceedingly difficult. Yet, it is not devoid of opportunity. How so? Li Qinghan pressed, leaning slightly forward. Firstly, the objective. Lu Hanzheng set the stone down and began to sketch in the dirt with a branch. We do not aim to construct an oceanic giant. That is impossible. The goal is to build a vessel sturdy enough to withstand coastal storms, capable of transporting us to routes frequented by passing ships or, with a stroke of fortune, directly to nearby inhabited islands. If it were a raft or a canoe, we might as well abandon all hope. We would likely be scattered by a massive wave even before we set sail. We are not like Sun Wukong, able to traverse the seas on a mere raft. He gestured towards the distant, darkened sea. The risks are substantial. Navigating is fraught with peril, storms, sharks, and the scarcity of fresh water and food. All are matters of life and death. Yet, to sit idly and perish on this island. Oh, I do not wish to meet that fate. His words were directed at the group, yet his gaze subtly flickered over Chen. Chen remained silent. The surge of power within him granted him an uncanny sense of control over this treacherous island. It felt like his hunting ground. However, with Wang Hai still alive, he sensed it instinctively, coupled with the bear from the previous night and the ominous paw prints of unknown beasts lurking deeper within. Danger was ever present. He resented the constraints of civilized society, where he felt like a waste, unseen and unappreciated. Here he was a king commanding everything, with all depending on him. Li Qinghan, Chen Lili, and Zhao Xue'er were women he had once dared not even dream of. Now, they could share his bed. Yet, the unending struggle for survival in this primal world was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Secondly, materials and techniques. Lu Hanzheng continued his analysis, his pace quickening as he displayed the clarity of a profession. We have wood, plenty of hardwood, which will serve as the framework. Vines and bark fibers can be used as ropes for binding, but their strength is insufficient and prone to decay when wet. They must undergo repeated oil treatments to enhance their resilience, which requires time and fat, such as bear fat. He pointed to the bear meat cooking over the fire. If we could obtain whale oil, that would be even better, but clearly, that is wishful thinking. The sealing of the hull to make it waterproof presents a significant challenge. Merely relying on wooden joints leaves too many gaps, and it would sink upon entering the water. We need a substantial amount of resin or clay, he continued. However, when I searched for water yesterday, I noticed exposed clay layers on the cliffs across the way. We could attempt to excavate some, blend it with wood shavings to fill the gaps, and then fire it to harden. Yet, this requires experimentation, and the results are uncertain. What about tools? Chen finally spoke, his voice low. We only have stone shards and wooden spears. Felling trees, excavating clay, hollowing out trunks. The efficiency is woefully inadequate. He clenched his fist, feeling the extraordinary strength coursing through him. Perhaps he could compensate for the lack of tools? The thought flickered briefly in his mind. Thus, time is of the essence, ample time, along with a sufficient workforce. Yet, at present, our numbers remain woefully inadequate, predominantly comprised of women. Lu Han candidly acknowledged the challenges ahead, emphasizing the necessity for a judicious allocation of tasks. Design, timber felling, material processing, weaving, and waterproof testing, each step fraught with the potential for failure and necessitating a restart. This endeavor cannot be completed in mere days or even months. The crackling of the campfire illuminated the varied expressions of the group. As the flicker of hope danced in Li Qinghan's eyes, only to be doused by the cold reality that loomed over them, Zhao Xue'er quietly inquired, "So, can we truly accomplish this? While human effort is paramount, certainty eludes us." Lu Han wiped his face, a fleeting glimmer of long-buried sharpness and tenacity, reminiscent of a seasoned entrepreneur, sparkled in his eyes. I have triumphed over countless seemingly insurmountable projects in the business realm, relying on resource integration and unwavering execution. Now we, the few capable individuals here, represent our most significant resource. Brother Chen, he turned towards Chen, his tone imbued with tentative respect. Your strength and agility render you an indispensable asset for lumbering and hauling, far surpassing that of an average individual. Miss Li possesses a meticulous mind, making her suitable for design and detail management. Miss Chen and Miss Zhao can gather vines and fibers, process food, and oversee the camp. I shall oversee the overall planning and critical processes. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yi Chen's face, realizing that Lu Han considered himself the leader, encroaching upon the hard-earned position he had claimed for himself. He cast his gaze towards the shadowy forest, pondering that they might not be entirely isolated. Perhaps more survivors awaited discovery. This island harbors resources, merely awaiting exploration and experimentation. A brief silence fell, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent. Very well. Chen's voice shattered the stillness, hesitating momentarily before reaching a resolute decision. To construct. This single word bore the weight of immense significance. Not to return to the suffocating confines of civilization, which he had grown weary of, but to seize the choice of departure. To escape the encroaching dual threats posed by nature and humanity on the island. This vessel would represent a new path to survival and the commencement of a hunt for freedom. Li Qinghan exhaled, her taut shoulders relaxing. Chun Lily frowned, evidently displeased with the task of gathering vines, yet refrained from challenging Yichun. Zhao Shuer nodded vigorously in agreement. Then Lu Han rose, brushing the dust from his hands. We commence tomorrow. The first step is to procure more effective tools. Ye Chen, we shall rely on you for several genuine stone axes and shovel-like stone shard for digging clay. Miss Li, we need to outline the approximate dimensions and structure of the boat. The simplest forms would be a raft or a hollowed-out log canoe. By the campfire, the blueprint for their escape from the deserted island began to take shape in the coarse sand. Hope and the weight of pressure bore down on each heart. Shipbuilding, the second survival struggle on this desolate isle, silently commenced. Several kilometers away, in the depths of the dense forest, the flickering light of the campfire cast a glow upon Wang Yi's brooding countenance. Lao Dao has just returned from a reconnaissance mission in the northeast. The camp remains intact. His voice was subdued, as if they were engaged in some monumental task, having felled numerous trees piled upon the beach. Felling trees? Wang Yi frowned. Reinforcing the camp? That seems unlikely. The timber could enclose several circles. It does not seem plausible. Lao Dao shook his head. I observed that tall man, Yi Chun, chopping wood with an alarming display of strength, bringing down thick hardwoods with ease. There's also the newcomer, Lu Han, sketching on the beach, gesturing as he worked. Sketching? A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Yi's eyes, swiftly replaced by a steely resolve. We shall disregard that for now and investigate further tomorrow. How is Xiao Hai? He just had a bit of meat soup and has fallen asleep. The fever has subsided somewhat, a Bao replied, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the grip of his gun at his waist. Good. Wang Yi rose, gazing into the darkness towards Yi Chen's camp, allowing them to expend their energy. When they believe themselves secure, that will be our moment to strike. Lao Dao, continue to monitor them tomorrow. Ascertain their routine and the positions of their personnel. A Bao, double-check the ammunition. Understood, both men replied. The fangs of vengeance silently sharpen in the darkness, directing their focus toward the logs upon the beach, which symbolize a faint glimmer of hope. Time quietly elapses in the midst of both sides' preparations and calculations. Chapter 32. Days in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards as night deepened. The sound of waves crashing against the shore resonated distinctly in the stillness. In the campsite, Zhao Shuer and Chen Lily succumbed to exhaustion and fear, drifting into a profound slumber, their breaths barely audible. Lu Han leaned against a newly piled stack of timber, his brow furrowed as if he were still pondering how to construct the ship even in his dreams. Yet Yi Chun found himself wide awake, silently stepping out of the humble shelter, his bare feet sinking into the cool sand as he ventured toward the distant rocky outcrop. Moonlight shimmered upon the sea's surface, resembling a scattering of quivering silver scales. At this moment, his heart was tumultuous, torn between the desire to return and the urge to stay. Although he had consented to the decision of shipbuilding, an overwhelming sense of conflict now enveloped him. The surging power within him instilled an uncanny sense of belonging to this island. Here, he was the hunter, the sovereign. Each display of formidable strength, each crisis overcome, brought forth a primal and unmediated satisfaction, a freedom and control he had never experienced in the confines of civilized society. It could be said that here he was the player of chess, whereas in society, he was merely a pawn. However, the island was fraught with peril and peculiarities. The existence of creatures that should not be present was just the tip of the iceberg, not to mention the mysterious force emanating from the fruits that defied scientific explanation. What other secrets lay hidden in the depths of the dense forest? And those women, Yi Chen's gaze swept over the sleeping campsite. They trusted him, relied on him. But could he truly protect everyone forever? Despite his yearning to reign supreme in this land, surrounded by the comforts of a harem, he knew that if he remained trapped here, the relentless dangers would inevitably claim his life. Shipbuilding seemed to be the only path to salvation. Yet, to leave this place and return to a world rife with deceit and constraints? Would that power within him dissipate? Would he revert to the person he once was? Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking softly under the pressure. The rocks beneath his unconscious grip developed fine fissures. Unable to sleep? Enjoying the sea breeze at this late hour? A cool voice emerged from behind him, laced with a hint of concern. Yi Chen's body stiffened imperceptibly before relaxing. He did not turn around, already aware of the identity of the speaker. Li Qinghan approached his side, mimicking his stance as she gazed into the ink-black sea. The moonlight illuminated her delicate profile, revealing a breathtaking beauty that seemed almost unreal, her fresh allure untouched by cosmetics. Worried that shipbuilding might be too risky, she inquired softly. Yi Chen paused, silence enveloping him for a moment before he replied in a low voice. It's more than that. Is it about staying on this island? Or returning? Li Qinghan's voice was gentle, yet it pierced Yi Chen's heart like a needle. He abruptly turned to face her. In the moonlight, her eyes shone brilliantly, beautiful like the sea, sharp enough to see through all his struggles. Do you sense it? Yi Chen's voice emerged hoarsely, referring to that potent force. Li Qinghan did not respond directly. Instead, she stepped closer, her gaze fixating on the spot where he had pressed against the reef, the subtle cracks barely visible under the moonlight. Since you awoke after consuming that fruit, I feel as though you have transformed entirely. Your speed in felling trees, your strength and swiftness in hunting bears, and your very gaze. She raised her head, locking her eyes with Yi Chen's. You are no longer the same. You resemble a lion, your eyes filled with the ferocity of tiger. Though you were once somewhat frivolous, you were a gentle soul. Yi Chen's heart trembled. Indeed, she had observed everything. Here, you believe you can wield control over everything, including that power, do you not? Li Qinghan's words cut through the air with precision. Are you frightened that upon returning, all of this will vanish? Afraid of reverting to your ordinary self? Yi Chen swallowed hard, tacitly acknowledging the truth. The power he possessed brought not only safety, but also a newfound, potent self-identity, an unprecedented experience. To relinquish it felt akin to severing a limb. Yet, could he truly retain it and maintain control? Li Qinghan's voice trembled ever so slightly. She recalled the suffocating fear from the previous night when a massive bear charged, the specter of death looming over them. The island was rife with peril. Yi Chen, you are indeed reliable, but you are not a deity. We may evade danger once, perhaps twice, but can we escape indefinitely? There will inevitably come a moment when you cannot shield us. She thought of herself, of Shui, even of Chun Lily and Wang Hai. Setting sail for unknown shores bore its own risks, yet remaining was an inescapable despair. Li Qinghan's voice resonated with clarity amidst the night breeze. That power, it has chosen you. How could it simply fade away? It has become a part of you. Returning merely signifies a change in location for its utilization. As long as you are present, the power remains. Moreover, I believe that whether on the island or beyond, you are still Yi Chen, an evolved version, one who can protect those he cherishes. Otherwise, how could you have saved me? At that moment, I was of no use to you. Her words swept through Yi Chen's mind like a gust of wind, dispersing the lingering fog of his doubts. Indeed, kindness stemmed from his essence, while strength derived from that enigmatic fruit. How could it dissipate merely due to a shift in surroundings? What mattered was how one wielded it. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility, was it not? Gazing into Li Qinghan's resolute eyes under the moonlight, watching her hair dance gently in the sea breeze, the taut string within Yi Chen's heart suddenly loosened. Their days of shared existence, her calmness, wisdom, and resilience had already etched indelible marks upon his soul. In that moment, the understanding and trust they shared surged like a warm current, obliterating his final hesitations. An indescribable sentiment quietly blossomed amidst the tranquil night and the whisper of the waves. Yi Chen's gaze drifted from her luminous eyes to her softly pursed lips. His heart skipped a beat before racing wildly anew. Yi Chen. Li Qinghan seemed to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze became somewhat flustered as she sought to avert her eyes. Yet, Yi Chen did not grant her the opportunity. He extended his hand, wielding a blend of irresistible force and unparalleled gentleness, cradling her face. His fingertips, calloused and warm, provided a rough yet tender sensation. Chapter 33. The kiss of a century. Li Qinghan's body instantly stiffened, her breath suspended. She gazed at Yi Chen's face, mere inches away, observing the tumultuous emotions swirling within his gaze, struggles yielding to relief, the poignant touch of understanding and a fervent warmth that sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps she had not yet fully realized that she had developed feelings for Yi Chen. Her daily skirmishes with Chen Lily over trivial matters were ample evidence of this. In that moment, the sea breeze seemed to still. Yi Chen lowered his head, tentatively and almost reverently, pressing his lips against hers. Initially cool, tinged with the night's dampness, it soon ignited into a searing warmth that enveloped them. Li Qinghan's mind blanked, filled only with the roaring sound of the waves and the rapid beating of their hearts. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her body transitioning from rigidity to softness, ultimately responding to the sudden kiss with a blend of shyness and determination. In that instant, all fears, the uncertainties of the future, and the harshness of the deserted island were momentarily dispelled by this fervent warmth. The moonlight, the waves, and their entwined silhouettes made time seem to stretch infinitely. After an indeterminate period, Yi Chen slowly lifted his head, resting his forehead against hers, breath slightly ragged. Li Qinghan's cheeks flushed, leaning against his sturdy chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Yi Chen inhaled the briny, cool sea breeze. The turbulence within him, born of strength and the conflict of departure, was now replaced by something more resolute and fervent. Looking down at her, his voice deep and powerful, imbued with a determination akin to burning bridges, he declared, "We shall build a boat. Together, we will leave this place safely. If possible, I wish to search for the victims, to bring as many as we can with us. I understand the pain of losing family. It is not an escape, but a guardianship. To protect this budding affection, to safeguard the trusting gazes within the camp, to defend the hard-won strength and freedom I possess. Leaving is a means to live better, to continue being a master of fate in a broader world." Li Qinghan gently nodded in his embrace, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Yi Chen, when we return, shall we go watch a movie together?" Yi Chen smiled faintly, taking her hand as they returned to the camp. In their embrace, they found the courage and resolve to support each other's journey ahead. Building a boat was no longer merely a means of survival. It had transformed into a vessel of new hope and a vow of protection. The following morning, Lao Dao quietly returned to Wang Yi's camp, his voice barely above a whisper. "It seems they are planning to build a boat. There are piles of wood on the beach, and that new man, Lu Han, mentioned that Yi Chen is in charge of chopping and transporting the trees." "Build a boat?" Wang Yi paused momentarily, then a cruel smile spread across his face. "Want to run? Huh, let them build. The sturdier, the better." When they had finally labored tirelessly to construct the vessel, believing they could at last escape this wretched place, to craft a wedding gown for us, a malevolent glimmer shone in his eyes as he declared, "Let us strike once more. We shall shatter their ship, along with their hopes, right before their eyes." It seemed he could already envision the despair etched upon Yi Chen and his companions' faces. Such would be the sweetest revenge. "Xiao Hai, Wang Yi inwided. He is recovering well," Abeo replied, his fingers instinctively caressing the grip of his gun at his waist. "Good. Let him recuperate properly." Wang Yi sneered. "When the time comes, let Xiao Hai be the one to personally end Yi Chen's life. Let Yi Chen witness those women." He licked his lips, leaving the implication unspoken but unmistakable. "Keep a close watch. When the ship nears completion, that will be our signal to act." Wang Yi issued the final command. The flickering campfire illuminated 3 faces filled with malevolence. The serpent of vengeance coiled within the shadows, patiently awaiting the moment when its prey would expend its last ounce of strength before delivering a fatal strike. As the morning mist lingered over the sea, Yi Chen and Lu Han embarked on their quest to locate Clay. Lu Han pointed towards a cliffside draped in vines to the east. I discovered this yesterday while scouting. The soil there appears red and sticky. It should suffice. Yi Chen nodded, lifting the freshly sharpened stone axe. The surge of power coursing through him made his steps light, and he effortlessly snapped the thick vines that obstructed their path. The two ventured into the dense forest, where the humid air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and the unknown. As they walked, Lu Han gestured animatedly about the details of sealing the boat's hull. The clay we dig up needs to be mixed with wood shavings, compacted into the seams of the raft, and then slowly baked hard. Let us hope it does not collapse. As he spoke, Yi Chen suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal silence. It was worth noting that at this moment, Yi Chen possessed extraordinary vision. He could clearly discern a towering figure lurking in the underbrush a mere 10 meters ahead. The deep brown skin of the figure blended almost seamlessly with the earth, adorned with rudimentary animal hides around the waist, and a few obsidian-tipped spears slung across his back. The figure lay prone, with his left calf a gruesome sight, torn open as if by the claws of a ferocious beast, revealing bone beneath the mangled flesh, the blood already congealed and darkened. A native? A savage? In the correct skin tone, Lu Han whispered, his eyes alert. Yi Chen crouched down to investigate. The man's breaths were faint yet present. He possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, towering nearly 2 meters, with muscles taut and coiled, exuding an innate power even in unconsciousness. The wound was severely infected, the surrounding flesh swollen and glistening. Let's take him back, Yi Chen stated calmly, without hesitation. Lu Han frowned deeply. An unidentified individual who resembles Yao Ming could pose trouble. Yet Yi Chen had already hefted the heavy body onto his shoulder, his movements steady as though carrying a bundle of firewood. We're in need of manpower. Worry not, I shall manage. If he proves unruly, a swift blow will suffice. Yi Chen radiated confidence, believing himself to be among the strongest men on earth, capable of delivering a punch with force exceeding 600 or 700 kilograms. Moreover, he sensed that his strength was continuously amplifying, albeit with a constant hunger gnawing at him. The newfound strength coursing through him rendered him almost impervious to the weight he bore. Lu Han observed Yi Chen's relaxed silhouette and swallowed back words of caution, silently retrieving the fallen obsidian spearhead, remarkably sharp. This indeed bodes ill. The camp erupted into chaos. Chun Lily, terrified, sought refuge behind Zhao Shui, whose face turned pale. Chapter 34. A regrettable decision, a flicker of terror danced in Li Qinghan's eyes, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Leave him here, she commanded Yi Chen, directing him to place the unconscious figure beside the fire on a dry patch of ground. Immediately, she retrieved the medicinal concoction she had prepared earlier, crushed anti-inflammatory herbs mixed with the remaining bear oil. Meanwhile, Lu Han took Chen Lily to reinforce the surrounding fence, doubling their vigilance. Li Qinghan's movements were both professional and composed. She meticulously rinsed the wound with distilled water, cleansing away the putrid mud and coagulated blood. Her touch as gentle as possible. The unconscious native still writhed in agony, his muscles convulsing from the pain. She carefully applied the cool herbal paste around the swollen, inflamed wound before bandaging it with torn strips of clean cloth. Yi Chen silently handed her supplies, his gaze lingering on Li Qinghan's focused profile, her hair dampened by sweat at the temples. A warm memory flickered in their minds, the kiss by the rocks the previous night. After all, it was his first experience as a suitor, and though many affluent young men had pursued her before, the feeling Yi Chen evoked was distinctly unique. After nearly an hour of labor, the wound was finally tended to. Li Qinghan sighed in relief, wiping her brow, and was about to speak to Yi Chen when the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide. They were wild and feral, resembling a cornered beast, his pupils constricting from pain and the unfamiliar surroundings. Before him were faces he did not recognize. Chen Lily and Zhao Shuer hidden from his view. The strange flickering of flames, the bonfire, and the bindings that restrained his injured leg, the bandages. Fragments of memory surged back. Dense forest, claws, excruciating pain, darkness. And then the present. A trap? An enemy? A horse. Animalistic growl erupted from his throat. An explosive surge of power, allowing him to disregard his leg injury as he sprang up like an overcompressed spring. Oh no! Chen éclamait in terror. Li Qingshan, closest to him, had no time to react. All she perceived was a blur, as an immense force seized her neck, dragging her violently forward. A cold, blood-stained shard of stone, the obsidian spear tip Lu Han had retrieved, now inexplicably in the man's grasp, was suddenly pressed against her delicate carotid artery. Henin! Yi Chen's eyes widened in desperation as he stepped forward. A wild fury surged through him, saturating his limbs, the air around them seeming to freeze. In that moment, he regretted his blind arrogance. Indeed, having gained strength, he had foolishly overestimated his abilities, leading to such a perilous choice. Don't come any closer, Chen Lily screamed. Zhao Shuer, terrified, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. What to do? Hearing the commotion, Lu Han rushed in and was frozen in shock at the scene before him. I told you, he's a disaster. What now? Li Qinghan struggled to breathe under the tight grip, but forced herself to remain calm. She could sense the body behind her trembling violently from pain and tension, the sharp edge of the stone pressing against her skin, sending a chilling sensation through her. She spoke in the most soothing tone she could muster, slowly articulating, "We saved you. Your leg is injured." She gestured towards his bandaged left leg. Although Yi Chen was confident in his speed, he realized the gravity of the situation. He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to, for what if? A more ferocious growl responded to her. As the shard of stone pressed tighter, a trickle of blood seeping from Li Qinghan's neck. The native's eyes were filled solely with fear and aggression. Not a word of Li Qinghan's plea registered in his understanding. He cast a fierce glare at the encroaching Yi Chen and the others, his eyes sharp as knives. Brimming with a warning, "Step back, or I shall kill her." Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed on those wild, terrified eyes, a tempest of power surging within him, nearly overwhelming his reason. He was confident he could break the wrist of the hand wielding the stone shard in a mere 0.1 seconds, even crush the adversary's throat. But what if? What if that shard instinctively slashed across before the native perished? He could not take that risk. Suppressing the raging fury and murderous intent, Yi Chen performed an unexpected action. He slowly, deliberately cast the stone axe to the ground at his feet, then raised his empty hands, palms outward, signaling that he bore no weapon. He forced himself to take a step back, his voice deep and imbued with an undeniable authority, despite the language barrier. "Let her go. We mean you no harm." He pointed at Li Qinghan, then at the bandage on the native's leg, gesturing towards himself and finally towards the ground, repeating slowly, "Save you. Help you." The native's gaze flickered with intensity, and the grip on Li Qinghan's arm seemed to loosen slightly, yet the stone shard remained pressed against her. He glanced down, catching a fleeting look at the strange binding on his leg, which emitted a herbal aroma. The pain persisted, yet it seemed less searing. He looked back at Yi Chen's empty hands and the discarded weapon at his feet. This most robust of men appeared. To be showing weakness? To be signaling harmlessness? A stalemate ensued. Each second stretched into what felt like an eternity. The crackling of the campfire served as the solitary backdrop. At this moment, a minor misunderstanding could lead to irrevocable regret. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Qinghan refrained from struggling. Instead, she laboriously lifted her hand to point at a small ceramic pot suspended over the flames. Inside was clear water, warm for the injured. She endeavored to soften her voice, whispering, "Water, drink," and mimic the action of drinking. The native's gaze followed her gesture to the pot, then to her pallid face and the agonized eyes that betrayed her suffocation. The arm constricting her neck slackened a fraction. He licked his cracked, bleeding lips, the thirst for water overpowering a portion of his fear. Yi Chen seized on this detail. He quickly hissed to the stunned Zhao Shuer, "Water." Bring it slowly. Trembling, Zhao Shuer picked up a smaller coconut shell bowl, scooping half a bowl of clear water from the pot. With Yi Chun's encouraging glance, she cautiously, step by step, inched forward, placing the bowl gently on the ground a little over a meter from the native, then swiftly retreated. The native's gaze fixated on the bowl of water, then scanned the group with guarded vigilance. Ultimately, the overwhelming thirst eclipsed his momentary assessment of the apparent harmlessness of this gathering. He abruptly pushed Li Qinghan forward, simultaneously bending down like a leopard to seize the water bowl from the ground. With swift movements, he retreated to the edge of the camp, leaning against a wooden post, adopting a combat stance, and raised the bowl to his lips, drinking deeply. The cool water quenched his parched throat and somewhat subdued his agitation. Li Qinghan stumbled a few steps from the push, falling into the outstretched arms of Yi Chun. He held her tightly, feeling the tremor of her body. The small crimson mark on her neck pricked his eyes. His gaze, cold and sharp as a blade, fixated on the native, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. It was gently restrained by Li Qinghan's icy hand on his arm. Don't he, yes, just frightened very well, but keep a close watch on him. None of you must approach him. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet the atmosphere remained taut with tension. The native resembled a wounded lone wolf, backed against the fence, clutching a shard of stone, glaring fiercely and warily at everyone. It was only then that Lu Han dared to step forward. He pointed to the bandage on the native's leg, gestured to himself, and mimicked an arduous digging motion, finally indicating the direction of the clay cliff to the east. He endeavored to convey, through the simplest of gestures, "We must go there to dig for this." He pointed at the wooden raft skeleton that had just begun to be laid upon the beach. The native followed his finger to the pile of wood, then glanced at Lu Han's actions, his brow furrowing as he seemed to struggle to comprehend. Suddenly, as though recalling something profoundly terrifying, his expression shifted dramatically. He pointed vehemently towards the clay cliff Lu Han had indicated, shaking his head vigorously, his face betraying sheer terror, emitting frantic and strange syllables. Ho, Kulu, ta, ga. He excitedly gestured towards that direction, pointed to the wound on his leg, mimicking the ferocious strike and bite of a beast, and finally gestured wildly towards the depths of the dense forest, signaling that they must not go there under any circumstances. Next, he pointed towards another direction, the deeper, denser jungle to the west, extending 2 fingers, then mimicking a throwing motion, his eyes filled with profound hatred and fear. Yi Chun, Li Qinghan, and Lu Han exchanged solemn glances. Despite the language barrier, the native's body language and expressions conveyed a clear message. 1. There are exceedingly dangerous beasts near the clay mine, possibly the one that injured him. 2. In the depths of the jungle, there lies an even deadlier threat. Did he extend 2 fingers to signify quantity or some form of warning? The throwing motion, a spear? An arrow? 3. That deep-seated hatred appeared to be directed not solely at the beasts. Chapter 35. The strong are respected. Yi Chen's heart sank. The indigenous man's injury on his leg, inflicted by a beast's claw, evoked in him a profound fear and animosity towards the deeper recesses of the forest, where more terrifying entities undoubtedly lurked. The clay for shipbuilding was found in such perilous terrain. With monstrous beasts ahead and pursuers behind, the path to hope appeared fraught with challenges. Yi Chen clenched his fists, casting a glance at Li Qinghan, who, though still shaken, had regained her composure. He then focused on the nascent framework of the raft taking shape on the beach, his gaze sharpening with resolve. No matter the difficulties that lay ahead, this path must be traversed. Turning towards the still cautious indigenous man, Yi Chun slowly extended his hand, palm upward, pointing towards a fire pit. There lay sustenance. This time, it was not merely an act of compassion. The indigenous man, lowering his guard, began to partake in the meal, subsequently opting to remain in the camp to recuperate. Although his words were cryptic and difficult to comprehend, there seemed to be a vague understanding of their meaning. As the moon shifted and the campfire waned, the towering indigenous figure leaned against the fence, resembling a silent rock, his grip tight upon a shard of stone, scanning the camp with watchful eyes. Yi Chun and Li Qinghan stood at opposite corners, refusing to allow any sense of relaxation. Fatigue and tension weighed heavily upon each individual, like a drenched blanket. Yet, as the first pale rays of dawn pierced the horizon, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The indigenous man, who had been on the brink of death the previous night due to excruciating pain and loss of blood, astonishingly braced himself against the fence and slowly rose to his feet. He tentatively tested his injured left leg, though still bandaged. The expression of agony etched upon his face had noticeably eased. He even attempted to hop on one foot, frowning only slightly upon landing, his visage betraying a hint of confusion. It was as if he himself could not fathom the astonishing speed of his recovery. How could this be possible? Lu Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had witnessed many robust individuals, but to recover from the brink of death to standing within a single night was utterly beyond comprehension. Brother Yi Chen, this is completely unscientific. Li Qinghan echoed his astonishment, scrutinizing the indigenous man's wound. The swelling beneath the poultice had subsided significantly, revealing delicate, pink new flesh at the edges. This regenerative ability was even more formidable than Yi Chen's own transformation after consuming that mysterious fruit. The anomalies of this island were becoming increasingly perplexing. Yet, with the vastness of Earth, it was undeniable that there remained places untouched by human exploration. However, did all of this truly make sense? Such thoughts swirled in the minds of all present. She instinctively glanced at Yi Chen, who too furrowed his brow deeply, a newfound wariness towards this unfamiliar visitor flickering in his eyes. The indigenous man seemed to be acclimating to the changes in his body. He attempted to take a few steps, though still slightly limping. His mobility was no longer severely impaired. Approaching the water jug, he unceremoniously scooped up water, drinking greedily, before seizing the remnants of the roasted bear meat from the previous night and devouring it with ferocity. Sated, he wiped his mouth and surveyed the camp, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yi Chen. How brazen, Yi Chen remarked, frowning at the audacity of the situation. Such provisions are not easily acquired. The gaze was no longer merely one of vigilance and ferocity. It now encompassed scrutiny and evaluation. Yi Chen had once read in a book that in savage tribes, strength is revered above all. If he wished to harness the raw power of these savages, he must first tame them. Coincidentally, Yi Chen was now a superhuman. Even the great Mike Tyson would find himself at a disadvantage. Yi Chen gestured towards the native, then pointed to the expansive sandy beach beyond the camp, beckoning with a curl of his finger. The message was blunt and straightforward. Come, let us engage in combat. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. The nascent power within him yearned for a vigorous release, and his provocative stance ignited the native's fighting spirit. He too wished to ascertain the true strength of this individual with extraordinary resilience. Moreover, in order to survive on this island, power was the only currency. He needed to uncover the depths of this unpredictable element. Be cautious, Chen, Li Qinghan whispered, her eyes filled with concern. The native's uncanny regenerative ability unsettled her. After a tender moment, Li Qinghan had even altered the way she addressed him. Yi Chen nodded, shedding his cumbersome outer garments to reveal his chiseled physique, and strode towards the beach. Lu Han and the three women anxiously encircled the fence. The beach lay open, the sea breeze cool against their skin. The two opponents stood 10 meters apart. The native grinned, exposing a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes reflecting the predatory gaze of a beast fixated on its prey. Armed with no weapon, he clenched his massive fists, the knuckles producing a crackling sound reminiscent of popping beans. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, a peculiar warmth surging through his body. Sharpening his senses to their utmost, he could discern the slightest tremors in the native's calf muscles and hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Taking the initiative, he unleashed a torrent of sand beneath his feet, his form transforming into a blur as he launched forward, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing howl, aiming directly for the native's chest. The speed exceeded the limits of ordinary human capability. However, just as his fist was about to make contact, the native moved. His actions lacked the explosive visual impact of Yi Chen's, yet they were imbued with a primal efficiency and foresight. merely sidestepping and twisting his torso. Yi Chen's thunderous punch grazed past the native's chest. In the same fluid motion, the native's robust arm swung around, his elbow carrying the force of a battering ram, crashing down towards Yi Chen's back. It was too swift. Yi Chen's hair stood on end. Even he could scarcely follow the movement, compelled to twist and block instinctively. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a hammer striking leather. Yi Chen felt an irresistible force surging through his arm, rendering it numb in an instant. As his body was propelled forward uncontrollably for several staggering steps before he barely regained his footing, the sand beneath him carved into deep furrows. His chest heaved painfully, blood surging, a metallic taste rising in his throat, which he forcibly suppressed. Fear! A chilling wave surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The power he had acquired, sufficient to repel a massive bear with a single blow, was rendered utterly ineffective against this native's simple counter. The opponent's reaction speed, strength, and combat intuition transcended human limits. This was not a gap that technique could bridge. It was an overwhelming clash of raw power and velocity. Last night, the strength he exhibited while slaying the bear seemed to transform into a mere jest before the indigenous man. The native did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, casually shaking his elbow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, swiftly replaced by a deeper intrigue. He beckoned once more with his finger. Yi Chen's expression grew gravely intense, tinged with a fear he scarcely wished to acknowledge. Yet the ferocity inherent in his being was fully ignited. He let out a low growl, relinquishing all restraint, channeling the surge of energy within him to its utmost limits. This time, he did not seek a single lethal strike. Rather, he fused speed, strength, and the formidable insight bestowed by his power, moving around the native like a wraith. His fists, elbows, knees, and legs unleashed a tempest, attacking from every conceivable angle. Thud, thud, thud. The beach resonated with a rhythmic barrage of impacts. Yi Chen's figure was so swift it was nearly indistinguishable. Every strike accompanied by the sound of air being split, potent enough to shatter stone. Yet the indigenous man stood resolute, like an immovable boulder rooted to the earth. His movements remained unadorned, devoid of elaborate techniques, relying solely on the most primal forms of blocking, dodging, and countering. His arms were as if forged from steel, effortlessly deflecting Yi Chen's punches. His steps appeared clumsy, yet he consistently evaded Yi Chen's lethal knee strikes by mere fractions. His counterattacks were swift, precise, and ruthless, each blow landing squarely where Yi Chen was at his weakest, forcing him into a state of disarray. With each exchange, Yi Chen's heart sank further. The speed he prided himself on was matched by his opponent. Chapter 36. Feeling like a fool, he possessed the power to shatter rocks. Yet his adversary stood firm. Yi Chen felt utterly foolish, as his opponent, despite sustaining injuries, maintained the upper hand. His extraordinary perception appeared to be nullified by the primal combat instincts of his foe. All of his assaults vanished into nothingness, while each seemingly casual counterattack from the opponent held a terrifying force that could rend his very bones. On several occasions, the indigenous warrior's fist grazed his cheek, the chilling aura of death causing his back to become drenched with sweat. 10 minutes. A mere 10 minutes of intense combat left Yi Chen feeling tenfold more fatigued than when he had slain that bear. His body was soaked in perspiration, muscles aching as though they would tear, and his breath came in labored gasps. In stark contrast, the native, though slightly perspiring, retained a piercing gaze and a steady breath, as if he had merely warmed up. Finally, during an attempt by Yi Chen to grapple and seize his throat, a flash of brilliance ignited in the native's eyes. With the swiftness of lightning, his left hand clamped around Yi Chen's wrist with the strength of a lion or tiger, a man as mighty as an eagle. His right hand transformed into a claw, emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged for Yi Chen's heart. If that grip were to solidify, death would be inevitable. The shadow of demise loomed ominously. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he summoned every ounce of strength to break free. Yet his wrist remained firmly ensnared, motionless. He could only watch helplessly as the deadly claw loomed ever larger before him. In that critical moment, "Stop!" Li Qinghan's voice rang out, laced with desperation as she rushed forward without hesitation. Lu Han, equally alarmed, shouted, "Food! Water! Friend!" He gestured fervently towards the fire, the water jug, himself. And then Yi Chun, desperately trying to communicate. The native understood, albeit momentarily lost in the heat of battle. His lethal claw halted just shy of Yi Chen's heart, barely an inch from its target. He turned his gaze towards the approaching Li Qinghan, then glanced at the anxious gestures of Lu Han. And the ferocious intent and desire for combat within his eyes receded like a tide. Replacing it was a flicker of confusion, soon followed by unmistakable contrition. He released Yi Chen's wrist. Yi Chun staggered backward, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. Cold sweat clinging his shirt to his back, creating an icy sensation. In that fleeting moment, he had truly felt the specter of death. The fear of this native was indelibly etched deep within his heart. The native approached Yi Chun, avoiding his gaze, yet the intensity of that gaze still sent shivers down Yi Chen's spine. Instead, he pointed at Yi Chen's arm. There was a bloodstain, a result of their earlier clash. Then, he struck his own robust chest with force, producing a dull thud, before pointing at Yi Chun, then at the pile of timber for shipbuilding on the beach. And finally, gesturing towards the sea, his expression grew profoundly serious, even imbued with a sense of promise. Though they were separated by a chasm of language, Yi Chen instantly grasped his meaning. "You assist me in healing. I aid you in building a ship to escape." A peculiar bond was forged through their life and death struggle. Fear still lingered, yet it was accompanied by a newfound recognition based on strength and a transaction. At this moment, Yi Chan felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. Had he known, he would not have brought such a calamity back with him. His own strength was now at risk. If this native were to be displeased, he could likely raise the entire camp with ease. Paying no heed to the complex gazes of the crowd, the native strode directly toward a pile of timber. He grasped a robust hardwood log, thick enough for two men to embrace, which Lu Han had intended to use as the main keel for the raft. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the native took a deep breath, his muscular arms swelling like coiling dragons, and emitted a low, thunderous growl from his throat. Crack! A spine-chilling sound of wood fibers tearing echoed. That immensely sturdy log was effortlessly snapped in half by his bare hands. The jagged break revealed menacing wood splinters. Yi Chen watched in awe, questioning if he could ever achieve such a feat then. As if handling a mere twig, the native picked up one half and, with hands as coarse as sandpaper, began to rub and compress the wood along its grain. Under his terrifying strength, the hard timber contorted and shaped itself as if it were soft clay. He needed no stone axe. His hands served as the most primitive and efficient tools. The once inanimate would seem to come alive in his grasp, being kneaded and molded into a rudimentary form of a curved rib for the boat, a task that would have taken Lu Han and Yi Chun an entire day to accomplish, now took shape at a visibly accelerated pace under the native's raw and unrefined manipulation. Lu Han watched in stunned silence, murmuring, This is simply a humanoid steamroller. No, a wood-shaping machine. The meticulous calculations he had made regarding the strength of the wood, which required careful handling, appeared to become trivial in the face of this native's overwhelming power. Yi Chen's astonishment was profound. He finally comprehended why the other could so easily overpower him. This sheer, unrefined strength transcended the human realm. Observing the native's focused and efficient handling of the timber, Yi Chen took a deep breath and quelled the remnants of his fear. He approached the native, wordless, and picked up the other half of the broken log, commencing to chop and refine it with his stone axe. One was shaping with absolute strength and primal skill, while the other was meticulously refining with mutated precision and rudimentary tools. The efficiency of boat-making surged exponentially. Li Qinghan, watching the silent cooperation of the two, finally relaxed her anxious heart, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. She gathered Zhao Xuer and Chen Lily, intent on preparing food and collecting vine fibers with greater diligence. Hope, it seemed, was drawing nearer. Deep in the forest, at Wang Yi's temporary camp, Lao Dao returned like a shadowy leopard, silent and stealthy, his expression grave, tinged with an unsettling anxiety. "How goes it?" Wang Yi asked, chewing on a charred rabbit leg, his words muffled. "They're constructing the boat," Lao Dao replied, his voice dry. "Their speed is unnaturally quick." "Quick?" Wang Yi scoffed. "Isn't that a good thing? The sooner they finish, the sooner we can send them on their way." "No, it's not just quick," Lao Dao interrupted, disbelief lingering in his eyes. "That new native, that savage? What happened? Is he dead?" Wang Hai hoarsely inquired from the grass nest, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Not dead." Lao Dao inhaled deeply, alive and kicking. Moreover, he broke a hardwood as thick as a bowl with his bare hands. Just like snapping a twig, Chen was constructing a ship alongside him. With his presence, it would likely take shape within days. "What?" Wang Yi abruptly rose, the rabbit leg in his mouth tumbling to the ground. "You cannot be serious. He broke hardwood with his bare hands?" "Absolutely true," Lao Dao affirmed with certainty. "That strength is beyond human comprehension." Chen has sparred with him and was utterly dominated. A profound silence enveloped the camp. A bow, fingers lingering on the gun's grip, paused, his expression shifting. They all understood the terrifying extent of Chen's power, capable of slaying bears. Now, he was being subdued by a native? Just how formidable must this native be? A flicker of fear crossed Wang Hai's eyes, soon eclipsed by a deeper madness. "Brother, we cannot wait any longer. If we delay, and they actually complete the ship with that monster's assistance, Wang Yi's countenance darkened ominously. His originally flawless plan, to destroy the vessel after its completion, had been thoroughly disrupted by this unexpectedly powerful native. Days. They could not afford to wait for days. Who knew what might transpire in that time? What if the ship was finished and set to sea? What if that native recovered and turned against them? The vengeful serpent sensed an imminent threat. It could no longer afford to wait for its prey to stumble into the trap. "Damn it!" Wang Yi forcefully kicked a stone near the fire, sparks flying. The plan had changed. They could no longer wait for the ship's completion. A fierce and resolute glimmer ignited in his eyes. "Lao Dao Bao, prepare the equipment. Tomorrow, at dawn, while the night still cloaks them, when they are at their most relaxed, we will stealthily approach." Chapter 37. The mutation. He gestured towards Chen's camp, his voice as chilling as a bone-slicing wind. "A bow, your gun, the first target, that indigenous savage. Do not mind the noise. Shoot to kill. If you cannot kill him, at least incapacitate him. Old Dao, follow me." Amidst the chaos, rush towards Chen. Sever his head to avenge Xiao Hai. As for the women, try to capture them alive. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. "Oh, hi." Old Dao furrowed his brow. "Leave one brother to keep an eye on him." Wang Yi replied without hesitation. "3 of us are sufficient. With guns in hand, what do we have to fear from savages? Remember, Abao, the first shot must eliminate the greatest threat." Abao nodded silently, unloading the magazine and meticulously pressing each bright orange bullet into place, producing a chilling click. The dark muzzle glimmered ominously in the dim light, radiating an aura of death. The crackling of the campfire illuminated 3 faces twisted by hatred and greed. On the beach, oblivious, Chen and the indigenous man were laboriously embedding a sturdy rib into the framework of the raft. The outline of the vessel grew increasingly distinct under the moonlight. In the early dawn, thick fog enveloped the scene. Wang Yi licked his cracked lips, akin to a hyena catching the scent of blood. Old Dao and Abao crouched beside him, their eyes fixated on Chen's camp, where the fire was dwindling. On the beach, the skeleton of the raft was silhouetted in the pale dawn light, resembling a slumbering giant beast. "Damn it, they're almost finished." Wang Yi's voice emerged through clenched teeth, a mix of jealousy and rage. Even more glaring was the hulking indigenous giant leaning against the timber, for with him, Chen was emboldened. "Abao." Wang Yi lowered his voice, directing the gun towards the indigenous man. "The first shot must incapacitate him. Aim for the head. If he cannot be killed, at least daze him." "Understood." Abao's index finger steadied on the trigger. In the stillness of the camp, A sense of impending doom loomed. Li Qinghan leaned against a half-finished rib, deep in slumber, her exhaustion having rendered her sleep profound. Suddenly, an instinct akin to that of a wild beast jolted her awake, not from sound, but from the icy malice seeping through the fog. Almost instinctively, she lunged towards Yi Chun. "Be careful!" Bang! The gunfire shattered the silence. A Bao-S bullet, propelled by a searing wave of heat, shot straight for the indigenous man's brow. At the last moment, as if sensing a dream, the indigenous man abruptly tilted his head. Thud! Blood erupted. The bullet failed to penetrate his skull, but violently tore through his left shoulder blade, the immense force knocking him to the ground. Enemies! Run! Yi Chun's roar coincided almost perfectly with the gunfire. Like a cheetah, he sprang up, forcefully pushing the stunned Zhao Shuer and Chen Lili down behind the raft. Lu Han, reacting a beat too late, felt a bullet graze his scalp, sending him tumbling into a pile of timber in sheer terror. Zhao Shuer's scream pierced the night sky. The second shot, the third shot. Bullets thudded against the sturdy shipwood, splinters flying. Wang Yi and Old Dao burst forth from the fog like phantoms. Old Dao's machete gleaming coldly as it sliced towards the indigenous man, who had just begun to rise. Damn it, what a waste of bullets. The indigenous man was gripped by excruciating pain in his shoulder, yet his ferocity surged to unprecedented heights. Ignoring his gunshot wound, he roared as he swept his intact right arm with ferocious force. His palm, the size of a fan, sliced through the air with a resounding clap, striking the old blade aside before seizing the old man's wrist and twisting it savagely. A sickening crack echoed through the air, eliciting a horrific scream from the old man as he collapsed to the ground. My hand, useless. Wang Yi's pupils constricted as he disregarded the old man, lunging forward with his dagger aimed directly at Yi Chun, who had just evaded a bullet. He had calculated that Yi Chun would instinctively shield the woman behind him. Yi Chun sidestepped the dagger and retaliated with a lightning-fast punch aimed at Wang Yi's face. However, in that instant, bang, bang, Bao's gun flared once more, this time targeting Yi Chun. The distance was too close. The bullet eliminated all avenues of escape for Yi Chun. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as his internal strength surged wildly. He twisted his body with great effort, narrowly avoiding the first bullet that grazed his ribs, inflicting a searing pain. Yet he could not escape the second thud. Thud! Two sprays of crimson erupted from Yi Chen's left chest and right abdomen. The terrifying impact sent him staggering backward, crashing against the ship's frame as agony engulfed his consciousness in an instant, rendering him unconscious. Yi Chun. Li Qinghan's eyes widened in horror as she lunged forward, desperate to support him. The indigenous man bellowed, forcing Wang Yi back despite the blood pouring from his shoulder. His massive form shielded Yi Chun and Li Qinghan, enduring yet another bullet from Bao aimed at Li Qinghan, the projectile embedding deep within his robust back muscles. Got him! Wang Yi sneered, positioning his dagger against the stunned Lu Han's throat. Move, and I will slit his throat. Bao's gun remained fixed on the wobbling indigenous man and the gravely injured Yi Chun. Zhao Shuer and Chen Lili were dragged out by the old man, who bore the agony of his severed wrist and forced to the ground. The outcome was already decided, swift enough to instill despair. The indigenous man's bloodshot eyes swept the scene. Yi Chun lay before them, his chest soaked in crimson, breath faint. Li Qinghan clung to him tightly. A gun pointed at her. Lu Han's face was ashen. Zhao Shuer and Chen Lili trembled in fear. A thunderous roar erupted from the indigenous man, not of fear, but of resolve. He bent low, his intact right arm gripping the unconscious Yi Chun with the strength of an iron claw, hoisting him onto his shoulder. The movement tore at his wounds, blood gushing from his shoulder and back, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Stop him! Wang Yi shouted frantically. Bao fired twice. The indigenous man used Yi Chen's body as a shield, deflecting the bullets that struck him instead. At the same time, propelled by an astonishing burst of speed, he surged forward like a wounded bear, crashing through the sparse fence without looking back as he plunged into the dense, fog-laden forest. Bullets pursued him into the darkness, leaving behind shattered branches and dripping blood. Damn it! Wang Yi stomped in frustration, but as he glanced at the 4 captives remaining on the beach, a cruel satisfaction spread across his face. Run? How far can you get with a corpse? Hey Bao, keep an eye on them. Old man, if you're not dead, get up. He approached Li Qinghan, forcibly tearing her hands away from Yi Chen. The sight of the ghastly wounds on Yi Chen's chest and abdomen was shocking, blood staining Li Qinghan's clothing. What a pity for such a face. Wang Yi lightly tapped Li Qinghan's pale cheek with a dagger, questioning whether he wished for her survival. Obey my commands, and ensure the ship is completed, he asserted. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I harbor no intent to harm you. Li Qinghan bit her lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. She averted her gaze from Wang Yi, focusing intently on the dense forest where Yi Chen had vanished, her eyes burning with profound hatred and a flicker of fragile hope. Savage, take him away. Wang Yi, filled with contempt, kicked the unconscious Yi Chen, the bloodied garment cradled by Li Qinghan, then turned towards the ship frame, delivering a harsh kick to Lu Han. An architect? Now, you will serve as a slave. Before dawn, I demand to see the ship's progress doubled. Otherwise, he gestured towards Chun Lily, who was being yanked by the hair by Bao. She will be the first to suffer. Lu Han trembled, gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun and the menacing Wang Yi, resignedly lowering his head. Yes, the realm of captivity was a living hell. As the sun rose, it failed to dispel the shadows lingering over the camp. The bonfire was rekindled, yet it exuded an aroma of despair and char. Li Qinghan and Zhao Shuer were compelled to handle the collected vine fibers, their hands marked with painful abrasions from the coarse material. Under Wang Yi's watchful eye, Lu Han, his complexion pale, continued designing the hull, each stroke akin to carving out his heart. This vessel, he claimed, was meant to ensure his own return. However, the sensation of having a gun aimed at him was unbearable. A momentary lapse in his family's satisfaction could culminate in his own demise, rendering him worthless and sealing his fate. The most wretched sight was the grass hut in the corner of the camp. Wang Hai lay on a crude stretcher, his face pale from blood loss and resentment, yet his gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Chun Lily, who was being forced to provide him water. The water. It's scalding. Do you wish to burn me alive? Wang Hai deliberately overturned the coconut shell bowl, splashing filthy water all over Chun Lily. She shrieked, jumping back, her damp, thin shirt clinging to her body, revealing her curves. Wretch, clean this mess. Wang Hai licked his lips, his gaze lecherous as it roamed over her. The excruciating pain from his broken leg intertwined with a twisted desire for vengeance, creating an urgent need for release. Do not go too far. Chun Lily trembled with rage, glancing towards Wang Yi in search of salvation. Wang Yi, overseeing Lu Han as he secured the ship's ribs, did not turn, his voice frosty. If you fail to attend to my brother properly, you know the consequences. A Bao complied, pulling back the gun's bolt, the sound echoing ominously. Chun Lily felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her last shred of defiance crushed. Trembling, she picked up a tattered cloth, humiliatingly squatting to wipe the stains from Wang Hai's stretcher. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hai violently grasped her wrist, yanking her towards him. Let go of me. Chun Lily cried out in terror. Brother, this wretch once looked down upon me. Make her serve me well. Wang Hai shouted to Wang Yi, his hand crudely reaching towards Chun Lily's chest. Do as you wish, just do not kill her, came Wang Yi's indifferent decree, akin to a death sentence. No. Chun Lily's scream mingled with the sound of tearing fabric, echoing despairingly across the camp. Zhao Shuer covered her ears, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Li Qinghan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers onto the vines below. She gazed at the swiftly taking shape of the vessel, observing Wang Yi's triumphant profile, while witnessing Chun Lily's desperate cries echoing from the grass hut. The flames igniting within her eyes threatened to consume everything. The ship was nearing completion, and the path to survival was rapidly being obstructed. Hope flickered dimly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, embodied in the two blood-stained figures fleeing into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 38. responsibility and accountability deep within the dense forest. The heavy scent of blood nearly eclipsed the earthy aroma of the vegetation. The indigenous giant bore the unconscious Chen upon his shoulders, resembling a wounded bear dashing through the thicket. The gunshot wounds on his left shoulder and back tore further with each stride, blood soaking through the crude animal hide. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, his sole focus to transport the burden on his shoulder to a place of safety, the damp cave concealed behind a waterfall. Without urgent medical attention, Chen's life hung by a thread. This cave lay at least several miles from the riverbank, a territory unfamiliar to both Chen and Wang Yi. With a splash, Chen was gently placed upon a stone slab covered with thick, dry moss. The dim light within the cave was sustained only by the faint glimmer filtering through the crevices of the rock and the moisture in the air. The indigenous man gasped for breath, swiftly assessing Chen's injuries, gaping bullet holes in his left chest and right abdomen, blood gushing forth. His breath weak to the point of near cessation. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes, and he turned to violently part a cluster of inconspicuous vines deep within the cave wall, revealing several low shrubs adorned with shriveled, dark red fruits. The very mysterious sustenance that had once bestowed Chen with strength. Without hesitation, the indigenous man plucked the two fullest fruits and carefully sliced them open with a shard of stone. Unlike the unrefined, hasty consumption of the earlier green variety, this time the flesh glimmered with a near incandescent deep red, exuding a peculiar sweet and metallic aroma. He forcefully pushed half of the fruit's pulp into Chen's mouth, while the other half he mashed with his rough palm, combining it with the cold dew collected from the moss, and gently applied it to Chen's chest and abdomen wounds. In his unconscious state, Chen felt himself sinking, as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. The frigid seawater enveloped him, the agonizing pain from the bullets replaced by a strange numbness. His consciousness descended like a sunken ship into the lightless abyss. Just as darkness threatened to consume all, a faint warmth began to radiate from the vicinity of his heart, as if a light had been kindled. "Xiao Chen," a familiar, aged voice pierced through the silence of the deep sea. Chen's eyes flew open. No longer did he find himself in the icy waters, but rather in the small courtyard of his childhood, filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The golden rays of sunset filtered through the grapevines, casting a warm glow upon the elderly man seated in a rattan chair, clad in a faded old Zhongshan suit. His grandfather's kindly visage bore an intensity akin to that of a hawk's gaze, an expression Chen remembered well, one that accompanied his grandfather's profound lessons. "Grandpa." Chen could scarcely believe it, his throat dry and constricted. His grandfather had passed away during his high school years, a perpetual source of regret in his heart. "Oh, how wonderful it is to see you again. Do you know how much I have missed you?" "Yes, it is I, Xiao Chen." Grandpa set down the purple clay teapot, his gaze falling upon the two non-existent, yet blood-scented wounds on Chen's body. "Have you endured hardships? Have you been shot?" Chen instinctively sought to conceal his injuries, but his grandfather waved a dismissive hand. "Do not hide them. Your wounds are trivial compared to the deeper scars you carry within your heart." Chen paused, contemplating. The wounds within? Were they the weariness of being shackled by civilized society, or the chilling specter of taking a life on the island, an indelible mark he could not shake off? Or perhaps it was the thrill of that kiss by the rocks last night, accompanied by the weighty responsibilities that followed? Grandfather had long anticipated how challenging life could be outside. Had I known, I would have chosen to remain in the mountains. This island, this newfound strength, has led you to perceive yourself as transformed, has it not? It seems as though grandfather can read his thoughts, piercing to the very essence, akin to a ferocious beast, unrestrained, believing he has discovered his true self. Chen remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Confusion. Grandfather's voice suddenly turned severe, striking Chen's heart like a whip. "Power is merely a tool, not a destination. No matter how formidable a beast may be, it ultimately lives for itself and cannot evade traps and hunters. Your parents departed early. I raised you, instilling in you the virtues of a healer, teaching you to live honorably. not to retreat into the jungle as a savage, simply because of a minor fortuity. Grandfather rose and approached Yi Chun, his gaze intense. Responsibility. Accountability. This is the foundation of one's existence. Do you believe that fruit chose you for the purpose of reigning solitary on this desolate island? Look around at those beside you. That girl named Li Qinghan nearly lost her life to save you. That fellow named Lu Han racked his brain over the ship. And those two frightened young women. They trust you, rely on you. And you? Are you drifting away simply because you have gained a modicum of power? Hesitating to return? Afraid that your strength will vanish? Selfish. Each word struck Yi Chen's heart like a hammer. He wished to retort, yet found himself speechless. Grandfather's words peeled away his innermost cowardice and evasion. Was the exhilaration of newfound power and the allure of freedom on the island not, in essence, an escape from the responsibilities of reality? True strength, Grandfather's tone softened, imbued with the weight of time, is not about toppling bears or breaking branches. It is about shouldering the burdens that must be borne in desperate times, protecting those who need safeguarding, offering them hope, leading them home. This is the path you, Yi Chun, should embark upon. This is the vision your parents and I, this old man, have longed for you to embody. Power will fade, yes. As long as your heart is steadfast and just, wherever you go, you shall stand as a man of great stature. Grandfather's figure began to blur in the glow of the setting sun, his voice gradually receding. Remember, responsibility, survive, lead them home. Grandfather. Yi Chun screamed deep within his consciousness, desperately reaching for that dissipating light. In the cave, the forces of reality and dreams clashed fiercely. The natives watched Yi Chun on the stone platform with trepidation. As the red fruit was applied to the wound, the muscles began to visibly writhe. The deeply embedded bullet was slowly expelled by new flesh, glowing faintly red, falling onto the moss with a soft thud. The wound rapidly staunched, scabbing over, leaving behind a dark crimson scar. Yet Yi Chen's body felt like a searing iron, veins bulging beneath the skin, his temperature alarmingly high, convulsing uncontrollably, emitting a beastly low growl of pain, his jaw clenched tightly, blood-tinged foam escaping from the corners of his mouth. Huh! The native roared, unhesitatingly prying open Yi Chen's mouth once more, stuffing in the remaining half of the red fruit along with the chewed pulp from his own mouth. Simultaneously, with his uninjured giant hand, he firmly pressed down on Yi Chen's violently heaving chest, uttering deep and peculiar syllables as if chanting an ancient prayer. Yi Chen's consciousness was torn asunder by a torrent of ferocious power. His grandfather's words echoed in his ears, yet within him it felt as though a star had detonated. A searing torrent, 100-fold more intense than before, surged through his veins, colliding violently, as if it sought to explode and incinerate both his body and soul. His bones groaned, muscles tore, and every cell screamed in agony. He felt like a beast roasted upon a raging fire, or a battered ship on the verge of disintegration amidst tumultuous waves. In the boundless agony, his grandfather's name resonated like an anchor, steadfastly securing his disintegrating consciousness. Not to survive for himself, but for Kim Hung, for those awaiting his return. Home. In reality, Yi Chun suddenly opened his eyes wide. Deep within his pupils, a terrifying flash of crimson light flickered and vanished. His body, taut like a drawn bowstring, was abruptly hurled back to the stone platform. Gasping for air, sweat cascading down like a stream from his scalding form, creating a mist upon the cold stone surface. The excruciating pain lingered, but the tempestuous power within him gradually subsided, becoming as familiar as an extension of his own will, profound as the ocean. He distinctly felt that the wounds on his chest and abdomen had transformed into taut scars, yet were brimming with explosive vitality. He attempted to clench his fist, the air within his palm imploding with a faint pop. His strength was now several times greater than before his injuries, yet what left him breathless was an entirely new, acute awareness of his surroundings. He could hear the rustling of insects several meters beyond the cave, the fluttering of wings appearing to him in slow motion. He could scent the metallic sweetness of blood on the indigenous man's skin and the bitterness of the foliage. even vaguely perceiving the subtle tremors caused by the waterfall's cascading waters against the rocks. Yi Chen glanced towards the indigenous man standing nearby. His complexion pale from blood loss, his voice hoarse. Upon seeing Yi Chen awake, a glimmer of relief crossed the man's eyes. He spoke not a word, but used his blood-stained finger to emphatically tap the location of his own heart on his bare chest adorned with totemic tattoos, then pointed towards Yi Chen and finally gestured towards the cave's entrance, the direction of Yi Chen's camp. His actions mirrored those from the previous night when he had expressed his vow. Chapter 39. Restoration. Subsequently, the indigenous man performed an act that left Yi Chen astounded. He tore away the makeshift bandage of animal skin from his left shoulder, revealing a wound torn by a bullet. "What do you intend to do? What are you trying to convey to me?" he inquired. Then, with his fingers stained by the blood at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, he dipped them into the blood from his own wound and drew an intricate design upon the nearby rock wall. This was no mere scribble. Rather, it was a totem composed of twisted lines and abstract beast forms, exuding an aura of primal savagery. At the center of the totem stood a humanoid figure, arms raised in reverence to the sun or flame. Upon completing the final stroke, the indigenous man pointed towards the central figure of the totem, then struck his chest with fervor, his gaze piercing as he uttered several weighty syllables. "Ku Lu, Guardian." Yi Chen gazed upon the blood-drawn totem, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. As the resolute words of his grandfather echoed once more, "Shoulder the burdens that must be borne. Protect those who must be safeguarded. Give them hope, lead them home." In that instant, all confusion, fear, and the trepidation surrounding power were utterly shattered, tempered, and reshaped. He inhaled deeply, the cool, mist-laden air of the waterfall filling his lungs, quelling the last remnants of heat within him. At this moment, he was no longer the farcical and lascivious Yi Chen. He radiated an aura of calm strength. His eyes as dark as a deep pool. His hair, grown longer, danced in the wind, obscuring his cheeks. He had transformed. He turned to the indigenous man, his gaze stripped of apprehension, now imbued with a profound sense of recognition and resolve. Mimicking the indigenous man's gesture, he struck his own chest with determination, pointed towards the totem on the rock wall, then gestured towards the outside of the cave, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with undeniable strength. "Let us go. We shall return. Save them. Build the ship. Homeward bound." Suddenly, the indigenous man's calloused hand clamped down on Yi Chen's wrist like a vice, possessing a remarkable strength. The power surging within Yi Chen instinctively sought to break free, yet upon meeting those wild and alert eyes, it abruptly halted. The indigenous man pointed to the still gruesome scar of the gunshot wound on his shoulder, then pressed firmly on the dark red new scar on Yi Chen's chest. Shaking his head, he directed his gaze towards the depths of the forest where Wang Yi's camp lay, slowly closing his fingers to form a crushing gesture, finally raising 2 fingers, signifying the necessity of time. "Indeed, you are right, my large friend. I am utterly confounded. To charge in now would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. I must first heal and then devise a plan." Although Yi Chen's strength had significantly increased, he remained uncertain how it would compare against such weaponry. Instantly, the surging tide of murderous intent within him was forcefully suppressed. He deeply inhaled the damp cave air, stifling the metallic taste of blood in his throat. The weighty words of responsibility from his grandfather bore down upon his heart. To recklessly rush back would not save anyone. It would only cost him his life, along with the second chance that the indigenous man had earned with his own. "I understand," Yi Chen replied, his voice hoarse as he too raised 2 fingers. The flames of vengeance remained unextinguished, merely thrust into the cooling waters of temperance, awaiting the moment of the most decisive strike. In the days that followed, time flowed slowly amidst endurance and tempering. The cave became a shared abode and training ground for the two. The native, well-versed in the intricacies of this rainforest, consistently returned with hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs, oil-rich nuts, and plump rainforest lizards. Although the flavors were peculiar, they at least provided ample sustenance, rich in protein. Yi Chen's wounds healed rapidly under the combined effects of the residual power of the red fruit and the herbal remedies. The muscle fibers beneath the scar resembling finely forged iron, denser and more resilient than before. He estimated that he could now sprint 100 meters in approximately 3 seconds. The native's injuries were also visibly mending. After consuming the fruit, Yi Chen's learning capabilities surged, allowing him to intuitively comprehend the native's language. He learned that the native's name was Baru and discovered much more, such as the fact that the fruit was not safe for everyone, and animals that mistakenly ingested it would immediately perish. Even Baru, a true native, could only consume a few before his body could no longer withstand it. Hence, the remaining fruits were preserved solely as medicinal supplies for treating wounds. Surprisingly, Yi Chen, having ingested numerous fruits, was still able to endure, and his strength continued to grow seemingly without limit. In the ensuing days, training became the daily routine for both Yi Chen and Baru. Often, words were unnecessary. A glance or a tentative strike sufficed for communication. Baru, a silent mentor, wielded a combat style devoid of embellishments, relying solely on the primal and efficient instincts of killing, anticipation, evasion, force, and destruction. Yet, this was more than sufficient. The finest technique was one devoid of technique. Yi Chen shed all remnants of societal constraints, advancing like a primordial wolf, learning how to instantaneously alter his position using vines and trunks, and how to unleash his entire strength in the smallest of spaces. Each sparring session felt like a life-and-death struggle on the edge of a precipice. The force of Baru's punches echoed like thunder, compelling Yi Chen to evoke his mutated strength and keen senses to their utmost limits just to barely hold his ground. Sweat, bruises, and the occasional torn wound became the badges of progress. Baru, where are you looking? Take this punch. Boom! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Day by day, Yi Chen felt himself growing stronger, reaching a level of power that seemed almost beyond words, akin to the formidable strength of characters from animated tales. Gradually, even Baru found it challenging to keep pace with Yi Chen's rapid advancement, as Yi Chen's prowess burgeoned exponentially during combat. During moments of rest, Yi Chen would swiftly ascend to the top of the tallest lookout tree near the cave entrance. The dense canopy provided the perfect concealment. Like a crouched leopard, he peered through the gaps in the leaves, fixating intently on the distant beach controlled by Wang Yi. Damn, he hadn't anticipated that there would be armed individuals, and that the man had returned alive with a group. He should have taken his life at the outset. On the beach, the skeletal remains of ship were now covered with sturdy planks, appearing to take shape, though it remained uncertain whether it could withstand the tempestuous waves. However, at the current pace, it is estimated that within a month, I should be able to embark on the journey, as my time is quite limited. Chapter 40. Justice is not denied, merely delayed, yet the efficiency of shipbuilding is wrought from blood, tears, and the crack of a whip. Lu Han appears gaunt, with sunken eyes that tell tales of abuse. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Yi's gun and Bao's scrutiny, he mechanically directs and binds them. While his 2 bodyguards also partake in the labor, it is Lu Han who bears the brunt of the toil. Zhao Xuerer and Chen Lili are tasked with processing vine fibers into ropes, their hands blistered and scarred, with no respite afforded. To cease work would mean a cold steel pipe at their foreheads. Chen Lili, in particular, looks utterly haggard, her gaze vacant and movements rigid and numb, with unmistakable bruises adorning her neck and arms, marks left by Wang Hai during his wrath on the stretcher, unable to rise. Each time Wang Hai's resentful eyes sweep over her, she trembles uncontrollably. She fervently wishes for Yi Chen to return and rescue her, yet both she and Zhao Xuerer suspect that Yi Chen has likely met his demise. Only Li Qinghan's situation is somewhat unique. She continues to oversee food and herbal care for the injured, primarily tending to Wang Hai to prevent his condition from worsening. Wang Yi's demeanor towards her is laced with a repugnant politeness. He does not approach her personally, but intervenes to halt any harsh treatment from Bao or Lao Dao. Ms. Li, he casually remarks, several meters away after a violent episode between Wang Hai and Chen Lili, your esteemed UN Biotech has piqued our interest in Southeast Asia's channels. Once the ship is completed and we leave this wretched place, our two enterprises could engage in fruitful collaboration. His smile is a fade, and he adds, so Ms. Li, take care of your health. Let them handle the heavy lifting. He gestures towards Zhao Shuer and Chen Lily. Li Qinghan, her back to him as she pounds herbs, her fingers whitening from exertion, responds with calm composure. Mr. Wang is most considerate. However, cooperation is predicated upon trust and sincerity. She hands the prepared paste to the trembling Zhao Shuer, instructing her to bring it to the second young Master Wang. The mention of second young master incites a furious eye roll from Wang Hai on the stretcher, yet deepens Wang Yi's insincere smile. This woman knows the score, alleviating further complications. Li Qinghan is acutely aware that this preferential treatment is a poisoned chalice, cloaked in sweetness. Wang Yi covets the resources and influence of her family's enterprise, intending to utilize her as a springboard for greater gains upon returning to civilization. This peculiar favor offers her a temporary safety, yet it serves as an invisible shackle, placing her under Wang Yi's close watch, complicating any thoughts of escape or rebellion. She can only navigate this delicate balance, striving to protect Lu Han's life. He is essential to the shipbuilding endeavor, and occasionally sharing a bit more food with the frail Chen Lily. Her gaze often drifts towards the dense forest where Yi Chun and the natives vanished, harboring a flicker of indomitable hope. Yi Chun, I wonder how you fare. You must not perish. In the treetops, Yi Chun observes all with wide, furious eyes, his teeth gritting audibly in indignation. He witnessed Lu Han, exhausted, accidentally drop a piece of the ship's plank, only to be knocked to the ground by a kick from a bow. He saw Chen Lily being dragged by her hair and forced to drink water, choking violently in the process. He observed Wang Yi conversing gently with Li Qinghan. Each time, his tightly clenched fists crackled with tension, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. Even as the wounds bled profusely with excruciating pain, he remained utterly indifferent. A tempestuous force surged within him, roaring to surge forth and obliterate everything in its path. Yet, the indigenous man's cold hand would always rest on his shoulder at such moments, his wild eyes fixed upon him, shaking his head slowly yet resolutely. Then, he would gesture towards the scars that had not yet completely faded from the two men's bodies, towards the makeshift defenses crafted from sharpened stakes surrounding the camp, towards the ever-present gun at a bow's waist, and the vigilant gaze of Lao Dao, sharp as a hawk, despite his severed arm. Wait. The guttural syllable rumbled from Bu's throat, a word from the indigenous language that Yi Chun had come to understand during the past few days. It felt like a cold stone, pressing down on Yi Chen's surging fury. To charge down now would yield little advantage, even though his fists could exert several tons of force. However, his body could not withstand bullets, and at close range, evasion would be improbable. He must wait until the ship neared completion, until Wang Yi's vigilance waned slightly with the passage of time, until he and the indigenous man had fully healed, their strength honed to perfection. Yi Chun forced himself to calm, scrutinizing every detail of the camp as a hunter would study its prey, the timing of guard shifts, Abao's habitual grip on his firearm, Lao Dao's patrol route, and Wang Yi's most frequented spots. He etched this information into his mind, correlating it with the rudimentary map the indigenous man had drawn in the sand with a stick. Yet, Wang Yi was not entirely oblivious. He stood beside the nascent ship, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the rough plank, his sharp gaze scanning the eerily silent expanse of the dense forest. It was too quiet, unnaturally so. Given the severe injuries sustained by Yi Chun and that savage, they ought to have been consumed by the forest's beasts, even if they had not perished. However, Lao Dao had remarked that in recent days, the traps on the perimeter had ensnared fewer animals, as if something had frightened them away in advance. Furthermore, there had been no sight of the two men's bodies. The memory of that day had left him profoundly shaken. Yi Chun and Baru had seemed almost superhuman. The absence of their corpses left him unsettled. Abao, come here. Wang Yi's voice bore a subtle hint of irritation. Double the watch tonight, especially towards the forest. He paused, his menacing gaze sweeping over Lu Han, who was engrossed in tying vines. How much longer for the ship? Luhan trembled, lowering his head even further. If we all work overtime, perhaps in 10 days, the main structure will be completed, but patching and making sails will take additional time. 5 days. Wang Yi kicked the ship's plank in frustration. In 5 days, I want to see it ready to launch. Otherwise, his cold gaze swept over the corner where Chen Lily stood, leaving an unspoken dread in the hearts of all present. But the quality will enough. Wang Yi cast a fierce glare, his voice quivering with emotion as he stammered. Is. Luhan's tone carried a note of desperation. Wang Yi turned away, striding towards the makeshift grass hut. Li Qinghan was quietly sorting through the dried medicinal herbs, her profile illuminated by the fading sunlight, exuding an air of tranquility and detachment. Wang Yi scrutinized her, searching for any hint of anxiety or flaw in her demeanor, yet found nothing. This woman harbored thoughts as profound as the ocean. He suppressed the inexplicable unease swelling within him, forcing a fabricated smile upon his face. Ms. Li, the boat will be ready soon. Just think of the grand collaboration awaiting us upon our return. Surely it is 100-fold more appealing than languishing in this wretched place. I've heard from my brother about what that Yi Chun did to you. You must wish for his demise, and behold, I have avenged you. He deliberately disregarded the horrified gaze of Zhao Shuer beside her and the stifled sobs of Chen Lily. Li Qinghan raised her eyes, her expression calm and unyielding. Of course, Mr. Wang, your strategic prowess guarantees success. She extended a bundle of dried anti-inflammatory herbs towards him for the young Master Wang. Wang Yi accepted the herbs, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of her hand. Li Qinghan recoiled with a look of distaste, withdrawing her hand with such swiftness that it stirred a slight breeze. Yet her face remained composed and indifferent. Wang Yi's gaze darkened momentarily, but he quickly masked it with a smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Ms. Li, take care. He grasped the herbs tightly and turned to leave, a deeper shade of malice flickering in his eyes. This woman, along with the haunting stillness of the forest, instilled in him a sense of impending loss of control. He felt the cold grip of the gun at his waist. Soon, once the boat set sail, all must be eradicated. By then, even Yi Chun, with all his prowess, will be powerless against me. Deep within the forest, Yi Chun withdrew his gaze from the distance. His eyes now a pool of cold, lethal intent, the crimson hue settling into a deep, chilling resolve. He accepted a spear crafted from sturdy vines and obsidian shards, handed to him by a native. Balu, your craftsmanship is truly impressive, he remarked, weighing the weapon in his hands. The spear tip glimmered with a dark sheen, reminiscent of venom, under the dappled light filtering through the treetops. Soon, he silently addressed the native and the enslaved beach. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. It is not that I will not repay, merely that the time has not yet come. Chapter 41. A leap of faith. The cave was suffused with the acrid scent of various herbs, mingled with a trace of blood. Baru set down the last bundle of medicinal vines in his hands, casting a somber gaze towards Yi Chun, who sat at the edge of a stone platform. With his fingers unconsciously tracing the dark crimson scar on his chest, Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. Fixed intently on the dark forest outside the cave, direction of Wang Yi's camp. Memories of Chen Lily's numbed sobs, Li Qinghan's cold, reluctant visage, and the grotesque expressions of Wang Yi and Wang Hai haunted his mind, flickering incessantly. It was not enough. It was far from sufficient. Yi Chen's voice emerged dry, akin to sandpaper rasping. The current strength is neither swift nor formidable enough. He lifted his gaze to Baru, pointing at the parched, blood-red totem etched on the cave wall. To save lives, I need to be faster, stronger. Baru seemed to grasp Yi Chen's intent, his thick brows knitting into a frown. He gestured towards the scars that had yet to fully fade from Yi Chen's body, then indicated his own shoulder, marred by a hardened gunshot wound. A low, warning growl escaped his throat. Turawaka, danger. That fruit is poisonous. It is not sustenance. It is a seed of fire. He had witnessed powerful warriors in the tribe attempt to consume one, only to ignite like dry timber, lamenting as they perished in a fiery explosion, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Even the mightiest he had seen previously had only dared to consume 5 such fruits. And before him, Chen appeared smaller and frilier, likely reaching his limits. "I know this, but I still wish to try," Chen insisted fervently. "Baru, can you assist me? My body is different. I survived 2 fruits last time. Trust me, don't be deceived by my frail appearance. There's strength within my bones." He pounded his robust chest, producing a resonant thud. "Baru, do you believe in me? I crave more. The more, the better. I must take this risk. It is what a warrior ought to do." He gazed into Baru's eyes, filled with primal wisdom. "Help me." Baru remained silent for a prolonged moment, his thick beard trembling slightly. He scrutinized Chen, this being he had pulled back from the brink of death, whose recovery was astonishingly rapid, unlike any of his kin. The day he had witnessed Chen snapping hardwood barehanded, the miraculous healing of his wounds while unconscious. Perhaps he truly was the savior foretold by the prophecy of Takulu, the guardian? Eventually, Baru nodded decisively, turning to seize his obsidian short spear and several rough-hewn vine bags. Blending into the night like a shadow, silently slipping out of the cave's entrance. As the long wait ensued, Chen felt as though he were being fried in oil. These fruits were not as ubiquitous as grains of sand. They were rare and hence not easily found. Having lived in Baru's land for many years, he had come to know that locating even a few would not be overly taxing. After all, in the natural world, no creature dared to consume them, and even among humans, very few could partake. Chen compelled himself to remain calm, seated in meditation, striving to suppress the turbulent energy within him that stemmed from anxiety. The last time, with merely 1.5 fruits, he had nearly been reduced to cinders. This time, there were more, much more. He dared not contemplate the consequences. A single thought reverberated in his mind. Save them. Bring them home. The words of his grandfather and the gaze of Li Qinghan became his sole pillars of support. Indeed, love is the swiftest catalyst for transformation, yet upon returning. What of Li Qinghan? Never mind. He resolved not to dwell too deeply. Outside the cave, day and night melded into one, and after an indeterminate span of time, the imposing figure of Baloo appeared at the entrance, adorned with dew and the scent of verdant foliage. His countenance bore fatigue, and the old wound on his shoulder seemed to seep blood, exacerbated by the arduous journey, accompanied by fresh lacerations. He placed 3 swollen vine bags upon the ground and unfastened their openings. Instantly, an intense and ineffable fragrance of exotic fruits pervaded the cave, 100-fold stronger than before. This aroma transcended mere sweetness, exuding a violent essence that seemed capable of igniting the very depths of one's soul. Chen counted. 12 crimson fruits lay serenely in the bags, their skins smooth and their hues as deep as congealed blood, subtly shifting in the dim light with an eerie dark red sheen. Baloo regarded Chen with utmost gravity and uttered, "Nawa, be cautious. My kin, the strongest among us, the limit. 3 fruits." He extended 3 fingers. "You are different, but Taluka, danger." Though he placed his faith in Chen, he could not help but offer a stern warning, for he had never witnessed anyone consume such a quantity of immortality-inducing fruits. Chen's gaze remained fixated on the 12 fruits that seemed to blaze with an inner fire. His throat constricted with intensity. Fear? Yes, it lingered. Yet deeper still was his resolve. Should death come, so be it. Baloo, help me extract their juices. I intend to consume them all at once. His voice resonated with an unusual calm, revealing no trace of fear upon his countenance. Approaching the stone pit at the cave's entrance, Baloo silently stepped forward, lifting a hefty stone and placing 1 fruit within before smashing it with force. Dark red juice erupted, reminiscent of viscous blood. Chen grasped another fruit, exerting pressure, and with a sharp pop, it burst in his hand, juice cascading between his fingers. One by one, the air grew thick with an overwhelming energy and the sweet yet acrid scent of the juice. At last, the 12 crimson fruits coalesced into a pool of dark red, viscous liquid that radiated a gentle crimson glow, akin to molten lava. The rich aroma became nearly tangible, the air within the cave thickening with heat. Yi Chen inhaled deeply. This fervent energy seemed intent on drawing him in. He lifted the stone pit, nodding to Baloo. Instantly, Baloo retrieved a large bundle of pungent herbs from the corner. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen. This was an emergency measure, potentially vital for preserving Yi Chen's life at a critical moment. With a guttural roar, Yi Chen lunged forward like a parched traveler toward the sweet spring, tilting his head back to gulp down the viscous, scalding liquid, devouring it as if it were a deluge. The initial sweetness was swiftly followed by a baptism of hellfire, akin to that of a raging inferno. It felt not like the mere act of drinking, but rather as though he had swallowed a concoction of molten magma and explosive ordnance. An overwhelming torrent of ferocious energy detonated within his mouth, throat, and esophagus. It was as if countless tons of explosives had been ignited simultaneously within his very being. With a gasp, Yi Chen's eyes became bloodshot, bulging from their sockets. His veins surged, as if they were being constricted by 1,000 serpents, while beneath his skin, it felt as though innumerable insects were gnawing furiously, as if he had been cast into a furnace. He clutched his throat desperately, his body convulsing uncontrollably, as though being ruthlessly hurled to the ground by an unseen giant. He attempted to roar, yet all that escaped his throat was a rasping sound akin to a wheezing bellows, and what poured from his mouth was not blood, but a scalding mist, shimmering with a hint of crimson light. Chapter 42. Soon, 100-fold return, his once healthy bronze skin began to take on an alarming deep crimson hue, swiftly followed by spiderweb-like fissures spreading across his exposed arms, chest, and cheeks. Deep within these cracks, no blood seeped forth. Instead, a searing, piercing orange-red glow emanated, as if molten lava coursed through his veins. Even more terrifying was the transformation of his hair, each strand of ebony, seemingly soaked in blood, morphed at a visible pace into a ghastly, glaring scarlet. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Chen writhed on the cold, coarse stone floor like a rampaging beast, engulfed in excruciating agony. Each impact resonated with a dull thud, shattering the hard rock into fragments. His body contorted into unimaginable angles, bones creaking with a nauseating crunch, as if they might splinter at any moment. Baru, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, turned pale, momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he hastily stuffed all the herbs in his grasp into the stone mortar and pounded them violently. The crisp aroma of the crushed herbs slightly tempered the seething heat within the cave. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with a desperate intensity, pressing the herbal paste onto Yi Chen's skin, which was cracked and radiating terrifying heat. Sizzle. The moment the herbal mixture met his skin, it produced a chilling sound akin to a branding, iron-searing flesh. White smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the aroma of roasting meat that even made Baru's stomach growl. However, in the face of such dire circumstances, these meager efforts were but a drop in the ocean. It all hinged on Yi Chen's resilience. Aya! Yi Chen let out a more ghastly, inhuman wail, his body's struggle reaching a fever pitch. A fist crashed against the cave wall, and the solid rock crumbled like tofu, creating a deep pit. Baru was caught in the aftermath. He was hurled away by the violent thrashing, his back slamming against the rock wall with a painful cry, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yet, he immediately lunged back like a relentless parasite, using all his strength to pin Yi Chen's shoulders down. A guttural, primal sound escaped his throat, akin to a prayer, as he desperately sought to awaken the last remnants of consciousness buried beneath Yi Chen's anguish. Time seemed to freeze in the throes of excruciating pain. Each second stretched interminably, as if a year had passed. The cave had transformed into a furnace, and Yi Chen was akin to a medieval witch being roasted at the stake, while Baru acted as the desperate priest, attempting to salvage the sacrificial offering. His blood-red hair clung to Yi Chen's contorted face, the ominous orange glow beneath his skin flickering like a star on the brink of explosion. His gaze gradually dulled, nearing the limits of his physical endurance. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Perhaps merely a few minutes, yet it felt like a century. Yi Chen's violent convulsions began to subside, his horrifying screams transforming into suppressed whimpers and labor breaths. The spiderweb-like fissures on his skin started to visibly heal, reminiscent of cooling lava, leaving behind dark red scars that resembled newly forged metal. The eerie, crimson hue of his hair began to fade from the roots, replaced by a more profound, subdued shade of dark gold. The surging veins gradually receded, leaving only faint crimson traces beneath the skin, remnants of the power that had coursed through him. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Chen's body finally ceased its tremors. He lay flat on the ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat cascading down as if he had just emerged from the water, forming a small puddle beneath him. Slowly, he opened his eyes. No longer were they filled with a frenzied scarlet. Instead, they revealed an abyss of impenetrable darkness, akin to a black hole that absorbed all light. Yet within that dark depth, an indescribable flicker of dark fire quietly burned, sharp, frigid, and brimming with destructive power. Yi Chen clenched his fist, taking measure of his newfound strength, and brushed his scarred face. The cost of being a leader was indeed steep, lamenting the loss of his handsome visage. Seeing this, Baru's taut body finally relaxed, collapsing beside him, gasping for breath, his back soaked with sweat and the stains of battle. He gazed at the slowly rising Yi Chen, his eyes reflecting not only fatigue, but also a profound reverence for the power itself and for the strength that had transcended the perils of the inhuman. Even in a civilized society, the powerful are undeniably respected, a testament to the allure of strength. "You are truly remarkable, Yi Chen," he mused, as Yi Chen lowered his gaze to his hands. The searing heat beneath his skin had not dissipated. Rather, it had deepened, vast and overwhelming, like a master commanding its limbs. He felt each cell in his body brimming with explosive energy, yet all of it was anchored by an even mightier will. Rising to his feet, he advanced toward the cave's mouth. His steps were steady and silent, akin to a newborn beast surveying its territory. His gaze fell upon a massive ancient tree outside, so thick that 3 men could scarcely embrace it, without gathering strength or uttering a roar. Yi Chen casually lifted his right arm toward the colossal trunk, pressing his palm forward as if brushing away dust. The motion appeared weightless, yet it was executed with astonishing speed. There was no thunderous crash, no splintering wood. Instead, at the center of the trunk, a circular hole, roughly a foot in diameter, emerged silently, its edges remarkably smooth, penetrating straight through as if obliterated by the mightiest laser. It was utterly incredible. The edges of the hole glistened with an eerie, glass-like quality, as if seared by intense heat in an instant. "I can hardly believe I have achieved such prowess," Yi Chen remarked in disbelief. Gazing at the tree he had pierced, light streamed through the cave entrance, casting a bright spot upon the ground. The wind whistled through that terrifying circular aperture, producing a low, mournful sound. Little did Yi Chen realize that this strike represented the zenith of his state after consuming the fruit. It would be exceedingly challenging to replicate such formidable power thereafter. Baru's eyes widened in astonishment, a gasp escaping his throat. So powerful, the strongest. The chieftain is not nearly so formidable. He regarded Yi Chen's silhouette, then glanced back at the bafflingly perforated tree, as if he were truly witnessing the essence of this Takul from another tribe for the first time. Yi Chen slowly retracted his hand, gently curling his fingers into a fist. Closing his eyes, he felt an immeasurable power surging within him, akin to an endless ocean flowing through his fingertips, yet firmly restrained by his formidable will. His deep, obsidian gaze turned toward the dense forest in the direction of Wang Yi's camp, where flames suddenly blazed to life. "Baru," his voice emerged, low and hoarse, imbued with a metallic rasp and an unyielding chill. "Prepare for the moment when I become intimately acquainted with my own strength. It shall be soon. Let them pay back 100-fold. Chapter 43. Mutual Destruction. Yi Chen stood at the edge of the pool beneath the waterfall, his eyes closed as he savored the surging currents within him. The 12 crimson fruits had indeed bestowed upon him an unparalleled strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, lightly tapping the slick rocks with his toes. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, sending merely a barely perceptible ripple across the surface of the pool. In the blink of an eye, he stood upon a massive branch 100 meters away, droplets of water from his blood-red hair yet to kiss the ground. Speed had transcended the realm of humanity. He was nothing short of superhuman. Baru, Yichen called out. Beneath the tree, Baru immediately understood. His enormous hand grasping a fist-sized piece of basalt, the muscles of his arms coiling like steel cables, gathering strength for a throw. Whoosh! The stone tore through the air, emitting a shrill wail akin to that of a cannonball. The velocity surpassed that of an ordinary person, yet Yichen did not even flinch. At the instant the stone was about to strike his face, he slightly tilted his neck, the stone grazing past his ear and embedding itself into the trunk behind him, splintering the wood and creating a crater the size of a bowl. Not fast enough. Yichen shook his head, his figure flickering back to Baru's side. Exerting all his might, a fire ignited in Baru's eyes, a low growl rumbling from his throat. He drew back his arms, each hand grasping a stone, twisting his waist as if pulling a giant bowstring taut. This time, the sound of the stones slicing through the air melded into a piercing shriek, sealing all avenues for Yichen to evade. Yichen moved. There was no anticipation, no dodging. As the stone net closed in around him, his right hand shot forth with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! Crack! The two sharp sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The lethal projectiles hurled by Baru were astonishingly caught barehanded in mid-air. Stone dust cascaded from his fingers. Hey, Baru, what do you think? Am I not the strongest you have ever seen? Yichen proclaimed with pride. Baru's pupils constricted in shock. This was not mere defense. It was an absolute domination. Gazing at the stone in his palm, where cracks began to spread, Yichen closed his fingers. With a soft pop, the hard basalt disintegrated into powder. It was time to forge a weapon. Yichen brushed off the stone dust, his gaze shifting to the dark rock face behind the waterfall, utilizing obsidian. The sharpness of the obsidian awakened within the cave. Baru led Yichen to the pinnacle of the waterfall. Eons ago, molten volcanic rock had flowed through icy streams, tempered over millennia, solidifying into vast veins of what resembled dark glass today. Baru struck the edge of the mineral layer with a heavy basalt hammer, and large chunks of obsidian broke free in response. Yichen casually picked up a piece, channeling force through his fingertips. Crack! The edge shattered, as sharp as a tempered blade. This won't do, Baru said, pressing down on his hand. His rough fingers traced the natural patterns of the obsidian, following the stone veins. He took a flat stone and struck the edges of the obsidian with a hammer at specific angles. The flakes peeled away like the scales of a dragon, gradually forming a 30-centimeter-long short blade with serrated edges. The blade shimmered with a cold, inky blue glow under the faint light outside the cave. Let me give it a try, Yichen said, focusing intently to imitate the process. The mutated strength and heightened sensitivity allowed him to precisely capture the essence of each piece of obsidian. The stone hammer struck with surgical precision, the flaking stones becoming thinner and sharper with each blow. 2 hours later, 12 poison-tipped spears, crafted from the venom of rainforest poison frogs, stood neatly embedded in the muddy ground, their tips glistening with a deathly hue. Ultimately, he forged his primary weapon, selecting the heftiest piece of obsidian core and meticulously chipping and polishing it along its natural arc. Sweat soaked the crimson strands of his hair. And when the final strike fell, a half-meter-long curved hand axe emerged, resplendent. The blade was as delicate as a cicada's wing, while the back was as robust as a bear's paw, the handle entwined with oil-soaked vines, both a formidable cleaver and a sturdy shield. What do you think, Baru? Baru picked up the hand axe, flicking his fingers against the blade. A resonant hum echoed through the cave, lingering in the air. He gazed at Yichen and slowly enunciated 2 syllables. Takuru. Suha. Guardian. Battle axe. Ha, this is true talent, Baru. At the shipbuilding camp, the countdown to madness had begun. The vessel was slowly taking shape, transforming into a true ship, a 15-meter hull covered in thick planks, a mast erected, and the sails being tightened by Luhan and Old Dao with vine ropes. Yet, This efficiency was built upon the flesh and blood of the workers. Chen Lily had fainted by the ship's edge, new whip marks adorning her arms. Zhao Shui'er mechanically boiled fish glue, her eye sockets deepening like a skull. Wang Yi's patience was wearing thin. The hull must be sealed before sunset the day after tomorrow. He pressed the gun against Lu Han's neck, threatening, "If you can't sew it well, I'll stuff you inside." Lu Han shivered. The barrel of fish glue toppling to the ground, kicked over by a bow. "This is truly impossible. Why must you be so angry, General Wang?" Li Qinghan's voice cut through the tension. She approached Wang Hai's stretcher with a bowl of herbs, her gaze sweeping over a newly tied vine basket at the ship's stern. Lu Gong was exhausted, and if the ship were to sink, the loss would be borne by all. She handed the bowl to Zhao Shui'er, her fingertips tapping rapidly on the rim, an urgent signal taught by Yi Chun. Zhao Shui'er suddenly raised her head, following Li Qinghan's gaze. She grasped at a lifeline in her despair, the dagger placed beside Wang Hai. Trembling, she extended the bowl towards Wang Hai, intentionally tilting it. Splash! Scalding herbal liquid splattered onto Wang Hai's trousers. "Ah, wretched girl!" Wang Hai howled in agony, rolling about. Chaos erupted in the camp. A bow rushed over, grabbing Zhao Shui'er's hair, while old Dao remained vigilant, scanning the dense forest with his weapon. Amidst the turmoil, Li Qinghan darted to the vine basket, her toes kicking a knife into the shadow beneath the ship. Wang Yi's gun suddenly swung towards Li Qinghan. "Are you seeking death?" "Young Master Wang needs a change of medicine." Li Qinghan stared down the barrel, her voice icy and calm. "Or perhaps General Wang wishes to discuss cooperation with a brother bearing a soiled dignity?" Wang Yi's eye twitched, and the gun was finally lowered. Yet, he failed to see Li Qinghan's hand, tightly clenched, her palm harboring a sharpened shell, its edge still coated with fresh resin scraped from the ship's bottom. In the depths of the forest, the final dawn before battle was upon them. Yi Chen coated his body with charcoal ash, concealing his blood-red hair beneath a bark hood. 12 poisoned spears were secured against the vine framework on his back, and the hand axe hung at his side. Baru's old injury on his left shoulder has healed, while his right arm is ensnared by a venomous vine, bearing 2 heavy obsidian javelins upon his back. The 2 men lie concealed among the treetops, surveying the camp with their binoculars. Yi Chen's pupils constrict like needles. He glimpses Li Qinghan's tense knuckles as she applies medicine. He sees Zhao Shui'er casting a final glance towards the dense forest before collapsing. He observes Lu Han, under the threat of the gun, stealthily stuffing a bundle of dry tinder into the ship's hull. The vessel is nearing completion. Baru gestures towards the sail that is being hoisted. Indeed, time is of the essence. Yi Chen nods, tracing an offensive route on the ground with his fingertip. Baru will suppress a bow and the gunmen from the left flank. He himself will penetrate the right flank to strike at Wang. The tinder Lu Han concealed earlier is their last resort, should their rescue fail. They shall incinerate the ship in a mutual demise. He casts one last glance in the direction of Li Qinghan. She is dutifully tending to Wang Yi's hand injury, her lowered eyelashes concealing all emotions, save for her pinky finger which lightly grazes his pulse, a jest she once made about bloodletting therapy. In this moment, there is a resolute intent to kill. Yi Chen's fingers dig deeply into the tree trunk. Amidst the sound of splintering bark, he looks towards Baru, and 2 indigenous words roll from his throat. Sahaka, Takulu, battle axe, charge. Yi Chen's blood-red hair flutters in a morning breeze like a battle flag. Chapter 44. A desperate struggle as the sun gradually descended. The night deepened into inky darkness, and the rainforest breeze, laden with moisture, swept through the treetops. Yi Chun and Baruch moved through the dim jungle with an eerie swiftness. They soon concealed themselves in the shadows surrounding the camp, their eyes fixated on the flickering firelight 30 meters away. Bao was adding fuel to the flames, while Lao Dao leaned against the boat, feigning sleep, and a faint glow emanated from Wang Yi's grass hut. "Action," Baruch uttered in a hushed tone. Yi Chen's crimson hair billowed silently in the darkness. The 2 shadows abruptly tore through the night. Yi Chen's speed transcended human limits. His footsteps glided over the decaying leaves without a whisper, the 30-meter distance collapsing into mere 10. The obsidian hand axe at his waist gleamed with a cold, ethereal light under the moon. Baruch's heavy spear was the first to launch. A poisoned obsidian dart sliced through the air, emitting a ghostly wail as it aimed straight for the vigilant ape Bao and Lao Dao by the boat. Enemy attack. Lao Dao roared, awakening in an instant as he rolled and pulled the trigger simultaneously with the spear's flight. Bang! A slight smile graced Yi Chen's lips. To him, the bullet's trajectory was now visible. Although still swift, it was dodgeable. Yi Chen tilted his head slightly as the bullet whizzed past his ear, the heated air stirring his crimson locks. His pupils constricted. Lao Dao's alertness and marksmanship surpassed expectations. Indeed, it was fast, still somewhat challenging to evade. The camp erupted into chaos. A Bao clumsily dodged the lethal spear, yet a deep gash, exposing bone, marred his shoulder. Damn it, he bellowed as he drew his gun. But Baruch had already barreled into the crowd like a colossal bear, ensnaring a Bao's hand with toxic vines, snapping it with a crisp crack. Blood poured down as his arm grotesquely twisted. My hand. I'll fight you to the death. Despite being a retired Special Forces soldier, he was no match for a beast like Baruch. One strike sent him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Yi Chen's objective remained unwavering. Wang Yi's grass hut. Ignoring the stray bullets, his obsidian axe transformed into a luminous arc cleaving through the night, aimed directly at the hut's support beam. Boom. Half of the hut collapsed. Amidst the smoke, Wang Yi stumbled out, gripping Li Qinghan's hair tightly. His face was splattered with wood shavings, his expression a mixture of shock and rage. Resembling a corneted beast, Yi Chen. You're alive. I knew my instincts were right. Are you willing to gamble with this woman's life? Wang Yi's arrogance was palpable. In response, Yi Chen's ghostly figure drew near, his hand axe sweeping towards Wang Yi's throat. With a clang, sparks flew as Lao Dao unexpectedly discarded his gun, crossing his arms to block the blow. The specially crafted arm guard shattered upon impact, and he was sent flying, blood spewing forth, the sound of his bones fracturing clear as day. Yet this sacrifice bought Wang Yi a critical half-second. Don't move. Wang Yi pressed the muzzle of his gun firmly against Li Qinghan's temple, his entire being crouched behind her. One more step forward, and I will blow her head apart. Yi Chen halted abruptly. You, how despicable. Is this how all members of the Wang family behave? Li Qinghan's neck bore the marks of constriction. The icy barrel pressed against her skin, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. There was no fear, only resolute urgency. Yi Chen, save me. An eerie silence enveloped the camp. Baruch's vines had crushed a Bao's hand, who leaned against the ship, clutching his shoulder where blood flowed profusely, while old Dao lay unconscious a short distance away. At this moment, only Wang Yi remained capable of fighting among the two armed bodyguards. Yet, it seemed a mere case of a chicken colliding with a rock. Drop the axe. Then let me go. Wang Yi bellowed, forcing the gun against Li Qinghan's head, distorting her features. And that's savage. Tell him to step back. Yi Chen relaxed his grip. With a clang, the obsidian axe fell to the ground. Baruch glared fiercely at Wang Yi, slowly retreating into the shadows of the jungle. Very well. Wang Yi laughed nervously, dragging Li Qinghan back toward the ship. Do you think you've won? I have long hidden my specially crafted explosives beneath the ship. He abruptly kicked a disguised wooden plank at the ship's stern, revealing several jars filled with homemade explosives. Wang Yi, being a member of the elite class, was not unfamiliar with such knowledge. A Bao's face turned ashen. Boss, that's our only boat. You shut up. Wang Yi's eyes blazed red. Yi Chen, take your savage and get lost. Otherwise, I will detonate it immediately, and we shall all ascend to the west together. He shook the explosive detonator in his hand. Li Qinghan and all these worthless fools shall accompany me to the grave. Yi Chen's gaze swept across the ship's body. Lu Han had hidden dry kindling in the compartments, which now became the most lethal powder keg imaginable. He looked at Li Qinghan, whose lips silently moved. Prepare for a wave of defense. So brave? You want me to take a gamble? Yi Chen nodded slightly. In an instant, he resolved to risk everything, his body lunging forward as he threw a punch, while Bao also swung his fist. However, This would be the most regrettable action of his life. The wind from Yi Chen's fist howled forth, and at that moment, a single word flashed in Bao's mind: death. Was this the end? Yi Chen realized he had exerted too much force and began to pull back, but it seemed a bit too late. The moment his fist connected with Bao's abdomen, the latter's body crumbled as if made of tofu. Before Bao could comprehend what had happened, he felt a piercing sensation in his stomach. The expression on his face morphed into one of terror. After casting a final glance at his own belly, he collapsed, lifeless. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Wang Hai, Wang Yi, and even the frightened women, all rendered speechless in shock. Yi Chen looked at his hands, a twinge of guilt surfacing in his heart. He never intended to kill him. However, it was not his fault that Bao had fallen so easily. Just then, Buru's gaze met Yi Chen's for a fleeting moment. The towering native suddenly bent down and seized a fragment of stone from the ground. "What do you intend to do, you savage?" Wang Yi, startled like a frightened bird, swiftly redirected his firearm. In that fraction of a second of distraction, Li Qinghan forcefully stomped on Wang Yi's instep and struck his head back fiercely. Yi Chen, like a crimson bolt of lightning, surged forward. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted simultaneously with the cracking of bone. Chapter 45. Hope resides in Baru Bang. The sudden gunfire shattered the silence. In the instant Wang Yi pushed Li Qinghan aside, the gun's muzzle belched forth flames. The bullet, propelled by a searing gust, hurtled directly toward Yi Chen. In an offensive stance, had no time to evade, and it pierced straight into his arm. Puff! Blood erupted forth. Yi Chen's body jolted violently, the impact momentarily stalling his movements. However, the anticipated excruciating pain of shattered bones did not arrive. It was as if the bullet had collided with an incredibly resilient layer of rubber, becoming ensnared within his bulging, sinewy muscles. The projectile embedded itself an inch deep, but failed to reach the bone. The muscle fibers at the wound writhed, as if alive, tightening instantaneously, securing the bullet firmly within flesh and blood. Agonizing pain coursed through his body like electric currents, yet it was far from sufficient to bring him down. Ugh, so close. Yi Chen let out a muffled groan, his eyes igniting with a dark golden flame. Ignoring the gaping wound on his arm, his left hand shot out like lightning, aiming to seize Wang Yi's gun-wielding wrist. But Wang Yi had already calculated his move. He had pushed Li Qinghan aside, not merely to shield himself from the gunfire, but to create an opportunity for escape. In the moment Yi Chen was momentarily hindered by the bullet, Wang Yi had already assumed a defensive stance. Swiftly retracting his arm and darting backward, simultaneously, he fired another shot into the space between Yi Chen and Li Qinghan. Bang! Dirt flew into the air. This shot was not intended to kill, but rather to instigate chaos and intimidation. The flash and roar of the gun caused Yi Chen to instinctively shield the fallen Li Qinghan, his movements delayed by a heartbeat. "Stop him!" Wang Yi bellowed, not addressing anyone in particular, but rather directing his words at Wang Hai, who lay curled up in a corner of the grass shed, racked with pain and fear. He did not spare a glance for his brother, discarding him as one would a useless piece of refuse. Although he loved his brother dearly, he felt utterly powerless at this moment. A moment of hesitation could well mean his own demise. Utilizing the recoil from the gunshot, he turned and sprinted desperately into the pitch-black woods beyond the camp. His figure was swiftly engulfed by the thick darkness of the night. "Brother, take me with you," Wang Hai cried out in a desperate, heart-wrenching wail, attempting to crawl off the stretcher with his broken leg, only to crash heavily into the mud, floundering like a fish out of water. "Ah, brother, Yi Chen, he will kill me." At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent. Wang Yi must die. As he prepared to pursue, a suppressed groan of pain emanated from beneath his feet. Yi Chen abruptly halted. Looking down, his heart plummeted. When Wang Yi forcefully shoved Li Qinghan, her forehead had struck a sharp rock with tremendous force. Now, she lay crumpled on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale as paper. Vivid crimson blood gushed from a wound about an inch long at her temple, rapidly staining half of her cheek and disheveled black hair. A haunting sight under the moonlight. Her breathing was weak and rapid, her body slightly convulsing, clearly having lost consciousness. Damn it! Qinghan! Yi Chen's roar echoed across the sandy beach, instilling fear in all who heard it. In that moment, the thought of pursuing Wang Yi was cast aside, lost to the winds. He knelt on one knee, carefully cradling Li Qinghan's head, his fingers trembling as they sought her breath. Warm, yet faint. The wound on her forehead was profound, blood flowing incessantly. Baru, hurry! Yi Chen's voice resonated with unprecedented panic. Quickly, Baru emerged from the shadows of the forest, striding purposefully towards them. Upon witnessing Li Qinghan's condition, his brow furrowed deeply, and he immediately crouched down, his rough fingers swiftly examining her wound and her pupils. Karalu. Tuwa. Head injury. Severe. Baru's tone was grave as he quickly retrieved a pouch of potent hemostatic herbs from his waist, handing it to Yi Chen. Without hesitation, Yi Chen crushed the herbs in his mouth, deftly applying them to Li Qinghan's forehead wound, then tightly binding it with a strip of clean cloth. The blood soon soaked through the cloth, but the flow seemed to diminish slightly. Yet it was still not enough. Time was of the essence. Yi Chen gazed at Li Qinghan's pale face, his heart gripped by a cold hand. He lifted her, cradling her horizontally. Her body felt as light as a feather. Yet to him, it bore the weight of the world. To the camp. Clear the area? Yi Chen barked at Baru, his gaze sweeping over Wang Hai, collapsed in the mud, paralyzed by fear and the unconscious old knife. The boat. Explosives. Quickly, quickly. Baru instantly comprehended. He strode towards the stern of the boat, lifting a wooden plank. A glimmer of red revealed exposed packets of earth explosives, some sealed with gunpowder and sulfur. Without a moment's hesitation, Baru seized several of the peculiar packets, hurling them into the sea. Then, as if lifting a chick, he hoisted the limp Wang Hai and tossed him into the corner of the ramshackle grass hut. The injured and unconscious old knife was bound securely with vines, ensuring he could not escape. The entire process unfolded swiftly, silently, and efficiently. Yi Chen, sitil holding Livinkan, hastened towards the driest and most sheltered spot in the center of the camp. Baru quickly cleared a space, laying down dry palm leaves and animal skins. Yi Chen gently placed Li Qinghan down, allowing her to lie flat. Water. Clean cloth. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. Zhao Shui'er and Chen Lily, already paralyzed with fear, huddled by the boat, trembling. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Shui'er snapped back to reality, scrambling towards the water tank. Chen Lily, shivering, tore a clean corner from her inner garment. Here, brother Yi. Thank you. Yi Chen accepted the water from Zhao Shui'er, carefully moistening the cloth and gently wiping the dry blood from Li Qinghan's face, avoiding the wound. His movements were unprecedentedly gentle, a stark contrast to the lethal figure he had just embodied. The cloth on her forehead quickly became saturated with fresh blood once more. Baru, the herbs. More effective hemostatic herbs. Yi Chen looked at Baru, his eyes betraying unmasked urgency. The effects of ordinary hemostatic medicine were limited. Baru displayed a hint of hesitation but nodded, turning to plunge once more into the dark thicket. He knew where to find the most potent restorative herbs, but it would require time. At this moment, Wang Yi's life was no longer of consequence. Li Qinghan's survival outweighed everything else. At this moment, Wang Yi stood alone, his firearm containing but a few bullets. Moreover, Yi Chen had now acquired the ability to withstand bullets, standing resolute as if daring them to strike. How could he possibly fear the tempest that Wang Yi might conjure? Yi Chen remained steadfast by Li Qinghan's side, his fingers delicately resting upon her wrist, attuned to the faint yet persistent pulse that resonated beneath his touch. Each subtle throb offered a modicum of relief to his taut nerves. His other hand was clenched into a fist, nails digging deeply into his palm. The wound upon his arm still seeping blood, yet he remained blissfully unaware. What should be done? Would it ultimately result in my inability to save her? The night breeze swept through, bearing the briny scent of the sea intertwined with the metallic tang of blood. The crackling campfire illuminated Yi Chen's crimson hair and blood-smeared visage, casting a stark contrast against Li Qinghan's pallid face. He gazed down on her tightly shut eyes and furrowed brow, as if he could sense her agony even in unconsciousness. Hold on. Yi Chen's voice was scarcely a whisper, laced with a fervent plea. I implore you, hold on. I have yet more to convey. Wang had fled. The ship had been preserved. A Bao had perished, while the old knife master, Wang Hai, had been captured. Yet, in the face of the blood seeping from Li Qinghan's temple, all of this paled into insignificance. For the first time, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The tremendous power bestowed by the 12 red fruits could not staunch even a single drop of blood from the one he cherished. Now he could only wait. Placing his hopes in Baru, he awaited Baru's return with the life-saving herbs, and the moment when Li Qinghan would open her enchanting eyes once more. The night was deep, the camp steeped in silence, save for the stifled breaths and the crackle of the fire. Yi Chen stood like a bloodied Spartan warrior, unwavering at Li Qinghan's side. The tips of his crimson hair flickering in the firelight, akin to a silent, burning vow. Chapter 46. The first tear at this moment, every second felt agonizingly prolonged. Yi Chen wept profusely, having been marooned on this desolate island for so long without shedding a single tear. Whether pierced by bullets or enduring countless tribulations, he had managed to hold back until now. He feared the prospect of loss. The crackling of the campfire illuminated Li Qinghan's pallid visage, as crimson stains seeped through the cloth bandage on her forehead. Yi Chen knelt beside her, the pulse beneath his fingertips faint as a flickering candle in the wind, each heartbeat tugging at his taut nerves. Zhao Schwerer and Chen Lily huddled a few steps away, their eyes swollen, too fearful to utter a sound. Time seemed to stand still, pressing down on them with suffocating weight. At last, hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Barrow's towering figure burst through the morning mist, bringing with him the fresh scent of dew and foliage. In his hands, he clutched a handful of deep purple herbs with thick leaves, roots still caked in earth, alongside a few black berries exuding an unusual, spicy fragrance. Barrow, hurry! Yi Chen's voice was hoarse and strained. Without hesitation, Barrow handed the herbs to Yi Chen, who knelt beside Li Qinghan, swiftly chewing the medicinal plants. Enduring the bitter, pungent juices, he carefully applied the mixture beneath the freshly changed bandage, pressing it firmly against the wound. Next, he crushed the blackberries, squeezing out a few drops of viscous juice resembling honey, which he let trickle into the slightly parted lips of Li Qinghan. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Li Qinghan's face, yearning for even the slightest sign of improvement. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Did the bloodstains on the bandage seem to spread more slowly? Yet, Li Qinghan's complexion remained ashen, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. That slight deceleration felt more like the flicker of life before its extinguishment than a true revival. Barrow's heavy brows knitted together in a tight frown. He checked Li Qinghan's pulse, then lifted her eyelid to examine her pupils, shaking his head gravely. A few muffled syllables escaped his throat. Kalu, too deep. Tuwa, Neji. The injury is too severe, the medicine insufficient. Not strong enough? Yi Chen's head shot up, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast driven to desperation. What do you mean not strong enough? Speak. There must be a way. There must be. His voice erupted in uncontrolled fury, reverberating through the silent camp with heartbreaking intensity. Barrow gazed at him in silence, his expression complex, tinged with a sorrowful helplessness. Despair washed over Yi Chen like a chilling tide, submerging him in its depths. He looked upon Li Qinghan's lifeless face, the glaring red on her forehead, and her chest that rose and fell, yet could cease at any moment. An overwhelming, unbearable grief surged through him, shattering all his defenses. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from Yi Chen's throat. He seemed to age decades in an instant, stooping over, his hands gripping his hair tightly, the blood-red strands entwining between his fingers. Scalding tears mingled with the grime on his face, cascading down to strike Li Qinghan's icy hand. He wept uncontrollably, his entire being trembling, as the pent-up emotions of fear, anger, guilt, and helplessness cascaded forth in a torrent of anguish. Zhao Schwerer and Chen Lily were startled by his sudden lament, drawing together in a silent embrace, tears streaming down their faces. Baru stood silently to the side, his rugged features etched with gravitas. Uncertain of how long he had been crying, Yi Chen's sobs gradually transformed into muffled whimpers. He lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Li Qinghan's pallid lips, and a frenzied thought pierced through the suffocating darkness like a bolt of lightning. The red fruit, that which bestowed upon him inhuman strength, enabling his return from the brink of death. That very fruit which had nearly claimed his life, yet had reshaped his very being. The fruit. Yi Chen's voice emerged hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against stone. Baru, the red fruit. Let her consume it. Baru's entire form jolted, his expression erupting with intense shock and vehement opposition. No, Turawa. Death. No, dangerous. Death. He gesticulated animatedly, pointing at Li Qinghan and then at himself, mimicking the agonizing convulsions of a body succumbing to destruction. She is not. You? Her body, frail, fire, would consume her. That was the ordinary body, validated by his kin through sacrifice, incapable of withstanding the fruit's ferocity. I am aware of the peril. Yi Chen abruptly rose, his blood-red eyes drilling into Baru with a reckless fervor. I know she may not survive, but what if we do not attempt it? He gestured towards Li Qinghan, observing her gradual descent into the clutches of death. His voice soared, infused with a frantic resolve, a desperate gamble. Do you not comprehend? Just a little. Allow her to ingest a minuscule amount. Dilute it. With water, dilute it, regardless of the outcome. I must try. I want her to live. The final words erupted from his lips, laced with an unyielding madness and a desperate affection. Baru found himself paralyzed by the inferno of determination blazing in Yi Chen's eyes. He glanced from Yi Chen to the ailing Li Qinghan on the ground, his heavy breaths rising and falling. Ultimately, he stomped his foot in resolution and dashed into the corner where supplies were stored, cautiously retrieving the last remaining fruit from a sealed wicker jar. Yi Chen seized the red fruit, racing to the water jar. He grasped a stone knife, his hands trembling violently, nearly losing his grip. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to steady, carefully scraping a thin layer off the fruit's skin, an infinitesimal fragment smaller than a fingernail. He placed this minuscule morsel into a coconut shell bowl, filled it halfway with clean water, and stirred it frantically with a wooden stick. The dark red fragments dissolved swiftly in the water, transforming it into a peculiar, faintly sweet and briny pink liquid. With the bowl in hand, Yi Chen's hands continued to tremble. He knelt beside Li Qinghan, gently lifting her head. Her lips felt icy. Qinghan, please drink. I implore you. Yi Chen's voice quavered with emotion as he scooped a small amount of the pink liquid with a wooden spoon, cautiously and slowly dripping it into the slight parting of her lips. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The liquid trickled down the corners of her lips, seemingly impossible to swallow. Yi Chen's heart plummeted into despair. He gritted his teeth and leaned down, gently pressing his lips against hers. With the utmost delicacy, he coaxed her lips apart with the tip of his tongue, cautiously introducing a small amount of liquid, mingled with his fervent breath, into her mouth. Time seemed to freeze once more. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Li Qinghan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Chapter 47. The Tribe of Baru. Suddenly, Li Qinghan's body convulsed violently. Almost immediately, she began to shake uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, as if countless tiny insects were writhing beneath her skin. Beads of sweat rapidly formed on her forehead, and agonized gasps escaped her throat. Qinghan. Yi Chen's eyes widened with desperation as he tightly embraced her trembling form, feeling as though she was a searing iron. Baru's expression shifted dramatically, moving forward to intervene. But just then, Li Qinghan's intense convulsions abruptly ceased. Her rapid breaths miraculously steadied. The flush on her cheeks faded swiftly, and the peculiar writhing beneath her skin vanished. Even more astonishingly, the blood that had been seeping from her forehead wound, now covered with Baru's herbal bandage, astonishingly halted its flow at a visibly rapid pace. The diluted essence of the red fruit acted like the most precise restorative agent, gently yet swiftly awakening the remnants of her life, force buried deep within her being. Ha ha! Wonderful, she has made it through. Yi Chun, with trembling hands, gently peeled back a corner of the bandage. Remarkably, the edges of her wound began to exhibit a faint, healthy pink hue, although healing was still a distant prospect. The fatal hemorrhage had indeed stopped. She lived, such joy overwhelmed him. Yi Chun murmured to himself. An overwhelming ecstasy mingling with a profound relief washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. He held Li Qinghan's now relaxed body tightly, burying his face in her neck, as hot tears once again surged forth, this time born of sheer joy. Bruce observed this scene, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. He glanced at Yi Chun, then at the red fruit with a small portion of its skin scraped away, and for the first time, he felt a reverence for the fervent and relentless spirit of this foreign taku. You are truly remarkable. In the depths of the dense forest, Wang Yi fled in terror. He had lost track of time, driven solely by instinct, propelled by fear that masked his physical exhaustion. Thorns tore at his trousers, mud caked his expensive shoes, and branches left bloody scratches on his face, yet he remained oblivious. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape. The farther, the better. Away from the monster that had become Yi Chun. Away from that terrifying savage. He was now utterly alone. It was not until dawn broke, with his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead and his lungs burning with pain, that he collapsed on the banks of a stream in a marshy area. The icy water soaked half of his body, sending a shock through him. He struggled to climb onto a dry rock, leaning against a massive tree, gasping for air. His heart raced, threatening to burst from his chest. Surveying his surroundings, he heard only the gentle sounds of flowing water and birdsong. He was momentarily safe. The tension in his nerves suddenly relaxed, and an overwhelming fatigue, along with a sense of survival, washed over him like a tidal wave. He patted his waist, reassuring himself that the gun was still there, with 5 bullets remaining, providing a faint glimmer of security. He withdrew a water bottle and took several gulps of the frigid stream water, the icy sensation slightly dispelling his fear. Yi Chun, the savage. You shall wait. A flicker of malevolence danced in his eyes, teeth chattering in rage. My poor brother, Yi Chun, should you dare to slay my sibling, you shall pay a price 1,000-fold. If I could return to the civilized world, I would annihilate your entire family. He envisioned the ecstasy of revenge. Yet the overwhelming fatigue of his body swiftly subdued his wrath. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun was now alone among the 9 clans. As his eyelids grew heavier, a profound drowsiness descended upon him like a boulder. He struggled to grip his weapon tighter, but his arms felt limp and powerless. Ultimately, as the dawn's light began to filter through, Wang Yi's head tilted, resting against the cold tree trunk, plunging him into a deep, nightmarish slumber. His face, marred with mud and blood, bore a lingering expression of terror. He was oblivious to the fact that not far from his slumbering form, several figures, painted with war paint and resembling specters, stealthily parted the underbrush, their cold gazes locked onto this intruder. On the other side, as the sun rose, Li Qinghan's breath finally became strong and steady. Yi Chun had kept vigil by her side throughout the night, and at that moment, he could distinctly feel the pulse at her wrist, weak yet stable, like a trickle of water stubbornly seeping through the sands after the tide recedes. He cautiously unwrapped the bandages that Balu had rewrapped with palm fibers, amidst the herbal scent mingled with the odor of blood. The grotesque wound on her forehead had ceased to bleed, and a faint layer of pink granulation had begun to form, indicating that the red fruit was taking effect. Water. Li Qinghan's eyelashes fluttered, and a breathy sound escaped her cracked lips. She has awakened. Zhao Shui'er was the first to exclaim, tears brimming in her reddened eyes. Chun Lily stumbled forward with a coconut shell, and Yi Chun gently lifted Li Qinghan's head, feeding her small sips of clear water. The sound of water trickling down her throat resonated clearly in the silence of the camp, and everyone held their breath. Finally, Li Qinghan opened her eyes, her gaze wandering vacantly across the crowd before settling on Yi Chun's blood-stained arm. You are injured, her voice hoarse. Abrasions. Yi Chun quickly lowered his sleeve to cover the gunshot wound, enclosing her hand within his palm. Her fingertips were cold, but no longer the icy chill of impending death. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "The red fruit is taking effect, just a little, a mere bit." Li Qinghan appeared momentarily stunned, as if trying to recall the searing pain from her unconsciousness. But ultimately, she simply closed her eyes wearily. It felt like a dream of raging flames. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, but Yi Chun gently pressed it down. "Do not move. New flesh is forming." His fingertips brushed against her damp hair. Still in pain, she furrowed her brow. Yet, she could hear the sound of the tide. She had ventured close to death's door. This subtle change tightened Yi Chen's throat. The potency of the red fruit far exceeded his expectations, even diluted 1,000-fold. It still worked to reconstruct her body on the brink of collapse. After ensuring Li Qinghan was settled back to sleep, Yi Chun turned towards Zhao Xuer and Chen Lili, who were huddled at the stern of the boat. The terrified gazes of the two women were fixated upon Bru, the indigenous giant, who silently sharpened his obsidian dagger, his bronze skin gleaming with a metallic hardness in the morning light. His name was Baru. Yi Chun positioned himself to obstruct their line of sight, deliberately toning his voice to a level of calm. He was, after all, a true native of the island. Zhao Xuer trembled, her teeth chattering. "Are there more natives on this island? Do you think they might be cannibals?" Baru suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of offended anger glimmering in his murky eyes. Yi Chun raised his hand to silence him, continuing to elaborate. His tribe resides in the heart of the volcanic crater. A couple of months ago, Baru insisted on relocating his people to the coast, but the elders deemed it a sacrilege against the mountain deity. Thus, he was exiled. He mimicked the gesture Baru had taught him, fists colliding and then sweeping outward. Expulsion. Chen Lili sobbed softly, but he nearly harmed Sister Qinghan before. "Yi Chun, his elder brother, you were terrifying last night. If a Bao had not survived, we would be the ones lying there." He pointed to the corpse half buried in the sand by the tide. "Did Wang Yi hesitate when he took you hostage?" The words struck like ice picks, plunging the two girls into silence. Baru abruptly rose, retrieving a string of objects from a leather pouch at his waist and tossing them at their feet. Dozens of white shells strung together by vines. Each bore a small hole, resembling some primitive necklace. "Tawaka, Nalu, tribe, pray." He gestured towards the shells, then pointed into the depths of the jungle, finally drawing a harsh line across his own neck. Yi Chen's pupils dilated. He indicated that these were marks. Each survivor captured by the tribe's warriors would be adorned with such a necklace. He picked up a shell, revealing twisted symbols drawn with black charcoal on its inner side. These were counting symbols. 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical. 31 individuals? Baru nodded heavily, then pointed towards the northern forest. Kulu, campsite. He formed the shape of a cage with his hands, emitting a low growl akin to that of a trapped beast. Baru fell silent at this point, grasping a handful of sand and letting the grains slip through his fingers, ultimately pointing towards the circling vultures in the sky. A chill crept up everyone's spines. Zhao Xuer covered her mouth and began to gag. Those shells were tally marks for the living. Chapter 48. Reducing Belial to a mist of blood upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yi Chen's expression turned quizzical as he inquired, "Baru, what do you mean by that? Do you truly consume humans?" Baru revealed a perplexed countenance, shaking his head as he articulated in a cryptic dialect. "No. Our tribe has recently captured individuals in the forest who bear a striking resemblance to you. They are likely the survivors you speak of." The gathered crowd displayed a myriad of expressions upon hearing this revelation, and a faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips, for he perceived this as a promising development. He addressed the assembly, stating, "If we manage to rescue them, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon to our cause." The others nodded in agreement, their hopes of escape rising incrementally. Although they currently possessed a vessel, it had sustained considerable damage during the skirmishes and had been hastily constructed under duress, raising concerns about its performance. Lu Han interjected, "I refuse to bear the blame for this. It is evidently a project that spans several months. Can it truly be completed in a month? This ship might navigate the river, but in the open sea, it would capsize in no time." As the midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the beach, Yichun unfurled a map beneath the shadow of the stranded hull. This was a coastline sketched on palm fronds by Li Qinghan using charcoal. Baru's rough fingertips traced the jagged peaks at the northwestern corner of the island. Kulu, Masa, Camp, Donji. How many guards are stationed there? Chen inwuded, drawing a circle beside the camp with a stone. Baru raised 3 fingers, then flipped his palm twice. 30 men? Yichen's heart sank. He had previously encountered the ferocity of the indigenous warriors. Had it not been for the ambush the previous night, he and Baru might not have emerged unscathed. According to Baru, he was merely of the lowest tier within the tribe, and despite having consumed numerous fruits, his foundational strength was considerably inferior to theirs. Nah, Diku, no, slaves. Baru suddenly erupted in fury, pounding the ground, sending dust swirling. He pointed at Yichun, then at Zhao Shuer, and finally at the unconscious Li Qinghan. Crossing his arms over his chest, Wakana, sacrifice, sacrifice. The very term jolted him, recalling the terror in Baru's eyes when he mentioned the volcano. Did the mountain deity demand a living offering? When? Yichen's voice tightened. Baru tilted his head back, his finger tracing the path of the rising sun to the zenith before he shook his head. I do not know. I was cast out perhaps only recently. The Archmage calculated the location and time. An anxious silence enveloped them. Chen Lily suddenly cried out, "Let us flee, repair the ship, and leave. I loathe this place." Lily, the ship's keel is fractured. We cannot repair it with just a few of us. Yichen interrupted head illusions. Do you really believe I have a chance to rescue them? He turned to Baru. They are formidable, exceedingly strong. One of you is not enough. Baru shook his head in response. Hope slipped through their fingers like fine sand. Yichen's gaze drifted over Li Qinghan's pallid face before settling on the northern mountains. Baru, can you assist me? After all, you too disapprove of their current state, do you not? He grasped the shell inscribed with symbols. Guide us to rescue them. A flicker of wild fire ignited in the depths of Baru's murky eyes. He removed the venomous obsidian axe from his waist and pressed it heavily into Yichen's palm. Yes, together, but we must train. Change, grow strong. Yichen tightened his grip, producing a series of clicking sounds, sensing the surge of his own strength. He felt a renewed sense of invincibility, yet he soon calmed himself and shook his head, saying, Let us train together, Baru, and devise a plan to infiltrate stealthily. Baru, with his rough fingers, picked up a shell covered in grains of sand. The char markings on it twisted like grotesque insects under the sunlight. A guttural sound emerged from his throat. Kulu, Najitu, the camp, is very fortified. He jabbed a finger at the jagged mountains in the northwest corner of the palm leaf map, then pointed to his eyes. Waka, Tulu, the guards, are fierce. Yichun gazed at the rudimentary map, the shadow of the northwest mountains pressing heavily upon his heart. 30 warriors stronger than Baru, even capable of overwhelming him. The night before, they had launched a surprise assault on Wang Yi's camp, relying on their unexpected approach and Baru's venomous vines. Yet, to storm a well-guarded tribal camp? That seemed exceedingly difficult. Even with training, it felt insufficient. Consuming more red fruits would indeed be a wise choice. Though he hadn't ingested any at present, he sensed an inexplicable increase in his strength, albeit gradually. Training was imperative. It would be best to find more red fruits. Suddenly, Yichen lifted his head, a resolute flame igniting in his eyes as he looked at Baru. Waka, Tuka, out, to grow stronger. The murky depths of Baru's eyes flared with wild vigor. He grinned, revealing his stark white teeth, pointing to a relatively solid stretch of beach washed clean by the tide, then gestured towards a few dead giant trees at the forest's edge that required 2 people to embrace. Tawa, Haka, Ulu, strength, speed, slaughter. Thus began their days of intensive training. Yichun did not eliminate Wang Hai, but instead handed him over to Chun Lily for vengeance, with predictable results each day. Wang Hai languished, and Yichun had advised him simply not to kill him outright. As for the old knife, Yichun intended to use it for another purpose. During their 2 encounters, he realized that the old knife was not used with lethal intent every time, indicating that he was merely a bodyguard. Keeping it for himself would be a significant advantage. Yichun stood bare-chested, sweat flowing like a stream between the sinews of his muscular physique. having consumed the fruit. He appeared as robust as a scion. His feet sank deeply into the wet sand, each breath emanating a heated aura. Baru stood behind him, his massive hand pressing down on a heavy fragment of shipboard, a remnant from the fierce battle of the previous night, its edges rough, imbued with the scent of seawater and rust. Huh! Baru let out a low growl, his arm muscles bulging as he exerted tremendous force downward. Haha, Baru, your strength is lacking. Ugh! Yi Chen's throat erupted with a restrained roar, his leg muscles tensing instantaneously as power surged within him, battling against the mountain-like weight. The wet sand beneath them was forced outward, splattering around as his calves sank almost entirely into it. Both men's knees groaned under the unbearable burden, their spines enduring the agony of tearing pain. This is not merely a burden, but rather the suffocating force of a coordinated assault, reminiscent of tribal warriors surrounding their prey, as simulated by Baru. Indeed, even though the fruits consumed surpass those of Baru, the inherent foundation remains paramount. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Zhao Xuerer and Chen Lily observed from a distance, their faces pale. They watched as Yi Chen's body trembled violently under the immense pressure, each breath seemingly exhausting all his strength. Brother Yi Chen, you can do it! Zhao Xuerer shouted fervently. Liu Han stood astonished, feeling as though all his studies had been in vain. These two could transform a single punch into a mist of blood against Beilia. Persevere! Baru's voice resonated like thunder, his grip unwavering. He sensed the ferocious power within Yi Chen, akin to a raging dragon confined. If harnessed correctly, it would rival his own. His objective was to refine every ounce of Yi Chen's strength into a precise and controllable instinct for slaughter. Sweat dripped onto the scorching sand, evaporating instantly. Chapter 49. The profound psychological trauma. The two figures traversed into the dense forest, where the light dimmed and the intertwined vines coiled like enormous serpents. Yi Chen moved with astounding speed, weaving through the gnarled roots, drooping vines, and jagged rocks with remarkable agility. His movements were so swift that they seemed to leave a lingering shadow as he trod upon the decaying leaves and brittle twigs, producing barely audible rustling sounds. Baru, akin to a colossal black panther, stealthily lurked in the shadows. Clutching several hard pebbles in his hand, his murky eyes glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, meticulously tracking every subtle shift in Yi Chen's trajectory. Suddenly, a stone whistled through the air, slicing with a deadly shriek, aimed directly at Yi Chen's vulnerable back. Hey, Baru, you've improved since our last encounter. Yi Chen's scalp tingled with alarm. Without a moment's contemplation, his body instinctively reacted in the nick of time. He sharply pivoted, twisting his waist, as the stone grazed his side and embedded itself violently into the tree behind him, splintering wood in its wake. Still shaken, whoosh, whoosh. Another two stones, one from each side, closed off his escape routes. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. In this critical moment, he forcefully pushed off a nearby tree trunk, propelling himself forward like an arrow shot from a bow towards a narrow crevice in the rocks. Simultaneously, he executed an incredible twist, narrowly allowing the two stones to whiz past his waist and shoulder. With a couple of thuds, debris erupted from the edge of the crevice. Phew! Phew! Leaning against the frigid rock, Yi Chen gasped for air, his heart pounding like a drum. This was not a life-and-death struggle. Yet every attack from Baru bore a sense of lethal intent. Goodness, does this fellow not know when to restrain his strength? Sweat mingled with dirt dripped from Yi Chen's taut jaw, creating fleeting indentations on the scorching ground. Suddenly, Baru lunged at him, his massive hand swooping down like a fan. Yi Chen swiftly raised his hand to block, feeling the formidable force, though it was still somewhat less than his own. After all, Yi Chen refrained from exerting his full strength. He was learning to control his power. The memory of killing a Bao lingered vividly in his mind. He had no desire to commit further acts of violence. At that moment, Yi Chen found his legs sinking deeply into the wet mud, his kneecaps groaning under the unbearable weight. Ha! Taku Lu! Persevere! Guardian! Baru's voice rumbled like distant thunder, urging him without room for dissent. His murky eyes fixated on the bulging muscles of Yi Chen's arms, where the scabs from previous gunshot wounds cracked slightly under immense pressure, oozing traces of blood. Conversely, Chen clenched his teeth, a low growl rumbling from his throat. Bring it on. He inhaled sharply, his core igniting with a final surge of potential, defying the mountainous weight pressing down, and miraculously straightened his bent spine by an inch. The sand beneath his feet emitted a piercing sound as it compressed. Stop! Baru suddenly released his grip. The pressure vanished abruptly, and Chen, having exerted himself too fiercely, stumbled a few steps before steadying himself, his lungs ablaze, each breath tainted with a metallic taste of blood. He wiped the sweat and dirt from his face and glared at Baru, exclaiming, Hey Baru, what are you trying to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't give up? Tuva, Sucka, strength, is possible. Balu rarely nodded, his rough fingers pointing towards the woods. Haka, you are you. Speed, kill. All right, I'm famished. Shall we return for a meal? Chen dragged his nearly disassembled body back to the cool shade of the camp. At that moment, Li Qinghan was leaning against the wreckage of the boat, the cloth bandage on her forehead replaced with clean palm leaf fibers. Her complexion remained pale, yet her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Observing Chen's disheveled appearance, stained with blood and sweat, her brows knitted in concern. Ah Chen, your arm. Her voice was still a bit hoarse as she pointed to his lacerated wound. It's nothing, just a surface injury, Chen replied, forcing a smile as he sat beside her, carefully inspecting the injury on her forehead. The fresh pink granulation tissue had already covered most of the wound, healing at an astonishing rate. He let out a sigh of relief, though an undercurrent of unease lingered. What transformation had the red fruit wrought within her? Despite the meager amount consumed, he inquired, How do you feel? Is your head still spinning? Li Qinghan gently shook her head, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the sandy ground beneath her. Not dizzy anymore, but I find it rather peculiar. The sounds around me are exceptionally clear. She tilted her ear, listening intently to the wind, the rustling of leaves, and from several dozen meters away among the crevices of the rocks, the scuttling of crabs on the sand. As she spoke, she too found it astonishing. Everything was so vivid, as though her hearing had been magnified tenfold. Chen felt a tightening in his chest. It's nothing to worry about, Qinghan. I will confide in you. Those fruits can heal wounds and enhance various abilities. However, not everyone can consume them. In severe cases, it can lead to death. When you fainted, no medicine seemed to work. So I took a gamble and gave you a small amount. The red fruit had amplified his senses, but it also came with a violent surge. Her subtle enhancement seemed to lean toward a kind of pure acuity. Can you adapt to it? He murmured softly. I see. No wonder you've transformed into something akin to a superhero since consuming it. Li Qinghan mused after a brief silence, looking at him. Though it is a bit noisy, I suppose I will learn to adjust. It's better than being unable to hear it all. Her gaze fell upon his weary face. You all are training far too hard, aren't you? I must grow stronger, Chen declared, grasping a handful of sand and letting it slip through his fingers. His eyes directed towards the northern mountains, 30 indigenous warriors, perhaps more. Balu had mentioned that he was considered the lowest tier in the tribe. The lowest tier? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qinghan's eyes, recalling vividly the scene from the previous night when Balu had captured the old knife as if it were a chick. Indeed, their foundation is far superior to ours. Chen clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. The powers derived from the red fruit are formidable, yet I am still unaware of my limits. However, I cannot control it, hence I must train relentlessly. He turned to her. You too. Do you feel more spirited? Yes. Li Qinghan nodded, attempting to clench her fist. Though her strength remained feeble, the near-death lethargy had dissipated. Can I be of assistance? Focus on healing your wounds. We have each other to rely on. Chen asserted without a hint of doubt that the intellect of this esteemed CEO held greater significance than our mere fists, referring to her prowess in cartography and strategic planning. In the distance, a muffled sobbing echoed. Chun Lily huddled in the shadow at the stern of the boat, her body trembling incessantly. Zhao Xuerer crouched beside her, awkwardly patting her back, her face etched with anxiety and fear. Sister Lily, do not be afraid. Brother Yi-chun and Baru are training. They will protect us. Zhao Shuer's voice trembled with a whimper, resembling more of a self-soothing mantra. The boat. It cannot be repaired. We shall all perish, be devoured. Chun Lily's gaze was vacant as she repetitively murmured, her nails digging deep into the skin of her arms. It was likely that all the other survivors had already been consumed. Perhaps that band of savages would soon discover our whereabouts. No, Baru had approached at some point, his brow furrowed in a knot, seemingly grasping the meaning of devoured. He gestured towards the jungle and pounded his sturdy chest. Baru, not prey. Chun Lily was startled by his sudden roar, letting out a shriek as she instinctively curled into a ball, exclaiming, "Do not come near." Woo-woo. Yi-chun sighed and walked over. Zhao Shuer clung to him as if he were a lifeline. Brother Yi-chun, Sister Lily she. Alas, I understand that Lily bears immense trauma. It is all my fault for not eradicating the threat at its root. Chapter 50. The perfect nature of killing Xiaoxue. Take her to the water's edge to wash her face and calm down, Yi-chun instructed Zhao Shuer, striving to maintain a steady tone as he watched over her. He turned to Baru, shaking his head. She is terrified of the tribe's abduction. What are they truly after? Baru gazed silently at the few vultures circling in the northern sky, his expression darkening. He refrained from mimicking the gesture for offerings, instead squeezing out a few syllables through gritted teeth. Kulu, Tawaka, Masa, camp, pray, suffering. He struck the side of the boat with a fierce punch, producing a dull thud that conveyed his unutterable fury and helplessness. Lu Han emerged from below deck. Covered in grease and with shavings, his glasses cracked. He adjusted his spectacles, his voice tinged with fatigue and a hint of despair. Yi-chun, the fracture in the ship's keel is deeper than anticipated. The critical support beams were damaged during the struggle. We still need sufficient manpower, or large tools for repairs to set it afloat again. He shook his head, the task seeming insurmountable. Even if they managed a makeshift fix, it would not withstand the storms. Constructing a new vessel, even with you and this native brother, would take months to create a sturdier ship. Otherwise, it remains perilous. But with winter approaching, survival will become increasingly challenging. It appears the simplest retreat is now utterly cut off. The air felt as if it had solidified. Zhao Shuer supported the still, trembling Chun Lily, her face pale. Even Li Qinghan pressed her lips tightly together. Since Yi-chun proposed a rescue, discontent had hung over the group. Although Li Qinghan publicly supported Yi-chun to uphold his standing, privately she urged caution, emphasizing self-preservation as paramount. Yi-chun, driven by the belief that greater power entails greater responsibility, found himself swayed. Indeed, the risks of a rescue were daunting, and the likelihood of success was slim. It would be unjust to endanger everyone further. He suggested a second option, repairing the ship, but it appeared unattainable at present. Yi-chun's gaze swept over the despondent crowd, landing on the towering native, who was sharpening a sturdy wooden spear with an obsidian dagger, his movements steady and focused, as if the surrounding despair bore no relevance to him. His presence felt incongruous, and only Yi-chun could comprehend his utterances. The others regarded him with trepidation. For now, thoughts of a ship were set aside. Yi-chun's voice shattered the silence, cold and composed. Baru, once we finish our meal, we shall resume training. Tomorrow, we will attempt to hunt some large game. The weather was growing increasingly chilly, and they needed pelts for clothing. The bare skin from before was insufficient. Previously, Li Qinghan had fashioned it into 2 leather skirts and a coat. Baru, upon hearing this, lifted his head, the flickering flames of primal excitement igniting once more in his murky eyes. Ulu, kill. His enthusiasm was palpable. The atmosphere of carnage invigorated him, aligning with his true nature. After the meal, the two chose a training ground within a narrow valley strewn with jagged stones and thorns. Baru, how large is this island? Yi-chun inquired. Baru shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Yi-chun did not press further, and the two began preparing for the upcoming training session. Balu no longer wielded stones. Instead, he grasped a sharpened wooden spear, silently cloaked in the venomous green sap of a toxic vine, concealed behind the jagged rocks and twisted tendrils. Yi-chun inhaled deeply, mimicking Balu's demeanor, compelling himself to merge with the surroundings. He tread lightly, each step meticulously avoiding the brittle twigs and fallen leaves, his body darting swiftly between obstacles. The breeze he stirred almost imperceptible. Yi Chen's control over his strength had become increasingly precise. This was one of the abilities bestowed by the fruit. He could learn most things with a mere glance. A rustle of wind from the left. Yi Chen had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he lunged into the crevice of a nearby rock. Almost simultaneously, a shadow of deep green grazed his lower back, embedding itself with a thud into the tree trunk behind where he had just stood. Venomous sap trickled slowly down the spear shaft. Before he could catch his breath, Balu's figure emerged from behind a massive boulder like a wraith, a second poison spear whistling through the air, aimed directly at his throat. It was too swift, several times faster than the stones from yesterday. Was this the true hunting speed of a tribal warrior? Yi Chen's pupils constricted. In a moment of dire urgency, he forcefully pushed off the tree trunk with his left foot, propelling himself into a backward somersault. The poison spear zipped past the tips of his hair. In midair, his right hand swiftly drew the obsidian hand axe secured at his waist. With a whoosh, upon landing, Yi Chen twisted his waist and spun, the axe carving a deadly arc of darkness, not aimed at Balu, but severing a thick, hanging vine at his side. The vine snapped with a resounding crack. The broken vine lashed out like an uncontrolled whip, hurtling toward the path Balu had been pursuing. Balu's momentum was abruptly halted by this unforeseen strike. Now was the moment. Yi Chen landed without hesitation, launching forward like a compressed spring. He chose not to evade or block, but instead collided into the minuscule opening revealed by Balu's momentary pause. His left shoulder crashed against Balu's wrist while the cold edge of his axe steadied before the thick skin of Balu's neck. Time seemed to freeze. Balu's murky eyes fixated on the ominous axe blade inches away, then glanced at Yi Chen's eyes, ablaze with primal fury. After several seconds, his top body gradually relaxed. A low, satisfied syllable rumbled from his throat. Taku, Ulu. Perfect. Instinct for slaughter. He conceded defeat. It was not strength nor speed, but Yi Chen's instinct for survival. An explosive amalgamation of environment, weaponry, and sheer will to fight that had triumphed. Yi Chen slowly retracted his hand axe, breathing heavily, his heart pounding like thunder. That moment marked the first true fusion of his wildness with the primal killing techniques imparted by Balu. Kuru. Camp. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Najitu? How to enter? Balu pointed towards a gap in the depths of the valley, nearly obscured by vines. Tuka. Waka. Na. Secret. Guard. Phew. He mimicked a crawling gesture. A hidden path. Yi Chen's spirit surged. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the camp, resonating with Zhao Shuer's sobs. Brother Yi Chen, hurry back. Wang. Wang Yi. What? Wang Yi. Yi Chen exchanged a disbelieving glance with Baru and raced towards the camp with fervor. How dare he return? At the edge of the encampment, a bloodied figure, tattered and frail, collapsed onto the sandy ground like a discarded sack. It was Wang Yi, who had been missing for an entire night. His left arm twisted unnaturally, his face marred with lacerations from branches, and his once expensive suit lay in tatters, his gaze vacant, filled only with primal terror. Bound and helpless, Wang Hai caught sight of his brother and cried out, "Brother, what has happened to you? Monsters. They're all monsters. They are coming." Wang Yi's throat emitted a rasping sound as he struggled to rise, only to collapse helplessly once more. There are so many, just in the forest. He pointed in terror towards the direction from which they had just returned from training, towards the dimly lit woods. As if to validate his words, Yi Chen heightened his senses, drawing upon his keen perception. From deep within the forest, a piercing shriek, akin to a bone whistle, suddenly shattered the stillness. Echoing ominously from the shadows, it carried with it a chilling, unmasked intent to kill. He was not lying. The fear was palpable, and it seemed that danger would soon be upon them. Chapter 51. The compassion of women. Yi Chen's perceptive abilities penetrated deep into the dense forest, where he distinctly observed 3 indigenous warriors adorned with deep green and ochre paints coming to a halt. One of them abruptly raised his head, his murky eyes precisely locking onto the direction of Yi Chen's extended perception, a flicker of icy vigilance crossing his face. Yi Chen, startled by this sensation and drenched in cold sweat, incredulously murmured, "How is this possible? It's as if they have sensed my presence. Impossible." Rather than continuing their pursuit of Wang Yi, they swiftly turned and silently vanished deeper into the darker recesses of the jungle. "Phew, they have left." Yi Chen exhaled deeply, retracting his perception, his brow furrowed. This unusual behavior was far more unsettling than a direct charge. A profound fear enveloped Yi Chen. Such a level of insight was beyond his capabilities. They have left? What do you mean?" Zhao Shuerer's voice trembled as she clutched Chen Lily's arm tightly. "There are eyes in the forest observing us." Yi Chen forced himself to sound calm. Wang Yi lay sprawled on the sandy ground, seemingly devoid of strength, gasping heavily. Wang Hai, futilely twisting his body bound by vines beside the shipwreck, cried out hoarsely, "Brother, speak to me. Are you all right?" "Woo-woo. Yi Chen, save my brother." Yi Chen thought to himself, "How could this man have the audacity to ask me for help when he nearly got himself killed? What a ludicrous joke." "Shut up," Yi Chen snipped, his gaze sweeping over the group. The atmosphere of despair was stirred by the sudden crisis, and Yi Chen's heart grew increasingly tumultuous. "We cannot keep him. Let him go. Let him fend for himself, or we might as well end his life." Chen Lily suddenly screamed, breaking free from Zhao Shuerer's grasp, pointing at Wang Yi, her face etched with lingering terror and profound resentment. "It's him. The ship is wrecked because of him. Yi Chen, your injury is also his doing. He will bring death to us all. Throw him out. Feed him to those savages." Her words, fragmented by emotion, tumbled forth as her body trembled uncontrollably, the shadows of past humiliations at the hands of Wang Hai intertwining with her present fear, causing her to completely lose control of her emotions. Although she had previously allied with Wang Hai, she was no one's dog and deserved dignity. Beside them, Zhao Shuerer's face turned pale, attempting to grasp Chen Lily's arm, only to recoil in fear at the madness in her eyes, helplessly looking towards Yi Chen. Lu Han adjusted his broken glasses, his brow knitted tightly, his voice carrying the pragmatic, almost cold demeanor typical of an engineer. "Miss Chen has a point. Statistically speaking, his survival here poses the greatest risk to us. Those indigenous people likely possess formidable tracking abilities. Abandoning him could buy us precious time." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the fractured ship's keel. Repairing the vessel, or relocating the camp, would require time. Li Qinghan struggled to stand, propping herself against the ship's board, the wound on her forehead throbbing painfully amidst her emotional turmoil. Without looking at Wang Yi on the ground, she fixed her gaze on Yi Chen, her voice soft yet remarkably clear. "Yi Chen, be rational. Bringing him along is akin to carrying a ticking bomb. We are struggling to protect ourselves and cannot save everyone." She paused for a moment, her voice dropping to a whisper, laced with a complexity only Yi Chen could comprehend. "Let us not forget that our initial objective was merely to survive. Your desire to venture forth and rescue those abducted individuals is already pushing the limits." Her words pointed clearly to the compromise Yi Chen had made earlier. The plan to save others had been shelved due to excessive risk, opting instead for the seemingly safer choice of repairing the ship. Now, even that semblance of safety had dissipated into mere illusion. Balu stood silently by, unable to grasp the entirety of the debate, yet the piercing screams of Chen Lily, Lu Han's gestures, and Li Qinghan's gaze towards Yi Chen conveyed a singular message: discard the wretched individual on the ground who had brought disaster upon them. His murky eyes fell upon Wang Yi's contorted left arm and tattered clothing, his nostrils flaring as he caught the pungent scent of blood, fear, and a faint trace of the tribal essence. A meaningless murmur escaped his throat as he tightened his grip on the obsidian axe in his hand. His stance was unmistakable. Trouble ought to be eradicated. Yi Chen's gaze traversed the faces that reflected fear, resentment, calmness, or worry, ultimately settling on Wang Yi's pallid and distorted visage, marred by blood loss and terror. Wang Yi's lips quivered as if he wished to utter something, yet only a raspy sound emerged, his vacant eyes betraying the primal instinct for survival. The flames of anger and disgust within Yi Chen coiled around his heart like a toxic vine. Wang Yi's avarice and brutality had nearly cost him his life. Each transgression deserved punishment. To cast him aside as fodder for the wild was seemingly the most rational course of action. At that moment, Wang Yi convulsed in agony, his grotesquely bent left arm pressing at an unnatural angle against the sand. Yi Chen's gaze flickered to that spot, but an uncontrollable image surged through his mind. Li Qinghan lying in a pool of blood, the gruesome wound on her forehead gushing forth, her life force flickering weakly like a candle in the wind. That suffocating despair, akin to a vice tightening around his heart, instantly drowned out his fury toward Wang Yi. He shut his eyes, inhaling the briny air tinged with a metallic scent of blood. When he opened them again, the surging animosity was replaced by a heavy weariness and a deeper resolve. Enough of this. Let's bind him. Yi Chen's voice, though not raised, struck like a cold stone upon the beach, silencing all arguments and sobs. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, reacted with disbelief. What? Ah Chen, have you lost your senses? Yi Chen, showing mercy? Voices rose in a chorus of confusion. I said, Yi Chen emphasized, his gaze sharp as it swept over Lu Han, Chun Lily, and Li Qinghan. Bind him, along with those two by the ship, securely. Hands and feet bound, mouth silenced. He pointed towards Wang Hai and Lao Dao. Yi Chen. Li Qinghan interjected with disapproval. Yi Chen did not meet her eyes, but instead approached Wang Yi, squatting down beside him and roughly tearing strips from the tattered suit, swiftly binding his wrist behind his back with a tight knot, eliciting a pained grunt from Wang Yi. Keeping him alive was not an act of kindness. Yi Chen's voice was frigid. Wang Yi surprisingly possessed the ability to fabricate crude explosives and was aware of the most vulnerable location of the ship's hull, the keel. We require his head. In the event that there exists even a faint possibility of repairing the vessel, he would prove valuable. Moreover, he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the shadowy thicket. Why had the savages retreated? What had they witnessed? What had Wang Yi encountered in the forest? These thoughts occupied his mind, rendering a lifeless corpse temporarily less significant. This rationale was sufficiently pragmatic and chilling, effectively silencing Lu Han for the moment. Chun Lily, still eager to protest, had her mouth firmly covered by Zhao Shuer, who dragged her aside to whisper soothing words. Baru grasped Yi Chen's decision. With a low growl, he strode purposefully toward the wreckage of the ship, skillfully extracting a resilient bark rope from his waist. He deftly bound the struggling and cursing Wang Hai, along with the silent and sinister old Dao, into a tight bundle. Wang Hai was a mass of bruises, while old Dao, with a severed arm, had also been tended to. All weapons had been confiscated, and now the three of them together could not even contend with Yi Chen. Baru took particular care to wrap their mouths several times, ensuring that only muffled sounds escaped. Wang Yi was dragged to the periphery of the camp, beneath a solitary palm tree, maintaining distance from Wang Hai. Vine secured him tightly to the rough trunk, leaving deep impressions on his wrists and ankles. Loosen it. Shouldn't a dog be tied more loosely? Yi Chen smiled faintly, his voice icy. Caring for them had become the most oppressive routine of the camp. Aside from Yi Chen and Baru, everyone else wished nothing more than to flay these three alive. Chapter 52. Transfer the task was entrusted to Zhao Shuer and Chun Lily, who took turns due to their slightly better condition. Zhao Shuer, trembling slightly, crouched before Wang Yi, holding a half-coconut shell filled with water. Wang Yi's gaze was vacant, lips cracked and peeling, showing no reaction to the water so close at hand. He resembled a corpse, the only difference being that he could still draw breath. Drink. Drink some water. Zhao Shuer's voice was as faint as a whisper, carefully prying open Wang Yi's lips with a small piece of wood, pouring the water in drop by drop. In truth, she had no desire to care for him. However, Yi Chen's orders were akin to imperial decrees. Most of the water trickled down the corners of his mouth, soaking his filthy shirt, with only a small portion swallowed instinctively. Chen Lily was responsible for feeding him the mashed fish paste. Her complexion was ashen, her gaze evasive, her movements stiff and swift. This was an exceedingly repugnant task. She forcefully shoved the paste into Wang Yi's mouth with a wooden spoon, retracting her hand immediately as if fearing contamination. Whenever Wang Yi coughed or writhed in discomfort, Chun Lily would leap back like a startled rabbit, her face devoid of color. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? It's disgusting. It's not like Yi Chun is your mother to care for you. Lu Han, not far away, impatiently sharpened a wooden spear, urging them without lifting his head. He could not comprehend Yi Chen's mercifulness, only feeling the immense burden and risk it posed. Most of the time, Yi Chun had his back turned to the prisoner area, sharpening weapons with balu or gesturing at the palm leaf map. However, Li Qinghan noticed that whenever unusual sounds emanated from the captives, particularly Wang Hai's venomous whimpers, Yi Chun's fingers would unconsciously tighten around the obsidian axe, his knuckles whitening and the muscles of his back momentarily tensing. He was enduring, suppressing the surging urge to kill with a brutal rationality. Were it not for the perceived value these individuals believed they still possessed, he would have already punched a hole in each of their bellies. Only Balu remained indifferent to the situation. Occasionally, he would approach Wang, inspecting him like an object, roughly prying open his eyelids to observe his vacant pupils, or leaning closer to sniff the wound on his neck, scraped by branches. Then, he would cast a glance at Yi Chun filled with a mix of disdain and confusion, uttering a few terse syllables that conveyed the essence of worthless, troublesome. Following this, he would tighten the vines binding Wang Yi once more, ensuring each knot sunk deeply into the flesh, leaving no possibility of escape. His actions were pure and efficient, embodying the cold logic of treating dangerous prey or useless burdens in the primordial wilderness. Oh, the setting sun stained the sea a ghastly blood red, casting an ominous golden hue over the campsite. Yet a stifling silence enveloped everyone, broken only by the crackling of the campfire, the monotonous crashing of the waves, and the occasional heart-wrenching whimpers and the sound of ropes scraping from the prisoner area. Yi Chun sat upon a rocky outcrop, observing as Li Qinghan carefully unwrapped the bandage from her shattered arm, replacing it with fresh herbs. She lowered her eyelashes, her movements gentle, the pink fresh flesh at her temple particularly striking against the dusk. Is it worth it? Li Qinghan did not raise his gaze. His voice was as soft as a sigh, as he wiped the dried blood crust from Yi Chen's wound with a palm leaf dipped in clear water. Yi Chen watched the final sliver of light at the horizon where the sea met the sky being devoured by darkness, offering no reply. Worth it? He held no answer within, only that heavy shackle, named responsibility and a faint sense of purpose, anchored him firmly to this arduous choice. Just then, a piercing and prolonged sound, akin to a horn crafted from the bones of some great beast, reverberated through the thickening twilight, emanating clearly from the jagged mountains to the northwest. What is that? Yi Chen suddenly lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Baru sprang to his feet, his murky gaze fixated on the shadowy mountain from whence the sound arose, his bronze face contorting for the first time with a blend of profound fear and deep-seated hatred, emitting a guttural growl like a beast. Wakana. The sacrifice. It is about to begin. The horn from the northwestern mountains continued to tremble in the air. Baru's bronze face, illuminated by the campfire, tightened like wrought iron, his fingers digging deep into the sandy ground. You, Luca? Masa? Horn, danger! Altar! Altar? Yi Chen paused in his task of tending the fire, sparks crackling. Baru elaborated with gravity. The sound of the horn signals the commencement of construction. Once they begin, they will undoubtedly continue to capture sacrifices everywhere. Baru nodded emphatically, his hands illustrating the crisscrossing shapes of beams and pillars. Wakana. Ta. Sacrifice. Hurry. He pointed abruptly towards a battered ship being tossed by the tide at the shore. Kulu. Tuwa. Camp. Exposed. Yi Chen's heart sank. Wang, this living coordinate, had led the tribe to the beach, where there was no longer any safety to be found. He sprang to his feet, move to the waterfall cave. His gaze swept over the crowd, urging them to depart immediately. After all, he had sensed it before. For some unknown reason, they had not pursued them. Now, Lu Han adjusted his broken glasses, his voice dry, the sky darkening and the path through the woods. Remaining would be more perilous. We should heed Yi Chen's words. Li Qinghan rose, leaning against the shipwreck, the newly formed flesh at her temple tinged with pale pink in the twilight. Yi Chen once more heightened his perception, attentively sensing the movements deep within the forest. I heard, 2 kilometers to the northeast, the sound of vines scraping against tree trunks. Perhaps they had returned to fetch reinforcements? Therefore, we must set off immediately. Chen Lili screamed as she lunged at Zhao Shuer. They're coming. They're here to capture people. Be quiet. You're making too much noise. Chapter 53. United in strength, Yi Chen's voice cut through the air like a blade as he surveyed the prisoner area. Bound tightly like Zhongzi, Wang Yi convulsed under a tree, while Wang Hai and Old Dao glared at him with eyes full of resentment. Balu, make sure to gag them more securely. Balu stepped aside and ruthlessly tore off some coconut palm bark, shoving it into the mouths of the 3 captives. Brother Yi Chen. Zhao Shuer supported the trembling Chen Lili, her voice quivering with distress. What about the boat? We can't just leave it here. What if those savages find it and set it ablaze? That wretched vessel is our last symbol of hope. Exchanging a glance with Balu, Yi Chen strode toward the stranded shipwreck. Lift it, he commanded, pressing his hand against the cold ship's plank. Are you insane? Are you joking? Li Yuhan exclaimed. That boat weighs at least 6 or 7 tons. You needn't worry about that. With Balu and me here, it's manageable, Yi Chen replied confidently. Unbeknownst to Luhan. This weight was trivial for Yi Chen in his current state. Balu, however, had already crouched down, his muscular arms gripping the fractured keel. Ha! He roared, veins bulging in his neck, and, astonishingly, the bow of the ship was lifted half a meter. Yi Chen exerted his strength in synchrony, the hull groaning under the strain, but ultimately lifting off the ground. Isn't it too heavy? Gather your things and let us go. We don't need the distiller. There is plenty of water in the forest. Yi Chen barked out orders through gritted teeth. Li Qinghan immediately snatched the palm leaf map and tucked it into her bosom, while Zhao Shuer half-dragged, half-carried Chen Lili along. Lu Han paused for a moment, gritting his teeth as he hoisted the bamboo basket filled with fresh water. My goodness, this is truly incredible. A few minutes later, the group made their way into the dense forest. Balu led the way, his poisoned axe slicing through the tangled vines. Yi Chen followed closely, the ship's cable digging painfully into his flesh, leaving deep impressions in the leaf litter with each step. The sound of the vessel scraping against the treetops was particularly jarring in the stillness of the woods. Slow down. Chen Lili stumbled over a tree root, blood seeping from her knee. I can't go on. Zhao Xue punted, attempting to pull her along, but nearly losing her own balance. Lu Han set down the water basket, his glasses fogged over. Yi Chen, this is too slow. Just abandon the ship. We can't abandon it. It's still useful. Yi Chen's muscular shoulders tensed like stone. Suddenly, Balu halted, lifting his axe to reveal a freshly severed vine on the ground, its cut smooth and oozing sap. Waka, Tulu, guards, tracks. His murky eyes narrowed. Li Qinghan's face went pale. It seems something is nearby. Yi Chen heightened his senses, peering through the layers of foliage. To the southeast, 800 meters, 3 heartbeats approaching swiftly. There's no choice. At this rate, they will find us immediately. We must make a stand, Yi Chen decisively commanded. Balu, take the left flank. Lu, lead them hide behind the boulder. He and Balu simultaneously released the shoulder cable, the several tons of the ship crashing to the ground, sending leaves fluttering into the air. Yi Chen swiftly drew his obsidian axe, seamlessly disappearing into the underbrush on the right. Silence enveloped the forest. Zhao Shuer's sobs were firmly stifled by Chen Lili. Shuer, please don't make a sound. Just endure it. Moments latte. A muffled grunt and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground emerged from the left. Almost simultaneously, the bushes on the right shook violently as a native warrior, painted with green ochre, burst forth, only to have his throat severed by a dark flash. Yi Chen's figure materialized from shadows, shaking off the droplets of blood from his axe. This was the overwhelming power at play. Yi Chen had consumed a total of 15 fruits. and even Baru had grown stronger through their extensive training over the days. What about the third one? Did you not claim to sense three? Lu Han's voice trembled. It must have fled, Yi Chen replied coldly, dragging back a lifeless body, its throat pierced by Baru's poisoned spear, its skin now a ghastly shade of blue-black. He tore off a shell necklace from the corpse's neck, revealing the number 32 engraved within. The 30-second mark. Li Qinghan's fingertips felt icy. Does this imply yet another survivor has been captured? Indeed, it seems that even if we do not rescue anyone, our situation remains precarious. We must hurry. Yi Chen and Baru hoisted the ship's rope once more. The scent of blood would attract more beasts or pursuers. They needed to move swiftly. As the moonlight struggled to penetrate the treetops, the roar of the waterfall finally resonated in their ears. Baru pushed aside the last banana leaf, and the mist enveloped them. Before them, a 10-meter-high waterfall cascaded like a silver veil, a dark entrance faintly visible behind the torrent. Everyone halt. This is the place. Position the boat across the pool, wedged into the crevices of the rocks. Yi Chen commanded. Together, they forced the broken vessel into the shallow pool. The hull wedged at an angle between the reefs, forming a natural barrier and roof. The splashes of the waterfall shimmered with iridescence under the moonlight, diluting the trail of blood. The cave was more spacious than they had anticipated. Ha, Brother Yi Chen, I must admit, this is far better than sleeping on the beach. At least we won tea freeze at night, Lu Han remarked, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Yi Chen replied. Baru ignited a prepared pine resin torch, the flickering flame casting peculiar shapes upon the cave walls. Dark red vines filled the crevices, remnants of plants that had borne red fruits. Yet at that moment, all the fruits had been consumed by Yi Chen, leaving only curled, withered tendrils. Finally, we are safe. Chen Lily slumped onto the dry, sandy ground, with Zhao Shuer curled up in her embrace, fast asleep. Lu Han busied himself plugging the gaps at the cave entrance with banana leaves. However, Li Qinghan frowned as she surveyed the surroundings. The sound of water, it was too loud. The roar of the waterfall was amplified by her enhanced hearing, resonating like a relentless hammer against her skull. Clearly, Li Qinghan was still struggling to wield this newfound power, her hearing fully activated, making her feel as if someone were incessantly banging drums beside her. Yi Chen unfastened the water pouch from his waist and handed it to her. Take your time to acclimate, Qinghan. You must learn to harness your strength, just as Baru and I do. His gaze swept across the cave's corners. Baru was binding Wang, Yi, and the others to a stalactite with tree bark ropes, securing them tightly. Wang Hai suddenly twisted his body, whimpering, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Chen with an intense glare. Lao Dao and Wang Yi, however, remained eerily calm, as still as corpses. What are you staring at? You worthless bastard. Lu Han kicked Wang Hai's calf and glared, threatening to toss him out to feed the savages. Yi Chen disregarded the captive's restlessness. He approached the cave entrance, gazing at the hazy moonlight beyond the waterfall. Baru silently stood by his side, gesturing towards the northwest. The voice of the indigenous giant was deep and resonant, murmuring names: Kulu, Wakana, the camp, the sacrifice. From the direction of the distant mountain shadows, another horn pierced the night, more urgent and sharper than before. How many days remain? Yi Chen clenched his fists. Baru counted on his thick fingers. 3. Based on previous years' experience, 3 days, indeed. Yi Chen turned to look inside the cave. Li Qinghan was enduring auditory torment with closed eyes. Chen Lily gently patted the still-shocked Zhao Shuer, while Lu Han sighed at the cracks in the boat's hull. In the shadows of the rock wall, Wang Yi suddenly convulsed violently, emitting deathly whimpers from his blocked mouth. The crackling campfire erupted, casting flickering giant shadows upon the cave walls, resembling a beast that preys on the unwary. At that moment, a particularly audacious thought arose in Yi Chen's mind, to enhance the combat capabilities of the entire group. He believed that should any trouble arise, the best way to protect everyone would be to empower them all. Baru, he proposed, what if we gather 2 more fruits and distribute them in batches to strengthen everyone? Wouldn't our chances of success be greater? Yi Chen shared his idea with Baru, who deemed it too reckless and dangerous. No, it will lead to death. The fruits are hard to find. Baru replied in broken Chinese. At that moment, Baru's thoughts likely berated. Do you think fruits are as common as apples? Just say the word, and they will appear. Chapter 54. Two more fruits. Baru's rough fingers clutched the shell engraved with the number 32, the flickering firelight dancing across his bronzed visage, revealing the profound worry in his eyes. Chen's suggestion to procure two more fruits indeed placed her in a difficult position. No. Baru shook his head vehemently, his voice strained by urgency. Masa, Tawaka, Kulu, Donji, pray, try. He pointed toward the impenetrable darkness of the jungle outside the cave, striking his sturdy chest with force. Baru, Wakachalu, Baru, is being hunted. Chen grasped his meaning. Baru, already a traitor to the tribe, had led their group to slay two of their kin today. The news had likely been relayed by the fleeing individual, rendering Baru a target. Venturing out to seek the red fruits was fraught with peril. Fui, Najitu? Fruits. Hard to find. Chen pressed on, his brow furrowed. Yes. Baru nodded emphatically, his fingers anxiously scratching at his animal skin skirt. Nalu. Taku. Phew. Dangerous. His murky eyes scanned the women huddled in the corner, finally settling on Li Qinghan's pale, yet resolute face. Wakana. 2. Sacrifice. Quickly. For time was their greatest adversary. It was precisely the scarcity of time that necessitated taking a gamble. Chen's voice rang clear amidst the thunderous roar of the waterfall, addressing everyone. Listen. Those savages are far swifter and more ruthless than I anticipated. Relying solely on Baru and me will not safeguard us all. If we leave you here, and the enemy infiltrates, it spells doom for us, not to mention any hope of rescue. Silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. Lu Han adjusted his cracked glasses, his throat tightening. Chen, do you mean for everyone to consume the fruits? He recalled the horrifying scene of Chen slaying a bear after consuming the fruit, as well as the warning that if one were to suffer backlash, they might explode into a mist of blood. His voice trembled. Rest assured, I do not intend for you all to consume them entirely. Chen interjected swiftly, diluted, just as we did to save Qinghan. A small amount will enhance your strength and reflexes, at the very least, enabling you to flee when danger strikes. He turned to Li Qinghan. You have experienced this most acutely. That small dosage left you intact, granting you regenerative abilities and heightened hearing, did it not? Bound and listening intently, Wang Yi understood clearly. This young man had transformed into someone formidable after consuming that fruit. Li Qinghan leaned against the cold rock wall, the cacophony of the waterfall hammering against her temples, rendering her complexion even paler. She forced herself to concentrate, recalling the faint yet tenacious vitality amidst the searing torrent during her unconsciousness. Indeed, Chen was correct. Had I not taken the fruit, I would surely have perished. I may not have noticed the increase in strength, but my hearing and healing abilities are undeniably enhanced. She paused, looking at Chen with a rational concern in her eyes. But the fruit is not a medicine. Each person's body is different. Brother Chen, Zhao Shuer cried, clutching Chen Lily tightly. Lily, she. Chen Lily's eyes were vacant, her body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, Chen Lily screamed, I won't eat it. It's poison. You want to kill us? No. Baru let out a low growl, irritably pointing towards Li Qinghan. She, Tawana, she, has power. He struggled to gesture as if enhancing his hearing. Baru was implying that Sister Qinghan's transformation was due to the effects of the minuscule red fruit. If she hasn't gone mad or died, trust me, otherwise we too shall meet our demise. It is better to take a chance. Chen suppressed his rising agitation, his gaze sharp as it swept over everyone. Consuming an entire one could lead to fatal repercussions. We shall only extract a small amount of juice, mixing it with water to share. Our singular objective is to ensure that you possess the ability to escape in a life or death situation, rather than lying helplessly awaiting your end. Do you comprehend? Lu Han observed the gaping wound on Chen's arm and the myriad scars etched upon Baru's body, then glanced at the unfathomable darkness outside the cave. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he declared, I agree. Damn it. We are in peril regardless. Might as well gamble. It's better than being devoured by savages. If Chen can do it, so can I. Li Qinghan remained silent for a moment, then gently nodded. All right, Chen, control the quantity. Perhaps we should first apply a bit of the juice to our wrists to test for sensitivity, though I am unsure if it will be effective. Her voice was soft, yet carried a resolute calmness of one who had resolved to take a desperate leap. Zhao Shuer looked between Li Qinghan and Lu Han, then at Yi Chen's taut expression, finally murmuring tremulously, I will also follow Brother Yi Chen. Only Chen Lily continued to whimper, I don't want to. Yi Chen no longer looked at her, turning instead to Baru. Just 2 fruits. Baru Tuku. Baru, my friend. He gestured towards the northwest, the camp, offerings, then pointed at the others in the cave, Tawaka, Najitu, pray, hopeless. At last, he forcefully patted Baru's muscular shoulder, Ulu, slaughter, together. Baru's murky eyes fixated intently on Yi Chen, his chest heaving violently. Outside the cave, another long and mournful horn pierced through the curtain of water, closer than before. He emitted a low, beast-like growl from his throat, suddenly seizing the poison hand axe on the ground, and strode purposefully toward the cave entrance, leaving behind a terse murmur. All right, I will find it, so that you all may have strength. The imposing figure swiftly vanished into the darkness beyond the waterfall. Indigenous tribe camp stone fire altar, the flickering bonfire cast eerie shadows upon the colossal stone totem, transforming it into a grotesque semblance of life. The chief, adorned with white chalk and ochre paint upon his face, and crowned with mammoth tusks, sat regally upon the stone seat of the high platform, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. He was in the act of slicing open the throat of a seabird with an obsidian dagger, allowing the warm blood to cascade onto the volcanic stone at the altar center. The pungent scent of congealed blood mingled with the aroma of burning pine resin, pervading the oppressive atmosphere. Continue. What exactly transpired? A figure stumbled and collapsed at the base of the altar. The very indigenous warrior who had escaped from Yi Chen's grasp earlier that day. A deep axe wound on his left shoulder, visible to the bone, continued to bleed, and his face bore the lingering terror of the unvanquished. Kulu, Tawaka, Masa, Baru has betrayed us. He aided the foreign tribe in slaying our warriors. And one of those foreigners carries a potent scent of dragon scale fruit, a remarkably strong essence. It is uncertain whether he is the individual foretold by the high priest. He continues to describe Yi Chen's ghostly speed, terrifying strength, and the immense monstrous shell, his vessel, being carried forth. Baru. The chieftain's deep voice rolled like thunder across the ground. This name caused the surrounding warriors to halt their actions, the air suddenly thick with tension. The coward who once advocated fleeing the volcano and blasphemed against the mountain deity now dared to conspire with foreign tribes to slay the warriors? Oh, which foreign tribes do you speak of? It could be the one foretold in the prophecy. Wakana, too, exclaimed the high priest, clad in blood-stained feathers and wielding a staff made of human bones. The murky depths of his eyes reflected the flickering flames. If the chieftain is indeed as he claims, it is likely that Yi Chen is the one we seek. We must capture him. Otherwise, all will be lost at the hands of that individual. Chapter 55. Like excrement the chief, his scarred visage devoid of expression, harbored within his eyes a flame more ferocious than the flickering campfire. Slowly he raised his hand, pointing towards the 5 towering giants, silently standing in the darkness. They were more imposing than Baru, their bronze skin marred by layers of grotesque scars, resembling living totems. Each wielded a peculiar weapon, a massive bone club entwined with venomous vines, a heavy obsidian sword embedded with shark teeth, and a meteorite chain adorned with skulls. Goron, the chief's icy voice pronounced the first name. A giant with a brow as rugged as stone stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Talk. A warrior brandishing twin stone axes roared in response, his face marked by a colossal claw scar. Luca, a one-eyed fighter with a poisoned blowgun slung across his back, revealed his menacing white fangs. Baka, his twin brother, each finger adorned with sharp bone claws. Zongi, the final figure, was relatively leaner, yet his waist was laden with animal hide pouches filled with strange liquids, his gaze as sinister as a serpent. Capture those outsiders and Baru alive. The commanding voice of Chief Gotan resonated, his expression inscrutable, whether in anger or calmness, yet an oppressive aura sent chills down the spine. These 5 silhouettes, as if emerging from ancient murals, silently melded into the thick darkness, leaving behind an even deeper chill. Within the waterfall cave, time crawled slowly in the suffocating weight. Li Qinghan leaned against the rock wall, pressing damp palm leaves tightly against her ears, attempting to block out the amplified roar of the waterfall that pounded against her skull. Cold sweat soaking her temples. Chen, it's truly unbearable. Qinghan, hold on a bit longer. I will teach you how to control this ability. Yi Chun spoke gently. You must. Relax your body and mind. Feel the flow of power within you and control it, like this, and then that, and then this. Following Yi Chen's guidance, Li Qinghan practiced diligently. Indeed, it wasn't long before she felt significant improvement, though she was still far from complete control, at least. The discomfort had diminished. Zhao Shui'er had also grown stronger, softly comforting the still curled and trembling Chun Lily. Such a formidable and capable woman had been reduced to this state by Wang Hai's torment. Lu Han nervously checked the banana leaves blocking the cave entrance and the broken boat wedged at an angle in the pool, repeating the action over and over. With his back turned to everyone, Yi Chun faced the cave entrance, deftly flipping an obsidian axe between his fingers. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Baru ventured alone into the dark jungle, seeking a glimmer of hope while evading the tribe's relentless pursuit. He forced himself to cast aside thoughts of the worst outcomes. Suddenly, the water curtain at the cave's entrance was violently disturbed. A massive, drenched figure crashed through, exuding a potent scent of blood and earth. It was Baru. His body was riddled with fine scratches, a fresh wound on his left arm oozing blood. Yet his murky eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Gasping, he carefully extracted a fruit from the tightly bound animal hide pouch at his waist. It was not the plump, crimson fruit Yi Chun had consumed earlier, but rather an egg-sized orb, its skin shriveled and wrinkled, a dark red bordering on black. They exuded a more subdued, bitter essence. The fruit. Naru. The fruit. Less. Baru's voice bore the rasp of survival as he thrust the fruit into Yi Chen's hands, then gestured towards the wound on his arm. Wa Kachalu. Chase. Guards. Pursue. Yi Chen's heart sank heavily. It seemed they had already taken action, leaving no moment of respite. There was only a single fruit, and its quality was far from ideal. Yet, it was a stroke of fortune that Baru had returned alive. Well done. I am truly grateful to you. He squeezed Baru's shoulder tightly, feeling the fatigue beneath the taut muscles. We brothers. Do not thank you for saving my life before. Baru's gaze was resolute as he spoke in broken Mandarin. He turned, raising the 2 shriveled red fruits. All eyes instantly converged upon him, a tapestry of fear, anticipation, and despair. Only one, and it appeared rather unremarkable. Yi Chen's voice was strikingly calm, cutting through the roar of the waterfall. Crush them, and mix them into the largest coconut water, distributing a small sip to each person. He looked towards Li Qinghan and Lu Han. Qinghan, Engineer Lu, keep watch, ensuring each portion is equal, not a drop more. Li Qinghan took a deep breath, suppressing dizziness as she stood up. All right. She accepted the fruit, its texture cold and hard. Lu Han promptly fetched a stone mortar and the largest coconut water available. The process of crushing was swift. The dark red, viscous juice melded into the clear water, quickly diffusing like diluted blood, emanating a faint, oddly sweet aroma tinged with rust. When that half bowl of dark red liquid was divided into 6 portions, excluding the captive, and laid before each person, the cave was filled only with heavy breaths and the roar of the waterfall. Chen Lily stared at the small half bowl of scarlet liquid before her, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Poison. Poison. Why does it not smell as sweet and alluring as you described? Zhao Shui'er's face turned pale, her eyes closed tightly, hands gripping the coconut bowl. Lu Han swallowed hard, staring at the liquid as if it were excrement, struggling to fathom how to consume it. Li Qinghan remained the calmest. She lifted her bowl, gazing at Yi Chun with a complex expression. Ah Chun, I'm truly fortunate to have you. Yi Chun raised his portion first, his gaze sweeping over the others. Not to become superhuman, but so that you can run one more step when the savages pursue. Drink! He tilted his head back, gulping down the bitter liquid in one swift motion. His action merely served to reassure everyone and set an example. Otherwise, none would dare to drink, for what had been described as fragrant and enticing now resembled excrement. A faint yet distinct warmth coursed down his throat into his stomach, spreading instantaneously. Unlike the violent tearing sensation of swallowing whole, it barely registered for Yi-Chun. Li Qinghan was the second to drink. She let out a muffled grunt, her body shuddering slightly as she pressed her hand against a fresh injury on her forehead. Seemingly bracing against some impact, Lu Han gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as he downed it, only to erupt into a violent cough, his face flushed red. Zhao Shui'er, tears streaming down her cheeks, nearly held her breath as she poured the liquid into her mouth. Under Yi Chen's icy gaze and Lu Han's urging, Chen Lily ultimately drank her small portion in tears. Ba Lu, however, found no need to partake. He remained silent, observing the others while cautiously glancing towards the boundless darkness outside the cave, his hand tightly gripping the poison axe. He understood that the true peril was only just beginning to encroach. The five names, formidable enough to make the jungle tremble, had already embarked on their journey. Though at that moment, they remained oblivious to it. An uncanny silence enveloped the cave. The flickering light of the campfire danced across the faces of the group, illuminating expressions of anguish. Chapter 56. The Beast Hunt leading the charge. Lu Han's face flushed crimson, and he was taken aback as he clenched his fist, feeling a faint yet distinct warmth coursing through his stiff joints. Zhao Shui'er, tears streaming down her face, curled up on the ground in anguish, while Chen Lily, under the cold gaze of Yi-Chun and Lu Han's urging, swallowed the juice she had been holding in her mouth, weeping as she did so. In an instant, she struck the ground in pain. Yi-Chun stepped forward, gently helping the two ladies to their feet, softly encouraging, "Everyone, hold on. After the storm comes the sunshine." "Yi-Chun, why do you only help the ladies and not me?" Lu Han teased, understanding the sentiments of men all too well. "Are you embarrassed to help another man?" Following this, the cave fell into a brief silence, broken only by the crackling of the campfire and the roar of the waterfall. "Do you feel a bit warmer?" Lu Han mused, sensing that the emptiness within him had begun to replenish. Tentatively, he waved his arm. The stiffness in his shoulders and neck from years of desk work seemed to have eased, as if lifting would have become less burdensome. How remarkable! A flicker of joy surfaced on his face, mingled with the remnants of pain. "Please wait a moment. I hear the sound of many claws scraping against the rocks." Chen Lily suddenly screamed, terror gripping her as she clutched Zhao Shui'er tightly, pointing towards the dark curtain of water outside. "There are so many. They're getting closer." Her enhanced hearing, honed to its most basic form, was now overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of scraping sounds, driving her to the brink of despair. Could it be a pack of wolves? Zhao Shui'er, trembling with fear, hid behind Yi-Chun, peeking out with only half her head visible, her voice quivering. Baru's murky pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. He lunged toward the cave entrance, his nostrils flaring as he emitted a deep, warning growl. "This is bad. The tribal hunters are upon us. We must flee." Yi-Chun, typically oblivious, had retracted his perceptive abilities to the point of being akin to an ordinary person, and thus he had not discerned the incoming threat. Yet, Yi-Chun's senses, akin to invisible tendrils, pierced through the curtain of water. The scent arrived before the sight, intense, a pungent blend of beastly musk and some acrid herbs. What followed was a visual revelation. A dozen or so colossal wolf-like creatures, nearly a meter tall at the shoulder, stealthily encircled them. Their coats were a mottled tapestry of deep forest green and earthy ochre, perfectly camouflaged against the night. Their elongated snouts and exposed fangs were menacing. But the most bizarre aspect was their eyes, vividly green. These were no ordinary wolves. They resembled mutated hunting hounds from a horror tale. Ye Cheng groshed it, hastily seizing his obsidian hand axe, surmising that these beasts were likely domesticated hunters of the indigenous people. "Baru, guard the cave entrance." before Yi Chen's words could fully resonate. The first shadow, a dark green specter, erupted through the waterfall like a phantom. It did not lunge at them directly. Instead, it darted like a streak of lightning towards the captive ensnared beneath the stalactite, its target alarmingly close to the cave entrance. Wang Hai. Ah, what the hell? Yi Chen, you're like a father to me. Save me. Wang Hai cried out, his eyes wide with desperation, futilely writhing and calling for help. Baru reacted with the swiftness of thunder, his poisoned axe sweeping through the air with a chilling whoosh. The beast, in a bizarre twist mid-air, managed to evade the blade by scraping its claws against the rocks by the water's edge, sending sparks flying, before landing soundlessly, its green eyes fixated on Baru, a low, threatening growl rumbling in its throat. Almost immediately, a second and third beast emerged simultaneously from the gaps in the water curtain. They coordinated with uncanny precision. One feigned an attack on Lu Han, forcing him to retreat in disarray and topple a basket of vines, while the other aimed directly at the panicking Chen Lily, who was covering her ears and screaming. Get away from her! Yi Chen sprang into action. With all his strength, he moved with such speed that he left an afterimage. Instead of blocking the beast lunging at Chen Lily, he arrived first, delivering a fierce kick to the waist of the beast that had feigned an attack on Lu Han. The impact resonated with a loud thud followed by a sickening crack. The beast howled in agony as it flew sideways, crashing heavily against the rock wall, blood seeping from its dark green fur, emitting a mournful wail, never to rise again. Yi Chen stared incredulously at the beast he had just sent flying, muttering, "How is this possible? That kick could fell a tree, and it only sustained heavy injuries." But the beast targeting Chen Lily was now perilously close, drooling foul saliva. In a moment of desperation, a slender figure suddenly tackled Chen Lily. It was Zhao Shuer, the timid girl, who usually shied away from interaction, chose to stand her ground. With her eyes closed, the strength she had gained from consuming the red fruit propelled her to knock Chen Lily a meter away. The beast's claws grazed her back, tearing through her flimsy clothing and leaving a trail of blood. Shuer, Li Qinghan, enduring the throbbing in his head, seized a burning branch and struck fiercely at the beast's head. The blow landed with precision, sending sparks flying. The beast roared in pain, momentarily halting its assault. Yi Chen's axe was already in motion, aiming directly at its neck. Yet, this cunning creature exploited the momentum of its missed attack to roll forward, causing the blade to merely slice off a tuft of coarse fur. Its speed was astonishing. How could this be? From a cave's entrance, Baru's furious roar mingled with the sounds of the beast's gnashing teeth. More dark green shadows lurked beyond the water curtain, searching for an opening to invade. The cave was narrow, and the beasts moved with incredible speed, their fangs targeting the vulnerable spots, leaving Yi Chen and Baru overwhelmed. Baru, at this rate, if we do not act, it will be just the two of us left, and everyone else will be devoured by this pack of beasts. Yi Chen's murderous intent was palpable as he glared at the group of green creatures before him. Suddenly, Lu Han's scream pierced the air. One of the beasts had seized his calf in the chaos, viciously tearing at him. Even Yi Chen's desperate kick could only incapacitate the creature to a degree. Under the excruciating pain, Lu Han's newly acquired strength was rendered useless, leaving him to futilely kick and flail. Tawaka, Haka, surround the prey. A cold, hoarse voice echoed through the roar of the waterfall, heralding the arrival of true foes. 5 towering figures, as massive as moving boulders, silently emerged at the water's edge, blocking all avenues of escape. The leader's forehead jutted out like a rugged cliff, known as the Shattered Skullgoran, wielding a massive bone club entwined with venomous vines. Beside him stood the stone Ripper Tokay, his face marred by deep claw marks, dual stone axes glinting coldly in the moonlight. The Bloodfang Luca bore a blowgun slung across his back, partially concealed in the shadows. The dark Clawbaka had fingers ensheathed in stark white bone claws. Lastly, there was the Soulbunnerzingi, whose gaze was as venomous as a serpent, a bulging pouch strapped to his waist. They did not rush to attack. merely observing the chaotic melee within the cave, as though the presence of Yi Chen Baran posed no threat to them whatsoever. Baran, upon seeing them, felt a deep-seated hatred and a flicker of fear erupt from the murky depths of his eyes. He was acutely aware of their formidable prowess, which ranked among the elite within the tribe. This ingrained hierarchy evoked an instinctive sense of dread within him, woven into his very being. Chapter 57. The Decapitation Baru. What has happened to you? There are only 5 of them. Together, we can certainly prevail. Yi Chen bellowed, striking down a beast with a powerful swing of his axe. Then turning to roar at Baru. Baru. Golan's voice rumbled like 2 boulders grinding together, laced with cruel amusement. You traitor, aiding the foreign tribes? Do you know what your fate shall be? No sooner had Golan finished speaking than the beast within the cave launched a frenzied assault. They no longer hesitated, attacking with reckless abandon, using their bodies to create opportunities for their companions. Yi Chen cleaved the skull of another beast, ichor and blood splattering across him. Yet another beast clamped down fiercely on his arm. A sudden jolt of agony surged through his limb, nearly causing him to lose grip on the obsidian axe. Yi Chen stared in astonishment at his bleeding arm. His body was dense enough to withstand bullets, and yet this creature had managed to breach his defenses. What in the world is this beast? Meanwhile, Baru was ensnared by 3 beasts. He pierced one with his poisoned spear, only to be bitten in the thigh by another. Li Qinghan attempted to drive away the beast lunging at Zhao Shui with a burning branch, but was grazed by a silent dart from Bloodfang Luca, instantly numbing half of her arm. Qinghan. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen charged toward Li Qinghan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At that moment, Luca, moving with uncanny speed, appeared before Yi Chen and threw a punch. Yi Chen felt a rush of blood in his throat, spewing forth as he was sent hurtling backward. Yet he still clutched his axe tightly. Qinghan, despite his growing strength, the chasm of combat experience and coordination was swiftly crushed beneath the overwhelming numbers and superior predators. Yield, Baru, I shall not repeat myself. Though the chief commanded me to take you alive. Golan's patience had worn thin, his massive bone club pointing ominously into the cave, his voice icy. Surrender or perish. Watching Lu Han being torn apart by the beast's vicious bites, seeing Li Qinghan's throat gripped by a bony claw, and witnessing Zhao Shui, and Chun Lily, paralyzed with terror at the edge of the frigid waters, Yi Chen ground his teeth, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. In that moment, he slowly loosened his grip on the obsidian axe. Clang! The axe fell onto the slick rocks. Baru let out a cry of defiance. But upon seeing Li Qinghan threatened by the poisoned spear, he ultimately despondently relinquished his weapon. Go, bind them all. Vines transformed into sturdy strips of bark, tightening around their flesh, binding their wrists behind their backs, forming a chain. The captives were no exception. Wang Yu was dragged like a lifeless dog, while Wang Hai and Lao Dao's eyes reflected nothing but numb terror. Baru was bound separately, the ropes, thick as a child's arm, digging deep into his knotted muscles. Pulled by Golan himself, Yi Chen received the same treatment. Although they could easily break free from the ropes, what awaited them afterward? Their remaining companions were in the hands of the enemy. Among the captives were not only Yi Chen and his companions, but also other survivors from the shipwreck, numbering about 12 or 20. The ensuing journey through the dense forest resembled a pilgrimage through a hellish landscape. The group stumbled onward for half the night, with no one daring to halt. To do so would invite a merciless lash or, worse yet, the loss of one's head. Hurry! Move, Nauru! Barked the impatient dark claw, Baka, from the rear of the escort. With a menacing flick of his bony claw, he dispatched a straggling, unfamiliar white captive, sending his head soaring into the air. The headless body fell forward, gushing crimson. An indifferent native warrior collected the fallen head, casually tossing it into the nearby underbrush, as if handling a trivial object. A hint of amusement gracing his face. Yi Chen observed this horrifying scene, his heart racing with urgency. These individuals were nothing like Baru. Damn their existence. In the midst of the procession, Li Qinghan abruptly shut her eyes. The heightened sense of hearing brought not only the distant drumming of the tribe, but also the gruesome sounds of necks snapping and blood gushing from nearby. Her stomach churned violently, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. "Qinghan, are you all right?" Yi Chen inquired with concern, only to receive a punch to his face in response. "Enough with the chatter. Shut your mouth," Galong interjected. Lu Han and the others dared not speak, burying their heads lower, fearing they might be the next to lose their heads or face a beating. "You are all offerings to the great mountain deity," sneered Stonebreaker Tokay, pointing ahead with a sadistic thrill in his tone. The tribal camp was situated on the edge of a colossal volcanic crater, the scent of sulfur mingling with the pungent stench of blood. At the center stood a massive altar crafted from black volcanic rock, towering several meters high, topped with a concave stone basin ablaze with fierce flames. Surrounding the altar were dozens of skeletal frames, adorned not only with the skulls of beasts but also desiccated human heads. Beneath some of the skeletons, several bloated, pallid corpses soaked in muddy pits, as flies buzzed incessantly. The survivors were herded into the open space beside the altar, huddled together like livestock, their eyes hollow and filled with despair. Yi Chen noticed several individuals clad in tattered crew uniforms, as well as a few men and women dressed in outdoor jackets, all bearing wounds and wearing white shell necklaces inscribed with numbers. "Baru!" cried the high priest, Saru, an emaciated elder draped in blood-stained feathers and wielding a bone staff. His murky eyes fixated on Baru. "You have betrayed the mountain deity. Wakana, betrayal of the mountain deity. Sacrifice, the one foretold to bring calamity." He pointed at Yi Chen. Galong shoved Yi Chen roughly from the line of captives, directing him towards Saru. "Two, you are you. Strength, slaughter. The mountain deity demands." Saru's clouded gaze swept over Yi Chen, whose bloodied yet formidable physique could not be concealed, particularly as he sensed the latent, beastly aura emanating from within Yi Chen. A glimmer of avarice ignited in Saru's eyes. This one must be isolated in the water prison. Otherwise, he poses a grave danger. Two robust warriors swiftly approached, binding Yi Chen with coarse vines soaked in water, rendering him akin to a rice dumpling, before dragging him towards the edge of the encampment, where a pungent sulfurous scent pervaded the air. This was a naturally formed stone cavity, artificially deepened and widened. Murky, sulfur-scented hot water bubbled forth from the crevices, creating a modest pool. Above the pool, thick logs sealed off most of the opening, leaving only a narrow aperture through which a single person could enter. The water was warm, yet carried an eerie chill, as if it could corrode one's very bones. Debris and insect carcasses floated upon the surface. "Down you go," commanded one warrior, thrusting a stone spear forcefully into Yi Chen's back. He was brutally shoved into the opening, plunging into the murky, sulfuric water. The liquid rose to his chest, the bottom a slick mire. The acrid sulfur nearly suffocated him, while the skin in contact with the hot water burned and itched painfully. His arms, bound behind him, lost all sensation, and the icy, murky water enveloped his wounds, inflicting sharp pain and the peril of infection. The only source of light emanated from the gaps in the wooden barricade, where flickering torches cast a dim glow upon the floating detritus and the rising white mist, laden with the odor of sulfur. Outside, the cackles of indigenous warriors, the sobs of captives, the crackling flames of the altar, and in the distance, the swollen corpses submerged in mud. All these sounds and images coalesced within the noxious, sulfurous prison, forming the deepest despair. Yi Chen tilted his head back, peering through the slats of the barricade at the leaden gray sky above the volcano. The strength surged within him, yet it was firmly imprisoned within this foul cage. He closed his eyes, the cold sulfur water aggravating his wounds and his fraying sanity. Moreover, the strangeness of this cell left him feeling as if his power was being continuously diluted and drained. 3 days? The altar's flames had become so fervent. Would Qinghan and the others be able to endure these 3 days? Chapter 58, Becoming a Human Puppet in the Ensuing Moments. The murky hot water of the sulfur prison pierced through Yi Chen's wounds like countless fine needles. Even his self-healing abilities seemed to have vanished. A thought crossed his mind. Could there be something in this water that suppresses the power of the red fruit? More alarmingly, he could distinctly sense the rate at which this prison drained his strength was escalating. What began as a mere trickle had now transformed into a relentless pull. Outside the cave, the frenzied drumming from the altar reverberated, each strike resonating through Yi Chen's nerves. Damn it, this noise is unbearable. Do these natives possess such boundless energy? Before Yi Chen could ponder further, a sudden crash echoed as the wooden bars above him were violently flung aside, blinding light flooding in. Get out! The chief wishes to see you. Two stone spears prodded into the water, forcing Yi Chen to stumble to his feet. He glared furiously at the two natives, their fists cracking ominously, but after a moment's thought, he relinquished his anger. The soaked ropes were tightened once more as two warriors escorted him toward the largest tent made of animal hides at the center. As they passed by the prisoner area adjacent to the altar, Yi Chen's pupils dilated. He caught sight of Li Qinghan bound to a wooden stake with vines, a fresh wound on her forehead oozing blood, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her vacant gaze swept over Yi Chen, lacking focus, as if her soul had been extracted. Nearby, Zhao Shuer and Chen Lily huddled in the mud, being whipped on the back by a native warrior wielding a barbed vine. "Haha, this is amusing." The warrior sneered, blood droplets rising with each strike. Lu Han was pinned by the neck, his face buried in the muck, choking. Barilu was shackled to a boulder. A charred brand seared into his bronze chest, emitting wisps of smoke. He. I wonder if the flesh of these foreign devils is delectable? One native remarked. Another native struck him on the head, retorting, "How could these tributes to the mountain god be fit for your consumption, you fool?" The two natives soon found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. "Damn, what a bunch of beasts." The words escaped Yi Chen's lips through gritted teeth, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The warrior escorting him promptly struck his lower back with a spear shaft. "Shut up." Blood oozed from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. His lips taut. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Damn it, if I ever get the chance, I will make you pay dearly." Before long, they reached the chief's tent, permeated by a bizarre blend of blood and herbs. The giant, adorned with a crown of mammoth tusks, was carving sinews from a beast bone with an obsidian knife, his face marred by scars, and his feral attire exuding an aura far beyond that of ordinary natives, a palpable murderous intent radiating from him. The high priest, Saru, loomed like a vulture in the shadows, the eyeball embedded at the tip of his human bone staff seemingly in motion. "Foreigner, why do you not kneel?" Gotan gestured towards Yi Chen with a bone knife, his tone flat, yet imbued with an invisible pressure that sent cold sweat cascading down Yi Chen's back, an unprecedented sensation. It instilled a primal fear from the depths of his being, akin to a sheep's instinctive dread of a wolf, irrational, yet inherent. Nevertheless, Yi Chen remained defiant, forcefully expelling a mixture of blood and phlegm. Upon witnessing the scene, the chieftain did not express anger, but instead broke into a smile. Gesturing for the two indigenous guards to leave, he remarked, "How intriguing. You are a spirited foreigner, and I hold you in esteem. Were you to kneel, it will be a different matter entirely. I have heard that you have slain my kin." Yi Chen, suppressing the trepidation swelling within him, cast an enigmatic smile at the chieftain seated high above and replied, "Indeed, I perceive that your people revere strength. They were as feeble as chickens. Is it wrong for me to have vanquished them? If they had been sufficiently strong, they would not have fallen to my hand. It is clear that their incompetence led to their demise." Suddenly, the high priest lunged forward, his withered fingers clasping Yi Chen's wrist, his nails digging into flesh. A chilling aura seeped into him, akin to ice coursing through his veins. "What did you say?" Seeking death, Yi Chen stifled a reaction, allowing the force to course through his weakened body, sapped by sulfur water. The chieftain observed this exchange with a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, though he quickly suppressed it. After all, the high priest had acted independently without his consent, which would be a slight against the chieftain himself. It was akin to someone beginning to eat before the leader had even picked up their chopsticks. Would that elicit joy from the leader? What? This energy? The high priest Saru's murky eyes widened, his voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. 15. Bloodland fruit. His gaunt face twisted in shock, a prophecy. Disaster. The mountain god is enraged. Is indeed him. Turning to Gotan, the chieftain, he excitedly reported, "Great chieftain, the concentration of bloodlin fruit in his bloodline exceeds all expectations. He has consumed at least 10. Yi Chen's eyes shifted. So that was what the fruit was called, bloodlin fruit, a rather grandiose name for these indigenous people. We should refine it into a puppet, extract more of the bloodlin fruit, and employ secret methods to erase his consciousness, thus creating an invincible warrior who will obey only you, ensuring the longevity of our tribe." A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Chen. What nonsense was this? They intended to turn him into a puppet to serve them. It was more unbearable than death itself. On the high platform, Gotan halted his act of carving meat, the enormous bone knife suspended in midair. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. This was the first time he scrutinized Yi Chen directly, his beast-like eyes swirling with wariness and greed. The notion of preserving his tribe's endurance was indeed tempting. However, he did not acquiesce immediately. How could a chieftain be led by the nose by a mere priest? "Priest, I shall weigh your words carefully. Yet the immediate priority is the worship of the gods." He gestured towards the thunderous drumbeats outside, stating, "In 3 days, the sacrificial ceremony shall take place. We will address Yi Chen afterward." This time, he referred to Yi Chen directly, no longer calling him a foreigner, which indicated his acknowledgement of Yi Chen's prowess. 15 bloodlin fruits. He himself had only consumed 8 and had laboriously attained his current level through decades of slaughter and cultivation. Temporarily set aside, Yi Chen scoffed inwardly. Once his companions were sacrificed, he would be next to be transformed into a thoughtless puppet. They seemed to have grand designs, wanting to seize all the fortunate circumstances for themselves. As they passed through the area of captives on their return journey, Li Qinghan seemed to sense something. Her vacant gaze finally honing in on Yi Chen's face. Her parched lips moved silently, and Yi Chen discerned the shape of her words. "Run." Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Yi Chen contemplated that if he fled now, it might provoke that insufferable chieftain, potentially leading to the execution of the captives. However, this possibility seemed slim, for they required enough individuals to appease whatever mountain deity they worshipped. Yet, if he chose not to escape, their fates seemed sealed. After a careful deliberation, Yi Chen resolved to flee. Having just emerged from the water prison, his stamina and strength had significantly recovered, enabling him to confront the 2 ordinary natives escorting him. However, he lamented that his strength was still insufficient to rescue everyone or to liberate Baru, his formidable ally. Just as the warriors escorting him thrust Yi Chen toward the entrance of the water prison, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A guttural roar erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a cornered beast, as the remnants of his diminished yet still terrifying power exploded forth in this dire situation. Chapter 59. Breathless, the muscles in his arms, bound behind his back, suddenly bulged, and the thick vine, soaking in water, snapped with a resounding crack. He spun around, driving his elbow like a war axe into the throat of the soldier on his left. A dull thud echoed as the soldier's windpipe shattered, drowned out by the roaring cascade of sulphurous water, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. On the right, the indigenous warrior, reacting swiftly, thrust his poisoned spear halfway. However, Yi Chen materialized like a specter into his embrace, violently ramming his forehead into the warrior's face. With a sickening crunch, the soldier's nose collapsed, and he fell backward, dazed. Yi Chen seized the poisoned spear without hesitation, piercing it through the warrior's heart. "My apologies. May you be reborn into a civilized society in your next life. Here, you would have endured poor living conditions, so do not thank me. I have saved you." 2 corpses slipped into the murky pool, their blood mingling with the water. Yi Chen gasped violently, shaking off the warm blood from his hands. He swiftly removed the bee-skin skirt and the paint pot from the lifeless warrior, haphazardly smearing the foul-smelling mud mixed with ochre all over his body. He cast one last glance towards the altar, the flames illuminating his bloodshot eyes. "Hurry, hurry! Everyone, wait for my return." Once attired, Yi Chen fled at great speed. An indigenous warrior, noticing his escape, shouted, "Wa Kachalu!" He has fled. The foreigner locked in the water prison has escaped. The piercing sound of a bone whistle shattered the cacophony of the tribe. The entire camp erupted in chaos. It was evident that this clever lad understood he could not win and chose not to pursue, merely alerting others instead. Inside the chief's tent, Grodan abruptly stood up, knocking over the stone table as he gnawed on a piece of roasted beast leg, exclaiming, "What? He actually escaped. This fellow is quite intriguing." Saru's staff trembled with urgency. "Chief, send someone to chase him. Otherwise, we will be in serious trouble. Enough of this nonsense. How strong can he be compared to me? Come here." Groton's eyes glinted with ferocity as he grasped a massive bone club entwined with poisonous vines. "Goron, talk. Luca, Baka, Zangi, pursue him. Alive if possible, dead if not. The chief must have him alive." Grodan shot him a glance but remained silent. 5 figures, resembling ferocious beasts, sprang from beside the bonfire, one accompanied by a hunting beast, vanishing into the darkness of the jungle in an instant. "Ha! It has been a long time since anything this interesting happened," one remarked. Indeed. That fellow talk is quite formidable. When I struck him with all my might that day, he merely sustained minor injuries. Now, we can finally have some real fun." Their conversation was interrupted by Zangi. "Less chatter. Quickly pursue. We must capture him. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Didn't the chief say it was fine whether he lived or died? But living is preferable. The technician said that would ensure the longevity of our tribe." Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen was fleeing desperately through the forest. The debilitating effects of the sulfurous water still lingered, each step feeling as though he were treading upon cotton, as if his body were hollowed out. "Come on, legs. Move faster. Move faster." He dared not run in a straight line, instead leveraging the muscle control granted by the red fruit. Carefully navigating the most treacherous crevices and fallen logs, his footprints sometimes light as feathers upon the decaying leaves, at other times vanishing without a trace in the flowing streams. At this moment, she too was at a loss. After all, the adversary possessed a bug-level beast-hunting ability. As long as there was a trace of scent on him, he would be tracked down, akin to having a GPS tracker activated. Before he could ponder further, a sudden whistle pierced through the air. Whoosh! A blow dart grazed his ear and embedded itself into a tree trunk, the arrowhead vibrating ominously. "Luca!" Chen abruptly dove into a thicket of dense ferns, holding his breath. The canopy above trembled slightly as Tokei's figure swung past like a monkey, cleaving through obstructing branches with his dual axes, cursing under his breath. Where did he suddenly vanish? Where could he have gone? Chen's heart raced, and he did not dare move until the footsteps faded into the distance. He scooped up a handful of damp soil and stuffed it into his mouth, attempting to mask the scent of his sweat and blood. A pungent aroma of humus wafted from ahead. The ground became soft. He was nearing a swamp. Without hesitation, he slid into the waist-deep black mire. The icy sludge enveloped him instantly, its stench nearly suffocating, yet it served as an excellent concealment. He hoped it would obscure the beast's keen sense of smell. He broke several hollow reeds and held them in his mouth, taking a deep breath before slowly submerging into the muck, leaving only the tips of the reeds exposed above the murky surface. Heavy footsteps approached the edge of the swamp. The footprints vanished. How could this be? Golan's roar was filled with fury as his massive bone club crashed into a nearby tree, splintering wood flying everywhere. The beast's nose could not detect any scent. But surely this place was toxic mud? Baka remained vigilant, eyeing the bubbling mire, his bony claws twitching anxiously. Zangi crouched down, dipped a finger into the sludge, and sniffed, his sinister eyes scanning the swamp. Indeed, it is toxic. The prey may have taken refuge there. He pointed toward the direction of the trembling reeds. Over there. Puff! A poison dart shot through the reeds in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Chen erupted from another mire like a mud dragon. Damn, her eyes are so sharp. He gripped the poisoned spear tightly, channeling all his strength as he thrust it viciously toward Luca's thigh, closest to the swamp. Luca screamed, clutching his thigh as blood gushed forth, collapsing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen seized a handful of fetid mud and hurled it at Baka's face. Seizing the opportunity, while Baka was momentarily blinded, he rolled into an even deeper part of the mire. Kill him. Golan's roar reverberated, causing the mud to tremble. Tokei's axes slashed wildly at the mire, sending torrents of dark rain splattering. Zangi retrieved a leather pouch, pouring the foul, dark green liquid into the swamp. Bubbles gurgled, turning an eerie shade of green. Let us add a little more seasoning. Chen swam frantically beneath the sludge, his lungs burning painfully. The green venom pursued him like a living entity, searing wherever it touched his skin. He burst forth from the mire, lunging toward the shore where a massive banyan tree formed a natural hollow with its aerial roots. Desperate, he squeezed inside. The tree hollow was narrow, and he curled up among the decaying leaves and insects, his body coated in black mud like armor. Outside, 5 hunters raged like ferocious beasts, their bone clubs and stone axes ferociously hacking at the trunk, poisoned arrows embedding themselves into the bark. The tree hollow trembled under the immense force. Fragments of wood cascading down like rain. Chen bit his lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood saturating his mouth. Through the crevices of the gnarled roots, he beheld a fragment of fresh flesh, tainted with blue fabric, clinging to Galong's massive bone club, remnants of the windbreaker Lu Han wore when he was seized. Within the shadowy hollow of the tree, Chen's nails dug deep into the decaying wood, silent flames igniting in the depths of his gaze. Suddenly, he felt a constriction in his breath. The skin marred by the swamp's mire began to take on a purplish hue. What was happening? He gasped, struggling for air, each breath akin to a battered bellows, laden with the stench of mud and the metallic tang of blood. Outside the tree hollow, Galong's roar reverberated, causing decayed leaves to tumble. Dig. Chapter 60. Grandfather. Your grandson seeks you. The tree hollow trembled violently under the blows of bone clubs and stone axes, as decayed leaves and splintered wood fell upon Chen's curled body like a torrential downpour. This is truly the end. Grandfather, your grandson seeks you. Chen slowly closed his eyes, ceasing all movement. Each heavy strike felt like a blow to his heart, the burning pain in his lungs and the prickling itch on his skin growing increasingly intense, causing his vision to darken intermittently, leading him to surrender. Dig quickly. Unearth him. Galong's roar mingled with the feral howls of beasts, echoing deafeningly. How frustrating it was. Even at the end, I cannot die in peace. Leaning against the frigid cave wall, Chen's nails nearly dug into the wood, despair engulfing him like the mire of a swamp. At that moment, a sensation on his back jolted him. This was not the rough bark of a tree, nor the damp earth, but a cold, hard surface, smooth and utterly uniform. What the hell? This sensation is. He struggled to turn his head, and through the jagged light filtering into the hollow, he beheld that the wall he leaned against, after shedding its wood shavings, revealed a profound, coldly gleaming steel. Boom! Tok's dual axes struck down once more, shaking his very insides. Yet that exposed steel wall only bore 2 shallow white marks, remaining utterly unmoved. Galong, it can't be cleaved. This tree is too hard. Upon hearing this, Galong pushed Tok aside, brandishing his dual axes anew, striking fiercely, yet met with no different result. His axe even cracked under the impact. Galong's hand was jolted, blood flowing down accompanied by pain. Galong, could this tree be a divine tree? Are we showing disrespect to the gods? Tok's imagination spiraled, nearly leading him to kneel and offer his apologies. The remaining 3 men glanced at Galong in unison, and for a moment, he was at a loss. The entrance was too small for their bulky forms to enter. Galong, perhaps we should send the beast in? Galong shook his head, saying, the beast would be of no use. It would likely only deliver heads to Chen. The other 3 wished to argue further, but refrained from speaking. After all, Galong was the captain and of the chieftain's lineage. Unfortunately, Galong missed the singular opportunity to capture Chen, unaware that he had been deeply poisoned. Hope ignited like a spark, suddenly flaring amidst the ashes of despair. This truly is the blessing of heaven. No, rather, it is the blessing of grandfather. Who does not wish for his dear grandson to seek him so soon? Run, run. Chen abruptly retreated deeper into the tree hollow, using hands and feet alike. recklessly clearing away the accumulated decayed leaves and entangled roots. As he cleared the way, a narrow, dark opening barely wide enough for a single person was revealed. A pungent odor, mingling with the scent of rust, aged oil, and dust, assaulted him, starkly contrasting with the fragrance of the jungle. This is not a tree hollow. This is an entrance, an iron portal embedded within the massive aerial roots of a banyan tree, leading to some unknown realm. Cough, cough. A spasm gripped Yi Chen's lungs as he coughed up a viscous, iron-sweet black sludge, deepening the bruises on his skin. He dared not hesitate for even a moment, scrambling forward with hands and feet. If he could not neutralize the poison, this place would likely become his grave. Upon entering, the cacophony of shouts and the pursuit behind him were abruptly muted, as if an invisible barrier had descended. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, enveloped in darkness. With only a faint glimmer of light from the entrance outlining the corridor ahead, straight, angular, forged from cold metal, wholly beyond the capabilities of any indigenous peoples of the island. Yi Chen's face was awash with disbelief. How could this be possible? Was this a remnant left by a scientific expedition from another nation? Or perhaps a bunker established by a foreign military? A myriad of conjectures flooded his mind. He fumbled in his pocket for the last remaining half of a resin torch. Wrapped in oilcloth, salvaged from the body of a fallen indigenous warrior. Striking it with flint, an orange flame flickered to life, dispelling the oppressive darkness. As the light illuminated the surroundings, Yi Chen inhaled sharply. The corridor extended straight ahead into an abyss, flanked by cold metal walls thickly coated in dust and cobwebs. Below his feet lay a similar grid of metallic flooring, which emitted a hollow echo with each step. It appeared that this place had not seen human use in ages. The air was heavy with the scents of rust and machine oil, intermingled with a faint hint of diesel. Along the sides of the corridor, every few paces, stood a half-man-high square recess, seemingly embedded with some sort of apparatus. Yi Chen approached one, illuminating it with his torch. The inner wall of the recess was smooth, with a sloping opening the size of a book at its base, heavily worn at the edges. He reached inside, his fingertips brushing against several cold metal knobs and levers, their forms peculiar and unmistakably not of contemporary design. Was this a firing port? A flash of insight struck Yi Chen as he recalled descriptions from military magazines. This was clearly a meticulously designed stronghold firing point. The angle of the opening allowed for outward fire, while making it exceedingly difficult for those outside to detect or attack anyone within. His heart raced. This place was far more complex than he had imagined. His instincts told him that his fortunes were about to change. If he could find a machine gun and ammunition, he would be unstoppable, regardless of how formidable the indigenous people might be. A single burst would suffice, suppressing the dizziness and numbness coursing through his body. He steadied himself against the cold metal wall and staggered deeper into the corridor, exhilaration surging through him. It was indeed true that those who survive great peril are destined for greater fortunes. At the end of the corridor, he discovered a slightly larger space, resembling a rudimentary lounge or command center. Aside from the webs filling the room, a few rusted metal crates lay piled in a corner, adorned with indistinct eagle emblems and letters. A metal table, similarly welded, was fixed against the wall, upon which lay several items, strikingly illuminated by the torchlight. Yi Chen leaned against the wall and approached slowly, discovering an open notebook with a leather cover. The pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with a dense script. This did not appear to be English. Was it perhaps German? The preceding pages were filled with dense text that eluded his comprehension, while the subsequent sheets, yellowed with age, depicted intricate mechanical structures and maps of passageways. A rusted metal water kettle, half a loaf of bread as dark as stone, and an oddly shaped metal canister adorned with a skull insignia caught his attention. Yi Chen's gaze was fixated on the German diary, although he was unfamiliar with the language. The unique script and its open state seemed to narrate the abruptly interrupted thoughts of its owner. Trembling, he picked up the diary, the fragile pages threatening to disintegrate at the slightest touch. The text resembled an arcane script, yet interspersed among it were several hasty sketches that sent a jolt of shock through him. One illustrated the silhouette of a volcano on the island, marked with a question mark. Another depicted a peculiar plant radiating a red glow, accompanied by several lines of fervent German text, and the final drawing presented a vast underground spatial structure, prominently marked with an unmistakable cross. Could this refer to the bloodland fruit? It might be prudent to refrain from delving into the diary for now. Perhaps after rescuing Qing Han, he could decipher it. This might very well reveal their current location and direction. As he contemplated this, a mix of exhilaration and astonishment surged within him, suddenly interrupted by a fit of harsh coughing, a metallic sweetness flooding his throat. Chen understood that the toxins of the swamp, compounded by his previous injuries, were steadily eroding his strength. He cast aside the diary, his gaze sweeping over the remaining items, ultimately resting upon the metal canister emblazoned with the skull insignia. Chapter 61. The change of offense and defense, what is this? He twisted open the rusted lid, and a pungent medicinal aroma wafted forth. Chen sensed with a slight awareness that this substance bore no toxicity. It resembled traditional Chinese medicine. Inside was a viscous, white paste akin to grease. Resolute, Chen scooped out a generous portion with his finger, gritting his teeth and enduring the nausea as he haphazardly applied it to the bruised and swollen wounds on his skin, particularly on his arm and leg, where he had been bitten by the beast. A chilling sensation instantaneously enveloped the burning pain and itching, although discomfort lingered. The deeply invasive sensation seemed to be subdued. This unknown ointment proved effective. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. Ha ha ha. Chen laughed maniacally. Truly fortunate beyond measure, every day. He carefully stowed the jar away, treating it as a lifeline. Subsequently, he picked up the few maps, scrutinizing them diligently. The passage map clearly indicated his current position and the route leading deeper into the recesses. The enormous underground space map with a marked cross made his heart race. Could there be firearms, ammunition, or perhaps more military supplies? It appeared there were 3 levels in total, but where was the exit? If that group found the exit and barged in, I would be doomed. Suddenly, a faint buzzing vibration emanated from the depths of the passage, accompanied by an exceedingly dim, flickering green light. Chen immediately became alert, extinguishing the torch in his hand and concealing himself in the absolute darkness, holding his breath and sharpening his focus. He cautiously groped his way toward the source of the vibration and green light. No way. They wouldn't really be coming in, would they? I have such a foul mouth. Chen smacked his lips twice in frustration. At the end of a branching passage, he discovered a slightly ajar, heavy iron door. The buzzing sound and green light seeped through the crack. Chen sidled in. The sight before him left him momentarily speechless. A narrow chamber. The walls were covered with complex, intertwined cables of various colors, some of which connected to a massive iron cabinet brimming with dials and gauges. At the center of the cabinet, a palm-sized green screen emitted a faint glow, continuously displaying a series of distorted, indecipherable symbols. Below the screen, a red indicator light pulsed rhythmically and faintly. The vibrating sound originated from within the iron cabinet. A generator? A control panel? What a joke. There's actual electricity. If utilized properly, this could catapult one straight from the Stone Age into the electronic information age. Chen was utterly bewildered by the specific functions of these devices. Yet the glowing screen and the blinking red light undeniably indicated that this long-abandoned fortress, neglected for who knows how many years, still had a portion operational. Although it might merely be clinging to life. He leaned closer to the screen. The distorted symbols remained unrecognizable. But the edges of the screen seemed to display a few blurred numbers, resembling either a countdown or coordinates. He could not comprehend them at all. The hum of the machinery resonated distinctly in the silence of the dark fortress, akin to the heartbeat of a dying man. Chen's gaze swept across the console below, where lay an open, dust-laden, elongated metal case. He crouched down and brushed away the dust. The interior was lined with decaying velvet, quietly cradling several items, 2 rugged, elongated firearms, their bodies adorned with anti-slip grooves, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of World War II anti-tank rifles. A few magazines brimming with bright yellow cartridges. several vintage, long-handled grenades. A gleaming, serrated, multifonctionnel combat daguerre. My word, these relics are from the Second World War. Could this possibly be a bunker of the German army? Yet, how could such a massive fortress exist on this desolate island? Ye Chen's beat it in it. He reached out and grasped one of the heavy rifles, his mouth watering in anticipation. Ah, the cold metallic sensation, the weighty heft, truly embodying the disquieting beauty of industrial-era violence. He fumbled to locate the safety, attempting to pull the bolt. Click! The crisp sound of mechanical friction resonated in the chamber, surprisingly smooth. Though rusty, it remained serviceable under the protection of oil paper and the case. He picked up a grenade, weighing it in his hand, then cautiously took hold of the combat dagger, its blade shimmering with a dark glow in the screen's green light. With ease, hope stirred within Yi Chen's eyes. As soon as he regained his strength, armed with the rifle and grenades, he would be an unstoppable force against all adversaries. However, careful planning was essential. After all, fists alone are no match for many hands. This was a rifle, not a machine gun. He needed to search further. Swiftly, he stowed away the magazines, grenades, and dagger, keeping a jar of ointment close to him, and finally slung the heavy rifle over his shoulder. The weight of the weapon pressed against him, instilling an unprecedented sense of solidity. Just then, a dull thud, accompanied by a metallic echo, faintly emanated from the direction of the tree hole through which they had entered. Thud! 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 It was Gorin and the others. They had not given up. They seemed to be striking the steel entrance with heavy objects. How relentless they are! Do they truly believe that such a thick steel door can be breached by mere crude axes? Yi Chen's expression hardened, swiftly extinguishing all light sources and concealing himself in the shadows of the chamber's entrance, holding his breath and straining to listen. The dark bunker fell into a profound silence, save for the low hum of the generator and the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. He gently pulled the bolt. The sound of the bullet chambering was crisp and lethal. The cold stock rested against his shoulder, the rifle's muzzle steadily aimed toward the source of the sound. In the darkness, Yi Chen's gaze was sharp, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. The roles of attack and defense had shifted, my friends. He needed to familiarize himself with these new companions, then prepare a deadly surprise for those pursuers lurking outside, a grim gift from the steel tomb. Patience, my comrades. Soon you shall be treated to a feast of peanuts. Chapter 62. The natives can also fool around. Yi Chen cautiously approached the cave entrance, treading lightly. The cold stock of the rifle pressed firmly against his shoulder. He held his breath, fingers steady on the rough trigger. The muzzle, peering through the shadow of the door's crevice, was fixed unwaveringly on the steel door at the end of the passage, which was being relentlessly battered. The roar of Galong, Talk's bitter curses, and the dull thuds of bone clubs and stone axes striking metal reverberated, stimulating his eardrums. Come on, taste this. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth, his eyes flickering with vengeance and the thrill of wielding a firearm. For a young man, possessing a gun was an unparalleled joy. He adjusted his stance, preparing to deliver an unforgettable welcome to these savage natives with the iron torrent from a bygone era as he neared the cave's mouth. Yet, as Yi Chen continued to indulge in his fantasies, the cacophony of blows abruptly ceased. Damn the cave. The conversation shifted. Galong's voice, laden with an undeniable commanding tone, pierced through the heavy iron door. What the hell? Why are we suddenly heading back? Could it be that the natives also engage in deceitful work? Yi Chen's mind was in turmoil. What? Galong, what are you saying? How can we possibly return? Talk's voice brimmed with astonishment and anger. The chief had commanded us to bring him back. Otherwise, we would. Shut up, Talk. Galong's roar eclipsed the other's chatter, raising his axe towards Talk. Do you not heed my commands? Do you dare defy me? Are you aware of the punishment for insubordination in this tribe? He has been poisoned by the swamp's mire, and with the toxin you've added, he cannot possibly survive. He is doomed before dawn. ISNT that completing the mission? A brief silence ensued, interspersed with the anxious growls of the beast hunters and the sound of weapons dragging on ground. Yes, Galong. Baka's voice was laced with reluctant acquiescence. We leave. Zangi's voice was colder still. The heavy footsteps began to retreat in disarray, accompanied by Tok's final, begrudging grunt and a fierce glare. Yi Chen's taut muscles gradually relaxed, yet his finger remained steadfast on the trigger until the last echo faded into the profound silence of the jungle. Leaning against the cold metal wall, he slid down, gasping for breath, and suddenly burst into laughter. Not surviving until dawn? Ha ha! Yi Chen glanced down at the white ointment smeared on his arm. The purplish bruise had slightly faded, but still looked gruesome. Feeling the searing pain in his lungs akin to sandpaper, he let out a mocking laugh. Galong, you've underestimated the situation, but I must thank you for this assistance. Ha ha! That unknown ointment had become his lifeline in a dire moment. He cautiously engaged the safety on his rifle and slung it back over his shoulder. The sense of security provided by the weapon did not wane. Yet Galong's retreat afforded him a moment to breathe and explore. He gazed into the depths of the shadowy corridor, his eyes resting upon a sketch depicting the vast underground structure, its prominent fork standing like a beacon in the darkness. Where might I locate the entrance to the second level? He pondered softly. The second level. This drawing resembles the symbol for nuclear radiation. Yi Chen murmured as he struggled to rise, leaning against the wall. His strength was gradually returning, yet the sensation of weakness persisted. He required substantial nourishment to regain his vigor, or perhaps discovering a couple of red fruits could alleviate his current predicament. The blueprint indicated a passage to deeper levels, concealed within an unassuming corner behind the lounge. Meanwhile, within the tribal encampment, the altar's flame flickered throughout the night. Galong knelt before Chief Gotan, reporting in a low voice, "My chief, that alien, Yi Chen, has succumbed to a lethal poison, sinking into the toxic mire. He will surely not survive until dawn. There is no way to recover his body." The hunched figure of High Priest Saru abruptly stepped forth from the shadows, his bone staff striking the ground with a harsh, grating sound. "Foolish Galong, why did you not capture him alive to transform him into a puppet? Do you not comprehend the immense value he would hold for our tribe?" His murky gaze fixed intently on Galong. His emaciated fingers trembled with rage. "This is a gift bestowed upon us by the mountain deity." Chief Gotan's massive hand caressed the bone staff entwined with toxic vines, the scars on his face dancing in the firelight. He glanced at Saru, then back at Galong, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Enough. The toxic mire is indeed perilous." He paused, seemingly weighing his options. "Galong, you should descend first. The offerings are nearly prepared. The ritual must commence without error." Though Gotan harbored desires to transform Yi Chen into a puppet, should Saru's claims of him being an invincible warrior hold true, it would jeopardize his own standing. Death would be a welcome resolution. Saru emitted a begrudging hiss from his throat, wishing to protest, but the cold glare from Gotan compelled him to swallow his words. He shot Galong a look of resentment before retreating into the flickering shadows of the altar, the clear orb atop his staff reflecting Saru's distorted visage. Galong lowered his head. "Yes, my chief. The ritual shall proceed flawlessly." He understood that the chief was upholding his decision while simultaneously suppressing the high priest sire. Deep within the bunker, Yi Chen, guided by the blueprint, discovered a heavy metallic door almost seamlessly integrated into the dust-laden corner of the lounge. Goodness, is this door not something one would expect to find on a bank vault in a film? It must stand at least 5 meters tall. Curiosity piqued. Yi Chen tapped it lightly, the dull echoes resonating through the corridor. The door loomed even larger than the previous entrance, adorned with a rusty, colossal gear-shaped turntable at its center, accompanied by a slot for some sort of key. The door bore a mottled coat of white paint, upon which was depicted a striking emblem indicative of biological hazard, a skull and crossbones motif, beneath which lay the German inscription Biologisk SSC Stuff 2. The meaning of the second level of biological, the remainder was indecipherable. Yi Chen recognized part of the symbol's significance, a chill coursing through him. Very well, let me see what lies behind such a formidable barrier. He pushed against the door with all his strength, but it remained immovable. He then attempted to rotate the enormous gear mechanism. It emitted a harsh, grating sound, turning only a fraction before becoming utterly unyielding, clearly indicating that the internal locking mechanism was still operational. Damn it, it won't budge. It seems to be locked. Ye Chen frowned it. Stepping back 2 paces, he scanned the keyhole on the door and then looked down at himself. Aside from the newly acquired weaponry, he possessed only that life-saving ointment. Forgive me, Theodore. He took a deep breath, steadied his rifle in hand, aiming the muzzle at the lock. Let us see if this key proves effective. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 63. What on earth is this? Suddenly, a cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted within the confined corridor. Sparks flying as bullets struck the heavy lock area, igniting blinding flashes. The bullets ricocheted dangerously close to him. The immense recoil forced Yi Chen, whose body was already weakened, to stagger backward, his shoulder throbbing in pain. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke, the acrid scent permeating his senses. Yet, as the haze dissipated, the door remained resolutely shut, save for a number of deep dents and scratches, along with a slightly deformed lockhole. It appeared that the formidable power of a World War II rifle was insufficient to breach this specially designed protective door. Damn, it's truly resilient. Harder than mine. No wonder the little mustached man nearly conquered the world with the German army back in the day. Yi Chen spat, rubbing his numb shoulder. He set down his weapon and approached the door for a closer inspection. The lock hole was distorted, yet evidently intact. He attempted to turn the gear dial once more. Creak, creak. This time, the dial seemed to yield a bit. A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Chen, and gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into his arms, driven by curiosity and the will to survive, exerting every ounce of force he could muster. His arm muscles bulged, veins protruding. Come on. Open. Crack. Boom. Accompanied by a jarring sound of metal fracturing and a heavy, grinding noise, the massive gear dial finally yielded to his brute strength. The long-sealed, heavy metal door began to slide open, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. Dust and rust cascading down in its wake. Splendid. A far more potent and complex mlang of scents surged forth as the door creaked open. What does that smell? Yi Chen clamped his mouth shut, gagging. Had he not fasted all day, he would have surely retched. The sharp stench of formaldehyde mingled with the aroma of aged disinfectants dominated the air, interspersed with faint hints of decay and an inescapable metallic tang. Moreover, a barely perceptible, disquieting Swedish odor lingered, reminiscent of ripe red fruits, yet accompanied by an indescribable sense of rot. As he lowered his hand, the noxious fumes assaulted him, forcing him to retreat, his lungs ablaze, coughing violently. No, this is too overwhelming. His heightened sense of smell felt as though it were assaulting his brain. He promptly covered his mouth and nose with a cloth smeared in ointment, cautiously raising his firearm, the barrel aimed at the unfathomable darkness beyond the door. Lighting a torch, he cast its orange glow carefully into the crevice. Behind the door lay an expansive space, starkly contrasting with his preconceptions of a laboratory filled with bottles and jars. Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, his eyes alight with wonder, exclaiming, "My word, this is significantly larger than the first level." The first thing that struck him was the desolation of the vast emptiness and the omnipresent decay. A thick layer of dust enveloped everything, while cobwebs hung like white shrouds upon the rusted metal frameworks and the remnants of toppled equipment. Several explosion-proof lights embedded in the ceiling lay shattered, leaving only their dark, hollow bases. In the vicinity of the doorway, a few toppled metal frames could be discerned, remnants of what seemed to be a workstation or laboratory table. The floor was strewn with fragmented glass vessels, some of which still held a viscous substance that had long since dried and darkened. Rust-stained metal supports and pipes were affixed to the walls. Most strikingly, in the center of the room, against the wall, stood a colossal metal cabinet resembling a coffin, a biosafety cabinet. Its glass panel was riddled with cracks, and its inner surface was marred by dark brown stains. Beside the cabinet loomed a severely corroded, massive cylindrical apparatus, a high-pressure sterilizer, its hatch warped and distorted, seemingly having been subjected to a tremendous internal pressure that caused it to burst. Gasping, Yi Chen inhaled sharply. The scene was far more bizarre and ominous than he had anticipated. He discerned several signs. the remnants of a biologist's Gefahr warning in German emblazoned upon the wall. On a toppled metal rack, a few dust-covered gas masks and several decayed rubber gloves lay scattered, personal protective equipment. And in the corner, a metal barrel with rusted bottoms displayed a faded skull pattern, hazardous waste container. He cautiously stepped into the laboratory, the dust beneath his feet emitting soft, muffled sounds. The flame of the torch swept across the walls, revealing two embedded fixtures, an eye wash station, its nozzles long since rusted shut, and adjacent to it, a shower head connected to corroded pipes, an emergency shower apparatus. Everything indicated that this had once been a fully equipped, but now utterly abandoned level 2 biosafety laboratory. Damn, none of this is useful. Deep within the laboratory, a denser shadow loomed. Chen raised his torch and ventured further inside. The peculiar sweet and decaying aroma in the air seemed to intensify. This scent oddly familiar. Navigating around the central collapsed equipment, the torchlight finally illuminated the innermost wall of the laboratory. The sight before him caused Chen's blood to freeze almost instantaneously. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The wall was not cold metal, but rather embedded with an entire row of enormous, cylindrical, transparent culture chambers. These chambers were crafted from thick glass or some form of high-strength transparent material, exceeding 2 meters in diameter and reaching the ceiling. Regrettably, most of the culture chambers lay shattered, their interiors filled only with dried, dark residues and severed tubing, resembling the empty layers of colossal beasts. However, at the end of that row of broken remnants, near the corner, there stood one culture chamber, astonishingly intact. Its glass walls were coated with condensation, yet within, a murky liquid glimmered with an eerie pale green fluorescence. Countless thick pipes connect from the ceiling to the floor, some of which quiver slightly, as if liquid flows slowly within them. What on earth is this? Even more unsettling for Chen is the presence of a massive, indistinct shadow, reminiscent of a curled-up infant, lurking in the depths of the murky green fluorescent liquid. It pulsates with the gentle glow of the liquid, rising and falling ever so slowly. The deep, rhythmic hum of the machinery transforms, in this moment of silence within the laboratory, into a resonant echo of a heartbeat. Chen stands frozen, profoundly shaken, as this reality surpasses even his encounters with the most bizarre entities, like the indigenous creatures or the blood spirit fruit. Chapter 64. What on earth is this? Chen's breath nearly halted, the flickering glow of the torch trembling against the pulsating shadows. This entity resembled a colossal heart steeped in formaldehyde, akin to a deformed fetus curled within amniotic fluid. A low, resonant hum echoed throughout the desolate laboratory, leaving him to ponder the grotesque nature of this phenomenon. Chen could not suppress another murmur, his stomach churning violently, more so than when he first detected the odor. An unknown dread coiled around him like frigid tendrils, compelling him to flee this accursed place. Just as he instinctively stepped back, preparing to turn, a hand clasped around his wrist, cold, slick, imbued with an indescribable stickiness. What the hell? Who? Chen's scalp prickled with alarm as adrenaline surged through him. Like a startled leopard, he whipped around, his rifle clicking into readiness, its muzzle sweeping frantically through the darkness. Yet there was no one in sight. Damn it. I absolutely loathe such inexplicable occurrences. At that moment, only the flickering shadows of the torch danced upon the dust-laden, cobwebbed walls, reflecting the shattered incubation pods and the remnants of frigid equipment. The air was thick with the sound of his own heartbeat and the incessant, disquieting hum. Was it a hallucination? Or perhaps? Chen's spine was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That sensation had felt too real, cold, clammy, with an inhuman quality. He quickly glanced at his wrist. It was pristine, devoid of any moisture or marks, yet the lingering chill of that touch remained. This place was profoundly sinister. An overwhelming sense of peril eclipsed all curiosity. Chen hesitated no longer, nearly tumbling his way out of the bizarre biological laboratory, forcefully pushing the heavy metal door back into place. The massive gears emitted a grating screech, barely securing it shut. Although it could never be completely sealed, It at least offered him a semblance of psychological comfort. After regaining his composure, he picked up the geographical map, murmuring, "Let me see where the entrance to the third level is. Damn it, where on earth is the entrance to the third level?" Panting heavily, he leaned against the cold metal door, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. The immense toll of battle and poisoning now starkly evident as fear began to dissipate. He felt as though he could devour an entire cow without a second thought. He forced himself to remain calm and spread the yellow German blueprint once more. On the map, adjacent to the second-level biological laboratory, a small, inconspicuous arrow pointed towards a narrower passageway, labeled Lager, Warehouse. Was this the third level? No matter, let's investigate. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, his instinctual hunger swiftly overshadowing his fear. He promptly followed the direction indicated by the map, groping his way through the dim corridor. Soon, an unlocked, ordinary metal door appeared before him. This surely couldn't be the entrance to the third level. This door paled in comparison to the second level. Yi Chen cautiously pried open the door with the butt of his gun, and a complex aroma, mingling the musty scent of aged fabric and leather with the foulness of decaying food, assailed his senses. Although it was far from pleasant, it was a breath of fresh air compared to the nauseating stench of the biological laboratory. Let me see what treasures lie within. He held the torch aloft as he stepped inside. This chamber was significantly smaller than the biological lab, yet it overflowed with an assortment of items. On one side stood rusted metal shelves, neatly lined with rows of dark green metal boxes, each emblazoned with German labels and dates, unmistakably military rations. Opposite them were several enormous canvas bags and rows of metal hangers adorned with military uniforms. Though coated in dust, they remained relatively well-preserved. Yi Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. He lunged toward the nearest ration box, prying open the rusted latch with his dagger. As the lid lifted, he discovered neatly arranged squares wrapped in wax paper, compressed biscuits. Though the wax paper had yellowed and become brittle, the biscuits appeared surprisingly edible. He pried open another box, revealing sealed cans of meat. The tin containers were rusted, yet the sealing rings seemed intact. Fortune had not abandoned him, although he was uncertain whether the meat was still consumable. The compressed biscuits appeared relatively normal, albeit slightly oily. At that moment, Yi Chen was nearly moved to tears of joy. Never mind. Let me first express gratitude for nature's bounty. He grabbed a piece of compressed biscuit, disregarding the dust, and forcefully broke off a chunk to shove into his mouth. The biscuit was as hard as stone, dissolving into a rich, greasy, and salty flavor. Its texture akin to chewing wax, yet to his ravenous appetite, it was a divine delicacy. He devoured voraciously, prying open another can of meat. Inside, the chunks of meat were encased in a thick layer of white grease, dark in color and exuding a robust, salty aroma reminiscent of luncheon meat. He scooped out a generous portion with his fingers and stuffed it into his mouth, the savory richness and satisfying meatiness filling his mouth, nearly prompting him to moan in pleasure. After all, the medication could not kill him. His current physical condition was comparable to that of a superhuman. In one sitting, he consumed 3 pieces of compressed biscuits and 2 cans of meat, and he drank from a metal container shaped like a water jug, savoring some water tinged with a metallic taste, likely condensation or leftover emergency water. The feeling of fullness brought an unprecedented sense of stability and strength, warming his body with a replenished energy, alleviating the lingering itch beneath his skin and the burning sensation in his lungs. With a contented belch, Yi Chen leaned against a pile of canvas bags, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. Only then did he take the time to survey his surroundings. Though the dark green military uniforms were somewhat outdated in style, the fabric was sturdy, far superior to the tattered native animal hides and blood-stained rags he currently wore. He selected a relatively fitting set to change into and found a pair of heavy military boots. Although they were slightly oversized, a few strips of cloth would suffice. The refreshing sensation of being renewed rekindled a flicker of familiarity with civilized society. Ah, this German military uniform is quite impressive. It is evident that I possess the qualities of a leader. Just as he was about to seek the entrance to the third level, His gaze drifted towards the far corner of the storage room. There, isolated, stood a black metal box, slightly smaller than a ration crate, devoid of any markings. However, the lid was sealed tightly with a dark red substance resembling wax, adorned with a faint and enigmatic eagle insignia, adding to its mystique. Curiosity was instantaneously piqued. Having encountered the crimson fruit and that bizarre cultivation pod, Chen had become particularly attuned to anything unusual. So meticulously hidden, what treasures lie within? He approached, cautiously scraping away the layer of dark red wax with his dagger. The wax was remarkably hard, exuding a faint, indescribable scent reminiscent of coagulated blood. Once the wax was removed, a plain metal clasp was revealed. With a gentle twist, he heard a click as the lid sprang open. Chapter 65. Two distinct sensations within the box. There lay neither gleaming treasures nor intricate instruments. The interior was lined with soft black velvet, upon which rested 3 fruits in tranquil repose. They were not blood-lind fruits. These 3 fruits were merely the size of eggs, their skins a deep, nearly obsidian hue, smooth as silk, glistening with a metallic luster under the torchlight. They appeared not as organic entities, but rather as if they had been meticulously sculpted from some precious gem. The surface bore no textures, nor any traces of leaves or stems, exuding a natural perfection. The aura they emitted was peculiarly captivating. Lacking the violent vitality and sweet musk of blood-lind fruits, it instead radiated a profoundly restrained, icy vibration, as though imbued with a certain, silent power. Could it be that these are some sort of experimental concoction by the Germans? They seem even more formidable than blood-lind fruits. As Chen approached, he felt a mysterious clarity wash over his mind, soothing the restlessness that had been stirred by the laboratory and the cultivation pods. Pure fruit? I wonder if consuming them will transform me. Chen cautiously picked one up. The fruit was cool and weighty in his hand, its texture reminiscent of polished jade. This island is filled with the most bizarre fruits. This sensation is entirely distinct from the red fruits. Although his hunger had been quelled by compressed biscuits, a subtle yearning emanated from deep within his body, particularly in the areas previously enhanced by the red fruits and subsequently weakened by sulfur water, as if craving some form of energy. Time was of the essence. Chen needed to swiftly restore his plan to rescue the others. He gazed at the chilling purple fruit in his hand, and almost instinctively, he used his dagger to make a small incision in the skin. No juice flowed forth. Instead, the cut revealed a crystal-clear flesh akin to amethyst, exuding an even more intense coolness and an exceptionally pure fragrance. Inhaling it brought a sudden clarity to his mind. Shall I give it a try? Since I'm here. A wild thought surged forth. If blood-lind fruits had transformed him into a Captain America-level contender, what might this purple fruit bestow upon him? Perhaps it could elevate him to a Hulk-level prowess. What he needed most at this moment was time. The tribe's ritual could commence at any moment, and Ting Han and the others were in imminent peril. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity to enhance his strength. Resolute, Chen brought the purple fruit to his lips and bit down on a small piece of its flesh. It melted in his mouth, devoid of flavor. Yet a chilling gust surged down his throat, racing toward his brain. Boom! It felt as if he had swallowed shards of ice. Chen was engulfed by an indescribable torrent of coolness that swept through his entire being, colliding violently with the fervent power of the blood-lind fruits within him. There was no searing pain, only an overwhelming chill and a tumultuous tearing sensation. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his consciousness had been abruptly severed. The scene before him spun wildly, fragments of chaotic and meaningless images flooding his mind like an avalanche, twisted lights, indistinct shadows, jarring noises, and the cold touch of metal. The sheer volume of information threatened to overwhelm him. What is happening? More terrifyingly, he sensed himself being fragmented into countless pieces, simultaneously perceiving every corner of the storage room, and even the dust swirling in the corridor outside. His sense of time became disordered. He saw himself standing one moment and collapsing to the ground in convulsions the next, while the present self appeared suspended between these two states. Chaos. Utter chaos. This was a tsunami of information, a loss of sensory control. To illustrate, it was akin to the instantaneous influx of immense data overwhelming the mind of a profound being. His body froze in place, as if encased in ice, with only his eyes darting wildly, pupils dilating and constricting, reflecting countless shattered lights and shadows. Concentrate. An aged and familiar voice resonated deep within his consciousness, akin to a bell tolling through time. Chen, you must hold on. They're still waiting for you. The apparition of his grandfather materialized amidst the chaotic fragments, his gaze sharp as a blade, his heart as clear as ice. Unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. All illusions are mere delusions. Guard your spirit. Grandfather, what are you saying? Yet, his grandfather's presence served as an anchor amidst the tumult. In the endless torrent of information, Chen suddenly grasped a thread of clarity. He ceased attempting to comprehend the frenzied influx of images and sounds, instead forcing himself to concentrate all his thoughts, becoming the center of a whirlpool, desperately constraining his runaway senses. Guard your essence. He roared within, adhering to his grandfather's teachings, no longer resisting the clash of forces, but harmonizing with them. Much like the principles of Tai Chi, allowing them to coexist in mutual creation and restraint. Chen sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as if in meditative cultivation. As he regulated his breath, he lost track of time. It could have been several hours or even a day or two. Yet, he felt as though only a few minutes had passed. The icy torrent gradually subsided, and the chaotic fragments began to recede. Slowly, Chen opened his eyes. His pupils transformed, no longer the unfathomable black, but now imbued with a profound purple starlit depth. There was a sense of clarity that transcended all things. It felt as though the world had changed. Although the previous bloodland fruit had enhanced his vision and perception, primarily augmenting his strength, this experience was entirely different. With focused attention, Chen could distinctly see through the floor to a beetle crawling across the metal grating several meters away. Goodness! Is this X-ray vision? After his astonishment, Chen burst into joyful laughter. He could still perceive a faint powder of spores emanating from a patch of mold in the corner of the storeroom, drifting through the air. He was able to magnify and minimize this vision, observing the trajectory of dust particles falling through the atmosphere. Even as he concentrated on the heavy metal door leading to the biological laboratory, fleeting images of fragmented, swiftly moving silhouettes flickered in his mind. Tall, robust figures radiating anger and murderous intent. Could this be Golan and his companions? Hadn't they departed? Was this a glimpse into the past? What on earth? Before Chen could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his eyeballs. In an instant, he was writhing in agony, clutching his eyes and crying out, what is happening? My eyes. It hurts terribly. Chapter 66. Uncertainty in tone. It has vanished. My vision. Chen curled up on the cold floor, racked with excruciating pain. At this moment, he pressed his hands tightly against his eyes, warm blood seeping through his fingers. The agony felt like a searing needle stirring deep within his eyeball, the blood flowing more profusely alongside the torment. He felt as though his eyes might explode. Grandfather! Grandfather, save me! He moaned unconsciously, fragments of chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind, revealing his grandfather's stern yet kind visage. Just as the pain threatened to engulf his consciousness, he suddenly recalled the breathing technique he had practiced moments before. Murmuring to himself, if the heart is as clear as ice, one shall not fear the sky's collapse. All illusions are mere delusions. Guard your spirit. He forced himself to cease resisting the piercing pain, akin to seeking an anchor amidst tumultuous waves. No longer attempting to see, he sank inward into a realm of darkness. Inhale, exhale. He slowed his breathing, the intense pain causing cold sweat to cascade down his body, which began to tremble slightly. This pain was unimaginable. Yet, at this moment, Chen felt akin to a tranquil monk in meditation. Gradually, a wondrous sensation replaced the pure darkness. Then, A remarkable event unfolded before Yi-Chun. Astonishingly, even with his bloodied eyes tightly shut, the outline of the storage room vividly materialized in his mind. What is this? I can see even with my eyes closed. It was not vision. There were no colors, no shadows, but rather a pure sense of spatial perception, like a bat's echolocation or a blind person's tactile exploration of the world. The flow of air, the chill of the walls, the texture of the metallic grid beneath his feet, the contours of scattered tin cans, even the faint trajectory of mold spores drifting in the corners. All information transformed into invisible waves, accurately captured, deconstructed, and reassembled by his brain, constructing a meticulously detailed, three-dimensional, and frigid model deep within his consciousness. Is this the power of the purple fruit? It seems that my earlier misapplication, due to my lack of mastery, resulted in my eyes collapsing. If I were to fully harness this in the future, I dare not imagine. Yi-Chun felt a profound shock within. This was unlike the brute strength and speed granted by the red fruit. It was a higher dimensional understanding of the world. He attempted to focus on the heavy metal door leading to the biological laboratory. This purple fruit appeared to surpass the blood. For just a small morsel awakened, within him, an almost superhuman vision. Buzz. Yi-Chun sat in stillness for a while longer, and the pain began to gradually subside. At this moment, he recalled the scene he had just witnessed, saying, the image from before. In his mind, a few blurry, swiftly moving outlines flickered, still tall, robust, radiating boundless cruelty and menace. It was indeed Galong, Tokay, and the others. Yet, this vision flickered and vanished, like ripples rapidly dissipating upon the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced deep within his eyeball once more. Hiss! Ouch, it hurts! Yi-Chun inhaled sharply, immediately ceasing his attempts. No, it is futile. The ability to perceive the past is excessively taxing, further straining the eyes. For now, he must rely solely on this rudimentary spatial awareness. He realized that the power bestowed by the purple fruit is akin to a double-edged sword, immensely potent yet demanding a price. And he has barely begun to master it. He can only wait until he gradually acclimates before wielding this extraordinary ability. Unlike the perception granted by the blood, which is akin to a radar detecting the presence of objects, his eyes can provide precise vision, even anticipating his next actions. It can be said that these two fruits serve as perfect complements. The blood enhances physical strength, while the enigmatic purple fruit bestows agility and ethereality. Gorin and the others. Was that vision a glimpse of the past, or had they returned? Alarm bells rang in Yi-Chun's mind. Regardless, lingering here was inadvisable. He must swiftly depart the bunker, regain his strength, and then rescue those in need. Qing Han and the others cannot afford to wait. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days had already elapsed, leaving only 1 day before the final sacrifice. He groped around, picking up a relatively clean piece of canvas, likely a remnant of military gear, and tore into strips, carefully binding his bleeding, aching eyes. Darkness enveloped him entirely, yet the spatial model in his mind grew increasingly clear and stable. He resolved to venture outside. For the time being, his eyes were unusable, and his shooting accuracy would be significantly diminished. Exploration could wait for another day. He fumbled to grasp the serrated combat dagger, tucking it into his waistband, and secured the weighty vintage German rifle on his back, murmuring, though I cannot use it for now, it brings me comfort. Finally, he tightly clutched the life-saving white ointment and the remaining 2 purple fruits, concealing them close to his person. The 3rd level, for now, he would not pursue it. Yi-Chun decisively resolved this. The blueprint leading to the entrance of the 3rd level was too complex for him to decipher at the moment, as most annotations were in German, a language he barely understood. At that moment, he deeply regretted not dedicating more time to his studies during university. He had been preoccupied with leisure, even struggling with English and relying heavily on his teachers for exam assistance. Yet his current state was dire, time was pressing, and the unknown risks were substantial. Following his spatial awareness, he deftly navigated around obstacles on the ground, stumbling yet resolute as he moved towards the passageway, the direction leading to the entrance of the 1st level's tree hollow. What he did not realize was that since he ingested the purple fruit and succumbed to that peculiar state of perceptual chaos, time had quietly slipped away for an entire 2 days and nights. Outside the bunker, beneath the aerial roots of the banyan tree, Gorin, Tokay, Luka, Baka, and Zangi gathered again, their expressions grim. 2 days prior, they had returned in defeat, mocked by the high priest, although Chief Gotan had suppressed Sara's discontent. The dissatisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. Subsequently, it was Tokay who sought Gorin to ascertain Yi Chen's fate, for their tribe held a profound belief in prophecy. If it had foretold that Yi Chen posed a risk, he must surely be eliminated. Gorin, do you truly believe that Foreigner is dead? I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Tokay struck the resilient tree roots with his stone axe, sparks flying in the air, and spoke to Golan with an anxious tone. He must surely be dead. The toxic swamp, combined with the potent poison, leaves no room for survival. But what if he is not dead and has merely hidden away? Zangi interjected from the side. No, I have a strong feeling he has perished down there. Golan responded in a deep, resonant voice, though his tone wavered with uncertainty. Chapter 67, A piece of cake. He gazed down at the gash in his palm, a remnant of the steel door he had struck 2 days prior. It had begun to scab over, yet a dull ache persisted. Despite attempting to reach out with his senses to detect the presence of Yi Chen's body or any signs of life below, the impenetrable steel of the bunker thwarted his efforts. Let the beast descend. Just drag that alien-esque corpse up. Why waste time hacking at this unyielding iron? Suggested Baka, his bony claws restlessly scraping against each other. If he is still alive and hiding in there, I truly wish to test my mettle against him. No, I should be the one to confront him. Luka immediately countered, gesturing toward the dark entrance of the tree hollow. With your feeble strength, you would likely be slain. The natives relished the opportunity to engage with the strong, and they had witnessed Yi Chen's formidable prowess, his speed, strength, and endurance. What do you mean? I am weak. How absurd, Baka retorted, his face a mask of indignation. Yet, recalling Yi Chen's terrifying speed and strength, a tremor of fear coursed through him. Indeed, he was the weakest among the five, but he could not afford to lose face. Zangi, with a shrewd, piercing gaze fixed on the tree hollow, glanced at the two bickering and shook his head. Enough. Let's focus on the task at hand. We ventured out without permission. If the chief finds out, we will face dire consequences. In tribes such as theirs, the elite seldom left the encampment unless ordered to do so by the chief. Fine. I'm too weary to argue with this giant, Baka growled irritably. Gorin, after a moment of silence, surveyed the impenetrable steel door and then the thick vines entwined around the massive banyan tree. An idea struck him. Let's bind a rope to the beasts and lower them down. Both Luka and Baka protested almost in unison. What if that alien isn't dead? It would be tantamount to delivering ourselves to him. They understood well that the cost of training such beasts was immense, and capturing these mutated creatures was no small feat, let alone taming them. Gorin's bronze-hued skin twitched. He was fully aware of these facts. Yet, he needed to ascertain Yi Chen's fate. Beasts, descend first, Gorin ultimately declared. The rope, bind the beasts, drag, the corpse. This was a compromise, sacrificing a few beasts to forge a path. He promptly commanded his warriors to sever the resilient vines and weave them into a long, sturdy rope. One end was securely fastened to the massive trunk of the banyan tree, while the other was prepared to be tied around the beast's neck. 5 dark green beasts were led to the cave's mouth. They seemed to sense the foreboding aura emanating from within, growling uneasily and resisting the advance. Go down. Gorin, in his impatience, kicked one of the beasts in the rear. The creature emitted a mournful cry as the warriors forcibly restrained it with a vine rope and shoved it into the tree hollow. Inside the bunker's first-level corridor, Yi Chen leaned against the cold metal wall, his eyes covered, navigating the profound darkness with the aid of his extraordinary spatial awareness. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as he meticulously mapped out every turn and protrusion of the passage in his mind. The rifle slung across his back proved somewhat cumbersome, yet he was reluctant to part with it. It was quite an adjustment. After decades of reliance on his eyes, They had suddenly transformed into something akin to radar. His body still bore the chilling sensation of icy embers, and a lingering weakness resided deep within him, though the fullness in his stomach and the effects of the ointment had restored some vigor. However, the energy expended on the purple fruit had indeed taken its toll on his physique. Beneath the blindfold, a dull ache persisted in his eyes, a constant reminder of the price of his abilities. Suddenly, he halted. In his spatial awareness, he sensed 5 silhouettes, swift and carrying the scent of wild beasts, silently approaching from around the corner of the passageway. They moved with agility, their limbs poised, with a singular target, his very location. This sensation was unmistakably the hunt. A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine. Indeed, Galong and his cohorts were relentless. They had unleashed the hunters, the 5 beasts. Clearly detecting the residual scent of blood and sulfur on Yi Chen, emitted low, threatening growls, their speed accelerating. Like 5 streaks of dark green lightning, they burst forth from the corner, their fangs glinting ominously in the darkness, aimed directly at Yi Chen's throat and limbs. Had this been 2 days prior, poisoned and weakened, Yi Chen would have stood little chance against even a larger dog, let alone these formidable predators. Yet at this moment, Yi Chen remained rooted in place, utterly still. Beneath the blindfold, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Perfect, just perfect. This was an opportunity to train in combat without relying on sight. Within his spatial perception, the movements of the 5 hunters were no longer mere blurred shadows, but had been dissected into countless clear and coherent trajectories. Their angles of attack, the exertion of muscle, even the paths of their biting fangs played out in his mind like a slow-motion rehearsal. He could even hear the faint scratching of their claws against the metal floor and smell the noxious breath emanating from their mouths. Just as the first hunter's fangs were about to graze his neck, Yi Chen sprang into action. There was no panic, no evasion. His body moved with the precision of the most sophisticated instrument, shifting slightly with the most economical of motions. The beast's blood-stained teeth brushed against his collar as it flew past. Simultaneously, his right hand, hanging at his side, shot out with a ghostly swiftness. Not to block, but with pinpoint accuracy, he seized the relatively vulnerable side of the beast's neck, exposed by the force of its own inertia. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Yi Chen's fingers clamped down like iron pincers, instantly crushing the hunter's cervical vertebrae. The massive body crumpled to the ground like a deflated sack, unable to emit even a cry of agony. The second and third hunters were already upon him. One on each side, they sealed off his escape. Yi Chen pivoted on his left foot, his body spinning like a top in an astonishing maneuver. In the midst of his rotation, his left hand gripped the combat dagger, tracing a dark arc through the air. Thud! Thud! The muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The dagger sliced through the throats of the 2 hunters with unparalleled precision. Scalding beast blood splattered forth, drenching him completely. The minions posed no threat to him now, their attacks as ineffective as chopping vegetables. Not long ago, he had struggled to cope, but as time passed and battles accumulated, his body adapted increasingly to the newfound power. Suddenly, the 4th beast lunged from below, targeting his calf. Yet, Yi Chen did not even glance down. His right foot, as if equipped with a spring, shot upwards in a flawlessly executed side kick. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The kick struck the beast's soft chest and abdomen with the force of a battering ram. The creature emitted a piercing wail, its body soaring backward, crashing against the metallic wall, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible as it crumpled to the ground, convulsing. The 5th beast, the largest and most cunning of the lot, seized the opportunity amidst its companion's assault to stealthily circle behind Yi Chen, its gaping maw, reeking of blood, aimed viciously at his nape. Yet, it seemed as if Yi Chen possessed eyes on the back of his head. In the instant of the beast's fangs descending, he suddenly crouched low. The beast's massive jaws snapped shut on empty air. Simultaneously, Yi Chen, akin to a striking serpent, thrust backward with a swift, precise motion. The serrated combat dagger plunged brutally through the beast's open jaw, piercing its oral cavity and driving straight into its brain. The creature's roar was forcibly stifled in its throat, reduced to violent spasms before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 5 ferocious beasts lay vanquished. Yi-Chun stood firm, breathing slightly heavier. The blindfold, soaked in beast blood, clung tightly to his cheek. He was covered in the warm blood of his foes, exuding a powerful metallic scent. Yet, his grip on the dagger remained as steady as a rock. The entire combat unfolded with fluidity, precision, efficiency, and cold ruthlessness. There was not a single superfluous motion. Each evasion, every counterattack seemed meticulously calculated, executed with lethal precision in the nick of time. The spatial awareness bestowed by the purple fruit and his brain's absolute control over his body manifested brilliantly in this moment. Phew, a mere trifle. He flicked the droplets of blood from his dagger, his spatial awareness sweeping over the corpses and the path ahead. The vine rope hanging from the entrance of the tree hollow swayed gently in his perception, resembling a cold serpent. The rope. Golan and his companions were indeed up there. Yi-Chun's gaze turned icy. Were they coming down to collect the bodies, or were they seeking their own demise? He lingered no longer, following his spatial awareness, silently and swiftly making his way toward the entrance of the tree hollow. The darkness ceased to be an obstacle. Instead, it became his greatest cover. Damn, they truly left no path for survival. Chapter 68. Truly disgusting the cold. Viscous blood of beasts trickled down the blindfolded cloth covering Yi-Chen's eyes, congealing on his face and emanating a pungent stench. It was utterly revolting. He leaned against the frigid metallic wall of the passage, gasping for breath. The spatial awareness vividly outlined the scene ahead. 5 carcasses of hunting beasts lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Severed vines dangled from the entrance of the tree hollow like dead serpents, swaying slightly. Golan, did you hear the commotion from below? Clearly, it was the wails of the hunting beasts. Which alien is still alive? How will you explain this to the chief and the high priest? The furious roar of Golan and Tok's incredulous shriek pierced the iron barrier of the tree hollow, faintly reaching Yi-Chen's ears. Following this was a heated argument, with Baka and Luca's voices filled with doubt and anger towards Golan's decisions. Golan, you have doomed the hunting beasts. If we had sent our hunting beast down that day, he would undoubtedly have perished. But now, Baka's voice was laced with suppressed fury. At this moment, no one cared about his lineage to the chief. Unless it was the chief's son who arrived, no one could escape the chief's wrath. He said he would die soon, not survive until sunrise, but now? Luca's voice was sharp. Silence. All of you. Golan's roar thundered like a storm, drowning out all other sounds. A chilling, murderous intent emanated from him, instilling fear. He will come to save them. It's just one more day. I must convince my companions and myself, urging him to come out. Golan abruptly turned towards the entrance of the tree hollow, his voice resonating like a loudspeaker echoing through the deep passage. Your name is Yi-Chun, is it not? I know you can hear me down there. He adopted a harsh, mocking tone in Mandarin, evidently learned from Baru. Hiding in your steel turtle shell? You are a coward. Your woman, your companions, will be sent to the mountain god as gifts tomorrow, yet you cower here. Deep within the passage, Yi-Chen's heart was gripped fiercely by the icy, piercing words. The once clear spatial awareness blurred around the swaying vine. The raucous argument outside faded, leaving only Golan's chilling proclamation. What? Tomorrow? Wasn't there still 3 days left? Has it been moved up? Or are they? Yi-Chen's mind raced, clearly doubting Golan's words, suspecting it was an attempt to provoke or deceive him. He shouted towards the entrance. Enough. Do not deceive me. I know there's still 3 days left. If you're capable, then guard me here for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Golan and the others erupted into laughter, saying, Aha, Yi-Chun, you are formidable, deserving of our respect, but are you perhaps delirious? Listening to your tone, it is evident that you are not being misled. This is the truth. 2 days. Has it truly been 2 days? A tremendous sense of temporal dislocation clouded his vision, and the eyelids beneath the blindfold twitched uncontrollably. Li Qinghan's pallid visage, Zhao Xuaner's horrified gaze, Chen Lily's hollow sobs. alongside the flames soaring from the altar and the corpses immersed in the mire. All images detonated within his mind. A tempestuous impulse instantaneously shattered the dam of rationality. What to do? They must be saved, and it must be done immediately. Yi-chan emitted a low growl from his throat, akin to a cornered beast, his body taut like a drawn bowstring, poised to dash recklessly towards the entrance of the tree hollow. Just as his foot was about to step forward, his grandfather's resolute words thundered in the depths of his consciousness. Responsibility, not a death sentence. Survive. Only then can they return home. His feet were forcefully anchored in place. His nails dug deep into the cold metal wall, leaving several white marks. His chest heaved violently, each breath imbued with the acrid scent of blood and sulfur, searing his lungs. The provocation was a trap. Outside lurked 5 fierce warriors from the tribe, waiting like wolves. His own vision was impaired, and his strength had yet to fully recover. To rush out would be a death wish. If he died, all hope would be extinguished. Remain calm. Yi-chan. Remain calm. He compelled himself to take deep breaths, his tightly shut eyes seemingly on the verge of bleeding from strain. Fighting was not an option. He needed a more formidable weapon. Yes, the third level. His spatial awareness swiftly scanned towards the depths of the corridor. The direction of the second-level biological laboratory had become a forbidden zone. Yi-chan meticulously examined the blueprints. The entrance to the third level was located at an inconspicuous corner at the end of the second-level corridor. There lay his only hope. At that moment, Yi-chan no longer hesitated, pivoting to retrace his steps along the corridor, relying on the precise navigation of his spatial awareness, hastening back to the second level. As he passed the heavy, tightly shut metal door of the biological laboratory, he instinctively sidestepped a few paces. The palpable chill emanating from the immense shadow behind that door sent shivers through him, even through the thick steel. It was still nauseating, truly gave one goosebumps. Soon, he discovered the narrow metal spiral staircase marked on the blueprint, leading to the third level. At the staircase's terminus stood another heavy, rust-covered steel door. Its design resembled that of the second-level laboratory door, yet instead of a massive rotating gear, it was equipped with a simple, rusted bolt mechanism. Open for me, Yi-chan growled, his hands gripping the cold bolt. The unparalleled control over his physical strength bestowed by the purple fruit erupted with force. Kri! Bang! The jarring metallic groans echoed. The rusted bolt was forcibly twisted apart by his raw might. The door slid open a crack. A more intense aroma of rust, machine oil, and a faint hint of gunpowder surged forth. Yi-chan swiftly entered, his spatial awareness enveloping the entire space in an instant. This chamber was slightly smaller than the second-level laboratory, yet densely packed as a warehouse. Rows of rust-streaked metal shelves stood in neat array, laden with long objects covered in waterproof oilcloth, along with numerous dark green wooden ammunition boxes. Splendid. I indeed did not misjudge. How could there be no weapons? His gaze swept across the shelves, and his heartbeat quickened abruptly. Beneath the elongated oilcloth lay the silhouette of a rifle. My goodness, they are bundled. Even after discarding the unusable ones, the remainder would suffice to equip all of us. Below the shelves were stacked ammunition boxes adorned with German markings. In the corner, several crates lay open, revealing long-handled grenades, M24 type. Good heavens, grenades! Deeper within, partially concealed by canvas, were long-barreled weapons with mounts, components reminiscent of mortars or anti-tank guns. Yet, what captivated Yi-chan's attention most was a solitary metallic operations table positioned at the center of the warehouse, upon which rested a heavy firearm, glimmering with the cold, eerie light. Chapter 69 Tat. The distinctive feed mechanism and iconic bipod of the MG-42 general-purpose machine gun. Yi-chan leaped forward with fervor. His fingers glided over the cold, weighty body of the firearm, an indescribable sense of security washing over him. He swiftly inspected the weapon. The bolt functioned smoothly, and although the barrel was coated in superficial rust, the rifling appeared intact. Goodness, this is... Nearby lay several metallic-linked bullet chains, their golden orange 7. 92mm Mauser cartridges glimmering enticingly in the air. Ah, just what I need. Without hesitation, Chen seized a hefty belt, approximately 50 rounds, deftly pulled back the bolt, and inserted the front end of the belt into the feed tray, snapping the cover shut with a decisive click. He hoisted the heavy machine gun with one hand while slinging 2 ammunition boxes filled with belts over his shoulder, stuffing a few wooden-handled grenades into his pocket. In that moment, he was a veritable moving armory. Outside the tree hollow, Galong and his 4 companions stood poised, weapons firmly grasped, their gaze fixed on the eerily silent entrance. Seconds ticked by, and aside from the brief cries and struggles of the beast moments before its demise, there was no further sound from within. Why the silence? Tokay, agitated, struck the ground with his stone axe. Is he afraid? Luca furrowed his brow. No. Galong's murky eyes remained fixed on the entrance, a primal instinct stirring unease within him. A sound. Movement. He heard it, though faint. The heavy footfalls and metallic scraping echoed from deep inside, not retreating, but advancing deeper. He intends to flee. Baka, realizing this, roared and prepared to charge inside. No. Galong held him back, his expression dark and foreboding. It's a trap. Wait. He was convinced Chen would emerge to rescue them. Waiting was the most prudent strategy. Yet, the anxiety in his heart intensified. At that moment, a sudden rush of heavy footsteps reverberated from the depths of the passage. Approaching swiftly, the target was clear, the machine gun's muzzle near the tree hollow's entrance. Here it comes. A fierce light ignited in Galong's eyes as he raised his massive bone club defensively. Tokay crossed his axes, Baka's claws extended, Luca readied his blowpipe. The 5 of them stood like 5 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, their collective intensity reaching a fever pitch. They would confront this foreign threat to their tribe with unwavering resolve. The sound of running halted abruptly a mere 10 meters from the entrance. Silence reigned. Only the rustle of wind through the leaves and the heavy breathing of the 5 men filled the air. Surely, he doesn't think I'll charge out? I'm not that foolish. The German-made bunker, riddled with gun ports, would serve me well. Chen positioned the machine gun on the control panel. In the next instant, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the tree hollow, shattering the silence. It was not the familiar sound of arrows being loosed or spears slicing through the air, but rather the cacophony of countless metallic storms tearing through the atmosphere with an ear-piercing shriek. The speed was unimaginable, the density suffocating before the relentless gunfire. The indigenous elites transformed into mere novices in an instant. The cave entrance was instantly enveloped in a searing line of fire. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Zhangji, standing at the forefront slightly to the left, was bewildered, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a blurry flash of flames before excruciating. Indescribable pain and a tearing sensation surged through his legs. His robust physique was struck by an invisible hammer, his legs bursting into clouds of crimson mist, as he shrieked in agony and was hurled backward. On my legs! Scalding shells rained down like a torrential downpour from the cave entrance, clattering against the rocks and the feet of Galong and the others. The acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the metallic scent of blood, spreading rapidly. Although Galong, Tokay, Baka, and Luca reacted swiftly, instinctively rolling to the ground at the sound of gunfire, they were still splattered with debris and the blood of their comrades. The stinging pain almost unbearable. They pressed themselves to the ground, listening to the terrifying roar above them, reminiscent of death itself. Feeling the searing airflow of bullets grazing their scalps and the palpable presence of mortality, their eyes wide with unprecedented horror and confusion. What manner of weapon is this? It is 100 times faster than the swiftest arrow, 1,000 times more dense than the mightiest spear. Zhangji's once invulnerable form now appeared as fragile as paper before this metallic tempest. Prophecy. Luca's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quaver. He had never before encountered such an overwhelming threat of death. What were we waiting for? Take cover behind the rocks. Galong's roar was laced with lingering fear. His massive frame was the first to roll behind a nearby boulder, his heart pounding like a drum. The strength and combat skills he prided himself on seemed utterly absurd in the face of this unknown machine gun. Inside the hollow, Chen struggled to control the violent recoil of the MG42, his shoulder numbed by the force. Such tremendous recoil, and the accuracy was so poor that he could barely land 2 or 3 shots. No wonder it was said that during World War II, hundreds of thousands of rounds were needed to eliminate a single enemy. This was his first encounter with a machine gun, and his stance was all wrong. If it weren't for Chen's extraordinary physical density and strength, his shoulder would have surely been shattered by now. Furthermore, it was a spray of fire rather than precise shooting. To improve accuracy, one must fire in bursts, especially since he currently could not utilize his vision. 50 rounds were expended in mere seconds. The barrel was scorching, emitting wisps of smoke. In his spatial awareness, the scene outside the cave was chaotic. Zhangji lay in a pool of blood, his legs severed, wailing in despair, while the other 4 crouched in disarray behind cover, their fear palpable. Indigenous war gods? Taste the iron fist of industrial civilization. Chen scoffed inwardly as he swiftly changed the ammunition belt. He did not rush out immediately. Instead, facing the rocky cover outside the cave, he shouted in a mix of German and his newly acquired, clumsy native tongue, emulating the cold tone of the German soldiers in films. Achtung! Attention! Surrender! Or death! Having shouted, he pulled the trigger once more. Tot-tot-tot-tot! Tot-tot-tot-tot! This time, it was a precise burst fire. He recalled having previously watched a short video of scientific explanation. The bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, striking fiercely at the edge of the massive rock where Galong was hiding, sending shards of stone cascading down like a waterfall. The assault rendered Galong incapable of lifting his head. Chen, coward, come out. Let's confront each other. Tokay roared in fury, infuriated by the provocation and the terrifying pressure, hiding behind another boulder. Such sorcery! What kind of warrior is that? Baka bellowed in anger. Chen smiled. He was no warrior. Galong's face turned a deep shade of gray, his teeth grinding in frustration. He had never endured such humiliation, suppressed by a foreigner wielding such despicable weaponry. He found himself unable to show his face. Yet he knew all too well that rushing out would lead to certain death. The power of that weapon could shred them to pieces in an instant. Zhangji was not weak. Among the 5, he boasted a commendable physical prowess, making it difficult for an average individual to inflict serious injury on him. However, facing the weapon in Chen's hands, he had no chance to react and was left with broken legs. Galong, what should we do? Luca exclaimed anxiously as Zhangji's anguished cries continued. Yet the 4 had no means to venture out and rescue him. Chapter 70. How are you so strong? The searing shell casings danced at their feet, the acrid smoke rendering visibility nearly impossible. Galong lay flat behind the massive boulder, fragments of stone cascading down upon him, while the spine-chilling staccato of the MG42 and the thunderous impact of bullets striking rock echoed in his ears. The furious roars of Tokay and Baka were suppressed to mere whispers. Surrender, or death. Chen's icy tone, mimicking that of the German forces, emerged once more from the depths of the tree hollow, laced with mockery and an absolute sense of control. Ah, how delightful! Damn it! I can't take it anymore. Tokay, consumed by the suffocating pressure, felt his eyes blaze with rage. He suddenly thrust half of his body out from behind the stone, brandishing his stone axe towards the cave entrance. Chen, come out if you dare. Face me like a man. Before he could finish his taunt, a dark, elongated object, emitting white smoke, spiraled out from the tree hollow with precision. Arcing through the air, it soared over the giant boulder where Galong was concealed, landing with a resounding thud right in the midst of the 4 of them. Please, do sample this delightful offering, Chen murmured to himself. What? Galong's pupils dilated in shock. A stone? A piece of iron? Ha! He surely does not possess such an explosive. Such a trivial metal shard cannot harm us. Baka sneered at the inconspicuous iron lump on the ground, even contemplating kicking it aside. Only Luca's expression shifted drastically. He detected a faint yet pungent scent reminiscent of the tribal incendiary canisters, but far more acrid, tinged with a hint of malice. "Get down, quickly!" he shrieked, throwing himself backward in a desperate bid for safety. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the forest's eerie silence. Flames erupted skyward. The World War II M63 grenade swept through the air like the scythe of death, fanning out in a lethal arc. "Ah! My eyes! My leg! Galong, save me!" The wails were piercingly shrill. Baka and Luca, positioned closest to the blast, bore the brunt of the devastation. Baka's back was riddled with shrapnel, blood instantly soaking his animal hide as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Although Luca reacted the quickest, one of his arms was reduced to a mangled, bloody mess. Exposing bone, blood gushed forth like a torrent, impossible to staunch. Tokei, though he had narrowly avoided the explosion, was violently thrown by the shockwave, crashing into a tree trunk, blood spewing from his mouth, his vision blurring. Only Galong, shielded by the massive rock, suffered merely a few lacerations from flying debris, yet he too was left reeling, his senses assaulted by a ringing in his ears. What? How could this be? Terror, a genuine, bone-deep terror engulfed the mightiest warriors of the tribe in an instant. The methods of this foreign adversary transcended their understanding, each one heralding destruction. Galong pondered the grim consequences of his elite team's heavy losses. Had he not been so overconfident that day and listened to their warnings, he would have undoubtedly escaped the hunt alive. But now, any regrets were futile. Retreat. Bring Baka and Luca. Quickly retreat. Galong could no longer afford to concern himself with pride or mission. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. He hoisted the unconscious Baka onto his shoulders, while Tokei struggled to rise, dragging the wailing Luca with him. The four of them, like lost souls, hastened into the depths of the thicket without a backward glance, completely forgetting the gravely injured Zangi. The probability of saving him, with both legs severed, was exceedingly slim. Even if he were to recover, he would be of no use to the tribe, merely a burden. Within the hollow of the tree, Chen observed their frantic escape with an unwavering heart. So they wished to flee? Now they know fear? He set aside the searing MG42 and removed the blood-soaked blindfold. The blinding daylight forced him to squint, yet his spatial awareness clearly delineated the scene outside. Zangi wailed in a pool of blood, while the figures of Galong and Tokei gradually disappeared into the underbrush. Only two capable fighters remain. Chen stretched his sore shoulders, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. The spatial perception and bodily control bestowed upon him by the purple fruit had, for reasons unknown, intensified his murderous instincts after consuming the blood. At this moment, the desire for battle surged within him, clamoring for validation of his limits. He swiftly drew forth the serrated combat dagger, the icy touch invigorating his spirit. Leaving the cumbersome MG42 and ammunition box at the cave's mouth as an escape route, he slipped out of the tree hollow with the stealth of a leopard. Upon seeing Chen emerge, Zangi's eyes blazed with hatred and fear, struggling to crawl away. Chen paid him no heed, his spatial awareness firmly locking onto the edge of the forest. Galong and Tokei had not fled far. They had merely concealed their injured comrade behind a thicket, now resembling wounded beasts, their eyes gleaming with fury, fixated on Chen as he stepped out of the hollow. Chen, you should never have emerged from that iron box. I shall make you pay 1,000-fold, leaving you to suffer in desperation. Galong's roar was laced with deep-seated hatred and a hint of barely concealed trepidation as he dragged the colossal bone club entwined with poisonous vines, stepping forth from the shadows, his bronze muscles rippling in the sunlight. Kulme, a duel. Beside him, Tokei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, crossing his double axes with a fierce gaze. For Baka and Luca, I shall take your life. Shall we face off together? I would not dream of taking advantage of your misfortune. This suits me perfectly. A cold smirk played upon Chen's lips as he deftly twirled the dagger on his fingertips, producing a faint hum. Without uttering a word, he launched himself forward, his foot striking the ground with force, his body becoming a blurred shadow as he charged at Galong. Roar! Mere tricks! Galong's colossal bone club swept through the air with tremendous force, capable of splintering mountains and cracking stones. Chen did not flinch or evade. At the instant the club approached, his body twisted unnaturally, like a willow branch devoid of bones, narrowly slipping past the wind of the swing. Simultaneously, the dagger transformed into a venomous streak of darkness, plunging towards Galong's exposed armpit. Swift, faster than Galong's reflexes could comprehend. Thud! The dagger embedded deeply. How? How could this be? Chapter 71. You have ruined everything. Gorin let out a muffled groan, the excruciating pain causing his movements to falter. Chen, refusing to linger in battle, pivoted gracefully, evading the dual axes that Talk wielded from the side. The blades grazed his back, sending shreds of fabric flying, a narrow escape indeed. Why are you so slow? Haven't you eaten? Talk bellowed, enraged by his missed strike, as he relentlessly pursued Chen, his axes whirling into a deadly tempest. Chen weaved through the shadows of the axes, his spatial awareness allowing him to accurately predict each of Talk's strikes, their angles, force, and trajectories. Each dodge was executed with exquisite precision, each block effectively dissipating the tremendous force of the axes. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Despite the agonizing pain, Gorin joined the fray, his massive bone club striking like a venomous serpent, complementing Talk's dual axes and cutting off all avenues of retreat for Chen. Their teamwork was impeccable, their assault akin to a torrential storm. Yet paradoxically, Chen grew increasingly emboldened in the heat of battle. The spatial awareness bestowed by the purple fruit granted him a panoramic view, enabling him to harness every ounce of his potential. No longer engaging head-on, he concentrated his strength into a singular point, exploding forth within the confines of the moment. Seizing upon a fleeting moment of rigidity after Talk's powerful downward swing, Chen swiftly lowered his body, thrusting his dagger like a striking viper toward Talk's wrist, where he clutched the axe. Ah! Talk cried out in agony, the stone axe slipping from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Chen executed a sweeping kick, sending the off-balance Talk crashing to the ground. In a swift motion, he drove an elbow into Talk's spine, akin to a hammer striking an anvil. Farewell. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Talk spat out a mixture of blood and internal organs, his gaze instantly vacant as he crumpled to the ground. Lifeless. Talk! Gorin's fury ignited, his eyes bulging with rage. The madness consumed him, and he disregarded the wound under his arm, swinging his bone club overhead like a man possessed, aiming for Chen's head. This was a desperate gambit, a fight to the death. Chen se gazehardenit, advancing rather than retreating. Fighting a brute was not as daunting. The most easily conquered were those devoid of reason. In the instant the bone club descended, he glided sideways like a specter, his left hand seizing Gorin's wrist with the grip of a vice, exerting tremendous force. Let go. Crack. Another sickening sound of bones shattering filled the air. Gorin's wrist was crushed under the sheer force, the bone club flying from his grasp. He emitted a horrific howl, more beast than man. Chen pressed on, his right leg sweeping forcefully against the side of Gorin's knee. Boom! Gorin's colossal form collapsed to the ground, and Chen's dagger was poised at his throat. How can you be so strong? Though Chen's foundation was inferior to theirs, the staggering quantity of bloodlin fruit he had consumed had steadily augmented his strength, and the unknown purple fruit had only further bolstered him. Even against 5, he might prevail. In their collaboration, they were merely fodder. The cold, sharp blade pierced the skin, blood trickling down the bronze neck. Gorin knelt on the ground, trembling in agony, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Chen, brimming with resentment and defiance. He gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a word. A tough spirit indeed, Chen thought with a cold chuckle. He had no time for idle chatter or coercive interrogation. His spatial awareness swept over the thicket where the injured were concealed. Lucas seemed to still be struggling. Grasping Gorin by the hair, he dragged him like a wretched cur towards the nearby black mire, bubbling ominously and exuding a foul stench, the very place that had once brought him torment. What? What do you intend to do? Gorin finally panicked, thrashing against his grip. If you wish to kill me, Then do it swiftly. Spare me the agony. To die so easily would be too merciful. I want you to experience this sensation, Yi Chun replied coldly, thrusting a foot into Gorin, sending him tumbling into the waist-deep muck. No, you shameless wretch. Gorin screamed in terror as the viscous, icy sludge enveloped him instantly, its immense suction dragging him downward. He struggled desperately, but the more he fought, the faster he sank. Yi Chen, the mountain spirit, will curse you, and your tribe shall not escape. There are many stronger than me. None of you or your friends will survive. Gorin's curses grew faint, his voice distorted and tinged with desperation as he disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only a few bubbles to rise before silence reclaimed the scene. Yi Chun turned away, approaching the corpse of Tokay. He swiftly stripped off the relatively intact animal skin garments adorned with tribal warrior totems and donned them himself. Though ill-fitting, Tokay was more robust he could make do. He smeared a handful of mud and leaves across his face and exposed skin to mask his complexion and the scent of blood. Goodness, do these fellows never wash their clothes? Each one reeks more than the last. Having completed his preparations, he lifted his gaze northwestward. The dying rays of the setting sun bled crimson across the jagged mountains. The mournful sound of the sacrificial horn echoed in his ears. Time was of the essence. Yi Chun took a deep breath, his spatial awareness sweeping through the dense forest, confirming that no pursuers were in sight. He paid no heed to the barely breathing Luca and the unconscious Baka in the thicket. They were beyond salvation. Having determined his course, Yi Chun melded into the enveloping darkness, stealthily advancing toward the tribal camp. He intended to launch a surprise attack that night, rescuing those captured and seeking refuge in the bunker, where the entrance was narrow and fortified with steel doors, stocked with ample weapons and ammunition. Night fell like ink poured across the sky. In the center of the tribal camp, a massive altar blazed with fierce flames, illuminating the surrounding circle of indigenous warriors, their faces smeared with war paint, and the captives numbed and adorned with shell necklaces. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and an oppressive fervor. The high priest Saru, draped in a blood-stained, feathered robe, brandished a staff made from human bones as he performed a bizarre and fervent dance atop the altar, chanting incantations. Chief Gotan leaned on a massive bone club, standing beneath the altar, his icy gaze sweeping over Li Qinghan, Zhao Shui, Chen Lili, Lu Han, and others, who were bound to wooden stakes. Baru was confined alone in an iron cage, his body marred with wounds that spoke of inhumane torment, yet his eyes remained fierce. In the shadows at the edge of the camp, Yi Chun pressed himself against a colossal rock, akin to a gecko. Clad in Tok's animal hide attire, and his face smeared with mud, his spatial awareness functioned like invisible tendrils. Meticulously scanning the camp's defenses, 2 warriors patrolled each of the 4 directions. The area surrounding the altar was heavily guarded, yet the prisoner zone appeared relatively lax. Monitored by only 2 soldiers, Yi Chun patiently awaited until the latter half of the night, when most had succumbed to slumber. Even a few guards at the nursing area seemed drowsy. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity created by the overlapping patrols, Yi Chun lowered his posture and emulated the gait and demeanor of the indigenous warriors, striding confidently from the shadows towards the prisoner zone. Password? One of the guards, noticing Yi Chun approaching in the guise of an elite warrior, instinctively inquired, yet did not exhibit much caution. Yi Chun's throat emitted a series of indistinct indigenous syllables, mimicking Tok's gruff voice while gesturing towards the prisoner zone, performing a sign of inspection. The soldier, convinced, nodded in acquiescence. Wait, isn't this elite warrior rather diminutive? P.S. even shorter than I am, remarked one native. Another native smacked him on the head, retorting, can you fathom what the superiors think? What if he simply had a poor diet in his youth and didn't develop properly? Yi Chun reached the rudimentary wooden cage containing Li Qinghan and the others, his spatial awareness instantly locking onto the rough vine lock securing the cage door. With his back to the guard, his fingers poised like a blade, he was about to sever the vines. At that precise moment, Yi Chun. Within the cage, Lu Han, who had been in a semi-dazed state, caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's blurred silhouette. Overwhelmed with excitement, He involuntarily emitted a stifled cry tinged with despair. The sound, though faint, pierced the stillness of the night. The two guarding warriors instantly snapped to attention. What? Yi Chen. They whirled around, their spears aimed at him. This was dire. Damn it, you've ruined everything. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, yet his movements were as swift as lightning. In the very instant the soldiers turned, he surged forth like a specter. His left hand clamped around one warrior's throat like a vice, producing a sharp crack. Meanwhile, his right hand thrust a dagger, a streak of darkness, precisely through the heart of the other warrior. The two soldiers had no time to utter a scream before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. However, this act had irrevocably exposed him. Chapter 72. The plea for help in enemy attack. The nearby patrolling natives, upon witnessing the scene, bellowed in alarm. The sharp sound of a bone whistle instantaneously reverberated throughout the camp. Quick, let's go. Yi Chen shouted as he forcefully kicked open the cage door. Li Qinghan, reacting with remarkable swiftness, seized the still-dazed Zhao, Schwerer, and Chun Lily, propelling them forward. Lu Han scrambled to follow suit. Badu, Yi Chen dashed toward the iron cage, his dagger striking fiercely against the chains, sending sparks flying. Yet, the chains proved to be extraordinarily resilient. Brother, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Baru roared from within the cage, vigorously shaking the iron bars. Kulu, Masa, camp, danger, hurry, from the direction of the altar. Chief Gotan's furious roar and Saru's piercing curses echoed ominously. A throng of warriors surged toward the prisoner area like a relentless tide. Other survivors cast desperate glances for help, their cries mingling in a cacophony. Brother, save me. I have wealth aplenty, and when we return, I shall reward you handsomely. Help me. I am a French aristocrat. Kind soul, I have children to care for. These piercing voices nearly shattered Yi Chen's eardrums. He yearned to assist, yet time was fleeting. Go, brother. Baru urget. Pushing Yi Chen away from the cage. Acknowledging the urgency of their plight, Yi Chen cast a lingering gaze at Baru before turning to join Li Qinghan and the others, guiding them toward the dense forest at the camp's periphery. Everyone, I shall return for you. Chase them. Leave not a single one alive, roared Gotan in a fury that resonated from afar. Dozens of native warriors, accompanied by howling hunting beasts, plunged into the jungle in pursuit. Yi Chen brought up the rear. Pressing forward, he handed the pre-drawn map to Li Qinghan, instructing him to follow it to a large tree beneath which there lay a concealed entrance leading to a bunker. Though slightly bewildered, Li Qinghan grasped the map and began to sprint with fervor, as he urged Li Qinghan and the others to hasten. Yi Chen swiftly took position atop a rocky outcrop. With heightened spatial awareness, he locked onto their pursuers. He positioned the MG-42, previously hidden at the camp's edge, and quickly aimed the cold muzzle at the advancing shadows. Lacking substantial preparation, Yi Chen refrained from recklessness. Let you experience this. He pulled the trigger. The deafening roar of the industrial killing machine erupted once more. Flames ripped through the night. The foremost native warriors, struck as if by an invisible hammer, had no chance to evade as their bodies erupted in a mist of blood, collapsing in anguished cries. Yi Chen felt a chill down his spine. Any warrior caught in the line of fire would be reduced to mere fragments. One could only imagine the fate that awaited him had these weapons been discovered and wielded by the tribesmen. The soldiers trailing behind were momentarily paralyzed by this unprecedented and incomprehensible onslaught of death, frantically seeking shelter. Run! Do not look back! I will rendezvous with you! Yi Chen shouted, suppressing the enemy with his firepower. The relentless barrage of bullets shattered the trees into splinters and sent sparks flying from the rocks, momentarily halting the advance of their pursuers. Li Qinghan grasped Zhao, Schwerer, and Chun Lily tightly, while Lu Han stumbled behind them, all of them racing desperately towards the bunker under the cover of gunfire. They were oblivious to how Yi Chen had acquired such terrifying weaponry, but at that moment, the fiery muzzles of the guns represented their sole path to survival. Yi Chen calmly replaced the ammunition belt, his precise bursts of fire effectively sealing off the routes through which their pursuers could advance. With each gunshot came the anguished cries of the indigenous warriors and their increasingly frantic roars. He resembled a cold reaper, steadfastly guarding the passageway to safety. It was all that scoundrel Golan's fault. Saru stood atop the altar, glaring at the distant muzzle of death, spewing flames from the dense forest, emitting a venomous shriek. Where were Golan and the others? Chief Gotan's face turned ashen as he watched his warriors fall and the captives disappear into the darkness. He violently slammed his massive bone club into the ground. Since that one named Chen has returned unscathed, it proves that Golan and the others have gathered all warriors. Bring the hunting beasts. Capture them for me. Meanwhile, Chen's fingers were welded to the machine gun's trigger, the fiery tongues of the weapon continuously spewing forth. While the scorching casings rained down like droplets onto the rocks at his feet, clattering loudly. Due to the unrelenting firing, no one had doused the barrel with water to cool it, and it had already begun to glow red. The risk of an explosive malfunction loomed. As it had been years since the weapon had been properly maintained, he struggled against the violent recoil, his shoulder numbed by the impact. But Chen's spatial awareness sharpened, enabling him to accurately target the indigenous warriors and hunting beasts surging toward him like a tide. Tot. My hand. Each precise burst of fire was accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of the indigenous warriors and the explosive mist of blood that erupted from their bodies. The foremost warriors, along with the beasts they led, were instantaneously shredded by the metallic storm. Limbs and entrails mingled in a gruesome display, splattering amidst the flames and smoke. Brothers, take cover behind the trees. This alien possesses sorcery. The unfathomable lethality rendered the advancing warriors paralyzed with fear. They desperately sought shelter, their momentum faltering in an instant. The jungle erupted in chaotic screams and the restless cries of the hunting beasts. Damn it! Why must you torment me? Chen roared as he replaced the scalding ammunition belt, his voice nearly drowned out by the gunfire. He understood that he had to buy more time for Li Qinghan and the others. Otherwise, their speed would be insufficient against the oncoming indigenous warriors, and they would be overtaken in no time. In Chen's spatial awareness, he saw Li Qinghan pulling Zhao Xue'er and Chen Lili along, with Lu Han stumbling behind as they desperately followed the route he had indicated, racing towards the bunker. Their figures darted swiftly through the dense forest, drawing ever closer to safety. Good, very good. Keep going, don't stop, or all my efforts will be in vain. Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed the trigger once more. The gunfire swept towards several indigenous warriors attempting to encircle from the flanks, forcing them back behind the tree trunks. However, the ammunition was depleting at an alarming rate. One of the two ammunition boxes slung over his back was already empty. The heavy belt of bullets in his hands was rapidly diminishing. The camp. Danger. Everyone, wake up. Assemble. The chief has given orders. Hurry. The roars of the indigenous warriors, accompanied by the sound of horns, echoed from the direction of the camp. It was evident that Chief Gotan was rallying more forces. There was no time to delay. The pursuers must be diverted. Chen's gaze sharpened as he abruptly redirected his gun, unleashing a furious barrage at the most densely packed area of the enemy for several seconds, creating further chaos and carnage. Without hesitation, he hefted the heavy MG-42, reluctant to abandon it, along with the remaining half-box of ammunition, and turned to plunge into the dense jungle, heading in the opposite direction of Li Qinghan and the others' escape route. Chapter 73. Do you wish to capture me? In the next life, the alien has fled. Chase him. Do not allow him to escape. A native warrior immediately discerned Chen's movements, a roar of fury and fear erupting from his lips. A throng of warriors and hunting beasts swiftly redirected their course, akin to a school of sharks scenting blood, howling as they pursued Chen. Capturing him would surely earn the chief a generous reward. Hurry, brothers. Chen fled desperately through the dense forest, his spatial awareness fully activated. Illuminating a holographic map within his mind, he deliberately chose the most treacherous, thorn-laden paths, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain in an effort to shake off his pursuers. The heavy machine gun and ammunition boxes significantly hampered his speed, sweat mingling with blood, saturating the ill-fitting animal skin garment he wore. Swish, swish, swish. Poison-tipped blow darts and thrown spears incessantly flew from behind, grazing his body before embedding themselves in tree trunks. The roars of hunting beasts and the thunderous footsteps drew ever nearer. By the gods, there he is! Quick, pursue! Surround him! Chen abruptly dove behind a colossal tree, swiftly setting up the MG-42. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Another barrage of gunfire erupted. The two leading hunting beasts and a warrior were instantly riddled with bullets. The pursuers were momentarily suppressed. However, before Chen could savor his brief victory, two more poison darts whizzed past him. He immediately rose and continued his frantic escape. Yet, each moment of firing only allowed his pursuers to close the gap a little more. Furthermore, his ammunition was rapidly depleting. Finally, after gunning down another warrior attempting to flank him, he reached for his ammunition box. Empty. The last belt of bullets had been spent. Damn it. If only he had brought an extra box. Chen's heart sank. He discarded the heavy, empty ammunition box but clung tightly to the scorching MG-42. This weapon was one he could not afford to lose. He valued it dearly, this formidable contraption. Yet, this minimal burden was scarcely a hindrance for Chen at this moment. Now, he was left with only a combat dagger at his waist and a few wooden-handled grenades tucked within his garments. It seemed he had no more fire-spitting sorcery at his disposal. Charge! Capture him alive! Among the pursuers, someone keenly sensed this change and let out an exultant roar. Chen had not retaliated. He was merely fleeing. More warriors and hunting beasts surged forward with frenzied fervor from all directions. Their speed intensified. Their assault grew fiercer. After all, every man fears death. In such perilous circumstances, those who charge ahead are the first to perish. Now that he was bereft of his weaponry, those who rushed forward could claim glory for themselves, riches, and honor beckoning. Come on! A glint of madness flickered in Chen's eyes. He slung the MG-42 diagonally across his back, drew forth his serrated dagger, and his body taut as a bowstring surged forward to meet the advancing hunting beasts. His spatial awareness accurately predicted the trajectories of their assaults. Sidestep. Slide. The dagger transformed into a venomous serpent of darkness, precisely piercing the throat of the first hunting beast. With a swift motion, he sliced. Blood gushed forth, scalding hot. He spun. Knee strike. The jaw of the second beast hunter was brutally shattered, causing it to roll away. Howling in agony, the claws of the third beast hunter were poised at his back. Yet, Chen seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, swiftly crouching down as the bone claw grazed his scalp. Simultaneously, he thrust his dagger backward with fervor. A howl erupted as the beast's abdomen was pierced. However, time was slipping away, and more indigenous warriors closed in around him. Poisoned spears and arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Chen deftly maneuvered through the barrage of spears and arrows, parrying and evading. With each swipe of his dagger, a spray of crimson erupted. In that moment, he danced on the precipice of life and death, each evasion a perilous gamble, each counterattack sharp and lethal. Yet, two fists could not contend with four hands. A lone tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. A poisoned spear grazed beneath his ribs, leaving a trail of blood. A searing pain accompanied the crimson flow. A heavy bone club crashed onto his shoulder blade. The excruciating agony dimmed his vision, causing him to stagger. There were too many foes. His spatial awareness could not entirely shield him from every attack. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and his wounds were multiplying. Enduring the pain, Chen summoned all his strength and swept his leg, toppling several indigenous warriors. He had to shake them off. Gritting his teeth, he violently retrieved a wooden-handled grenade, pulled the pin, delayed for 2 seconds, and hurled it into the densest cluster of pursuers. What is this? A native curiously picked up the grenade. Boom! The explosion's flames and shockwave temporarily cleared a swath of the area. Limbs flew and blood splattered amidst countless anguished cries. Seizing the opportunity, Chen pivoted, Expending his last vestiges of strength to sprint desperately toward a steep terrain he sensed nearby. Just as he attempted to extend his perception, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, blood trickling from beneath the white cloth. Damn it! It seemed the exertion was too great. His stamina could no longer sustain his awareness. He traversed through a dense thicket of vines, oblivious to the thorns that tore at his skin. The pursuers, momentarily halted by the explosion, soon resumed their relentless chase, closing the distance. Suddenly, an expansive vista unfolded ahead. In his spatial awareness, the ground beneath his feet transformed from solid earth to void. The fierce sound of wind and the rush of turbulent water echoed from below. A cliff. A torrential river roared beneath the precipice, its drop spanning several dozen meters. With no path forward and enemies closing in from behind, Chen abruptly halted, watching as loose stones tumbled over the cliff, instantaneously consumed by the raging waters below. He stood at the precipice, the wind whipping around him, causing his blood-stained bee-skin attire to billow ominously. Goodness! A chasm at least several hundred meters wide lay before him. There was no way he could leap across. Behind him, the footsteps of pursuers, the roars of beasts, and the warriors' growls surged like a tide. The flickering light of torches illuminated the gaps between the trees, revealing faces smeared with paint, brimming with murderous intent. Exotic sacrifices. Surrender. It would be your honor to offer yourself to the mountain deity. Another indigenous captain, sent by Chief Gotan, sneered, leading dozens of warriors and beasts, slowly encircling him and sealing off all avenues of retreat. In their eyes flickered a cruel excitement, the thrill of impending conquest. Chen, with his back to the precipice, endured the pain piercing through his eyes and utilized his spatial awareness to scan the turbulent black torrent below, as well as the densely packed adversaries and the glinting spearheads that shimmered ominously before him. To confront them head-on? That would surely spell his doom. Severely injured and faced with dozens of elite warriors and ferocious beasts, victory was a mere fantasy. Surrender? That would be a fate worse than death. Awaiting him was a torment more dreadful than demise itself. Sacrificial agony. His grandfather's words echoed in the recesses of his consciousness. Survive. Only then could he lead them home. In a flash, Chen made his decision. He abruptly turned to face the surging black torrent at the cliff's edge, a flicker of resoluteness gleaming in his eyes. He cast one last glance at his pursuers, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Go back and tell that insipid chieftain. Do they seek the life of Chen? Perhaps in the next lifetime. No sooner had he spoken, he leaped. His body soared like a released arrow into the unfathomable darkness of the churning waters below, plunging down with unwavering determination. What? He has jumped. The pursuers rushed to the cliff's edge, aghast as they beheld Chen's figure plummeting into the roaring river. Only the cacophony of the raging waters filled the air. Fire! We cannot let him escape. Alive, he must be seen. Dead, his body must be found. The indigenous captain, Gobi, bellowed in frustration. In an instant, whoosh, 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 dozens of poisoned obsidian spears shot forth like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the chilling sound of air being sliced, hurtling towards Chen's falling form. Below, the icy river opened its maw like a ravenous beast. In midair, Chen, no longer needing spatial awareness, felt his nerves scream in alarm. He twisted his body forcefully, striving to evade the lethal strikes. Thud! Thud! 2 spears brutally pierced his left shoulder and right thigh. Agonizing pain surged through him like a jolt of electricity. The frigid waters swiftly engulfed him. A tremendous impact rendered him momentarily blind. As icy river water surged into his mouth, his consciousness rapidly blurred amidst the agony, the cold, and the suffocation. The tumultuous undercurrents clawed at his wounded body like countless hands, dragging him into the abyss of darkness. On the cliff, Gobi watched as the spears stirred the water below, staining a small patch crimson, only to be quickly dispersed by the relentless current. His expression darkened. Chapter 74. The alien race is extinct such a height. The water flows so swiftly and I've been struck by a spear. It is certain death. He spat bitterly and thought retreat. I must report to the chieftain. The alien race is no more. He had committed the same blunder as Golan by failing to recover the body. If Golan was merely careless, then Gobi was utterly powerless. The tumultuous current was beyond his control. This river, even he did not know where it would lead, perhaps merging into the sea or into a larger mainstream river. The pursuers could only retreat with reluctance and a semblance of relief, swiftly disappearing into the dense forest by the cliff. Their losses this time were catastrophic, with at least 20 indigenous warriors perishing directly. At the entrance of the bunker, beneath the massive banyan tree, Li Qinghan, Zhao Shuer, Chun Lily, and Lu Han, after a harrowing night of flight, finally located this hidden tree hollow near the swamp, following the map provided by Yichun. The four of them were drenched, muddy, and their faces bore the marks of exhaustion and lingering fear. Is this the place, Sister Qinghan? The bodies of the Zhangji around them were overlooked. After so much, they had grown accustomed to the grotesque. Zhao Shuer gazed at the dark tree, hollow barely large enough for a single person to pass through, her voice trembling. This is marked on the map. Li Qinghan wiped the sweat and mud from her face, her gaze resolute. Yichun assured us that it is safe below. Let's enter. If the indigenous people catch up, we are doomed. She was the first to bend down and crawl inside. Zhao Shuer and Chen Lily supported each other and followed closely. Lu Han, the last to enter, cast a cautious glance at the dark forest behind them before he too crawled in. As they traversed the narrow, damp passage, they suddenly emerged into a vast, illuminated space. The orange glow of the torches, the resin torches left by Yi Chan still flickered faintly, illuminated a colossal chamber entirely forged from cold metal. My heavens, what is this? Lu Han was the first to exclaim in astonishment, adjusting his broken glasses, his voice trembling from sheer shock. Everything before him shattered his understanding. The straight, extending metal corridor, the heavy, grid floor, on the walls covered in dust and cobwebs. Remnants of German warning signs and complex pipelines remained. This was no natural cave. It was a man-made, grand underground installation. World War II. This is an underground fortress from the Second World War. Goodness. However, the level of precision here surpasses anything from that era. As an engineer, Lu Han instantly recognized the style of those metal structures and pipelines. He rushed to the wall, caressing the cold metallic surface, his fingers trembling. Look at this welding technique. Observe this riveting structure, a quintessential example of the military craftsmanship of the German Third Reich. How? How could this possibly exist on this forsaken island? His gaze swept across the square recesses on either side of the corridor, spotting the design of firing ports, which left him at a loss for words. A stronghold. A standard defensive structure. And look over there. He pointed toward the lounge area, at that table. Metal welded. What about those boxes? Li Qinghan, Zhao Xuya, and Chun Lily stood astonished before the scene before them. Although they lacked expertise in engineering, the orderly and industrially charged subterranean space starkly contrasted with the primitive jungles and indigenous tribes of the island. A profound sense of awe at the creations of civilization surged within their hearts. Yichun, was he hiding here all along? Chun Lily murmured, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Look, there's food here. Zhao Shuer, with keen eyes, spotted scattered wrappers of compressed biscuits and empty cans on the ground. The four of them were instantly illuminated with hope. Upon seeing the mountains of dark green military ration boxes and ammunition cases on the shelves, a collective gasp escaped their lips. These were all provisions that Yi Chan had previously moved up from the third level. He had anticipated all of this. With these supplies of food and ammunition, at the very least, Li Qinghan and the others had gained a semblance of self-defense. Lu Han rushed to an ammunition box, brushing off the dust to reveal the blurred eagle emblem and German inscriptions, his voice trembling. It's real. It's all real. Produced in 1940. My God! He pried open a ration box to find neatly arranged compressed biscuits and canned meat inside. Although the packaging was aged, it remained perfectly sealed. We have food. We are saved. Zhao Shuer and Chun Lily cried tears of joy, grabbing the biscuits and devouring them ravenously. their hunger overwhelming their sensibilities. During the days they were held captive by the natives, their rations had often been less than what pigs would eat, leaving them considerably weakened. However, Li Qinghan did not immediately partake in the food. She approached the central console, gazing at the ominous MG-42 machine gun gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, alongside scattered spent ammunition belts and hot shell casings. She could envision how Yi Chun had used this terrifying weapon to fend off pursuers. Her gaze drifted to a corner of the console, where an open leather notebook and several yellowed blueprints lay quietly. This was the notebook that Yi Chun had previously struggled to interpret. She picked it up and flipped it open. Inside, the pages were filled with intricate cursive German, which she could not comprehend. Yet, one page contained a hand-drawn map of the island, with several points circled in red ink. One marked Haupteingang, main entrance, precisely where they had entered. Another larger red circle was located in the northwest corner of the island, labeled Stameslager, tribal camp. There was also a conspicuous red cross near the island's volcano, inscribed with Gefahr, danger. Li Qinghan's heart raced. This map was 100 times more detailed than the palm leaf map drawn by Yi Chun. Beneath the content was not German, but encrypted symbols, which Li Qinghan could not decipher. She picked up the blueprints. One was a detailed schematic of the bunker, indicating the functions and corridors of each level. Another was a sketch of some colossal machinery, with the German text stating, "This island is peculiar. Since our arrival, we have been unable to leave." At the center of the drawing was a massive shadowy outline, connected by countless pipelines and immersed in liquid, with annotations beside it. Underclass Biological Experiment, codename Ragnar K. Biological Experiment Subject, codename 001. This must be what Yi Chun encountered on the second level. A chill instantly crawled up Li Qinghan's spine. Indeed, this island is extraordinary. This blueprint seems to unveil a more terrifying secret. Qinghan, come quickly. Lu Han's excited voice echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Li Qinghan suppressed the tumultuous waves within her heart, carefully stowing away her notebook and the blueprint, and hastened over. There stood Lu Han at the back, pointing at the crooked letters carved into the wall by Yi Chun. "All the usable items have been moved up for you. I have closed the doors to the second and third levels. Do not venture inside. It is quite peculiar. Always remain vigilant." Just then, a rumble echoed. A deep, muffled vibration, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, faintly resonated. The metal passage overhead emitted a slight hum, and dust began to fall. Everyone was startled. An earthquake? Zhao Shui'er clung tightly to Chen Lili in fear. Li Qinghan's expression grew serious as she glanced towards the northwest direction of the tribal encampment, then lowered her gaze to the blueprint depicting 001 in her hand. A strong sense of foreboding gripped her heart, like a chilling vine entangling her. "Yi Chun, please stay safe." Chapter 75. Everything made sense on the other side. Yi Chun was relentlessly swept downstream by the turbulent river, merging into an endless series of waterways. The icy darkness was boundless. The rushing waters, like countless frigid hands, clawed at Yi Chun's severely injured body, dragging him toward the abyss. The excruciating pain from the poisoned spear piercing his left shoulder and right thigh was momentarily numbed by the piercing cold. Yet each gulp of the murky water tightened the grip of suffocation around his consciousness like an iron vice. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Eventually, Yi Chun's body fortuitously caught on a branch by the riverbank. Otherwise, who could fathom where he would be swept away? "Survive, bring them home." His grandfather's voice echoed once more in Yi Chun's subconscious. "Grandpa, I am so tired. I miss you." At that moment, an indescribable, slick, and icy sensation suddenly entwined around the wound on his left shoulder. It was not the river's flow, but rather some living entity. It resembled a boneless snake or perhaps a centipede, adorned with numerous appendages that could either be antennae or legs, emanating a murky green luminescence, inscribed with countless bizarre runes. This creature disregarded the tumultuous current, desperately attempting to burrow into the gaping wound inflicted by the poisoned spear. In a state of unconsciousness, Yi Chun emitted an involuntary groan, his body instinctively resisting with spasms. Yet, the entity was exceptionally persistent, slick and powerful. Under the dual assault of pain and cold, he could do little in his stupor. Ultimately, that slippery, frigid foreign object abruptly contracted and fully penetrated the depths of his left shoulder wound. Boom! An indescribable sensation surged forth, as the emerald light did not merely linger on the surface of the wound, but flowed like living water through his veins, meridians, and nerves, wildly spreading deep within Yi Chen's body, permeating him. His body arched violently in the icy river, as if plunged into boiling oil. However, Yi Chen remained unconscious, only vaguely aware of the murmurs escaping his lips. The green luminescence erupted from the wound on his left shoulder, swiftly coursing throughout his entire being, illuminating a bizarre, human silhouette through the inky waters. The light flickered violently, as if the creature that had penetrated his body was struggling fiercely within his flesh, attempting to consume him, yet was being vehemently suppressed and torn apart by a more formidable force. The process of fusion was excruciating, even in deep unconsciousness. Yi Chen's body convulsed violently, trembling. The muscles beneath his skin undulated like waves, while his bones emitted a faint, teeth-gritting friction. The emerald energy clashed violently with the original red and purple energies within him, creating twisted patterns of light across his surface. Ultimately, the struggling green luminescence was completely dissolved and devoured, forcibly merging with his inherent power. The light gradually receded, retreating into silence, leaving only Yi Chen's body adrift in the river, with a faint, ominous dark green glow emanating from the wound on his left shoulder. Time lost its meaning as the chilling waters gradually pulled Yi Chen's consciousness from a haze of searing pain. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, expelling large mouthfuls of bloody, muddy river water, his lungs ablaze with fire. The biting cold and excruciating pain surged back, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. He found himself ensnared amidst the tangled roots of a tree by the riverbank, the torrential waters lapping at his lower body. I'm not dead. Thank goodness, my grandfather's blessing. Yi Chen gasped for breath, his consciousness akin to rusted gears, turning sluggishly. The first sensation he registered was searing agony, puncturing wounds in his left shoulder and thigh, accompanied by countless minor injuries inflicted by the water's force and the abrasive stones. Instinctively, he sought to summon his spatial awareness, but a piercing pain shot through his eyes, the blindfold long since lost to the currents. He could only tightly shut his eyes to shield his fragile orbs from exposure. After all, he had yet to master the control of his strikingly beautiful violet starlit eyes. He struggled, using his still functioning right hand to grasp the tree roots and slippery rocks along the bank, painstakingly dragging himself from the icy waters onto the shore. Each exertion sent waves of pain through his injuries, causing his vision to darken, cold sweat saturating his tattered beast-hide attire. At last, he collapsed onto the muddy bank like a puddle, only heavy, labored breaths escaping his lips. After 4 or 5 hours of rest, Yi Chen managed to gather a modicum of strength. Enduring the intense pain, he tentatively examined his wounds. The puncture in his thigh was the most severe. Even the slightest movement sent agonizing jolts through him. Although the icy river had somewhat staunched the bleeding, the edges of the wound had turned pale and swollen, revealing a concerning dark hue, an amalgamation of poison and river filth. Fortunately, his self-healing abilities came to his aid. Otherwise, the poison alone would have claimed his life. The injury on his left shoulder was equally alarming, yet strangely, when his trembling fingers brushed against it, the pain felt different. It was not merely a sharp ache but bore a profound, almost ethereal quality, and the skin surrounding the wound radiated an unusual warmth, tinged with a subtle chill. Damn it, poison spear, and it dares to call itself a righteous warrior? Do warriors resort to poisoning? Yi Chen dismissed the thought, muttering under his breath as he tore a relatively clean strip from his lining, gritting his teeth to tightly bind his thigh and shoulder wounds to stem the bleeding. As he wrapped his shoulder, he distinctly sensed an inexplicable sensation deep within the wound, as if a faint current coursed through, but it vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. He attributed it to the delusions birthed from his severe injuries. Once he had tended to his wounds, He finally had the strength to observe his surroundings. As he forced himself to sit up, battling the dizziness, and gazed upon the great river before him, he froze, his pupils dilating in sheer astonishment. What river is this? The river sprawled before him, its width surpassing the limits of his imagination. As far as his eyes could see, the opposite bank was merely a vague, shadowy line, barely discernible in the soft light of dawn. The breadth of the river far exceeded any river he had ever known. The rushing waters appeared almost ink-black, the current terrifyingly swift, while the center of the river churned with countless massive whirlpools, emitting a low, thunderous roar that caused the very bank beneath him to tremble. A faint mist, laden with a potent fishy odor intertwined with an unusual metallic scent, enveloped the river-esque surface. This is truly unlike any known river on Earth. Am I still on the island? Is this still Earth? Even the Amazon would pale in comparison. Chen murmured to himself, a profound sense of absurdity and a chilling dread coursing up his spine. How could such an expansive river possibly exist upon an island? Unless this island itself is unfathomably vast. Or perhaps this place is not Earth at all. The first notion seems utterly implausible, even if there were undiscovered small islands. Given the current expanse of the river, it would be impossible for it to remain hidden with today's technology. Thus, only one explanation holds. This is fundamentally not Earth. Everything suddenly makes sense. Chapter 76. What a ridiculous endeavor to build a ship. Not to mention the vast savage tribe, the blood spirit fruit, the purple fruit, and the bizarre biological experiments conducted by the German fortress. All the fragmented clues collided violently in his bewildered mind. This island was evidently not of this Earth. The weight of this information was overwhelming. What a futile attempt to construct a vessel. What a ludicrous notion to return home. República del Yemen, Chen. You must be scaring yourself. How could this possibly be true? These are merely plots from television dramas and novels. Qing Han, the bunker. Let us return to the bunker and regroup. The pale visage of Li Qing Han and the despair in her eyes suddenly pierced through his consciousness, overwhelming all his shock and confusion. The sacrificial rites, the living sacrifices of the tribe, are set for tomorrow. His dear brother Baru remains imprisoned, likely destined for a grim fate, along with dozens of other survivors awaiting their demise by the altar. Time. There is no time left. A tremendous urgency lashed at him like a whip. He struggled to rise, yet the excruciating pain in his thigh caused him to stumble and collapse once more onto the ground. The deep, burning ache from his left shoulder flared anew, accompanied by a strange sense of power. It felt as though something within the wound was stirring, hastily attempting to mend itself. It was fiercely suppressed by venom and trauma. However, the need for strength was immense. No, I must move. A flicker of madness ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his right arm against the ground, dragging his injured leg, laboriously advancing. Each movement was a tremendous torment for him. But as he thought of Li Qing Han and the others, perhaps safely arrived at the bunker, and of those lives waiting for salvation, he forced himself to ignore the pain, compelling himself to think. Upstream. The bunker lies upstream along the river. The tribal camp is nestled in the northwestern mountains. He recalled the positions on the German map. He had been swept downstream by the river. To return, he must navigate against the current. He discerned the water's flow direction, confirming his path downstream, then gritted his teeth and began to make his way along the riverbank toward the upstream, employing the most awkward and painful method, half crawling, half dragging himself forward. The coarse gravel tore at his palms and knees. Thorns opened new wounds, yet he remained oblivious. With each vigorous movement, the burning pulse from his left shoulder became increasingly pronounced, even beginning to emit a faint, almost imperceptible dark green glow. However, everything was far too subtle, and Yi Chun remained entirely unaware. The sky gradually brightened, yet the expansive mist rising from the wide river rendered the atmosphere gray and oppressive. Yi Chun lost track of how long he had been crawling, feeling his body grow heavier, and his consciousness began to blur once more. Just as he was about to give in, he noticed a massive bend in the river ahead, the banks becoming steeper. He lifted his head, and, through his murky vision, he vaguely saw that the river upstream appeared to widen infinitely, with enormous whirlpools slowly swirling at its center, as if leading to the entrance of a black hole. What weighed heavily on his heart was the sight of the riverbanks upstream, where the once pristine jungle had been replaced by steep, knife-edged black cliffs that extended to the horizon. This signified that the path he had been traversing along the riverbank towards the upstream was abruptly severed. Damn it! Yi Chun struck the muddy ground with his fist, despair washing over him like the frigid waters of the river. Taking a detour? Given his current condition, delving deeper into the unknown jungle would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, time was not on his side. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the searing pulsation deep within his left shoulder wound intensified abruptly. At that moment, the green creature had fully integrated with Yi Chun, its energy forming a triad within him. A faint yet remarkably clear sense of guidance emerged unexpectedly in his consciousness. Not a spatial perception, but an instinctual directional intuition akin to GPS navigation, distinctly pointing towards a certain direction in the dense jungle behind the riverbank. This sensation was both jarring and resolute, as if it were indelibly imprinted on his very nerves. Trust your instincts. Yi Chun had survived to this day largely through audacity, impulsiveness, and the favor of fortune. With a sudden determination, he glanced at his left shoulder. Through the tattered fabric, he discerned what appeared to be exceedingly fine, dark green veins pulsating beneath the skin, like a living entity before they vanished. A chill mingled with an eerie hope seized him in that instant. What on earth? The wound was glowing. Could there be some foul parasitic creature from the river that had invaded? No time to hesitate. A flicker of resolve flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. He turned away from the despairing cliffs and the immense river, struggling to orient himself in the direction indicated by his shoulder towards the jungle. With the last vestiges of his strength, he plunged into the thicket. Each step was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet the sense of direction grew increasingly vivid, as if reassuring him that he was indeed on the right path. Yi Chun was unaware that this green creature would irrevocably alter his circumstances in the future. But that was a matter for another time. He did not know what lay ahead, whether it was a path to survival or a deeper pitfall. He only understood that he must return to the bunker and confer with Li Qinghan and the others before the sun rose. For the next several hours, Yi Chun dragged his nearly numb leg through the pitch-black jungle, guided by the instinctual pull of his mind, stumbling as if in a dream. Every movement tugged at the tearing wounds across his body, the healing process far too slow, especially without sustenance to replenish his energy. Each breath was filled with a metallic taste of blood and the earthy scent of mud. The searing pulsation deep in his left shoulder grew more pronounced, and Yi Chun sensed something was amiss, attributing it to a parasite that had crawled in and infected the wound. He dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that he would simply bandage the wound later, and all would be well. Uncertain of how long he had been limping and crawling, he found himself surrounded by the dark, fragrant leaves of the forest. Gradually, he was enveloped by a familiar, pungent aroma, a noxious blend of humus and sulfur. He lifted his gaze, peering through the haze rendered by sweat, blood, and mud, and beheld the edge of the treacherous swamp that had once tormented him, along with the immense banyan tree beside it, casting a silhouette reminiscent of a monstrous beast, the entrance to the hollow. This was an unparalleled hiding spot. Although the tribe lay less than 10 miles away, the unique characteristics of the toxic swamp ensured that even the tribal members, when searching, would steer clear of this area. The hunters' keen noses could not detect the scent of the gathered multitude. Nestled within the bunker, he felt the weight of steel, yet sensed nothing. A flicker of hope ignited in his nearly shattered resolve. He felt that if he continued any further, he would indeed succumb to collapse. With almost every ounce of strength expended, he crawled toward that inky entrance. In the bunker, at the threshold of the passage, silence reigned supreme, amplifying even the faintest sounds. The rustle of gravel rolling and the snap of brittle twigs echoed from outside the hollow, reverberating within the cold metallic corridor. There was movement. Good heavens! Could it be the natives pursuing him? Chapter 77. The exquisite Pain Lu Han was abruptly roused from a state of half-sleep, seizing the MG-42 that leaned against the wall. His finger instinctively pressed the cold trigger, his heart racing wildly. He nudged the equally startled Li Qinghan beside him, his voice a low tremor laced with fear. "There's someone outside. How does this gun work? Damn it, I've never used one before." Li Qinghan instantly shook off her drowsiness, her heightened senses detecting the heavy, dragging footsteps drawing nearer to the entrance. She swiftly grasped a dagger and hissed at Zhao Shui and Chen Lily, who were huddled in the corner. "Wake up, Lily. You too. Hide at the back and remain silent." Chen Lily's face turned ashen as she frantically pulled the trembling Zhao Shui into a square recess, a makeshift firing position. Lu Han knelt on the ground, the weight of the MG-42 aimed firmly at the entrance, sweat trickling down his temples and dripping onto the cold metal floor. The tension was palpable. He had never taken a life nor wielded a firearm, and one misstep could lead to his own demise. The gun barrel glimmered faintly in the dim light of the torch. The footsteps halted at the entrance, followed by heavy, labored breaths akin to a winded bellows. A shadowy, hunched figure, caked in dark mud and congealed crimson blood, attempted to crawl inside. "Should I fire?" Lu Han's voice quivered, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, his fingers turning pale from exertion. Vivid images of his own demise flooded his mind, the past few days having cast a daunting shadow over him. "Wait." Li Qinghan focused intently on the figure, her faint spatial awareness catching a hint of a familiar, albeit faint, aura. Is that you, Aiken?" she ventured, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Don't shoot. It's me." A hoarse voice emerged from the entrance, barely recognizable, yet fragile as a whisper. "You all are quite vigilant." Lu Han's finger abruptly released the trigger, his body slumping as he gasped for breath. "Damn, you scared the life out of me. Aiken, I thought you were dead after being away for so long." He paused, adding incredulously, "Do you even know how to speak?" Li Qinghan rushed forward, colliding with the struggling figure of Yi Chun as he crawled in. Despite the overwhelming stench of blood and muck assaulting her senses, the embrace felt overwhelmingly sweet. In that moment, illuminated by the faint torchlight, she discerned Yi Chen's condition, his left shoulder and thigh bound with coarse fabric, soaked in dark crimson, his complexion ashen, reminiscent of death. His exposed skin was marred with scratches and peculiar dark green bruises, particularly around the shoulder wound, where fine, almost imperceptible, emerald lines seemed to writhe beneath the surface. "Aiken, your injuries are severe." Li Qinghan's voice tightened with concern as she supported him to sit against the wall. Tears seemed to shimmer in his eyes, as he could hardly fathom the burdens that Yi Chun had endured, from the moment he arrived on the island until now. His perception of Yi Chun had undergone a complete transformation. He now regarded Yi Chun as a dependable hero. Zhao Shui rushed over excitedly, pouring the last remnants of fresh water from her flask, delicately assisting in cleansing the grime and blood crust from Yi Chen's face and hands. Meanwhile, Chen Lily observed from a distance, refraining from joining the commotion. The recent weeks had been overwhelming for her, as she witnessed Wang Hai's unwavering strength, causing her once vibrant and charming demeanor to resemble that of Zhao Shui's previous self. "Quick, Ah Chun, sit here while I tend to your wounds. Lu Gong, can you help me find some herbs? I will describe what they look like." "All right." Yi Chun grasped Lu Han's arm as he attempted to turn away, saying, "There's no need. I possess something effective for treating wounds and purging toxins." Li Qinghan took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. As she unwrapped the cloth around Yi Chun's thigh, the sight before her elicited a sharp intake of breath. The surrounding muscles were swollen and darkened, the edges decaying and exuding an ominous aura of death. The wound on his left shoulder appeared even more peculiar beneath the cloth. It lacked the expected gruesomeness of flesh and blood. Instead, it seemed as though something had forcibly cauterized the area, leaving only a deep, dark green, glimmering cavity that felt feverishly hot to the touch. "What is this?" Everyone was puzzled. Where had Yi Chun procured such an ointment? How could he be certain it was effective? Yet, they refrained from pressing further. Yi Chun retrieved a jar of white ointment left by the Germans and carefully applied it to the ghastly wound on his thigh. The cooling sensation of the ointment elicited a muted groan from Yi Chun, his taut muscles relaxing slightly. The pain is exquisitely intense, Yi Chen gasped, his voice fragmented. I led those native pursuers away for now. They won't return, but the sacrifice will commence at dawn, he recounted, in fits and starts, how he had diverted the pursuers. Awakening suspended from a branch after falling off a cliff. He briefly mentioned the rivers, strange phenomena, and the eerie sense of guidance, omitting the most harrowing details, yet emphasizing the urgency of time. What? You intend to save someone? Lu Han was the first to leap up, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Have you lost your mind? Look at yourself. Now look at us. With these few broken guns and our small number, you think we can storm the lair of hundreds of wild men? This is tantamount to seeking death. It's merely adding more names to their sacrificial list. He pointed at Yi Chen's battered body and the scant few within the cave, his agitation causing spittle to fly. Lu Gong is right. Chen Lily suddenly screamed, her voice piercing. We barely escaped. That place, those damned savages are like demons. Yi Chen, I implore you. You've already done so much to rescue us. You promised to help us survive. Are you truly going to lead us to our demise again? Her emotions unraveling, she rushed forward, gripping Yi Chen's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. Beside them, Zhao Shuer gazed at Yi Chen's grievous wounds, then shifted her gaze to the agitated Lu Han and the distraught Chen Lily, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Yi Chen, I understand your desire to save others, but can we truly succeed? Those savages, they are terrifying. Yi Chen shut his eyes momentarily, swiftly replaying thoughts in his mind, enduring the agony of his injuries, compounded by the tumult of conflicting forces within him. Here he opened his eyes, which, though weary, gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. Will we survive if we do not attempt to save them? His voice was not loud, yet it pierced the ears of everyone present like an icicle. He gestured towards the northwestern entrance. Gotan will not spare us. Our vessel has been lost, and the bunker stands as their iron mountain, a source of threat. Once they conclude their sacrificial rites and consolidate their strength, they will inevitably launch an all-out assault on this place. While they may not find us immediately, it does not imply they will never discover us. After all, they are natives of this land, intimately familiar with the environment far more than we are. We're the outsiders. At that moment, we would be trapped in this metal container, with our ammunition depleted, like fish in a barrel. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of despair surrounding him. Currently, their main force is occupied with preparations for the sacrifice, leaving their camp vulnerable. This is our only opportunity. Chapter 78. Seizing the Emperor to command the feudal lord's opportunity? What are your thoughts? Lu Han scoffed, gesturing towards Yi Chen's legs. You can barely walk. Where's the opportunity? With us few, who can even handle a gun properly? Frustration made him tug at his hair. Brother Yi Chen, let us be realistic. We must repair the ship or fashion a raft and escape while they are distracted. That is our only path to survival. Those who were captured were simply unfortunate. We cannot be blamed, can we? We should do our best, not seek to show off. Repair the ship? Li Qinghan interjected, her voice icy, interrupting Lu Han's complaints. She picked up the German map and diary that Yi Chen had brought back, pointing to the tribal encampments and a massive volcano marked with a red cross. Look at this. This island is far larger and more peculiar than we imagined. The German fortifications, everything Yi Chen encountered, and that improbable river. And this mark, the map drawn by the Germans reveals that what we know is merely a fraction. Numerous locations remain uncharted and potentially perilous. If we do not address the root cause, even if we reach the shore, we may not escape this deserted island. Those captured could be our allies. If we can rescue them, mobilize and arm them, wouldn't our chances of fleeing be significantly enhanced? Yi Chen's mission is not merely to save lives. It is to preserve our collective hope. Throughout this journey, we have survived by relying on Yi Chen. We must believe in him. Her analysis was calm and incisive, imbued with an undeniable conviction. The cave fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the torches and the heavy breaths of the group. Lu Han opened his mouth to retort, but fell silent before the glaring red cross and German inscriptions on the map. Chen Lily's sobs ceased, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Yi Chen glanced at Li Qinghan, a spark of gratitude and understanding flickering in his eyes. He leaned against the wall, enduring the excruciating pain, and managed to rise, heading toward the storeroom. "Lu Gong, come with me." Lu Han hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Yi Chun led him to the second floor, where he forcefully opened the door despite his injuries, causing his wounds to bleed anew. Lu Han stood in shock before the laboratory, unable to articulate his astonishment. "This is a laboratory?" Yi Chun continued to guide him to the third floor, leaving the door ajar behind them. Upon entering, he pointed to the stacked, dark green crates. "Ammunition in abundance. Choose your preferred firearms." Lu Han was taken aback by the sheer quantity of ammunition. It was evident that Yi Chun had considerable confidence. "You understand machinery and think on your feet. I believe you will soon master the use of these weapons." As Lu Han surveyed the room, filled with arms and ammunition, he swallowed hard. The cold metal and scent of gunpowder sent a thrill through his nerves. He approached and picked up a Mauser rifle, awkwardly pulling back the bolt to inspect the rifling. "Though I may not understand, this piece is well maintained," he murmured, his tone laden with complexity. Chun Lily and Zhao Shui turned to the two girls, their voices softening. "There's no need for you to charge ahead. Stay with Ling Han, keep watch at the rear, and tend to the wounded. If you sense something amiss, just fire. The sound of gunfire will serve as our signal. Rest assured, you've both had your share of experience. Managing the recoil of a firearm should pose no challenge." He placed two fully loaded Ruger handguns into their hands. The cold touch made Zhao Shui shiver, yet she instinctively tightened her grip. Chun Lily gazed at the heavy iron in her hands, then at Yi Chen's gruesome wound, covered in ointment, and the unwavering resolve in his eyes. Finally, she bit her lip hard, trembling as she nodded and clutched the gun tightly to her chest. Li Qinghan silently donned a set of the smallest military attire, secured Yi Chen's serrated combat knife at her waist, and conducted a final inspection of the MG-42's ammunition belt. Her movements were precise and efficient. The long night dragged on amidst the oppressive breaths, the metallic clinking of weapons, and the weighty inhalations. Yi Chun repeatedly demonstrated to Zhao Shui and Chun Lily how to load bullets, disengage the safety, and aim along a three-point line. Having utilized the tools himself several times, he had garnered some insight. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan sharpened wooden sticks with her knife, crafting several makeshift torches. Leaning against the cold wall, Yi Chun closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, the searing pulse in his left shoulder intermingling with the agony coursing through his body. The three forces within him seemed to create a delicate balance under extreme pressure. He attempted to cultivate a faint sense of spatial awareness, though his eyes still throbbed. He could barely shape the indistinct outlines within a radius of several meters in his mind. Outside the cave, the inky darkness began to recede, yielding to the cold light of dawn. The distant, mournful sound of ritual horns pierced through the layers of dense forest, echoing like a death knell. Yi Chun abruptly opened his eyes, the purplish starlight in his gaze flickering and vanishing, leaving behind a chilling determination. He grasped an old friend, his machine gun, and stuffed several magazines into his tactical belt, speaking in a low voice, "It's almost time." Lu Han hoisted the MG-42 onto his shoulder, while Li Qinghan gripped her rifle firmly. Zhao Shui and Chun Lily tucked their handguns into their waists, holding tightly onto the sharpened wooden spears. The four donned dark German uniforms, smeared with mud, standing silently behind Yi Chun. Fear still lingered, but at this moment, they had to burn their boats. Yi Chun took one last glance at the flickering firelight within the cave and the heavy iron door leading to the eerie laboratory deeper within. He was the first to emerge from the tree hollow. The damp, cold morning mist struck his face, mingling with the harrowing echoes of the sacrificial horns and the ominous presence lurking within the depths of the jungle. In the dim light of dawn, this team, led by Yi Chun, embarked on their mission to rescue. Along the way, Yi Chun succinctly explained his plan to the others. Having meticulously observed the camp during his reconnaissance outside the tribe the previous night, he deduced that this tribe was not composed entirely of warriors. There were women, children, and the elderly. He surmised that once they approached the sacrificial site, it would be the camp's most vulnerable moment, significantly reducing the strength of the guards. At that time, Yi Chun and his companions exploited their superior weaponry to effortlessly dominate the vulnerable members of the camp, akin to wielding the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. Subsequently, Yi Chun proceeded to the sacrificial site to engage in negotiations with the tribal chief, even if the chief were reluctant to halt the sacrificial rites. His subordinates would be deterred by their familial ties within the tribe, wives, children, and parents, thus granting Yi Chun a 90% assurance of rescuing the majority. Chapter 79. I am a civilized individual. The dimness before dawn enveloped the tribal encampment. The massive altar's flames had long since extinguished, leaving only charred embers and a pungent scent of smoke. In the central clearing of the camp, a dark mass of figures was gathering. Chief Gotan, adorned with a crown of mammoth tusks and wielding a colossal bone staff, stood atop the remnants of the altar, while High Priest, draped in a blood-stained feathered garment, held aloft a bone staff. Over 1,500 robust indigenous warriors, their faces painted with war paint and armed with an array of weapons, accompanied by restless hunting beasts, resembled an ant swarm poised for battle, intense and fervent. The surviving captives were herded to the rear of the formation, their expressions dulled and filled with trepidation. On the outskirts of the camp, atop a densely vegetated rise, 5 individuals clad in military attire blended seamlessly into their surroundings, lying in wait. Yi Chun, having removed the blindfold, though still experiencing stinging pain in his eyes, managed to achieve a precarious spatial awareness, delineating the camp's contours and personnel distribution within a 100-meter radius. Thanks to the delicate balance of 3 forces within him. Lu Gong, please confirm. Yi Chun's voice was barely above a whisper. Lu Han adjusted his glasses and, using a rudimentary monocular telescope brought from the bunker, meticulously surveyed the area below, the main area of the camp. Approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, irregularly circular. The central altar, surrounding wooden shelter area, for makeshift watchtowers in the north, south, east, and west. 2 individuals per tower. Patrol teams, 2 squads, 5 members each, currently on alert around the perimeter of the gathering area. Assembled warriors, around 1,500. Women, children, and the elderly, concentrated in the northwest shelter area. Difficult to estimate their number, at least 700 or 800. How was the guard strength? Yi Chun pressed further. Upon completion of the gathering, the chief will lead the main force away, leaving behind. Lu Han quickly calculated 8 at the watchtowers, 10 in the patrol teams, plus those potentially responsible for guarding the camp and protecting the women and children. There won't be more than 30 individuals, and they're scattered. Excellent, just as I suspected. Thank the heavens, Yi Chun remarked, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Wait half an hour after their main force departs. Then we strike. Our initial target is to eliminate all guards swiftly, followed by rapid control of the shelter area. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. Below, Chief Gotan let out a deep roar, his colossal bone staff pointing toward the northwestern mountains. The assembled warriors, like a great black serpent, began to slither out of the camp at the sharp call of Saru's bone whistle, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. In an instant, the camp was left half empty, with only the elderly, children, and women remaining. Half an hour later, now, Yi Chun declared, sensing the moment was ripe. On the rise, the weighty gun was propped against a rock, its barrel aimed at the southeastern watchtower. Li Qinghan and Lu Han raised their MP-40 submachine gun and Mauser rifle, respectively, targeting the other 2 watchtowers and the patrol team. Zhao Schwerer and Chun Lili gripped their Ruger handguns nervously, tasked with guarding the flank. The thunderous roar of the MG-42 shattered the dawn's tranquility first. The flames belched forth, and scorching rounds struck fiercely against the southeastern watchtower. Though the accuracy may have waned, the sheer firepower compensated for the deficit. The sound of gunfire echoed. Pop, 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 wood splintered, and a crimson mist erupted. The 2 sentinels atop the tower scarcely had time to utter a scream before their bodies were shredded into fragments by a barrage of bullets. The wooden tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Almost simultaneously, the precise shots of Yi Chun and Li Qinghan rang out. The guard stationed at the southwest and northeast towers toppled in response to their accurate fire. As the sentinel at the northwest tower dared to peek out, Li Qinghan's precise, three-round burst shattered his skull. An enemy assault. The camp below erupted into chaos. The remaining patrols and guards let out terrified howls. The elderly and children all sought refuge. Was it not said that the remaining few of that alien race posed no threat? What on earth was happening? The camp was under attack. Gather quickly. The remaining dozen guards and patrol soldiers became like frightened rabbits, frantically searching for cover and attempting to organize a counterattack. Yet, the firepower from the heights was utterly devastating. As the saying goes, high strikes low. It is a fool's errand to resist. The MG-42's fire swept across the camp entrance. The few soldiers attempting to regroup were instantly turned to Swiss cheese. Bang! Lu Han felled a guard who was trying to rush towards the wooden shelter area. Damn, that feels good. The trio of girls suppressed another patrol team attempting to flank from the opposite side. From their elevated position, the view was expansive and the technological advantage was undeniable. The battle was a one-sided massacre. The guards' rudimentary stone spears and bone arrows resembled mere toys against the automatic weaponry, primarily due to the distance. Although these tribal warriors may have consumed bloodline fruits in close combat, only Yi Chen would stand a chance against them. However, at this moment, the technological suppression was akin to humans crushing insects underfoot. They trembled in fear, realizing they couldn't even discern the shadow of their enemy before being torn apart by an unseen force. In less than 10 minutes, the gunfire gradually subsided. The entrance of the camp and the vicinity of the watchtower were littered with a few dismembered corpses and the moans of the wounded. All who attempted to resist had been utterly annihilated. Almost all the elderly, women, and children huddled inside, too afraid to show their faces, for they were, after all, human and susceptible to fear. Charge down. Secure the wooden shelter area. Hurry. Yi Chen stowed his weapon and led the charge down the slope. Though his movements were somewhat unsteady due to a leg injury, his speed remained astonishing. Li Qinghan followed closely behind, while Lu Han stood guard with his submachine gun, and Zhao Xuer and Chun Lily nervously clutched their firearms, bringing up the rear. The few surviving guards were already paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing Yi Chen and his companions rushing towards them like harbingers of death, they dropped their weapons and fled, only to be taken down by Lu Han's precise shots. The remaining guards scrambled away, disappearing deep into the wooden shelters. Damn it. Now you know the might of Lu. This is so satisfying. If I could, I'd love to give my former boss a couple of shots. Yi Chen thought as the five of them moved through the desolation, swiftly reaching the northwest corner of the wooden shelter area. They discovered hundreds of terrified women, children, and the elderly huddled together, emitting muffled cries and screams. Several robust men attempting to resist were swiftly subdued by Yi Chen with the butt of his gun and a dagger. Silence. Crouch down. He bellowed in a coarse dialect. His firearm pointed skyward as he fired a shot that echoed ominously. The thunderous sound instantly quelled all commotion, sending the crowd into a state of panic, trembling, and fear. Rest assured, I, Yi Chen, am not a man of bloodlust. I am a civilized individual. I shall not harm the elderly, children, or women. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for principles can indeed be altered. Once I achieve my objectives, your safety will be guaranteed. His words significantly dampened the clamor among the indigenous people. A few young men at the forefront attempted to rise in defiance. But Yi Chen did not even need to draw his weapon. Despite his own injuries, he swiftly incapacitated the young troublemakers with just a few deft moves, leaving them moaning on the ground. With a glint in his eye, as if struck by an epiphany, Yi Chen continued. Chapter 80. The Sacred Wood Forest Baru. Where's Baru? Yi Chen's piercing gaze swept across the crowd as he called out in the local dialect. Brother Yi Chen, over here. Lu Han's voice emerged from behind a half-collapsed wooden shelter, filled with surprise. Yi Chen dashed towards him without hesitation. Before him lay a rusted iron cage, half buried in the rubble. Inside, Baru was battered and bruised, shackled by thick iron chains, yet his murky eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Brother, Takulu, you have returned, but you took too great a risk. Baru exclaimed, his voice hoarse with emotion as he spotted Yi-chan. Baru, there is no time for words. We are brothers, and I shall rescue you first. Yi-chan's heart swelled with warmth as he immediately drew his dagger to sever the chains. For someone of Yi-chan's strength, breaking the chains should have been a trivial task, yet these chains were evidently no ordinary restraints, sending sparks flying as he struck. The chains proved remarkably resilient, showing little sign of damage. Yi-chan's hands trembled from the force, and he stared in astonishment at the chains before him. Where's the key? Where is it? Yi-chan shouted at the captives crouched nearby. One of them trembled and pointed towards the corpse of a guard not far off. Li Qinghan rushed over and retrieved a crude bone key from the body's waist. With a decisive click, the chains fell away. Baru forcefully burst open the cage door, his towering figure unsteadily rising. Though weak, his ferocious aura returned in an instant. His murky eyes scanned the subdued women and children before turning to Yi-chan, from which emerged several guttural syllables. Wakana. 2. Sacrifice. Hurry. I understand. Yi-chan clapped Baru on the shoulder with force. This is in your hands now. Watch over them. Do not harm anyone unless absolutely necessary. He gestured towards the terrified crowd. Yi-chan was acutely aware that Baru would never harm his own kin, yet he felt compelled to give the reminder. Baru nodded solemnly, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes before being replaced by determination. He stepped forward and spoke a few authoritative sentences in a local dialect, visibly calming the crowd's unrest. With you here, I feel reassured. Where is the site of the sacrifice? Yi-chan asked urgently. Baru pointed towards the jagged mountains in the northwest, his throat producing heavy syllables. Travel northwest, then ascend a peak. Upon reaching the sacred wood forest, he gestured upward with his hand. The sacred wood forest. Yi-chan's eyes sharpened. He turned to Li Qinghan, Lu Han, and the others. You will stay here and assist Baru. Guard the camp. Wait for my signal. Chen, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I must accompany you. Li Qinghan insisted anxiously. Having more people will only heighten the danger. If negotiations fail, should I protect you or flee? Moreover, this place needs you. Yi-chan's tone brooked no argument. Baru, Qinghan, guard this position. I will return. Trust that I will indeed return. Baru thumped his chest powerfully, producing a deep, resonant sound. Takulu, Ulu, brother. Yi-chan ceased further discourse, gently brushing Li Qinghan's hand aside, grasping a fully loaded MP-40 submachine gun and several magazines. He stuffed 2 grenades into his pocket. He cast a final glance at the controlled camp and at Baru's resolute gaze before turning and sprinting out of the wooden shelter area like a cheetah, heading at full speed toward the towering peaks in the northwest. The dawn light pierced through the clouds, illuminating his blood-stained silhouette and determined stride. Time was of the essence. The heavy syllables of Baru's direction toward the jagged mountains echoed in his ears. Yi-chan's figure darted out of the wooden area, plunging into the dense jungle like an arrow released from its bow. At that moment, bolt speed seemed trivial in comparison. Faster, even faster, Yi-chan roared within, the pulsating sensation deep in his left shoulder intensifying. The urgency in his heart propelled him to navigate frantically through the thorns and vines. Each push off the ground from his thigh wound sent waves of excruciating pain, but he forced himself to ignore it. His spatial awareness barely unfolded under extreme pressure, effectively aiding him in dodging the most lethal obstacles. Suddenly, a fork appeared before him. One path led to a gentle descent, the other was steeper. A fork in a road? Based on his years of cinematic wisdom, he knew that the most perilous-looking route was often the correct one. He opted for the nearest yet steepest path, almost a vertical climb. Jagged rocks, slick with moss, adorned the sharp edges. He employed both hands and feet, his nails scraping the stone crevices, drawing blood as his teeth ground together. Each upward pull sent searing pain from the still-healing wound in his left shoulder. Abruptly, he heard sounds approximately 5 to 10 kilometers away. The heavy footsteps of a native army, the roars of beasts, and the piercing shrieks of bone whistles reached his ears. They seemed to traverse a relatively gentle valley path, flowing like a black torrent toward the mountain summit. Clenching his teeth, Yi-chan ascended the near-vertical cliff like a gecko. Sweat mingled with blood soaked through his German military uniform, leaving a winding dark trail behind him. He could not stop, could not pause. Each breath carried a metallic taste of blood. The scene before him began to darken, a sign of blood loss and exhaustion. But there was no turning back. Strength in numbers. A group of dozens was far superior to just a few. He suddenly exerted force, his body springing upward with remarkable vigor. His fingers clutched a protruding edge of rock, leveraging himself onto a relatively flat ledge. He gasped for air, his vision blurring with golden stars. Looking up, the summit still seemed hopelessly distant, shrouded in thick sulfuric mist. Damn it, all those films had deceived him. Chen spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, refusing to linger for even a moment, and surged forward once more. His keen hearing swept over the valley below. The vanguard of the native army had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only the echo of their heavy footsteps. He needed to move faster. In the ensuing moments, Chen became a whirlwind. He no longer chose paths. He aimed straight for his target in a direct line. When confronted with a tree, one must climb. When faced with a cliff, one must leap. When encountering thorns, one must charge through. In a civilized society, one ought to seek sponsorship from Red Bull. His skin was lacerated with countless wounds, and his body bore fresh bruises from the impacts. Yet he remained oblivious. The dark green veins in his left shoulder began to writhe beneath the surface as Chen exerted more force, emanating an increasingly intense heat, as if drawing upon Chen's very vitality. Just as he felt his body on the brink of complete collapse, the scene before him abruptly transformed. The forest vanished, replaced by towering ancient trees, each soaring to heights of several dozen meters, alongside bizarrely contorted woodlands. Chapter 81. The sacrifice. The trees here are not withered. Rather, they present an eerie form, as if forged by extreme heat and then abruptly cooled. The trunks are as robust as the spine of a colossal dragon, their surfaces cloaked in a glossy, obsidian-like metallic shell. They reflect the dim light of the heavens. The twisted branches, devoid of leaves, stretch skyward, armed with sharp thorns. The air is thick with a suffocating scent of sulfur and an indescribable burnt aroma. This is the sacred wood forest. The words of Baru flashed through Chen's mind. What is this place if not a forest? In disbelief, Chen barely had time to absorb the shocking scene before him. He realized that his spatial perception was heavily suppressed here, the range significantly diminished, and the outlines he could discern were distorted and blurred, akin to viewing the world through frosted glass. Startled, he dare not linger, sprinting along the periphery of this deathly forest. Beneath his feet lay soft, steaming black volcanic ash, each step sinking deeply. The surrounding silence was profound. Not even the whisper of the wind could be heard, only the sound of his heavy breaths and the thunderous pounding of his heart. At last, when he expended his last ounce of strength to claw his way onto a massive black basalt platform, his vision cleared. Before him lay a vast and heart-stopping volcanic crater, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. The inner walls of the crater were steep, blanketed in thick black volcanic ash and solidified lava flows. The bottom of the crater was not a boiling lake of magma, but rather a relatively flat expanse of black rock, emitting wisps of white steam. At the center of this rocky terrain stood a towering trapezoidal altar, constructed from immense blocks of black volcanic rock, reaching several dozen meters into the air. Atop the altar, within a hollow stone basin, blazed a fervent blue flame. This flame was silent, yet emanated a bone-chilling coldness and an aura of malevolence that could send shivers through the soul. Chen marveled at the architectural prowess of these natives. Below the altar stood a dark mass, 1,500 indigenous warriors led by Chief Gada. They stood around the altar in reverent awe, their faces adorned with war paint, their gazes fervent yet numb. High Priest Saru, draped in blood-stained, feathered garments and wielding a bone staff, stood at the edge of the altar, seemingly intoning incantations. Between the altar and the formation of warriors, closer to the inner wall of the volcano, were about 60 unfamiliar faces bound by thick vines. They were forced to kneel, conspicuous white shell necklaces hanging from their necks, their eyes vacant and desperate, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. The sacrifice had commenced. Chen's heart plummeted. He fought against the impulse to charge down, scanning the surroundings with heightened spatial awareness, quickly locking onto a divine tree approximately 300 meters from the altar, perched at the steep edge of the inner wall. This tree towered over the others, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ghostly claws. Silently, like a gecko, he descended the rocky platform, utilizing the cover of volcanic ash and jagged stones to swiftly approach the colossal tree. The dark green veins in his left shoulder throbbed with increasing intensity, bringing waves of searing pain. Yet, he discovered within himself an extraordinary climbing ability, enabling him to swiftly navigate the near-vertical surface of the divine tree, adorned with smooth, glass-like bark. He ascended to the treetop, concealing himself behind a natural shelter formed by the massive, sharp branches of obsidian. His spatial awareness expanded to its fullest, albeit limited in range and distorted in image, yet sufficient to clearly perceive the surroundings of the altar. He observed as High Priest Saru ceased his chanting, abruptly directing the human bone staff towards the ground beneath the altar. Several robust native warriors immediately dragged forth massive jungle boars and a deer-like creature, bound by vines, up the stone steps of the altar. The animals emitted terrified cries, struggling in vain against their restraints. Saru approached the altar's summit, facing the eerie blue flames, and raised a staff high. One warrior pulled a thrashing wild boar to the edge of a stone basin, while another, wielding a sharp obsidian dagger, executed a swift and ruthless cut across the boar's throat. With a splatter, the scalding, pungent blood erupted like a fountain, drenching the ethereal blue flames. To his astonishment, the boiling blood did not extinguish the fire. Rather, it acted as fuel, causing the blue flames to leap several meters higher. The color of the flames deepened, becoming even more sinister. A bone-chilling coldness, mingled with the acrid scent of blood and the burnt aroma of sulfur, spread like a shockwave. The captives kneeling at the altar quivered, emitting terrified whimpers at the onset of this chilling presence. Then came the second and the third. Various jungle creatures were sequentially brought to the altar, their throats slit for sacrifice. Each offering of blood fueled the blue flames, making them more vigorous and otherworldly. The space surrounding the altar appeared to warp under the influence of the flames, transforming the light into a haze of confusion and coldness. What purpose did this serve? Chen found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Saru stood beside the flames, enveloped in the splattering blood mist and the ghostly blue radiance. Resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, he spread his arms wide, his voice rising into an even more frenzied chant. As he sang, the solidified black lava at the altar's base revealed twisted, vein-like crimson patterns that began to glow faintly, as if awakened by this gruesome ritual. Hidden amidst the treetops, Chen's spatial awareness vividly reflected this bloody, bizarre scene that transcended comprehension in his mind. His stomach churned violently, not from the gore, but from the soul-piercing sensation emanating from the flames. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through the gaps of his fingers. Yet the strangeness did not cease. A tender sprout, laced with golden-red veins, emerged from the earth. Chen envisioned the terrified faces of children, their eyes wide with horror. The hollow despair reflected in their gazes, and saw Saru's staff slowly rise, pointing towards the captive area, an imminent human sacrifice. There could be no more waiting. The sight tugged painfully at his heart, rendering him restless. Taking a deep breath of the cold air imbued with sulfur and blood, he forced down the tumult in his veins and the excruciating pain in his shoulder. He gently removed the MP-40 submachine gun from his back, meticulously inspecting the magazine, while two grenade pull rings dangled from his fingertips. The cold touch of metal offered a momentary respite to his racing heart. His spatial awareness pinpointed the location of Saru atop the altar and the captive zone below, while his mind rapidly calculated the distance, angles, and potential routes for advancement. The steep inner walls of the volcanic crater, the jagged rocks, and the twisted sacred trees all transformed into cover and launching pads at his disposal. "Grandfather, grant me your protection," Chen silently intoned, as the violet starlight in his eyes flickered alongside the dark green glow on his left shoulder, vanishing momentarily into the shadows. He resembled a poised cheetah, body coiled, muscles taut, as all his strength, perception, and resolve coalesced into the imminent moment of eruption. Just as Saru's staff was about to descend, pointing towards the first living sacrifice,